Where am I? Am I not dead? Chun Feng exclaimed, surveying his surroundings. The space seemed vast and dark, reminiscent of the cosmos, yet myriad luminous points danced around him. He vividly recalled his demise, struck down by a bolt of lightning. Chun Feng, a man burdened with the memories of 2 lifetimes, had once been an assassin, taking many lives before ultimately being slain by the one he loved, driven by vengeance. For the murder of her parents, in his final moments, he was struck by the terrifying nature of humanity, how one could endure 8 years of marital life with their enemy solely for the sake of revenge was a horrifying thought. He had presumed that death would bring an end to his suffering. Yet upon reincarnation, he found himself haunted by the memories of his former life, which rendered him wary of trusting anyone until she appeared. She was a girl lost in her fantasies, and they had met at a business conference where her father, Huang Biao, had dealings with Chun Feng's company. Huang Yun was a girl enamored with anime and romantic tales, and since their acquaintance, she had persistently drawn Chun Feng into watching various touching animations, novels, and films. Each time he witnessed her weeping or laughing at the stories portrayed on screen, Chun Feng gradually began to unravel the knots in his heart and shared in her joy. However, just as they were preparing to marry, Huang Yin was kidnapped in the ensuing rescue attempt. Chun Feng nearly lost his life, saved only by Huang Yun, who shielded him with her own body. Tragically, she died in his arms, sending him into a frenzy that he devoted all his energy to uncovering. The puppeteer behind this tragedy, only to discover it was Huang Yun's father, orchestrating the scheme to usurp Chun Feng's company. In a fit of rage, Chun Feng infiltrated Huang Biao's abode, planted explosives, and escaped via aircraft. Suddenly, the sky split open, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Recognizing the perilous weather, he sought a suitable place for an emergency landing. Just as he managed to touch down, the storms intensified, prompting Chun Feng to mutter, "Damn it, it's so noisy. If you dare, strike me down." To his astonishment, not long after, he was indeed struck. At that moment, his mind was flooded with a torrent of tumultuous thoughts. Subsequently, he lost consciousness, feeling as though he were being drawn into that rift. Reflecting on his fate, Chun Feng mused, "I must be dead. So now I am but a spirit. What then are these?" Luminous points. As he reached out to touch one, it surged toward his forehead and integrated with his being, followed by a cascade of light points rushing into him. With each point that merged, fleeting images flashed through Chun Feng's mind, fortifying his spirit. He felt his essence grow increasingly potent with every integration. Once all the light points had coalesced, he sensed a profound elevation of his spirit, realizing that these points were fragments of the soul of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. From the memories embedded within the shards, he learned that he was the prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan, betrayed and cast into a spatial storm by Ōtsutsuki Kinshiki while seeking his sister, Princess Kagaya, resulting in his soul's fragmentation. That moment, a third eye manifested upon his forehead, radiating white light before forming a black hole. Before Chun Feng could grasp the situation, he was drawn into it, slipping into unconsciousness once more. His third eye guided his spirit to the world of Naruto. Upon locating Kagaya's bloodline and the Yedo Nashura, he entered the body of Kushina Uzumaki, merging with Ashura's spirit. The technique originally unleashed by Ōtsutsuki Kinshiki, utilizing his bloodline to activate the Byakugan and seek his kin, had been interrupted by his untimely demise. However, with Chun Feng absorbing Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's soul fragment and awakening the Byakugan, the dormant technique was reignited, drawing him into the realm where Kagaya resided, namely, the Naruto universe. Although the absorption of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's fragments did not suffice for him to traverse space in a spiritual form, it at least safeguarded his spirit from being obliterated by the chaotic currents of space, though imperfections remained unavoidable. Thus, upon entering the Naruto world, the Byakugan instinctively sought out Ashura's reincarnation, leading to their fusion to restore Chun Feng's fragmented soul and facilitate his rebirth. Kushina, momentarily pausing, murmured, "It felt like something just entered my body, but I sense nothing unusual. It must be the Nine-Tails feeling jealous since I'm about to become a mother. Oh well, I won't argue with the fox. Back to cooking. Minato will be home soon, and I want to surprise him." She resumed her dinner preparations, inside her. The Ninetales thought that in truth, the moment Shinfeng entered Kushina's body, the Ninetales felt an invasive presence. However, upon probing with its mental power, it detected no anomalies, leading it to believe that its senses were being clouded by this eccentric woman. The Ninetales grew increasingly agitated, blaming Kushina for its foul mood, lack of clarity, and disrupted chakra flow. Every misfortune became her fault. Though reluctant, it could do nothing but curse, damn this insane woman. In a fit of rage, it unleashed its chakra to disrupt Kushina's energy. Yet the Ninetales soon found itself bound by additional chains that Kushina had manifested, feeling its seal intensify. The chakra it had expelled was drawn back in. Kushina's voice rang out, "Ninetales, what's with the madness? Stop disrupting my cooking. Whose stubbornness is that? Oh, it's already so late. I need to hurry and finish dinner. Minato will be back soon." Then, addressing the Ninetales, she added, "Just behave, okay? I need to cook now. We can chat later. Goodbye." After that, silence fell, leaving the Ninetales to seethe in frustration beneath the weight of its heightened seal. As Shinfeng merged with Ashura's reincarnation in this fetus, the Byakugan on his forehead fell dormant, which explained why neither the Ninetales nor Kushina noticed anything amiss. Shinfeng's spirit sought unity with Ashura's, driven by its incompleteness, while Ashura's spirit willingly merged, also incomplete. Yet, between these two fragmented souls lay an intact, nascent spirit, devoid of prior experiences. The only path for Shinfeng and Ashura's spirits to unite was through this new, blank soul. Thus, the two incomplete souls fused into this new essence. As they did, this fledgling spirit rapidly grew in strength. During this evolution, the fragmented memories within began to combine and process. Among these fragments were the lives Shinfeng had lived, the millennia of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's memories, and Ashura's own reincarnations and fateful ties with Indra. These fragments bore sorrow, joy, hatred, and love though devoid of consciousness. The emotional impact on Shinfeng was immense, leaving his awareness in turmoil, teetering on the brink of obliteration. Just as he was about to falter, the Byakugan shielded his consciousness, extracting the emotions tied to the memory's joy, empathy, compassion for saving others, the urge to kill, and feelings of hatred. Once these emotions were siphoned away, only the memories remained, stripped of sentiment and devoid of empathy. Shinfeng absorbed these memories as if watching a film, no longer allowing them to influence his consciousness. At last, his mind settled, enabling him to embrace this vast reservoir of memories. The emotions that were extracted, however, autonomously divided into two extremes, swirling and merging. The joyous and pleasant emotions radiated a gentle white light, while the negative and resentful ones emitted a dim, shadowy glow. Upon the fusion of all these emotions, two diminutive figures emerged, bearing an appearance akin to that of the fetus, yet starkly divergent in nature. One exuded refinement and grace, while the other was steeped in hostility and bitterness. At this juncture, Shinfeng himself underwent a profound transformation. With his consciousness stabilizing, it seamlessly merged with the nascent soul, and his appearance and physique aligned perfectly with that of the fetus, achieving an exquisite amalgamation. The two figures exchanged glances. The refined one offered a courteous nod and a smile, yet the other disregarded him entirely, turning away and plunging into the depths of Shinfeng's soul, vanishing from sight. With a resigned shake of his head, the refined figure followed suit, disappearing alongside him within the recesses of Shinfeng's essence. As Shinfeng's soul intertwined with that of the fetus, the latter's corporeal form began to undergo a gradual metamorphosis. A fissure slowly emerged between his eyebrows, heralding the development of an eye. As the fusion progressed, the cleft widened, revealing an increasingly pronounced white eye. Nestled within, the cells within the body grew progressively more vibrant, pulsating with a potent life force that imbued the fetus with vitality reminiscent of a robust young adult, even surpassing that of an individual in the prime of life. In addition to this extraordinary vitality, the blood cells within contained formidable sealing power, which continued to amplify, hinting at the formation of a chain. As time elapsed, this chain gradually coalesced, coursing throughout his entire being, rendering his blood flow akin to an unbroken chain within the vessels. The heightened activity and vitality of the cells ensured that even a stab would elicit a swift recovery. The white eye nestled on his forehead had fully developed. At that moment, Chun Feng awakened, propelled upward by an unseen force. He realized then that a new chapter of his life was about to commence. When Chun Feng once again beheld this world, he found himself transformed into a newly born infant. At that moment, he was cradled in the arms of a middle-aged woman with a ponytail who was approaching a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. The young man hurried toward them, exclaiming, "Naruto, reach out to me." The woman holding him interjected, the child's mother should see him first, and gracefully stepped aside. The man froze momentarily in place. Meanwhile, Chun Feng was equally bewildered, a chill sweeping through him as he silently cursed his fate, realizing he had become Naruto Uzumaki. After 2 lifetimes as an orphan, he found himself condemned to endure that solitude once more. Was he destined to be deprived of parental love? Indeed. Chun Feng had traversed 2 lifetimes as an orphan. From birth, he had known no familial bonds. In his first life, he was oblivious, while in his second, his parents had tragically perished in an accident, sacrificing themselves to shield him from harm. Thus, he yearned profoundly for the affection of a mother and father. He was soon placed beside a young woman with crimson hair, and as he gazed upon her with adoration, he recognized her as his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. She gently called out, "Naruto," and tenderly stroked his cheek, whispering, "At last, I have met you." In that moment, Naruto felt it was the most blissful experience in the world. Soon after, Minato, his father, approached Kushina and quietly inquired about her well-being, expressing his gratitude. After softly caressing his wife and son, he steeled himself, remarking, "Though you have just given birth, there are matters that require our attention. We must calm the 9 tails immediately." With that, he placed his hands upon the sealing technique for the 9 tails. Naruto, cradled by the midwife, was taken away, wishing to remain by his father's side, for being near him would shield him from any threats. Alas, he was merely a newborn infant then. As the midwife carried Naruto to the doorway, they encountered the masked man, who swiftly struck them aside, seizing Naruto in the process. Just as Minato prepared to reinforce the 9-tail seal, he witnessed the 2 being flung back, prompting him to call out in alarm, "Lady Midwife, Tanuki." At that moment, the masked man's voice echoed, "Fourth Hokage Minato, keep your distance from the Jinchuriki, or this child will have but a minute to live." Minato and Kushina, upon seeing Naruto in the clutches of the masked man, were engulfed in anxiety. Kushina cried out for Naruto, while Minato pondered how this individual had breached the barrier. Meanwhile, the seal on Kushina began to weaken, and the runes became visible as the 9 tails struggled to break free. The masked man remarked, "It seems you have abandoned concern for this child's life." Minato urged, "Wait. Calm down." The masked man, holding a kunai in his right hand, retorted, "You should direct that advice to yourself. I am exceedingly calm." With that, he hurled Naruto away and leapt forth, preparing to plunge the kunai into the infant. Just as the weapon was about to pierce Naruto's body, Minato employed the body flicker technique to save him. The masked man commended, as expected of the yellow flash. But what shall you do next? As the 4th Hokage, Minato, rescued Naruto, he noticed the explosive tag affixed to Naruto's back. Swiftly, he tore away the fabric enveloping Naruto and discarded it aside, leaping out of the house just as it detonated behind him. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, Minato transported Naruto back home, gently placing him on the bed and reassuring him, "You are safe now. I will bring your mother back." With that, he vanished from the room, setting off to rescue Kushina. Left in the room, Naruto was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. The actions of his parents filled him with an overwhelming appreciation for their love, yet simultaneously, he was tormented by his inability to protect them, feeling as though he had brought them suffering. A deep anguish and hatred for the masked man consumed him. This emotional turmoil profoundly affected the Byakugan on his forehead, the tightly shut eyes absorbing his feelings, on the verge of opening. Time slipped away quietly amidst Naruto's torment and guilt. Suddenly, the space in the room rippled, and Minato returned, cradling Kushina in his arms. After placing her beside Naruto, he instructed, "Do not worry too much. Stay close to Naruto." Kushina embraced Naruto, weeping softly, while Minato, observing his wife's sorrow, was filled with an intense fury. He opened the wardrobe and retrieved the ceremonial robe of the fourth Hokage. At that moment, Kushina cautioned him, "Be careful." Once clad in the robe, Minato gently reassured, "I will be back soon," before disappearing. In that moment, Kushina held Naruto tightly, her eyes brimming with love and reluctance, devoid of any hatred. This deeply moved Naruto. He understood that Kushina had been stripped of the nine tails, and as a Jinchuriki, her life was forfeit once the beast was extracted. The chakra and spirit of a Jinchuriki were inextricably linked, and their separation would render the human vessel incapable of survival. Thus, Kushina, aware of her impending demise, thought not of vengeance, but solely of her newborn son. Naruto's heart swelled with warmth, filled with maternal love. Not long after, Minato returned once more, bringing Naruto and Kushina before the formidable Nine Tails. Exhausted from the relentless battles, and with chakra nearly depleted, Minato struggled to declare, "We must establish a barrier quickly. My chakra is running low." After setting the barrier, Kushina offered, "I will use my remaining chakra to bind the Nine Tails." She pressed her hands against the ground, unleashing several great chains that ensnared the Nine Tails, rendering it immobile. She continued, "This is the only way I can assist you. At least it will delay its revival. Thank you for loving me all this time." With a sorrowful gaze, Minato looked at Kushina, who had been smiling for a long time, and said, "Kushina, the one who should express gratitude is I. It is you who have allowed me to become Hokage, to become your husband, and to become the father of this child." "Yet I," Kushina tenderly replied, "Minato, you need not say such things. I am truly happy, for your unwavering love has been my solace. Today is our child's birthday, and more than anything, I cherish the thought of us three living together in bliss. However, I have one wish. I long to see Naruto as he grows." At this moment, Minato responded, "Kushina, you need not perish alongside the Nine Tails. I will seal your remaining chakra along with the beast within Naruto using the 8 trigram seal, allowing you to witness Naruto's growth. But I am not a Jinchuriki, so I can only use the dead demon consuming seal to confine half of the Nine Tails within me." Upon hearing Minato's intention to employ the dead demon consuming seal, Kushina hurriedly exclaimed, "But if you use that, you will." Before she could finish, Minato had already completed the hand signs and executed the technique. Seeing him use the dead demon consuming seal, Kushina mournfully remarked, "You would do this just to allow me to see Naruto grow up, for this fleeting reunion. I wish for you to accompany Naruto as he matures, yet you know all too well the tribulations of becoming a Jinchuriki. Why must you?" Minato gazed deeply into Kushina's eyes and replied, "To make Naruto a Jinchuriki is to maintain the balance of the tailed beasts among the 5 great nations. Furthermore, that masked man will bring chaos to this world, and it will be Naruto who must protect this hard-won peace." Kushina could not accept this reality and questioned Minato. "Is it acceptable to sacrifice Naruto for the sake of the 5 great nations, for the country, for the village?" Minato looked at Kushina and said, "Without a nation, a village, or peace, what would become of us? You should understand this better than I. And remember, we are all ninjas." Upon hearing those final words, Kushina locked eyes with Minato, recognizing the steadfast resolve of a Hokage within him. Minato continued, "Moreover, even in life, I have not surpassed you. Some lessons can only be taught by a mother, even if you have only recently become one. Thus, this is not solely for you. It is also for Naruto. To willingly embrace death for the sake of our son is a form of paternal love." With that, Minato activated the technique, extracting half of the Nine Tails and sealing it within himself, feeling an overwhelming surge of chakra. He then summoned the sealing platform and placed Naruto upon it. The Nine Tails, realizing Minato's intention to seal it within a mere child, erupted in fury, intent on harming Naruto. Just as its claws were about to strike, Minato and Kushina stood before their son, shielding him and allowing the Nine Tails' claws to pierce their bodies. With a smile, Minato asked Kushina, "Do you have anything you wish to say to Naruto? Time is short." Tearfully, Kushina looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, do not be picky with your food. Eat well and grow quickly. Remember to bathe regularly and do not stay up late. Ensure you get enough sleep. Make friends. Even a few trustworthy ones will suffice. Though my mother may not be particularly adept, it is essential for you to diligently pursue your studies and the art of ninjutsu. Everyone possesses their own strengths and weaknesses, and even when faced with challenges in learning, do not allow despair to overwhelm you. In school, it is paramount to show respect to your teachers and seniors. Furthermore, Avoid incurring high debts. Any earnings from tasks should be saved. Alcohol is permissible only after the age of 20, but moderation is key. As you mature, you will find yourself interested in women. However, my mother, being a woman herself, may not fully comprehend this aspect. In this world, there exist only men and women. So seek a partner akin to your mother, steering clear of those of ill repute. Be cautious of Jiraiya-sensei. You will encounter much suffering and hardship ahead. Yet it is vital to remain steadfast in your identity. Additionally, cultivate dreams and possess the confidence to realize them. There is so much more I wish to impart, and I long to be by your side always. I love you. Kushina turned to Minato and said, I apologize for speaking so much. Minato replied with a smile. It is of no consequence. Naruto, what your mother has conveyed is also what I wish to express. He then prepared to seal his chakra within Naruto's body. With a series of hand seals, Minato completed the process, binding the nine tails and their combined chakra within Naruto. As the moon hung high, Naruto, bearing the weight of his injuries, returned to the modest abode he had occupied for 5 years. He lay upon the worn bed where he had slept for those 5 years, his cold gaze surveying the dilapidated furniture surrounding him. Touching the red mark on his forehead, memories flooded back of the day 5 years prior when his parents sacrificed themselves to seal the nine tails within him, dying before his very eyes. Twice now, he had been powerless to prevent the loss of his parents, and his resentment had reached a breaking point. This anguish and hatred served as the perfect catalyst for awakening the Byakugan on his forehead. At that moment, Naruto felt a surge of power rushing through his mind, and he suddenly perceived everything around him with clarity. Though bewildered, an inexplicable calmness settled over his tumultuous thoughts and emotions. He recognized that the Byakugan had awakened, and he became acutely aware that the crimson mark on his forehead housed a soul inherited from Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. This revelation made it clear to him that he was in the world of the Hokage, the realm of ninjas, a place imbued with formidable power and extraordinary ninjutsu. In his previous life, his girlfriend had a penchant for anime and often urged him to watch alongside her. Thus, Naruto was well aware that within this ninja world lay techniques capable of resurrecting the dead, namely the rebirth technique. With this realization, Naruto calmed himself completely. He remembered that after persuading Nagato, it was Nagato who had used the rebirth technique to resurrect all the fallen leaf ninjas. Reflecting upon the deceased Minato and Kushina before him, Naruto understood that to bring his parents back, he would need their complete corpses and souls, in addition to the Rinnegan. For now, thoughts of the Rinnegan and the souls could be set aside. Acquiring the Rinnegan required the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan and the cells of Hashirama Senju, representing the union of Ashura and Indra, which meant he needed to align with Sasuke Uchiha. Regarding the soul, the essence of my mother is rather simple to summon, as it can be invoked through the technique of reincarnation with impure earth. However, the soul of my father requires the dissolution of the corpse sealing technique before it can be summoned, a feat that is currently beyond my capabilities. Yet, time is of the essence with the third Hokage, Yin-Fei, approaching rapidly under his Byakugan. I must devise a way to preserve both Minato and Kushina. Naruto frantically searched within his mind for fragments of memory related to Ōtsutsuki Koshi, but the overwhelming chaos of memories made it a daunting task. After a considerable time, he stumbled upon an unconventional method, utilizing the chakra emanating from the nine tails within him. The nine tails, a conglomeration of chakra, had only recently been sealed within Naruto, yet it immediately bestowed him with its potent chakra. As the son of Kushina, Naruto's body had long been accustomed to the influence of the nine tails chakra during his gestation. The Byakugan's mastery over chakra is nothing short of fanatical. What Naruto needed to do now was to unleash the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan. Upon activating his Byakugan, he became aware of his physical condition. The blood within him manifested in a chain-like form, indicative of his clan's unique ability. Naruto desperately mobilized the chakra of the nine tails within him, aiming to merge it with his blood and release the chains from his body. This arduous process threatened to overwhelm his newly born physique, yet fortunately, the nine tails recognized the urgency and vigorously assisted Naruto in wielding its chakra. Otherwise, he would have perished prematurely. While cooperating with Naruto, the nine tails could not resist cursing, expressing its disdain for the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, for sealing it within this little brat. It lamented the absurdity of this child daring to manipulate its chakra less than a day after birth, and moreover, possessing the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. The audacity of trying to activate the Uzumaki's bloodline limit was a testament to the boy's intellect. It mused in exasperation about being forced to cooperate, as its demise would accompany Naruto's. With the Nine-Tails collaboration, Naruto ultimately unleashed his bloodline limit. Blue chains tinged with a hint of green erupted from within him, swiftly entwining the bodies of Kushina and Minato, enveloping them completely. Simultaneously, Naruto's Byakugan radiated a brilliant white light upon them, causing their forms to vanish within the luminescence. At this moment, the Nine-Tails within Naruto felt utterly stifled, murmuring in astonishment that this Byakugan possessed its own independent space. Indeed, Naruto had been astounded to discover within the fragmented memories of Ōtsutsuki Koshi that the Byakugan contained a small, autonomous dimension, a revelation that swiftly transformed his shock into elation. As this space lies within the realm of obscurity, and Naruto's chains must connect to his own body, it enables him to preserve the bodies of Kushina and Minato without detection. With the utilization of the life force and sealing power entwined within the chains, their remains remain uncorrupted. Once Naruto secured the bodies of Kushina and Minato, he realized that the barrier set by Kushina had been shattered, and her chakra was depleted. In that instant, the Third Hokage appeared beside Naruto, cradling him in his arms. The third scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of Kushina and Minato's remains, and murmured, "Could it be that the recent flash of white light carried away their bodies? What on earth was that light?" Subsequently, the third issued a command to all nearby ninjas, forbidding any mention of Naruto's identity or his status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Looking down affectionately at Naruto in his embrace, the third smiled gently, saying, "Fear not. My dear Naruto, I shall raise you to maturity, ensuring you inherit your father's will." Naruto responded with a smile, which caused the third to momentarily pause before returning the gesture. At that moment, an unwelcome voice interrupted. "Third, I hope you will allow me to raise this child." The third glanced at Danzo, who was approaching, and replied, "That is impossible. I know your intentions, but Naruto is the child of the fourth. I will not permit you to turn him into a mere weapon. Abandon such thoughts, Danzo." With that, the third carried Naruto away. Danzo, feeling slighted by the third's refusal, seethed inwardly, vowing, "I will make you regret this. A Jinchuriki has no need for such trivial emotions. I shall prove you wrong." After Naruto was taken home by the third, it did not take long for rumors to circulate within the village that the Uzumaki Naruto was, in fact, the Nine-Tails Fox. Although the third swiftly implemented a gag order, the gossip had already spread, and the resentment of those who had lost loved ones was directed at Naruto. They sought an outlet for their grief and would not probe into the underlying conspiracies. Their sole desire was to find someone to blame. Even if it were not Naruto, it would not alter the outcome. Such is the baser nature of humanity. Naruto had grown profoundly aware of this inherent flaw through the trials of his past lives. He had become indifferent to the warmth and coldness of human emotion, no longer swayed by it. What Naruto yearned for most now was power. Thus, at the tender age of 3, he expressed to the third his desire to live independently. Initially reluctant, the third eventually acquiesced to Naruto's persistent pleas, providing him with a monthly allowance and a small dwelling. On the second day after moving into his new abode, Naruto discovered that a significant hole had been smashed into his roof. Upon stepping outside, he was met with the gazes of townsfolk who regarded him as a monster. Children hurled stones at him, and when he ventured to purchase food and clothing, he was cheated, paying double the usual price for expired provisions and outdated garments. Naruto contemplated exacting revenge on these individuals, yet he was acutely aware of the need for caution, as Danzo was still watching him closely. After acquiring the method of chakra extraction from the Third Hokage, Naruto dedicated his days to secluding himself at home, meticulously refining his chakra. He stimulated every cell within his body with this energy, drawing upon the wisdom gleaned from his past lives. To wield formidable strength, one must possess a robust physique. With a sufficiently powerful body, even the chakra of the Nine-Tails could not inflict harm upon him. In addition to stimulating his cells with chakra, he devoted 15 minutes each day to remain motionless, attuning himself to the natural chakra around him, complemented by a rigorous 20-kilometer weighted run. To sustain this intense regimen, he ventured into the woods behind the Hokage Rock each day in search of sustenance, engaging in fierce battles against the venomous serpents and ferocious beasts that lurked there, all while refraining from using his bloodline limits due to the third's watchful gaze. Consequently, he relied solely on the most fundamental taijutsu and ninjutsu bestowed upon him by the third, returning to his cold little cabin each night, battered and bruised, silently tending to his wounds. Yet, he understood that these encounters with deadly creatures would sharpen his combat skills and adaptability, a lesson learned from his first life. To his astonishment, he discovered that each injury healed by the chakra of the Nine Tails only served to fortify his body further, rendering him increasingly attuned to its power. Thus, he tirelessly made his way to the mountains every day, persisting in this arduous routine for 5 long years. As he traced the red mark on his forehead, he felt the presence of his parents. Reflecting on the myriad events of the past 5 years, a sense of tranquility enveloped him as thoughts of the Rinnegan surfaced. Currently, only Nagato of the Uzumaki clan wielded the Rinnegan, and persuading him to utilize the Rinne rebirth technique seemed an insurmountable challenge. Unlike the original Naruto, endowed with the strongest verbal defenses and the favor of fate, he felt ill-equipped to navigate such a task. Dismissing that notion, he contemplated seizing the Rinnegan for himself, but quickly deemed it impractical. Setting aside compatibility concerns, he recognized that should Toby become aware of his intentions, he would unleash the Ōtsutsuki upon him, leading to a relentless pursuit. Though unafraid, the prospect was undeniably daunting. He then considered obtaining Sasuke's Rinnegan, but ultimately dismissed the idea. Not only was he fond of Sasuke for his courage and accountability, but his mother would undoubtedly be furious if she learned of his intentions. In the end, Naruto found himself devoid of viable strategies, save for one perilous option fraught with the potential for catastrophic failure. Yet, should he succeed, it might grant him the most suitable Rinnegan. Gazing out at the luminous moon, he recalled the words spoken by Kushina at her deathbed, a confident smile gracing his lips as he murmured, 2 more years. The following morning, Naruto examined the wounds from his previous day's skirmish and was greeted by a smile. The most severe injuries had already formed scabs, while the lighter ones had healed completely, leaving no trace behind. His skin was remarkably fair and delicate, akin to that of a newborn. Having always been reticent in social interactions and facing the villagers' scorn, he remained an enigmatic figure in their midst. This only intensified his desire for isolation from human interaction, rendering Naruto seemingly aloof. While he did not become entirely indifferent, he refrained from initiating conversations with others. Typically, he donned a voluminous cloak paired with a hood, creating an impression of detachment from the world. As Naruto stood before the mirror, he beheld a striking figure reflecting back at him, adorned with a cool demeanor. His golden, flowing hair framed a delicate, pale visage. On either side of his face, 3 dark streaks resembling whiskers adorned his cheeks, while a crimson mark graced his forehead. He wore a simple white short-sleeved t-shirt and black trousers. Observing his reflection, Naruto mused. My hair has grown a bit long. I ought to get it trimmed. However, it seems the barber has refused to cut my hair since 2 years ago. He sighed, dismissing the thought. Oh well, it hardly matters. He donned the nearby cloak, muttering, it was just an accident that I singed his hair. I didn't intend for that to happen. What a petty fellow. This recollection took him back 2 years, when he had just learned his first C-rank wind release technique and was in high spirits, attending a local festival. Approaching a bonfire, he noticed a thief pilfering from the barber's money. The barber had always treated Naruto well, never deceiving him, so without a second thought, he unleashed the wind release technique. To his dismay, he miscalculated, sending the barber tumbling several meters towards the bonfire, singeing his hair. It was astonishing how a minor C-rank technique could propel someone so far. Besides, he had merely aimed to protect the barber's property. Having donned his cloak, Naruto reaffirmed to himself, indeed, he is far too petty. Glancing at his own fair skin, he noted, I should spend more time in the sun. I'm too pale, resembling a delicate boy. This lack of masculinity is troubling. He recalled watching Naruto, where the character was distinctly tanned, yet somehow, after becoming Naruto, he appeared as fair as a woman. It must be the producer's error. Naruto's skin was clearly sun-kissed, yet they portrayed him as pallid. Stepping outside, he strolled down the street, suddenly feeling the sun's intensity, prompting him to pull the hood of his cloak over his head. Thinking, this way, it's not so overwhelming. Arriving at his usual training ground for ninjutsu and shuriken practice, he spotted a group of young girls bullying a girl with striking white eyes. Upon seeing her, Naruto's heart momentarily paused. This was the first individual with white eyes he had encountered since arriving in the Naruto world. Moreover, this girl with white eyes was being tormented by a few ordinary children, How absurd. Though uncertain of the situation, he approached. The boys harassing the girl noticed Naruto's approach and arrogantly taunted, "Isn't that the freak? Do you want a beating too?" Naruto regarded these spoiled brats with disdain. Choosing to ignore them, he knelt beside the girl, helping her to her feet, and asked, "Are you all right?" "I am Uzumaki Naruto. What is your name?" Blushing, the girl graciously bowed in response. "Hello, I am Hyuga Hinata." Naruto was momentarily bewildered, his mind solely occupied by the name Hinata Hyuga. Upon regaining his composure and glancing at Hinata, he noticed her cheeks flushed, an utterly charming sight. He shamelessly thought to himself, "No wonder she's my wife, even at 5. She is so enchanting." Just as Naruto was lost in his own musings, Hinata shyly inquired, "I'm all right now. Could you please let go of my hand?" It then dawned on Naruto that he had been holding her hand without realizing it. He immediately released her hand, and Hinata's face remained flushed, making Naruto feel slightly embarrassed. The atmosphere became rather awkward. As Naruto pondered what to say to Hinata, a group of forgotten rascals angrily shouted, "How dare you ignore us? Let us take down this monster." With that, they charged at Naruto, who instantly grew serious. He thought, "I'm already troubled. Now these pesky kids want to cause more chaos. Just wait until I deal with you." In a flash, Naruto formed a series of hand seals and unleashed a powerful gust of wind, sending the kids flying into a nearby thicket, landing with a thud. They cried out in terror, "Monster! Monster! Run for your lives!" Once they fled, Naruto merely muttered, "Useless brats," and turned back to Hinata, asking, "Hinata, where do you live? Let me escort you home." Hinata, puzzled by the children calling Naruto a monster, wondered why they would label him as such when he was clearly so gentle. His effortless dismissal of the troublemakers revealed his strength, a stark contrast to her own perceived frailty. Just as she was about to respond, a figure appeared beside her, shielding her protectively. The newcomer warned Naruto, "Stay away from Lady Hinata, do you hear me?" Recognizing the white-eyed guardian as Hinata's protector, Naruto smiled and replied, "I suppose I need to walk you home after all. Until next time, Hinata." Hinata, momentarily stunned, replied, "Yes, Naruto-kun, see you again." Naruto leaped away, vanishing from her sight. Her guardian crouched down and advised, "Lady Hinata, you should keep your distance from that boy." Confused, Hinata asked why. The guardian responded, "Lady Hinata, you need not know. Just understand that he is a monster." Hinata refrained from questioning further, but resolved to discreetly learn why Naruto was labeled a monster, as she too felt like one in the eyes of those ordinary children. After practicing shuriken techniques and body skills at his usual training spot, Naruto found himself unable to focus, his thoughts constantly drifting back to Hinata. Alarmed, he thought, "Am I developing a crush on a little girl? She's only 5. And here I am, an old man nearing a century across 3 lifetimes, preoccupied with thoughts of a 5-year-old. What is wrong with me?" He concluded that hunger must be the cause of his distraction. "Never mind, I'll just grab a bowl of ramen," he decided. Casually entering a ramen shop, he ordered a large bowl and began to eat. Just as he was about to pay the bill, he realized his wallet was missing. At that moment, Naruto could not recall where he had misplaced it. Uncle Ichiraku noticed Naruto standing there, rummaging through his pockets as if searching for something, and inquired, "Naruto, what's the matter? Did you forget your money?" Naruto replied, "I'm sorry, I seem to have lost my wallet." Uncle Ichiraku chuckled, "No worries, no worries. Allow me to treat you. Could you help me deliver this takeout? My daughter hasn't returned from her delivery yet, and I can't leave." Naruto responded, "Sure, I have some free time anyway." Uncle Ichiraku beamed, "Thank you, Naruto. Please take this to the home of the Uchiha clan leader. This morning, clan leader Fugaku mentioned it should be delivered by noon. Please hurry." Naruto nodded and picked up the nearby takeout box, heading out. As he walked, Naruto found it rather peculiar that he had encountered Hinata Hyuga in the morning and would soon see Sasuke Uchiha in the afternoon. It seemed almost like a twist of fate that within a single day, he would meet 2 of the most significant figures in his life. A smile crept across Naruto's lips as he murmured, "Uchiha, huh? I hope you won't disappoint me. It seems I can arrive ahead of schedule." Upon reaching the Uchiha clan's compound, he gazed upon the prosperity before him, hard to believe that in 2 years, it would become a desolate ruin. Upon arriving at Fugaku Uchiha's home, he spotted a young boy practicing shuriken throwing. This was a remarkably handsome little boy, though still somewhat youthful. His eyes were resolute and piercing, exuding an air of pride. His fair skin rivaled Naruto's own. Naruto recognized him as Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, noticing someone approaching, turned to find a rather peculiar individual standing not far behind him, clad in a black cloak even in the sweltering heat, with the hood pulled up. Was he not hot? He entered without so much as a greeting, displaying a lack of manners. Sasuke observed him standing there, dazed and foolish. He could only conclude that the second definition he had for Naruto was that of a buffoon. Had Naruto been aware of Sasuke's thoughts, he might have impulsively retaliated, though presently, Sasuke was no match for him, so all was well. The two maintained a cold, silent stare for nearly a minute before Sasuke coolly inquired, "Who are you, and what do you want?" Intentionally disregarding the takeout box in Naruto's hands. Naruto lifted the box slightly and replied nonchalantly, "I'm here to deliver takeout." After that brief exchange, silence enveloped them again, and the atmosphere reverted to its prior chill. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a youth who bore a striking resemblance to Sasuke, approximately 17 years of age. Both Naruto and Sasuke turned their gaze towards the young man. Sasuke, filled with excitement, rushed to the youth and exclaimed, "Brother, I was practicing shuriken throwing. Are you free? You said you would teach me." Naruto recognized this person as Itachi Uchiha, the man who was the embodiment of loyalty to Konohagakure, fiercely devoted to his ideals, even willing to slaughter his own clan for them. In Naruto's perception, Itachi represented the pinnacle of perfection, both as a person and a ninja, akin to his own father in greatness. Yet, they shared a common vulnerability, their family ties. Itachi, undeterred by danger, returned to Konoha to caution Danzo against harming his brother, Sasuke. Similarly, Minato employed the Shiki Fujin technique to allow Kushina a fleeting glimpse of their son, Naruto. Both individuals are truly remarkable. Itachi extended 2 fingers and gently tapped Sasuke's forehead, smiling as he said, "Forgive me, Sasuke, perhaps next time." Upon hearing this, Sasuke reacted like a petulant child, sulking. "It's always like this, humph," turning his face away in displeasure. Naruto observed their brotherly interaction, filled with envy, as this kind of familial bond was something he had never experienced in his lifetime. Noticing Naruto's envious gaze and the takeout box in his hands, Itachi smiled and asked, "Little brother, have you come to deliver food? Please, come inside." With that, Itachi stepped into the house, and Naruto, without a word, followed suit. Sasuke, seeing them enter, had no choice but to comply as well. Itachi pointed to the dining table in the hall and instructed Naruto to place the box there. After setting it down, Naruto retrieved 2 bowls of ramen and prepared to leave. At that moment, Itachi spoke to Naruto, "Would you like to stay and have a meal with my brother Sasuke? I have some matters to attend to. You are the same age as Sasuke, and I believe you could become great friends." Sasuke, feeling as though his fur was bristling like an agitated cat, retorted, "Brother, what are you saying? You think I could be friends with this fool? Don't joke around." Naruto, overhearing Sasuke's disparaging remark, was equally incensed. "What did you say? You arrogant little brat dare to call me foolish? On what grounds do you make such a claim?" Sasuke disdainfully glanced at Naruto, scoffing, "In this sweltering heat, you wear a cloak, a hat, and a mask, covering yourself completely except for half your face. If that isn't foolishness, what is it? You look utterly daft." Naruto, taken aback by Sasuke's words, prepared to retort but found himself at a loss for words, as Sasuke's observations rang true. Frustrated, he yanked off his black cloak and tossed it out the window. He then glared at Sasuke, about to argue, when he noticed Sasuke staring blankly at him. "Hey, what's wrong? Are you dazed? Why do you keep staring at me?" Naruto queried, prompting Sasuke to snap back to reality. "Oh, so you're a girl? Girls should be more reserved, especially when you're so beautiful," he remarked. Naruto, upon hearing this, nearly sputtered blood in outrage. "I'm a boy. Aya," he bellowed. Sasuke, skeptical of this revelation, inquired, "You're a boy?" Naruto retorted fiercely, "What does that dubious expression mean?" Sasuke huffed and turned his face away, muttering, "Why would a boy be so pretty? Anyone would misunderstand. It seems you're not just foolish, but also a bit of a weirdo." Fuming with rage, Naruto shot back, "Better than you, you insufferable, arrogant little brat with a sharp tongue." With that, he too turned his face away. As Itachi observed the interaction between the two, he smiled and remarked, "All right, you two should eat your meal first. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Sasuke, gazing earnestly at his brother, replied, "You must remember this for next time." Itachi chuckled, "Certainly." With that, he exited the room. Sasuke, his eyes filled with anticipation, watched his brother until the door clicked shut, then turned to Naruto and asked, "By the way, what is your name, you big fool?" Naruto, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. And you, haughty one? Sasuke replied nonchalantly, I am Uchiha Sasuke. And do not call me names, you big fool. Naruto retorted, fine, but you mustn't insult me either. Sasuke, choosing not to engage further, said, let us eat. I'm famished. He promptly sat down and began to relish his ramen, prompting Naruto to join him in silence. After they finished their meal, Sasuke ventured outside to practice his shuriken techniques. Noticing Sasuke training, Naruto approached and followed suit. Initially taken aback by Naruto's presence, Sasuke chose not to speak and continued honing his skills. However, he soon realized that Naruto's shuriken skills were on par with, if not surpassing, his own, prompting a spark of competitive spirit within him. Likewise, Naruto was astonished by Sasuke's rapid progress. What once was a hit rate of only 6 or 7 out of 10 shuriken was now a perfect score, with his techniques advancing at an astonishing pace. As a result, both boys grew stronger through their rivalry, mutually acknowledging each other's talents. They practiced diligently until dusk, the sky darkening around them. During this time, Itachi had visited, but their intense focus rendered them oblivious. Soon after, a man and a woman approached, revealing themselves to be Uchiha Fuki and Uchiha Mikoto. Just as Itachi was about to speak, Fuki's gaze silenced him. He observed Sasuke's remarkable improvement with his shuriken. Finding it truly extraordinary, this was not the typical growth one would expect from Sasuke. Beside him, his friend's child, the fourth Hokage's son, exhibited equally impressive progress. After a brief observation, he departed with Mikoto and Itachi, unnoticed by Naruto and Sasuke, who remained engrossed in their training. As they immersed themselves in their practice, a melodious voice called from behind them, dinner is ready, Sasuke, Naruto. The boys snapped back to reality and turned to see a woman standing behind them. Mother! Sasuke exclaimed joyfully, while Naruto stared in bewilderment. Uchiha Mikoto smiled warmly, taking Sasuke's hand and then extending her other hand to grasp Naruto's, leading him back into the house, where he remained in a daze. By the time Naruto regained his senses, he found himself seated at a round table alongside Sasuke. Facing Uchiha Fuki, Mikoto, and Itachi, Mikoto served him a helping of food, saying, Come on, Naruto, eat up. Why are you just sitting there? Staring blankly at the food before him, Naruto found himself at a loss. Sasuke, too, appeared somewhat bewildered. At that moment, Fuki's voice interjected, Mikoto, your sudden warmth might leave the children feeling overwhelmed. Realizing her oversight, Mikoto promptly acknowledged, I suppose I got a bit carried away with my excitement. Contemplating the amicable bond between Naruto and Sasuke, as well as Naruto's peaceful growth, an overwhelming joy surged within me. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Naruto and remarked, You must find this quite curious, but there is nothing particularly strange about it. Your parents were our closest friends, and even before your birth, both our families hoped you and Sasuke would become like brothers. Upon hearing Fugaku and Mikoto's words, Sasuke felt a tinge of disbelief, while Naruto remained remarkably composed. Noticing Naruto's calm demeanor, Fugaku expressed mild surprise. You don't seem perturbed or astonished at all. In response, Naruto coolly stated, from Aunt Mikoto's eyes, I perceive profound affection and care, and from Uncle Fugaku, I sense reassurance. Such gazes are reserved for elders looking upon their juniors. Unlike others, who regard me with cold disdain and hatred, I surmise you must share a deep bond with my late parents. Upon hearing Naruto's response, Fugaku, Mikoto, and Itachi transitioned from surprise to sheer astonishment, marveling at the child's extraordinary intellect, which was nothing short of astonishing. They could not help but think of Minato, sighing inwardly. Truly, he is his father's son. His intellect is formidable. Very well, let us dine, Fugaku declared. Naruto politely responded, Thank you, uncle and aunt, for your hospitality. While I am eager to inquire about my parents, I presume you would not divulge such information, would you? Fugaku met Naruto's gaze and replied, As much as I wish to share, it is beyond our capacity to reveal. I sincerely apologize, Naruto. Although a hint of disappointment flickered within him, Naruto calmly responded, I apologize for my imposition and any discomfort I may have caused. Fugaku reassured him, It is quite all right. While we cannot share what you seek, though your parents may no longer be with you, you may consider us your family. Sasuke is your brother, Itachi is your elder brother, and Mikoto and I will watch over you as your parents would. Fugaku then turned to Sasuke and asked, Sasuke, do you wish for Naruto to be your brother? Surprised by his father's inquiry, Sasuke took a moment to contemplate before responding. Though he may be a bit foolish, I can accept him. After all, he is not unpleasant. Naruto felt a surge of emotion. Although Sasuke's words ignited a flicker of irritation, he could discern the sincerity behind them. Fugaku then inquired of Naruto, "Do you wish to be a member of our family?" The sincerity hidden beneath Fugaku's calm exterior warmed Naruto's heart, prompting him to softly affirm, "Yes." Upon receiving the responses from Sasuke and Naruto, Fugaku's serene gaze momentarily flickered with emotion before he swiftly concealed it. Nodding, he stated coolly, "Then let us eat." However, Naruto, with his keen perceptiveness as a Jinchuriki, discerned the subtle shift in Fugaku's expression, leading him to understand why Sasuke was so aloof. His demeanor was undeniably inherited from his father. With a sense of resignation, Naruto returned to his meal, constantly questioning himself whether his profound yearning for familial affection led him to impulsively acquiesce to Fuchio's proposal. Naruto returned to his humble abode after dinner. Lying on his bed, he reminisced about the caring gazes of Fuchio and Mikoto, which instantly warmed his heart. As he gazed out at the moonlit sky, he murmured to himself, "It seems the plan requires a slight adjustment." The following morning, Naruto hurriedly made his way to Sasuke's residence, calling for him to join in practice with Shuriken. The door was opened by Itachi, who smiled upon seeing Naruto and remarked, "Naruto, you've come quite early to seek Sasuke for training." Naruto politely replied, "Yes, Itachi and I promised Sasuke yesterday that I would come to train with him." Itachi nodded with a smile and called into the house, "Sasuke, Naruto is here to see you." A voice from within responded, "Okay, coming." Moments later, Sasuke rushed to Naruto and Itachi's side, visibly anxious yet attempting to feign composure as he declared, "I'm here, let us go." With a casual flourish, he stepped out of the house without even bidding Itachi farewell. Naruto cast a resigned glance at Sasuke before turning to Itachi, saying, "We're off now. Itachi and I, goodbye." Itachi smiled back, "I leave Sasuke in your care, Naruto." As Naruto walked away, he glanced back, assuring, "I will take care of him, Itachi and I. Sasuke, wait for me." Itachi watched them depart with a smile. Deep down, he understood that aside from himself, Sasuke had little interaction with others. Thus, the sudden emergence of a friend was bound to evoke both tension and excitement in Sasuke, and Itachi found no fault in his brother's momentary lapse. To Itachi, Sasuke's happiness surpassed all else. Upon arriving at the woods, Naruto and Sasuke began their shuriken training. Observing as Sasuke leapt onto a branch, executing 3 shuriken throws simultaneously from 3 different angles, followed by a series of agile movements in midair, Naruto was impressed. The sound of shuriken striking the target rang out, echoing in the tranquil forest. Sasuke, upon witnessing his success, cast a proud glance towards Naruto, as if to say, "Look how remarkable I am." Naruto responded in kind, "Impressive. Sasuke, I didn't realize your shuriken skills were so exceptional." Receiving Naruto's praise, Sasuke raised his head high with pride, determined not to be outdone. Naruto retrieved his own shuriken, declaring, "I can't fall behind." He then leapt high into the air, performing intricate flips while launching shuriken, landing gracefully with similar applause of shuriken hitting their mark. Sasuke, taken aback, remarked, "I didn't expect you to achieve that. I underestimated you. Let us continue." Sasuke, being competitive by nature, was spurred on by Naruto's capabilities. Naruto, equally unwilling to be outdone, especially considering his past lives, resolved that losing to a mere 5-year-old, regardless of Sasuke's innate talent, would not be acceptable. The two practiced diligently in the woods for quite some time before finally lying on the grass to rest. Sasuke remarked, "I never anticipated you to be this formidable." Naruto replied, "You are the true genius here." Upon hearing this, Sasuke smiled with delight and replied, "You're not too shabby yourself." He quickly succumbed to slumber. Naruto, observing the sleeping Sasuke, couldn't help but reflect on the formidable little boy before him. At just 5 years of age, he was impressively skilled, truly deserving of being Indra's reincarnation. Although Naruto himself was also 5, he boasted 2 lifetimes' worth of experience and resolve. Yet, when it came to their innate abilities, he felt they were almost evenly matched. After resting his eyes for a moment, Naruto noticed that Sasuke had sufficiently recuperated and suggested, "Let us engage in a practical training exercise." Sasuke, pleased by the idea, responded, "Sure. As long as you're not afraid of getting hurt." With a boastful grin, Naruto retorted, "Who gets hurt is yet to be determined, little brat." Without allowing Sasuke a moment to respond, He hurled a shuriken at him. Quickly, Sasuke leaped to a tree branch and retaliated with several shuriken of his own, launching a kunai towards Naruto while declaring, "Aren't you also a little brat? Sneaking an attack like that is quite despicable." Naruto, witnessing Sasuke's counterattack, drew his kunai, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of skills, each evenly matched in their prowess. Realizing he could not gain the upper hand in taijutsu, Sasuke, after another clash of kunai, leaped back to create distance. Naruto attempted to pursue him, but Sasuke threw his kunai in a swift motion. Naruto deflected Sasuke's kunai and looked at him, only to see Sasuke rapidly forming hand seals. Placing his hands near his mouth, he declared, "Fire style, fireball jutsu." A massive fireball surged towards Naruto, who was momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's capability. Nonetheless, he quickly formed his own hand seals and swept his right hand forward. Invoking wind style, great breakthrough. The powerful gust collided with Sasuke's fireball in midair, resulting in a spectacular cancellation of both techniques. Sasuke was stunned that his fireball had been neutralized, momentarily caught off guard. However, Naruto seized the opportunity, launching the kunai he had bitten between his teeth towards Sasuke, inadvertently grazing his arm. Noticing this, Naruto rushed over. Anxiety etched on his face. "Sasuke, are you all right?" He examined Sasuke's arm and swiftly retrieved cotton, ointment, and bandages from his ninja tool pouch. Using tweezers, he cleaned the blood from Sasuke's arm with the cotton, discarding the stained cotton into a sealed bag. Before applying the ointment and wrapping the bandage around the wound, he looked at Sasuke and asked, "Are you all right? Does it still hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital?" By the time Naruto approached him, Sasuke had regained his composure and was about to speak when he noticed Naruto's earnest efforts to staunch the bleeding and apply the ointment. He watched in a daze as Naruto tended to him. Seeing Naruto so anxious brought a flicker of warmth to his heart. When Naruto asked him again, Sasuke finally snapped back to reality, turning his head awkwardly and coldly replying, "It's nothing. This minor injury is hardly worth the fuss." With that, he shrugged off Naruto's grip and strode away with an air of pride. Naruto scratched his head, chuckling, as he followed Sasuke, saying, "Let me walk you home." Sasuke coldly responded, "Do as you wish," and quickened his pace. Naruto jogged to keep up with him. Upon arriving at Sasuke's home, they were greeted by Itachi, who always wore a gentle smile. Itachi noticed the bandages wrapped around Sasuke's arm and, with genuine concern, inquired, "Sasuke, how did you sustain such an injury? Is it serious?" Sasuke replied, "It's nothing, brother. I merely scraped myself during training. That fool Naruto insisted on wrapping me up." Turning to Naruto, Itachi expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Naruto. My brother doesn't know how to take care of himself. I am grateful for your presence." Naruto, feeling a bit embarrassed, responded, "It's nothing, really. You don't need to thank me. It's my responsibility. If it weren't for my mistake, Sasuke wouldn't have been hurt." Growing impatient with their endless chatter, Sasuke interjected, "All right. I've said I'm fine." Naruto, eager to continue training, stepped inside the house. Itachi, feeling apologetic, said to Naruto, "I'm sorry about him. That's just how he is. See you tomorrow." Naruto politely replied, "All right, see you tomorrow, Itachi." After that, Naruto headed home. As Itachi watched Naruto disappear from his sight, he turned to check on Sasuke. On his way home, Naruto stopped for a bowl of ramen and, upon returning home, lay down for an afternoon nap. Meanwhile, far away in the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage observed Naruto through a crystal ball, shaking his head in resignation. Sleeping right after a meal is not good for his health. I must find a moment to speak with him. This child truly does not take care of himself. As he watched the slumbering Naruto and recalled the sparring session with Sasuke, he murmured, "Both of them are promising talents for Konoha's future, worthy of nurturing. They will grow to be the pillars of our village. In a few days, I shall send them to the Ninja Academy for proper training." After a final glance, the third Hokage concluded his surveillance of Naruto. Just as the third Hokage ended his observation, Naruto, lying in bed, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He murmured, "It seems it's over. I hope it doesn't disappoint me." It turned out that when Naruto and Sasuke were training in the woods, Naruto, possessing a formidable spiritual strength, sensed a feeling of being watched. He deduced that it must be the third Hokage peering at him through the crystal ball. To avoid drawing attention and to reassure the Hokage, he feigned friendliness, caring for his friends and companions, exhibiting the innocence expected of a 5-year-old. His sparring with Sasuke also served to demonstrate his innate talent, ensuring that the third Hokage would recognize his abilities and remain steadfast against Danzo's interference. Otherwise, the old man might unexpectedly compromise, which, albeit unlikely, was a concern. Once the third Hokage ceased his surveillance, Naruto closed his eyes again, feeling around him. Sensing no one was watching, he declared, "Byakugan, activate." Instantly, the veins around Naruto's eyes became pronounced as his Byakugan opened. A spatial rift gradually formed before him, and with a swift motion of his hand, he summoned a bag, specifically, the one he had used to collect the cotton soaked with Sasuke's blood during the first aid. After retrieving the bag, Naruto closed his Byakugan, swiftly retrieving numerous medical instruments from beneath the bed. He placed the cotton soaked in Sasuke's blood into a glass vial adorned with numerous small apertures. With a glass rod in hand, he exerted considerable pressure to extract every last drop of Sasuke's blood from the cotton, ceasing only when he had succeeded. Next, Naruto produced a needle, pricking his fingertip to draw a single drop of his blood onto a glass slide. He then utilized a pipette to amalgamate a small amount of both Sasuke's and his own blood. Through the lens of a purloined microscope, Naruto observed the harmonious integration of their blood, devoid of any signs of rejection. Moreover, the cells appeared remarkably more vibrant and active. Realizing that he had achieved a significant milestone, Naruto understood that his blood and Sasuke's did not repel each other. The next step was meticulous observation. Only with stable cells could he boldly inject Sasuke's blood into his own body, thereby enabling him to possess both Ashura and Indra's chakra, ultimately granting him the power to awaken the Rinnegan capable of reviving his parents. Gazing intently at Sasuke's blood, he clenched his fists and vowed, "Mother, Father, I will undoubtedly resurrect you. Regardless of the challenges I face, I shall not retreat even an inch." After conducting repeated experiments without discovering any rejection between his blood and Sasuke's, Naruto seized the syringe filled with Sasuke's blood and prepared to inject it into himself. Such an act bore tremendous risks, for no one could predict the transformations that might ensue. Although there was the cautionary tale of Uchiha Madara's experiences, the theoretical groundwork had been laid. Yet, the specifics of his success remained a mystery. Furthermore, Naruto and Sasuke were not Madara and Hashirama, so the outcome was uncertain. However, should he succeed, he would attain his own Rinnegan, devoid of any rejection, as it would be his own eyes. This was Naruto's carefully considered plan, merging Sasuke's cells with his own in pursuit of the Sage Eye. Shortly after injecting Sasuke's blood, Naruto felt an intensely cold chakra manifest within him, intertwining with his own. The agony of this fusion was excruciating, as if he were being torn asunder. He collapsed onto the bed, biting into the quilt and sheets to stifle his cries, fearful of attracting attention. Ultimately, unable to endure the pain any longer, he gritted his teeth, confronting the overwhelming torment. His gaze fell upon a nearby stick, a glint of determination sparking in his eyes. Seizing the stick, he struck it forcefully against his head, plunging into unconsciousness. Just before losing awareness, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. As he relinquished sensation of his corporeal form, Naruto discovered that his consciousness remained intact, transporting him to a dimly lit space. Surveying his surroundings, he pondered, could this be the seal of the Nine Tails? Yet, it felt different from his memories of the sealing space. The sealed area he recalled resembled a sewer, whereas this place was shrouded in darkness, devoid of water. Perhaps it was a butterfly effect resulting from his transmutation. But where was the Nine Tails? He saw no sign of it. As Naruto grappled with the uncertainty of his whereabouts, two figures abruptly materialized before him. One exuded an air of malevolence, unmistakably embodying evil, while the other stood in stark contrast, radiating an aura of righteousness and kindness. More intriguingly, both bore an uncanny resemblance to Naruto himself. With a wary gaze, Naruto scrutinized these unexpected visitors, who regarded him with an appraising stare. He instinctively took a step back, observing them closely, and queried cautiously, "Who are you, and where is this place? Did you bring me here?" The benevolent figure, smiling gently, replied, "There is no need for alarm. This is your soul's space, and it was indeed I who drew your consciousness here. As for our identities, simply put, both I and this malevolent individual are facets of you. If you doubt this, examine closely. Can you discern any difference between us?" Naruto's vigilance intensified at these words, and he retorted coldly, "You claim to be me? What a ridiculous jest. Release me at once, or I shall not hold back." With that, he assumed a fighting stance, ready to confront them. The amiable Naruto sighed. "It seems clarity is essential for your belief. You possess the memories of 3 lifetimes, having reincarnated thrice. You absorbed fragments of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's soul, merging them with your original essence. You bear a white eye inherited from Kaguya, and in your quest to resurrect your parents. You have even infused your being with Sasuke's blood to attain Indra's chakra. Am I mistaken? Astonishment filled Naruto's heart. These were his deepest secrets, known to no one. Yet, this doppelganger before him was fully aware of them. As he regained his composure, he began to accept their revelations, although lingering questions remained. Lowering his guard, he calmly inquired, "If you are indeed me, why was I unaware of your existence? When did you emerge?" The benevolent Naruto, momentarily taken aback, responded, "You accept my words rather swiftly. However, it is not surprising. I am you, and I understand your thoughts implicitly, so there is little reason for astonishment." Growing impatient, Naruto urged, "Enough with the pleasantries. Tell me everything I wish to know." Noticing Naruto's impatience, the kind Naruto continued, "In essence, when you fused the soul fragments of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki and Ashura, you were still a fetus, your development incomplete, and your being fragile. The emotional weight carried by those fragments far exceeded your capacity to bear. Had the fusion been forced, it would have resulted in catastrophic damage to your brain. Acting on instinct, you utilized the power of the white eye to extract those emotions, allowing you to perceive memories devoid of feeling. The emotions extracted, namely the 7 feelings and 6 desires, naturally repelled impulses that opposed them. Much like yin and yang, they formed 2 opposing entities, simultaneously assimilating the residual consciousness of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki and Ashura, thus giving rise to awareness. Awareness enables one to contain the emotional turmoil that may inflict harm upon oneself. Thus, we are an integral part of you, embodying your myriad emotions and desires. Your infusion with Sasuke's blood was intended to awaken the Rinnegan, yet the activation of this eye necessitates a profound emotional upheaval. Do you comprehend?" Naruto nodded affirmatively and replied, "I understand. You are my emotions, and to awaken the eye, I must possess a complete array of feelings, or rather, a whole soul. According to Taoist philosophy, a person harbors 3 souls and 7 spirits, with emotions representing the 7 spirits, encompassing one's desires. My 7 spirits are fragmented, and you too represent the missing aspects of my essence, do you not? Therefore, let us unite. Only through your fusion can I achieve wholeness, enabling me to awaken the Rinnegan and resurrect my parents." The benevolent Naruto regarded him and cautioned, "I must remind you, though we are part of you, we have developed our own independent consciousness. Thus, even after our fusion, our awareness will not vanish. While you will remain the dominant entity, you will be influenced by both of us, resulting in the emergence of 2 new facets of your personality. Are you still willing to merge with us?" Naruto responded calmly, "Without the fusion, I cannot awaken the eye. Furthermore, with your assistance, my chances of reviving my parents will increase significantly. After all, you are indeed a part of me. Are you not?" Benevolent Naruto paused, pondering, indeed. At that moment, the previously silent dark Naruto turned to the benevolent one and remarked, "Fool, remember, they are not merely your parents, they are our parents." The last statement was directed at Naruto. The benevolent Naruto, taken aback, looked at dark Naruto in astonishment. "Even you, this cold being, possess a sense of familial connection." Dark Naruto replied coolly, "Though I am an embodiment of malevolence, I possess consciousness. I am not a mere machine." With that, he transformed into a shadowy light and penetrated Naruto's soul. Following suit, the benevolent Naruto morphed into a radiant beam, entering alongside him. Instantly, Naruto experienced a surge of previously absent emotional fluctuations. As time progressed, his emotional intensity heightened, and his soul endured tremendous upheaval, a blend of joy and sorrow, bitterness and sweetness. Gradually, Naruto sensed a transformation within his character. He was no longer the indifferent person he once was. The completeness of his 7 spirits intensified his longing for his parents and his animosity towards the masked man. Ultimately, it felt as though he had transcended a certain limit. And gradually, his emotions began to stabilize. When Naruto awoke from his unconscious state, night had already fallen. He rose, illuminated the room, and approached the mirror. Observing his eyes, he noted no discernible change, expressing his disappointment. "Have I failed?" Sigh. Just as despair enveloped him, the voice of his dark persona echoed within, "Fool, have you let your emotions cloud your judgment? Gather your chakra into your eyes and see what transpires." Upon hearing Dark Naruto's words, Naruto hastily concentrated chakra in his eyes. Suddenly, he noticed a shift in his gaze as he looked into the mirror. His azure eyes, reminiscent of the ocean, had transformed into the intricate design of a Sharingan. Naruto gazed into the mirror, captivated by the swirling tomo in his eyes, his heart brimming with an overwhelming desire to shout aloud. 5 years had passed, 5 long years. Throughout this time, he had incessantly envisioned the eyes that would grant him the ability to see his parents once more, to resurrect them. Each day, Naruto could only behold the loving faces of Minato and Kushina in his dreams, where he could experience the warmth of parental affection. In this lifetime, for the 3rd time, he had finally felt the love of his parents, albeit briefly, leaving an indelible mark on his heart. In his mind, Naruto whispered to them, "Father, Mother, I have finally found hope for your revival. Soon, we shall be reunited." The following morning, as Naruto prepared to venture out in search of Sasuke for training, he opened the door to find the 3rd Hokage waiting. With a cheerful smile, the 3rd greeted him. "Good morning, Naruto." Startled for a moment, Naruto replied, "Good morning, Grandpa 3rd. Is there something you need so early? Please, come in." As he stepped aside to let the 3rd enter, the Hokage inquired, "What brings you up so early?" "Naruto, I'm off to find Sasuke to train. I aim to become a man capable of protecting those I cherish," Naruto declared, clenching his fists in determination. "Oh, so you understand the importance of protecting those dear to you now. Pray tell me, who are they?" The 3rd feigned surprise. "There's Sasuke, Hinata, my brother Itachi, Aunt Mikoto, Uncle Fugaku, and you, Grandpa 3rd, Naruto replied. The 3rd chuckled heartily, feeling a sense of pride, and silently communicated with Minato. "Did you hear that, Minato? Your child has splendidly inherited the will of fire. You would be proud." "Grandpa 3rd, what brings you to my home today?" "I have an appointment with Sasuke," Naruto asked. Looking at him, with a gentle demeanor, the 3rd responded, "Naruto, you are now 5 years old. It is time for you to enroll in the Ninja Academy. Only by graduating can you become a true ninja and better protect those you hold dear." Naruto's face lit up with joy. "Does this mean I will become even stronger?" "Indeed," the 3rd replied with a smile. "Now, let us go. I will accompany you to register. You shall begin school tomorrow and make many more friends." Naruto nodded enthusiastically. "All right, I will go fetch Sasuke to join us." "No need for that, Naruto. Sasuke will arrive with his parents. You will encounter him at the Ninja Academy." The 3rd reassured him. Naruto nodded in understanding. "Let us go then. How could he not inform me beforehand? That's just rude." Upon arriving at the academy, they found many others already present. After completing the registration, Naruto spotted Hinata, who was holding a basket, accompanied by a young man in his 30s, presumably Hinata's father, Heihachi Hyuga. Excitedly, Naruto rushed over and took Hinata's hand, exclaiming, "Hinata, you're here to register too. This means we'll be classmates. I'm so happy to go to school with you." Caught off guard by Naruto's sudden gesture, Hinata felt a mix of shyness and excitement. Her cheeks flushing as she replied, "I'm also very happy to attend school with you, Naruto-kun." At this moment, Hinata's father looked at Naruto and said, "You are Uzumaki Naruto. I appreciate your assistance to my daughter last time." Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, politely responded, "Ah, Hokage-sama, you have also arrived." The 3rd smiled and replied, "Indeed, I am here to accompany Naruto for his registration." As they conversed, Sasuke arrived, accompanied by his father. Upon seeing Sasuke, Naruto joyfully exclaimed, "Sasuke, Uncle Fugaku, why are you two so late? I have already registered with Grandpa 3rd." Sasuke, irritated, retorted, "Naruto, you idiot. You made me wait for half the day. You could have informed me that you were coming first." Naruto then recalled that he had indeed left Sasuke waiting and sheepishly replied, "I heard from Grandpa 3rd that you would be coming too, so I didn't search for you. But now that we have met, let us not dwell on it. Don't be so petty." Upon hearing Naruto's irresponsible remarks, Sasuke felt a desire to eliminate him to alleviate his own frustration. At that moment, Fugaku approached Naruto and the others, politely addressing the 3rd and Hiruzen, "Hokage-sama, clan leader Hisashi, it's good to see you both." The 3rd and Hisashi responded courteously, "Yes. Indeed, you are also here, clan leader Fugaku." Naruto, delighted, took Hinata's hand and introduced her to Sasuke, saying, "Sasuke, this is another friend of mine, besides you. Her name is Hyuga Hinata. Hinata, this is Sasuke." After glancing at Hinata, Sasuke said, "I will go register first. Let us train together later." "All right, I'll wait for you," Naruto replied. Fugaku then addressed the 3rd and Hisashi, Shall we proceed inside? Certainly, the third and Hisashi agreed. As Sasuke and Fugaku entered the registration area, Naruto turned to Hinata and asked, Hinata, would you like to join us for training? Hinata was taken aback by Naruto's invitation and glanced at Hisashi, feeling uncertain. She longed to go but feared her father's disapproval. Hisashi, noticing Hinata's gaze, understood her thoughts. Without looking directly at her, he simply stated, do not return too late. Hearing her father's consent, Hinata joyfully replied, thank you, father. When Sasuke and Fugaku emerged, Naruto took both Sasuke's and Hinata's hands, addressing the elders, Grandpa Third, Uncle Hisashi, Uncle Fugaku, we shall take our leave now. The third kindly said, go ahead. But do not stay out too late. Watching the trio vanish from sight, the third chuckled, they truly resemble their fathers. Minato was just like that in the past. Fugaku, hearing the third's words, responded with a smile. Indeed, at such a young age, their strength is nearing that of a Chunin. It's a pity Sasuke is a bit behind. The third looked at Fugaku and remarked, Sasuke is not lacking. You were far inferior at his age. Perhaps your expectations are too high. By the way, Hisashi, what is your daughter's skill level? Hisashi, overhearing their conversation, realized that these two often observed Sasuke and Naruto's training. He was also astonished by the talents of these children. Responding to the third's inquiry, Hisashi replied with disappointment, alas, my child is simply too gentle and weak. She cannot possibly compare to those two. Upon hearing the words, the third generation paused momentarily, then smiled and said, you are simply too strict. As long as one possesses a kind heart, they are a good child. They are still young, so there's no need to rush. Hearing the comforting words from the third generation, Daylight chuckled, perhaps I have indeed been too stringent. For a fleeting moment, the three fell into silence. Naruto and Sasuke led Hinata to the familiar training ground in the woods. Without uttering a word, Sasuke launched a sudden attack on Naruto, catching him off guard. As Naruto narrowly evaded Sasuke's punch, he exclaimed in indignation, Sasuke, you coward. Resorting to sneak attacks. Not pursuing Naruto after he dodged, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, and Naruto followed suit. The clash of their jutsu, fire style, fireball jutsu, and wind style, great breakthrough, instantly stirred up a cloud of dust. Naruto charged into the haze, utilizing the cover to mount a surprise assault on Sasuke. Startled by Naruto's emergence from the smoke, Sasuke's eyes transformed into the Sharingan, allowing him to seize Naruto's arm and, with a swift motion, toss him into the air while forming hand seals. In midair, Naruto quickly responded by forming his own seals. They unleashed their jutsu simultaneously, fire style, phoenix fire jutsu, and wind style, wind cutter technique. The resulting shockwave propelled both Naruto and Sasuke backward several meters until they collided with a tree trunk. Naruto exclaimed, Sasuke, you jerk. Are you trying to kill me? Sasuke retorted, you're no better, idiot. Hinata, initially bewildered by the sudden chaos in the woods, was taken aback as Sasuke unexpectedly attacked Naruto, leading to their ensuing brawl. As she regained her composure, she marveled at their displayed prowess, feeling a pang of self-doubt regarding her own abilities. Yet, she encouraged herself. Recognizing that they were of the same age, and despite their strength, they continued to strive for improvement. I cannot fall behind, she resolved. Seeing Naruto and Sasuke crash into the tree, Hinata hurried over and inquired, Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, are you alright? Naruto stood up and reassured her, I'm fine really. With Sasuke's meager strength, there's no way he could hurt me. Ha ha ha, I am quite strong. Sasuke, rising as well, remarked, you big fool. Even the thought of hurting me is a luxury for you. What did you say? Naruto retorted, his anger flaring. Sasuke defiantly matched his ire, and it seemed a confrontation was imminent. Hinata quickly interjected, Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, why not have something to eat? With that, she opened her basket, revealing a plethora of food. Upon seeing the food, Naruto suddenly remembered he hadn't eaten that morning, and joyfully rushed over to indulge, exclaiming, this is delicious. Hinata, you will surely make a wonderful wife in the future. Hinata's cheeks flushed a brilliant shade of red. Sasuke approached as well, thanking Hinata for her hospitality. Observing Naruto's ravenous eating habits, he commented, what a rude fellow. He too began to eat. You, the Uchiha's second son, have the audacity to speak of manners? You smell just as sweaty as I do. Perhaps you should wash up before eating. However, even during a simple meal, Sasuke and Naruto seized every opportunity to challenge each other. By the way, Sasuke, when did you silently awaken your Sharingan? It was only after finishing their meal that Naruto suddenly recalled Sasuke had been using his Sharingan throughout their combat. He was astonished and inquired. Knowing that Sasuke was merely 5 years old and had awakened it far earlier than he had in his memories, which was during the Land of Waves. The current Sasuke was undoubtedly much stronger than the one he remembered. I awakened it a few days ago during our training, Sasuke replied calmly. Naruto immediately understood. Their sparring a few days prior had ended in Naruto's victory, and Sasuke's unwillingness to accept defeat had spurred him to awaken his eyes. What a remarkable individual. Coming to this realization, Naruto felt a surge of joy for Sasuke. That is fantastic, Sasuke. You truly are a genius. Awakened at 5. And I recall Itachi opened his eyes at 7 or 8. You surpass even Itachi. Sasuke felt a sense of happiness at Naruto's enthusiasm for his achievement. Thank you, Naruto. Without your companionship during training, I wouldn't have awakened so quickly. Naruto, feeling a bit bashful, replied, It's nothing. It's all due to your own talent. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, fighting you makes me stronger too. So let us not thank each other and progress together. Yes, together we shall advance. Sasuke responded, touched. You're not Hinata. Your gratitude gives me goosebumps. It's so cold. I must not be wearing enough clothing, Naruto murmured, though Sasuke overheard. Sasuke felt foolish for thanking that insufferable brat and contemplated putting him in his place, realizing he had befriended a rogue. Meanwhile, Hinata's face flushed crimson upon hearing Naruto's words. Noticing Sasuke's gloomy expression and Hinata's rosy cheeks, Naruto recognized he had inadvertently spoken his mind again. Yet, with a thick skin developed over time, he decided to change the subject. Clearing his throat, he proposed, let us practice tree climbing and water walking. Indeed, Sasuke and Hinata's attention was diverted. Sasuke, curious, asked, tree climbing and water walking? What is that? Hinata appeared equally perplexed. It's a skill that involves channeling chakra to your feet, allowing you to walk on trees and water surfaces while simultaneously enhancing our control over chakra output to avoid wastage. As he spoke, he approached a tree and began to ascend. However, after just a few steps, he fell back down. This is tree climbing. Chakra output must be stable. Once we can walk freely on trees, we'll move on to water walking, at which point our chakra control will be adequately honed. Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, both Sasuke and Hinata were eager to try. Sasuke approached the tree and, following Naruto's instructions, concentrated chakra beneath his feet. Yet, like Naruto, he managed only a few steps before tumbling down. After landing, he stood before the tree, deep in thought. At this moment, Hinata arrived beneath the tree and, following Naruto's instructions, effortlessly ascended to the treetop before gracefully descending. Both Naruto and Sasuke were taken aback by Hinata's unexpected prowess. Naruto exclaimed, Hinata, you are incredible. How did you manage to accomplish that so effortlessly? Sasuke, too, was curious but prideful, unable to lower himself to inquire directly. Fortunately, Naruto had asked first, sparing him from having to seek the answer himself. Flushed with embarrassment from Naruto's praise, Hinata replied, actually, it was thanks to Naruto-kun's excellent teaching. I simply tried it the way he suggested, and to my surprise, I succeeded. At a loss for words, Naruto could only respond, then, Hinata, why not try walking on water? Sure, she agreed. Approaching the water's edge, Hinata concentrated her chakra beneath her feet and stepped onto the surface, astonishingly achieving success once more. Just as she had with the tree, Naruto and Sasuke found themselves at a loss for how to express their astonishment. Contemplating Hinata's remarkable chakra control, Naruto suddenly realized the connection upon seeing her be a Kugen, chiding himself inwardly for his earlier ignorance. He then chuckled, now I understand why Hinata mastered tree climbing and water walking so swiftly. Sasuke, intrigued, asked, what is the reason? Naruto candidly replied, it has to do with Hinata's Byakugan. Byakugan? What is that? Sasuke queried in confusion. Sasuke, are you genuinely unaware or just pretending? Byakugan is a dojutsu bloodline limit. Much like your Uchiha Sharingan, Naruto explained. Bloodline limit? Sasuke looked at Naruto with curiosity. Observing Sasuke's apparent lack of knowledge regarding bloodline limits, Naruto felt exasperated, thinking to himself, how can you not know about something you possess? Nevertheless, he patiently elaborated, a bloodline limit is a technique passed down through bloodlines, like your Sharingan and Hinata's Byakugan, which are both forms of dojutsu. Upon hearing this, Sasuke understood that both he and Hinata possessed bloodline limits, specifically dojutsu. He then asked, If dojutsu is merely a type of bloodline limit, are there other kinds? Of course, Naruto replied. There are two other types of bloodline limits. One is a physical manifestation, like the first Hokages would release, and my own bloodline limit falls into this category as well. The first chakra is renowned for its vitality and sealing ability, and I share that characteristic, being a distant relative of the Senju clan. Sasuke and Hinata gazed at Naruto in astonishment, exclaiming, "You possess a bloodline limit too?" Naruto responded with a hint of confusion. "Is it strange that I have a bloodline limit?" With that, several chains emerged from his body, swirling around him. After retracting the chains, he explained, "The other type confused two different chakra natures into a new one, but I have yet to encounter one of those, so I'm unaware of how they function." Sasuke pondered for a moment before asking, "How do you know all of this? Logically, you shouldn't be aware of such matters." Naruto nodded and said, "Indeed, this information was imparted to me by an enigmatic old man who appeared in my dreams." Sasuke, intrigued, asked, "In your dreams? What sort of old man was he?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Naruto replied. He introduced himself as Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo, also known as the Sage of Six Paths. Both Sasuke and Hinata expressed their astonishment. The Sage of Six Paths. Yes, Naruto continued. He also revealed that the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans are all his descendants. The Uchiha clan descends from his elder son, Indra, who inherited his eyes, while the Senju and Uzumaki clans are descendants of his younger son, Azura. Furthermore, the sage mentioned he had a brother, who, along with him, inherited their mother's Rinnegan and Byakugan. His brother's lineage also branched into two, one inheriting the eyes, the Hyuga clan, and the other inheriting the physical prowess, the Ōtsutsuki clan. Thus, we three could be considered blood relatives. Sasuke and Hinata, still taken aback, quickly regained their composure. Sasuke inquired, "Did the Sage of Six Paths mention anything else?" After pondering for a moment, Naruto responded. He warned that the tablet belonging to the Uchiha clan had been tampered with, likely by someone connected to your mother. He also stressed that we must never allow the infinite Tsukuyomi to be activated, for that would break the seal on his mother, Kagaya Ōtsutsuki, leading the world to ruin. Having calmed down, Sasuke pondered Naruto's words with a furrowed brow. After a while, he raised his head and asked, "What are the conditions for breaking the seal?" Did the sage specify? Yes, Naruto affirmed. He stated that all the tailed beasts and the Rinnegan must be involved. The Rinnegan requires the combined chakra of the reincarnations of Azura and Indra to awaken. Yet, he also mentioned that decades ago, one reincarnation of Indra had already awakened the Rinnegan, so it is already in existence. But the nine-tailed beasts are held by various ninja villages, so there is no need for concern regarding them. What are the nine-tailed beasts? Hinata inquired curiously. Naruto smiled at Hinata and explained. The tailed beasts are 9 powerful creatures endowed with immense chakra, created by the Sage of Six Paths after he divided the 10 tails using his yang release and his brother's yin release. Currently, the tailed beasts are sealed within the Jinchuriki of each village. Thus, they remain quite safe and pose no threat. Sasuke, perplexed, asked, "Then what about the tablet of our Uchiha clan? I have yet to see any tablet. Even if that tablet were before you, you would not comprehend it," Naruto said. "Only the Mangekyo Sharingan can decipher its contents. By the way, the Mangekyo Sharingan is an evolution of the Sharingan, and there exists an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which requires the exchange of Mangekyo Sharingan between 2 biological brothers. This is necessary because prolonged use of the Mangekyo Sharingan leads to deteriorating eyesight, whereas the eternal variant does not result in such side effects. However, the tablet has been tampered with, so do not place your faith in its inscriptions." Upon hearing this, Sasuke inquired, "How does one awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan?" The condition for awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan is the loss of a beloved person. Do you still desire it? Naruto candidly disclosed the conditions for awakening the eye. Sasuke immediately shook his head in response. "Naruto-kun, you mentioned that each ninja village has a Jinchuriki. Does our Leaf village have one as well?" Hinata asked curiously. Naruto boldly replied, "Of course, I am the Jinchuriki of our Leaf village." Both Sasuke and Hinata were taken aback once again. However, the true shock was not felt by Hinata and Sasuke, but rather by the third Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hyuga Hayashi, who were far away in the Hokage's office. The atmosphere was tense and oppressive in the office. The third Hokage gazed at the crystal ball and inquired of Fugaku and Hayashi, "Is what Naruto said true? What are your thoughts on the information he shared today?" Fugaku, glancing at Naruto in the crystal ball, replied, Indeed, there is a stone tablet in our Uchiha clan's shrine. The third Hokage then remarked, so, Naruto's words hold truth. Fugaku activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and addressed the third Hokage. That is correct. Moreover, I have deciphered all the inscriptions using my Mangekyo Sharingan. It does mention that true peace can be realized through the infinite Tsukuyami. However, I believe that is impossible. Immersing everyone in illusion cannot be deemed peace. The third Hokage and Hayashi looked at Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan in astonishment, exclaiming, I did not expect you to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. It seems the sorrow of war has led you to this. Fugaku continued, that is a matter of the past. What concerns me now is my family. I would do anything for Itachi and Sasuke. We must safeguard this hard-earned peace. The third Hokage nodded, affirming, indeed. We must protect this peace for the sake of our future generations. Regarding Naruto's statement, do you have any additional insights? Fugaku responded, according to our clan's records. The Uchiha and Senju clans are indeed descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. However, as time has passed, many have forgotten this. As for the Rinnegan resulting from the fusion of Ashura and Indra's chakra, I am uncertain. Yet, based on Naruto's revelations, I believe that if anyone can awaken the Rinnegan, it must be Madara. The first Hokage and Uchiha Madara are the most fitting reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. The third Hokage pondered. Indeed, this possibility seems most plausible. I recall Jiraiya mentioning a pupil with the Rinnegan he encountered in the Land of Rain. According to Naruto's intelligence, the Rinnegan can only be awakened through the fusion of Ashura and Indra's chakra, which belongs to the first Hokage and Madara. Thus, the boy possessing the Rinnegan may have received his eyes from Madara, suggesting that all of this could be part of Uchiha Madara's scheme. At this moment, Fugaku interjected. But Madara is already dead. Why would he set these plans in motion before his demise? What purpose do these schemes serve if he is no longer alive? I do not know. The Rinnegan is shrouded in mystery, and no one has ever encountered it. Yet, we must not let our guard down, the third Hokage replied, turning to Hayashi and asking, Hayashi, do you have any further comments? No, Hayashi answered. According to the records of my Hyuga clan, we originated from the moon, and our ancestors indeed descend from Kagaya Ōtsutsuki. Hyuga Tenjin brought our branch to this world, and the alteration in the Hyuga name was to distinguish it from another branch of Kagaya's lineage. Therefore, what Naruto stated is indeed true. Once again, Naruto's words have been substantiated, which left the third Hokage feeling quite uneasy. Everything that transpired here today must remain confidential. As for the individual who altered the Sage of Six Paths stone tablet, their intentions are abundantly clear, to unravel the seal established by the Sage of Six Paths. It is evident that Uchiha Obito has fallen for the trap. Thus, the immediate priority is the protection of the Jinchuriki from each of the hidden villages. The third Hokage stated firmly. After making his remarks, he glanced at Naruto within the crystal ball and said, I shall have another discussion with Naruto. There is likely more he is yet to disclose. He instructed that each of the villages be informed to cautiously safeguard their Jinchuriki. If what Naruto claims is indeed true, then it is highly probable that someone is clandestinely gathering the tailed beasts, and it could very well be a syndicate. Therefore, if any signs are discovered, they must unite to confront this group. Hayashi and Fuchio nodded in agreement, proclaiming, this is indeed the most prudent course of action. With that, the third Hokage concluded his surveillance of Naruto and his companions. Naruto turned to Hinata and inquired, Hinata, does your Hyuga clan possess any ninjutsu that synergizes with your Byakugan? Hinata nodded and replied, yes, our gentle fist technique is designed to work in conjunction with the Byakugan. The Byakugan allows us to perceive chakra pathways, enabling us to channel chakra into a person's body, thus obstructing their chakra flow and potentially harming their internal organs. Moreover, the Byakugan possesses acute insight and an unobstructed 360-degree field of vision. Upon hearing Hinata's explanation, Naruto responded, then please demonstrate the gentle fist technique for me. I would like to see how you might evolve it. Hinata, harboring an unwavering trust in Naruto, nodded and promptly showcased the gentle fist technique before him. Observing that Hinata's gentle fist was effective only at close range, Naruto began to strategize. He instructed Hinata to cease her demonstration, saying, Hinata, I see that your gentle fist can only be executed in close proximity, which significantly limits your offensive options. Should you encounter someone with superior taijutsu, you would be relegated to a defensive stance, let alone mount an attack. Given your remarkable insight and control over chakra, You ought to develop range skills rather than solely relying on close combat, fully leveraging the advantages of the Byakugan. Hinata, puzzled, asked, then what should I do? Naruto suggested. How about you try to condense your chakra into 1,000 needles? If you succeed, employing these chakra needles to execute point-pressing techniques would be far more sophisticated than relying on close-range combat. If accomplished, your strength could increase exponentially. He recalled how Kaguya utilized her hair to immobilize Sasuke's summoning beast. This notion also reflected Naruto's aspirations for training alongside his own Byakugan, utilizing the gentle fist for close combat, chakra needles for singular ranged attacks, and the 8 trigrams mountain crusher and heavenly spin for group assaults. However, currently, Naruto was unable to train due to the influence of the Nine Tails. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hinata responded, I will heed your advice, Naruto-kun. However, condensing chakra into needles is inherently challenging, not to mention ensuring that they disperse upon being launched. Remember, Naruto, you can only achieve this in Sage mode. Thus, Naruto and Sasuke practiced tree climbing and water walking. While Hinata focused on condensing her chakra, it is worth mentioning that upon hearing Naruto's guidance to Hinata, Sasuke inquired about the direction he should take in his own development. Naruto merely responded nonchalantly, suggesting that Sasuke should first master tree climbing and water walking. Without proper control of chakra, any further discussion would be futile. In truth, Naruto had little to offer in terms of guidance regarding Sasuke's training trajectory, as the utilization of the Sharingan had been extensively explored by their predecessors. Sasuke merely needed to accumulate battle experience. As for the application of the Byakugan, Hinata was limited by the constraints of her family's development. Her potential was regrettably stifled. Hence, Naruto was the only one capable of mentoring her. Thus, while Hinata practiced condensing chakra into 1,000 needles, Sasuke and Naruto focused on their tree climbing and water walking exercises until dusk descended, at which point they returned home. The trio agreed to attend school together the following day and continue their training. However, Naruto understood that Hinata and Sasuke would not be able to train with him indefinitely, as they had their own family techniques and physical skills to hone. Nonetheless, Hinata and Sasuke promised to carve out time each day for joint practice, which brought Naruto great joy, for it signified that they genuinely regarded him as a friend. After escorting them home, Naruto mused to himself, am I truly fearful of solitude? No, I should have grown accustomed to it. Yet, this feeling of companionship is undeniably delightful. Before he could fully relish this sentiment, an unwelcome voice echoed in his mind. Even if Sasuke now considers you a brother, do not forget that in 2 years, Itachi Uchiha will annihilate the Uchiha clan. Will you truly be able to rescue him from the depths of his hatred? Remember, you are not the original Naruto. You cannot achieve what he did. In response to this inner voice, Naruto chuckled inwardly, acknowledging, indeed, I am not the original Naruto. However, like him, I detest loneliness. Having tasted the sweetness of friendship, do you truly believe I would relinquish it? You underestimate my resolve. What I shared with Sasuke and Hinata today was heard by the Third Hokage, Fugaku, and Hizashi. As long as they are not foolish, the Uchiha clan will not face extinction. A significant upheaval may be inevitable, though. How I choose to proceed is none of your concern. Tend to your own affairs, he concluded, effectively severing the dialogue with his inner critic. The dark persona, witnessing this closure, could only scowl in displeasure. In response, the benevolent persona remarked, I truly find you exasperating. Can't you adopt a more optimistic outlook? Constantly belittling others will earn you disdain. The dark persona shot a disdainful glance at the benevolent one, retorting, Depart, you hypocritical wretch. You are even more revolting than I am, before vanishing. The benevolent persona, left speechless, murmured, How could he possibly know of my flaws? Is my demeanor too transparent? And with that, he too disappeared. The following morning, Sasuke arrived early to knock on Naruto's door, inviting him to school, which astonished and delighted Naruto. He thought to himself, how remarkable that this fellow would take the initiative to seek me out. However, Naruto refrained from teasing Sasuke, for Sasuke was inherently proud and would likely become infuriated if provoked. He might even refuse to approach Naruto in the future, so Naruto suppressed the urge to tease him. Instead, he simply said, Sasuke, wait a moment, I need to grab a mask. After donning the mask, Naruto accompanied Sasuke to school. Upon reaching the ground floor, they fortuitously encountered Hinata, who had come to invite Naruto to school. Thus, the three of them journeyed together to the ninja academy. It was the first day of school. and Irika, the homeroom teacher, arrived at the classroom early, feeling somewhat anxious as it was his inaugural teaching experience. As soon as Sasuke entered, he became the center of attention among the female students. Noticing the girls gazing at Sasuke, Naruto swiftly took Hinata's hand and led her to a quieter corner, where they settled down together. "Hello, Sasuke-kun. I am Ino Yamanaka. It is a pleasure to be your classmate," said a girl with long blonde hair. "Hello, Sasuke-kun. I am Sakura Haruno. It is delightful to be your classmate," chimed in another girl, this one with long pink hair. Just as Naruto had taken Hinata away, he observed the two girls approach Sasuke to introduce themselves. Seeing others make advances, the remaining female classmates also rushed forward to introduce themselves to Sasuke. His expression darkened, but his well-mannered upbringing prevented him from losing his temper. He merely felt vexed. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and remarked, "Fortunately, I possess foresight, hehe. By the way, Hinata, you weren't knocked over by that group of crazies, were you?" "No, I'm fine, Naruto-kun," Hinata replied, her cheeks flushed, her eyes inadvertently glancing at the hand Naruto was still holding, filling her heart with sweetness. "This is such a nuisance," a voice from the desk next to Naruto interjected. Turning to his left, he saw a weary-looking boy in a short-sleeved shirt with a ponytail, accompanied by a chubby boy who was munching on chips. Naruto recognized them as Choji Akimichi and Shikamaru Nara from the Konoha 12. At that moment, two more individuals entered the classroom, one with a small dog perched on his head, and the other clad in an oversized trench coat, concealing himself entirely, even wearing sunglasses. These were Shino Aburame and Kiba Inuzuka. Along with the two girls circling Sasuke, Sakura, and Ino, Naruto had now encountered all of the new generation's elite, with the exception of Neji, Tenten, and Lee from the year above. While Naruto pondered these thoughts, Sasuke, with a scowl, sat down beside him. "Heh, Sasuke, you truly are quite popular. It is rather enviable. Look at how the girls are fawning over you," Naruto laughed maliciously. Sasuke's expression darkened further as he retorted, "Do you believe I won't rip off your mask and reveal your face to the class? I doubt the outcome would be any less effective than mine." Sasuke was puzzled as to why Naruto wore a mask again, realizing it must have been a premeditated plan. Naruto understood that Sasuke's words were merely spoken in anger, and he playfully feigned a fearful expression. "I don't want that. I already have Hinata. I only need her. The rest are all yours. After all, you're accustomed to it, aren't you?" he declared, raising the hand he held with Hinata. Hinata's cheeks flushed a rosy hue at Naruto's gesture, feeling quite bashful yet sweetly delighted within. Sasuke, noticing Naruto's smug demeanor, chose to remain silent, deciding that ignoring him was the best course of action. As Naruto realized Sasuke was unresponsive, he turned his attention back to Hinata, engaging her in conversation. The girls who had initially intended to follow were promptly called back to their seats by Irika. "Today marks the first day of school. Let us commence with a simple self-introduction to familiarize ourselves with one another. Those whose names are called, please come to the podium," Irika instructed, clapping his hands. The classroom fell silent, the students attentively listening to their teacher, except for Naruto, who continued his incessant chatter with Hinata, his voice dominating the room. "Hinata, do you think I should tell Uncle Hizashi that you're my girlfriend? Will he be furious?" he asked. Hinata, why aren't you responding? Why so quiet?" Lifting his gaze, Naruto noticed all eyes were upon him, which was rather awkward. However, his resilience was akin to that of a fortress. He chuckled, "Please, carry on. Don't mind me," and resumed his silence, pretending to focus on Irika, as if to convey, "Teacher, you may proceed. I am but a mere specter." Irika was seething with anger, prepared to make this disobedient student aware of the serious consequences of his insolence. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, he overheard several students discussing amongst themselves. "Isn't that the monster? Why is he even at school? Indeed, my father warned me never to interact with that creature. It would bring misfortune," another chimed in. "My father also called him a monster. Why isn't he the third Hokage expelled him from the village? Keeping such a monster around could be perilous for us." The loud chatter of the children from ordinary families showed no regard for the situation. Naruto paid little mind to their derogatory remarks. If he were to dwell on such things, he would have succumbed to frustration long ago. Instead, he coldly scrutinized those who labeled him a monster, noting that they were mostly from common households, while the offspring of prominent clans regarded him with curiosity. Naruto pondered, indeed, in any realm, the common folk often serve as the objects of ridicule. It is a lamentable truth that power remains in the hands of a fortunate few. While Naruto bore the taunts, Sasuke could not. He was about to erupt in anger when Naruto placed a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head subtly to restrain him. Confused, Sasuke looked at Naruto, who quietly advised, "There's no need to stoop to their level." Although Sasuke refrained from any extreme reaction, his murderous glare remained fixated on the students who continued to discuss Naruto disparagingly. At that moment, a voice resounded loudly, declaring that Naruto-kun was not a monster, but rather the gentlest soul in this world. "I will not permit you to speak of Naruto-kun in such a manner." The entire class stared in astonishment at the Hyuga girl standing beside Naruto. He shook his head in resignation. He had managed to quell Sasuke's outburst. Yet he had not anticipated Hinata's reaction. Neither Sasuke nor Hinata realized that speaking up for Naruto would invite the ire of these foolish individuals, as voicing support for him was precisely why Naruto had restrained Sasuke. However, he was taken aback by Hinata's unexpected anger at being called a monster. A warmth filled Naruto's heart. Was this what friendship and love felt like? How fortunate he was. As expected, after a brief moment of shock, the foolish students began to chatter about Hinata. "So, it is the esteemed daughter of the Hyuga clan who dares to speak for that monster. Does she think her status makes her special?" They sneered. "Look at her eyes. I heard my father refer to them as Byakugan. They are indeed different from ours, monstrous, just like the one she defends." Upon hearing their derogatory remarks about Hinata, Naruto rose slowly to his feet. This time, he was not willing to endure their taunts. While he could tolerate being called a monster, he would not stand for insults directed at Hinata. Just as he prepared to unleash his frustration, Iruka, who had been momentarily stunned, finally regained his composure and shouted for silence. The students who had been gossiping immediately fell quiet, pretending to be model students. Clearing his throat, Iruka continued, "Let us proceed with the self-introductions. Since you are standing, why don't you begin?" He gestured towards Naruto. Naruto, slightly taken aback, approached the podium and spoke calmly. "Me? I am Naruto Uzumaki. Most people in this village call me a monster, a title I do not particularly cherish. For I am a human, not a monster. Monsters exist only in the minds of the foolish. There are many things I love, like Ichiraku ramen, grilled meat, and movies." He glanced at Sasuke and Hinata before continuing. "I cherish the bond one share with Sasuke, treating him like a brother, for I am an orphan. And having a brother brings me great joy. I also love Hinata. She is always so gentle, kind, and beautiful. My dream is to protect those I hold dear." That concludes my introduction, teacher. Sasuke smiled faintly at Naruto's words about brotherhood. The girls in the class were taken aback by the depth of Naruto's relationship with Sasuke. And when Hinata heard Naruto profess his love for her, her face flushed crimson. The astonishment in the classroom, aside from Sasuke, had escalated to sheer shock. Iruka coughed and remarked, "Well, Naruto, your introduction was quite eloquent, but I must advise you that early romantic pursuits are not advisable." Naruto, puzzled, asked, "Is dating prohibited at school?" After a moment of contemplation, Iruka replied, "Not exactly." "Well, that implies there is no opposition to dating. So why then, teacher? Do you discourage me from pursuing love? Are you still single and envious of me?" With that retort, Iruka found himself at a loss, as the plight of the single man struck him with harsh reality. "Very well, Naruto, you may step down now," Iruka said, reluctantly sending Naruto off the stage. As Naruto began to descend, he suddenly called out, and to those who just referred to Hinata as a monster, "Listen closely. I will spare you this time. But should there be a next occurrence, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you." With those words, a chilling aura of lethal intent emanated from Naruto, albeit for but a fleeting moment. Yet, the entire class felt its oppressive weight. Iruka and the children from prominent clans were taken aback by Naruto's formidable presence, cold sweat trickling down their spines, while the ordinary children, devoid of chakra, gazed at Naruto in sheer terror. Amidst the astonished and fearful stares of his classmates, Naruto returned to his seat and resumed his conversation with Sasuke and Hinata. Once Iruka regained his composure, he continued with the lesson. During this time, both Sasuke and Hinata took their turns to introduce themselves. As each student shared their introduction, the first day of school came to a close. After school, Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata resumed their training from the previous day. Naruto and Sasuke successfully learned to walk on trees, while Hinata finally managed to concentrate her chakra into 1,000 needles. By evening, the trio returned to their respective homes. Just after finishing his bath, Naruto received a summons from an Umbu operative, instructing him to report to the Hokage's office. As the third Hokage wished to see him, after changing his clothes, Naruto made his way to meet the third. Upon entering the Hokage's office, the third asked, "Naruto, are the words you spoke regarding Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata truly authentic?" Naruto replied calmly, "Indeed, they are genuine, and the situation is far more dire than I conveyed." The third observed Naruto's serene demeanor and remarked, "It seems you are aware that I have been observing your actions. Your words were directed at me, along with Fujikyu and Nikaritsu, were they not?" Naruto confirmed, "Yes, I sensed your presence along with Uncle Fujikyu and Uncle Nikaritsu watching us, which is why I chose to inform you." The third, intrigued, asked, "You sense my surveillance?" "Indeed," Naruto replied. After a moment of reflection, the third was struck with realization and exclaimed, "Could it be that you have awakened not only the diamond ceiling, but also the sensory abilities of the Uzumaki clan?" Naruto responded, "It seems I have awakened all the abilities of the Uzumaki clan, including sealing techniques, vitality, chakra capacity, and sensory perception." The third, astonished, gazed at Naruto and said, "You truly are a prodigy, awakening the full spectrum of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline at such a tender age. Do you know what this bloodline is called?" After a moment's contemplation, Naruto replied, "It should be the sage body, akin to that of the first Hokage. In truth, many have misconstrued this. The strongest bloodline awakened by the first was not wood release, but rather the sage body. The first utilized wood release, leading many to mistakenly believe it to be the most formidable, yet no one has delved into why, despite both being combinations of two chakra nature transformations. Wood release is so overwhelmingly powerful compared to others like ice release or boil release." The third, pondering, remarked, "Indeed, while both are fusions of two chakra nature transformations, the potency of the first wood release is astonishing. Could it truly be related to what you call the sage body?" "Indeed. The so-called sage body refers to individuals who possess an extraordinary vitality and formidable sealing power within their cells, a trait not found in others. Chakra, derived from the cells of the human body, embodies immense life force and sealing capabilities, particularly in the first generation. This is why wood release is so potent. In essence, the wood release of the first generation is akin to my diamond lock, differing merely in form. One manifests as trees while the other appears as chains." Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, the third Hokage was taken aback. Reflecting on the later character of Tenzo, it became evident why Tenzo's wood release was so feeble. It was not the wood release itself that was powerful, but rather the sage body that endowed it with strength. Tenzo did not possess a sage body. Realizing this, the third Hokage gazed at Naruto with delight. This child possessed the potential to become as formidable as the first Hokage. Casually, the third Hokage inquired, "Naruto, I heard you had a confrontation with your classmates at school today, during which you emitted a terrifying killing intent. Is this true?" "Yes, it is true, but that was due to their remarks about Hinata being a monster. They called me a monster as well, and I could overlook that. However, Hinata is someone I cherish dearly, my future wife, and I could not let them off without a warning. Besides, I merely intended to frighten them. I never truly wished to harm them. They are just a bunch of kids. Why should I take them seriously?" The third Hokage, observing this 5-year-old child speak of a future wife while dismissing others as mere children, felt a pang of guilt for the late Minato and Kushina. He also pondered how unreliable Iruka was, allowing a 5-year-old to engage in such early romantic notions without guidance. Though internally bemused, he maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "Ah, so you frightened your classmates to protect those you hold dear. While that may not be entirely right, your intentions are good. Now, could you enlighten me on the source of your intense killing intent?" The third Hokage asked, perplexed. Naruto responded, "Of course. That was not my killing intent. It belonged to the great fox within me." This revelation left the third Hokage astounded, as he exclaimed, "You mean the nine tails within you? You can communicate with it?" "Absolutely. What is so strange about that? I am the Jinchuriki, after all," Naruto replied, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. The third Hokage was utterly astonished, gazing at Naruto with a mix of complexity. Noticing the third's bewildered expression, Naruto asked, "Grandpa Third, is something wrong? Is it because of the nine tails within me? There is nothing to worry about. It cannot escape. Besides, it is quite pitiful, along with the other tailed beasts. It has been sealed within a Jinchuriki, devoid of freedom. I have always hoped to become friends with those tailed beasts someday." The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's desire to befriend the tailed beasts, but upon seeing the sincerity in Naruto's expression, he smiled and said, "Then Naruto, you must strive for that. The animosity between tailed beasts and humans has persisted for nearly a century. Such hatred cannot be easily resolved." Naruto, with unwavering determination, replied, "I will certainly put in the effort, no matter how difficult it may be." The third Hokage, observing the resolute glimmer in Naruto's eyes, chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair and said, "What a wonderful child you are." Upon returning from the third Hokage's office, Naruto sat on his bed, gazing vacantly at the scroll in his hands. He had not anticipated that the third would bestow upon him the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Memories of the third presenting him with the scroll flooded his mind. The third had approached him from a box, stating, "Within this box lies a collection of scrolls for practicing the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, along with some insights and modifications on sealing techniques from the fourth Hokage. These are now entrusted to you." After handing over the box, he allowed Naruto to return home. Naruto muttered to himself as he examined the scroll, "I never expected this old man to be so considerate. However, his actions are ultimately for the village's sake. Well, this is my home after all. And since sealing techniques belong to the Uzumaki clan, it is only fitting that I learn them." Deep down, Naruto understood that the third's intention in teaching him the sealing techniques was to empower him to protect the village. Yet, as Naruto regarded Konoha as his own family, he felt no pressure in his studies. Opening the scroll, he discovered the fire sealing technique, an intermediate B-rank sealing technique that he recalled Jiraiya had used to seal Amaterasu. With utmost seriousness, Naruto began practicing diligently. He realized that this so-called sealing technique bore a striking resemblance to the magical arrays and formations depicted in novels and television shows from his previous life. The sealing technique, too, relied on hand signs to manipulate chakra according to the patterns inscribed within the scroll, thereby achieving the desired sealing effect. With this newfound understanding, Naruto made his way to the kitchen, igniting the gas stove and observing the flames. He summoned several adamantine chains, arranging them according to the pattern of the sealing technique, and then utilized the method described in the scroll to draw the flames into the formation. To his astonishment, the flames were completely absorbed by the chains. A triumphant smile spread across Naruto's face as he thought, "Just as I expected. Although the adamantine chains are a physical manifestation of chakra, they are ultimately formed from my own chakra. Thus, I can employ the sealing technique without hand signs, and since the adamantine chains possess sealing capabilities, it enhances the strength of the seal." Naruto then commanded the chains to assume the pattern for unsealing, and suddenly, the previously sealed flames erupted, nearly setting his home ablaze. Fortunately, Naruto managed to reseal the fire in time. Looking at the chaotic kitchen, he burst into hearty laughter. After tidying up the mess, he eagerly returned to his room to continue studying the patterns inscribed on the scroll. As Naruto prepared to open the second scroll, he was suddenly overcome by a wave of dizziness. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he was astonished to find himself in a dimly lit sewer. Calming himself as he surveyed the murky surroundings, he noted the solitary path before him and began to walk forward, murmuring, "How did I end up here? Could that prideful Ninetales have dragged me in here?" Before long, he arrived at the end of the path, where he encountered a large iron cage. A voice from within beckoned him, urging, "Come closer, come closer." Naruto approached the cage with a smile, but suddenly, a claw reached out from within, attempting to grasp him, only to be thwarted by the bars. An enraged roar emanated from the cage, and Naruto beheld the full visage of the legendary Ninetales. With a grin, he remarked, "Is such fury truly necessary? Can't we engage in a civil discussion?" The Ninetales, observing Naruto's composed demeanor, responded, "It seems you are utterly unfazed. Well, considering you are aware of my existence, how could you be surprised? Now, tell me, little brat, what is the origin of your Byakugan? Do not attempt to deceive me. I've watched you grow, and I know all your secrets." Naruto chuckled, "I expected you to inquire about my Sharingan, yet your first question pertains to the Byakugan. It appears you are aware of its secrets." The Ninetales scoffed, "The secrets of the Byakugan? I may not know them all, but I am intrigued by the fact that you are the child of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, both of whom lack the Byakugan. Yet you possess it, and it is innate, unlike your Sharingan, which was awakened through the Uchiha bloodline. This piques my interest even further." Naruto, slightly taken aback, replied, "I didn't expect your curiosity about my Byakugan to stem from that. It seems you have quite the inquisitive nature. Perhaps you should consider a career in science. Being a tailed beast seems a waste of your curiosity, for all knowledge begins with a spark of curiosity. The Nine Tails, irked by Naruto's evasion, bellowed, "Enough with the nonsense. Are you going to speak or not? If not, then be gone." Naruto scratched his head and said, "I never said I wouldn't speak. Why the rush? Is this how one seeks knowledge?" Noticing the Nine Tails' temper flaring again, he quickly added, all right, I'll tell you. There's no need to get so worked up." After a brief pause, Naruto inquired, "Nine Tails, are you familiar with the Sage of Six Paths?" "Oh, you've asked incorrectly. You are indeed a child of the sage, for he created you. But do you know the sage's origins? Are you aware of his mother and his brother?" The Nine Tails interjected, "What do you wish to convey?" "I do not possess that knowledge, but I am well aware that you do. My current curiosity lies in the source of your Byakugan." The Nine Tails then calmed down, patiently responding to Naruto's inquiries. Naruto smiled. "You finally regained your composure. Rest assured, I will share what you wish to know. And I also have some matters for which I hope you can assist me. By the way, what is your name, Nine Tails? After all this time, I still do not know it." "My name? You humans care about the names of tailed beasts? Shouldn't you be more concerned with how to utilize and harness our powers? When did humanity begin to take an interest in our names?" The Nine Tails, growing increasingly agitated, nearly shouted in frustration. Naruto gazed at the Nine Tails and said, "I fail to comprehend why you are so incensed. Perhaps you have been deceived by humans too often. However, you cannot condemn all based on the actions of a few. Humanity is a complex tapestry, filled with both good and evil. Not all are virtuous, yet not all are malevolent either. However, I can assure you that I harbor no ill will towards you. My sole desire is to forge a friendship. I also wish to alleviate the animosity you harbor towards humanity, for I understand that hatred does not bring joy. Life in this world cannot solely revolve around hatred, can it? You assert that you wish to extinguish my hatred. Who do you think you are to make such claims?" The Nine Tails responded, visibly agitated. Naruto smiled and replied, "Because we are friends. And do you not think that Jinchuriki and tailed beasts are destined to be the best of companions? After all, the lives of Jinchuriki and tailed beasts are intertwined. If our very lives are connected, what is there that cannot be resolved? Thus, my desire to dispel your hatred is not mere rhetoric. Furthermore, my wish for your assistance is rooted in the hope that you will willingly aid me. I have no intention of coercing you. I merely wish for us to support each other as friends. You speak of wanting to be friends. Ha ha ha. Humans and tailed beasts, friends? Ha ha ha." The Nine Tails squinted his eyes and erupted in laughter, as though he had heard the most ludicrous statement in the world. After laughing for a while without hearing a retort from Naruto, he glanced at him in confusion, only to find Naruto gazing at him with utmost seriousness. In Naruto's eyes, the Nine Tails discerned unwavering determination, realizing that he was not jesting but rather speaking earnestly. Naruto's earnest gaze stirred distant memories within the Nine Tails, reminiscent of the words spoken by Sage of Six Paths before his passing. "You will encounter much suffering and hardship, but one day you shall meet friends who will genuinely connect with you. They will be individuals you can trust, rely upon, and understand." Reflecting on the sage's words and gazing at Naruto, the Nine Tails pondered, could this young boy truly be the one the old man spoke of? The Nine Tails regarded Naruto with seriousness. "If you insist we are friends, then release this seal before we continue." The seal responded, "This is certainly not an issue. Even if you did not request it, I would unbind it. However, before I do, you must promise me that you will not become enraged when I break the seal, and that you will remain calm. Is that agreeable?" The Nine Tails questioned, "Why would I be angry at the unsealing? I would be overjoyed. What would I have to be upset about?" "That is good." Naruto sighed with relief. Although the Nine Tails remained puzzled, he did not dwell on it. Observing Naruto approach the door without hesitation, the Nine Tails could not resist probing once more. "Are you not afraid that I will take over your body once I am free?" Naruto inquired, "Why would you want to take over my body? What is it you intend to do? Would it not be better to work together? With my assistance, you could accomplish your goals much more expediently. Furthermore, if you desire control over your body, just inform me rather than seizing it." Hearing Naruto's words, the Nine Tails realized that he genuinely regarded him as a friend. However, having already posed the question, he could not retract it and chose to remain silent. Upon encountering the Nine Tails, Naruto fell silent, murmuring softly, unable to respond, yet pretending to be profound. What a peculiar character indeed. At this moment, the Nine Tails, feeling a loss of dignity, rose and bellowed. Aren't you supposed to unseal the barrier? Hurry up. Why the delay? Noticing the Ninetales' anger, Naruto quickly dashed to the sealing gate, muttering as he ran, "This Tsundere personality of yours is quite troublesome, much like Sasuke's annoying habits." The Ninetales contemplated unleashing a tailed beast bomb to obliterate Naruto, thinking to himself that the little brat was utterly unappealing at that moment. Arriving at the gate, the Ninetales channeled chakra to position Naruto before the sealing symbol. With a smile, Naruto inquired, "By the way, Ninetales, what is your name? Please tell me." The Ninetales, turning his head away in pride, eventually relented, and Naruto heard the name Kurama. Elated, Naruto declared, "From now on, you shall no longer be the feared Ninetales fox, but rather the companion of Uzumaki Naruto from the Hidden Leaf Village." After speaking, Naruto beamed at Kurama, who, in turn, returned the smile. Kurama felt a surge of happiness and nostalgia, realizing he had finally met the person the elder had spoken of, though it had taken far too long. Just as Naruto was about to tear down the sealing symbol, a hand suddenly grasped his, pulling him down. Still in a daze from the unexpected tug, he heard Kurama's furious roar, "Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze." Naruto quickly turned to see the figure of a man clad in a ceremonial robe, adorned with the insignia of the Fourth Hokage. Tears streamed down Naruto's face as he recognized the silhouette he had only ever encountered in dreams. He whispered softly, "Father." Minato turned, a mix of surprise and confusion in his gaze as he looked at Naruto. "Yes, I am your father. I thought a considerable amount of time had passed. Yet you appear to be merely 5 or 6 years old. Moreover, the seal shows no signs of damage. Why do you wish to unseal the Ninetales?" As Naruto began to respond, Kurama's enraged voice interrupted once more. Frustrated, Naruto retorted, "Kurama, you promised to remain calm. Have you forgotten? You sealed me away. So how can I remain calm?" Kurama shouted back in fury. Naruto, undeterred, countered, "But my parents died because of this. You and I are even now. Besides, without my parents, we could never become friends. So, please, don't be so angry. Things are quite well now, aren't they?" Although Kurama recognized the logic in Naruto's words, he remained irate. Seeing Kurama's displeasure, Naruto quickly donned a cheerful expression, saying, all right, please don't be angry. Besides, I need my father's help to unseal the barrier." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kurama reluctantly turned his face away, falling silent. Minato, astonished by the interaction between Naruto and Kurama and their conversation, asked, "Naruto, you have become friends with the Ninetales and wish to unseal him? Is this true?" Naruto replied, "Yes, father. In truth, Kurama isn't as terrifying as you might believe. He is merely a lonely individual yearning for friendship, and I cannot fathom why you all harbor such fear towards him. In truth, he possesses a kind heart." Upon hearing Naruto's words and gazing at the proud, averted Kyuubi within the seal, Minato felt as if his worldview had been utterly transformed. With a complex expression, he observed Naruto's face, which bore a resemblance to his own, and myriad thoughts flitted through his mind, especially when he recalled Jiraiya's words concerning the savior. Minato then smiled at Naruto and remarked, "Naruto, you truly have the potential to be the savior that Master Jiraiya spoke of. Even when you were still in your mother's womb, I sensed that you would be the one to bring peace to the ninja world. Now, witnessing your friendship with the Kyuubi only strengthens my conviction." Naruto understood that the savior Minato referred to was the former version of himself, not the person he had become. Just as he intended to tell Minato that he was no savior, and indeed rather selfish, he was interrupted. "Let us discuss that later. First, I shall release your friend," Minato said with a smile. He then unsealed the sealing symbol, revealing the seal's lock, and employed a summoning technique to bring forth the toad from the scroll into Naruto's sealed space. The toad, upon realizing it was Minato who summoned him, exclaimed, "Minato, you're alive. This is fantastic. We all thought you were dead." "I did die. The current me is merely the chakra I left within Naruto. Please give him the key," Minato instructed the toad. Without further ado, the toad opened the scroll. "Now, place your hand upon it," Minato directed Naruto. As Naruto placed his hand on the scroll, he instantly comprehended how to unravel the Kyuubi's seal. After acquiring the key, Minato turned to the toad and said, "When Master Jiraiya inquires, convey to him that it was my intention and that he need not worry." "I understand," the toad replied before returning to Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who was gathering materials elsewhere, sensed that the toad he had just summoned had returned. He hastily summoned the toad again to inquire about the situation, and the toad recounted all it knew. Jiraiya was astonished to learn that Minato had left a fragment of himself within Naruto. He murmured in contemplation, "I never expected things to unfold this way. It seems I must find time to return to Konoha, otherwise there may be unrest. But before that, I shall continue my material gathering, for Minato will manage everything well. For the sake of my many readers, I shall return to the village a bit later." A sly grin spread across Jiraiya's face as he resumed his illustrious quest for inspiration. Excitedly, Naruto approached the Kyuubi after securing the key and declared, "Kurama, I have obtained the key. I shall free you now." With that, he unsealed the Kyuubi, who, upon feeling the release, expressed disbelief. "I am free? Is that true?" "Yes. You are free, and I apologize." Minato smiled at the Kyuubi. Upon hearing Minato's apology, the Ninetales nonchalantly responded, "There is no need for apologies. Were it not for my presence, both you and Kushina would not have perished. If anyone ought to apologize, it is I." "Enough of the mutual apologies," Naruto cheerfully interjected. "Father, Kurama." The sight of Naruto's joy brought smiles to both Minato and Kurama. "Now, Kurama, regarding the question you posed earlier, I had promised to enlighten you, and the time has come for me to do so." "Father, you should listen as well," Naruto said gravely to both the Ninetales and Minato. Minato, equally solemn, gazed at Naruto and remarked, "Speak, Naruto. This is something I wish to understand as well. Although I am merely a chakra clone, I have witnessed your experiences over the years. However, the existence of your Byakugan is indeed a perplexing matter. Neither Kushina nor I possess it. So how is it that you do? Furthermore, we should inform your mother. She must be equally curious. After all, I sealed her chakra within you." Realization dawned upon Minato suddenly. "Father, are you saying that I can meet my mother now?" Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Minato smiled as he approached Naruto, forming a seal and placing his hand upon Naruto's body, activating the sealing technique for the Ninetales. Instantly, a surge of chakra emanated from Naruto, transforming into the likeness of Kushina. Seeing Kushina, Naruto joyfully embraced her, calling out, "Mom." Tears of happiness streamed down Kushina's face as she looked at her son holding her waist and Minato standing beside them. "Yes, it is I, your mother. My little Naruto has grown and knows to call me Mom," Kushina said, lifting Naruto in her arms. Minato, moved by the moment, stepped forward to embrace the two. "Thank you, Minato," Kushina expressed gratefully. "And thank you, Kushina," Minato replied with equal joy. Meanwhile, the Ninetales turned away, choosing to disregard them, yet felt a sense of happiness for this family. "Father, Mother, Kurama, I possess the memories of my past 2 lifetimes." Naruto revealed his greatest secret to Minato, Kushina, and the Ninetales. Minato, Kushina, and Kurama were taken aback. Minato, maintaining his composure, inquired, "So, you mean to say you have the life experiences of your previous 2 lives?" "Indeed. In my first life, I was an assassin. In my second, a wealthy merchant, neither of which occurred in this world of shinobi, but rather in a realm known as Earth," Naruto reflected. Kurama questioned, "Are you suggesting that after dying in your world, your soul traversed space and reincarnated into this world as the child of Minato and Kushina?" "Yes, in our terms. We call it reincarnation. We believe that upon death, one goes to the underworld, consumes the Mengpa soup, forgets past lives, and is reborn. However, I do not understand why I ended up here, nor how my soul crossed over," Naruto replied, puzzled. At that moment, Minato interjected, "That is implausible. The fabric of space is chaotic, and souls traversing it would be torn apart by spatial turbulence." Naruto pondered for a moment and recounted, "I remember that my second life concluded when I was struck by lightning while piloting an aircraft as I fled after eliminating my enemy. And it seemed as though the sky had split open." After listening to Naruto's account, Minato remarked, "That must be it. Someone must have opened a spatial tunnel, and you were fortuitously swept into it. However, recklessly entering a spatial tunnel should have rendered your soul incomplete. How did you manage to restore it?" Naruto pondered for a moment before responding. "When my consciousness regained awareness, I found numerous fragments of souls surrounding me. I absorbed these soul fragments, which facilitated my recovery. The owner of those souls is Ōtsutsuki Koshi. It was through absorbing his soul that I acquired the Byakugan." At that moment, Minato, Kushina, and the Ninetales realized the origin of Naruto's Byakugan. Suddenly, Kushina exclaimed with enthusiasm, "By the way, Naruto, how did you become my child?" Was it because you saw how beautiful your mother is? Instantly, 3 black lines appeared on Naruto's forehead, while Minato awkwardly chuckled in embarrassment. Ōtsutsuki Koshi is the brother of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. He was assassinated, and within his Byakugan lies the technique for spatial movement. I absorbed his Byakugan technique, which brought me to this world. However, the soul's passage through space rendered my recently restored soul incomplete once more. The Byakugan instinctively compelled me to become my mother's child, reforming in her womb. As for why it was my mother, it is because she carries the reincarnation of Ashura, whose bloodline is closest to Ōtsutsuki Koshi. Thus, before I was even born, my soul fused with Ashura's. So, do you still recognize me? Naruto asked anxiously. He feared that his past life memories might lead Kushina and Minato to reject him. Seeing the worried expression on Naruto's face, Minato and Kushina couldn't help but laugh. Kushina embraced Naruto tightly, saying, "Silly boy. Regardless of whether you possess memories of a past life, you are still the child of Minato and me." Minato then joined in the embrace, affirming, "Just remember that you are Uzumaki Naruto, the child of Kushina and me. That is all that matters." Enveloped in the warmth of their embrace, Naruto felt like the happiest person in the world. How do you know all of this? Even if Ōtsutsuki Koshi is indeed the uncle of that so-called sage of 6 paths, he cannot possibly know the affairs of this world. This knowledge can only stem from what you already knew, right? The 3, still immersed in their family reunion, were jolted back to reality by the Nine-Tails inquiry. Minato also pressed, "Yes, Naruto, how do you know all of this so clearly?" Observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Naruto chose not to conceal anything and shared all that he knew. The revelations left Minato, Kushina, and the Nine-Tails utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that this world was merely a segment of Naruto's past life as an anime, which explained his clarity on the matter. Minato reflected, "It's remarkable." In response to Minato's sentiment, the Nine-Tails retorted, "Even if this world is a mere anime from Naruto's previous life, we exist in reality. What is there to lament?" Naruto then added, "Indeed, father, having entered this world means becoming one of its inhabitants. Everything will transform. The most mutable aspect of this world is humanity, for human thoughts remain impervious to any external influences." Minato regained his composure and spoke, "Thank you for your concern. I am not fixated. I merely feel a sense of wonder. It is simply astonishing. As long as we can be reunited as a family, everything else pales in comparison." At that moment, Kushina took the hands of Minato and Naruto, saying, "Indeed." Both Minato and Naruto nodded warmly. "What are your plans now, Naruto?" Minato inquired. Looking at his parents, Naruto replied, "Since the moment you both passed away, I have been preparing to bring you back to life. So, the first step is to resurrect you, Mom and Dad." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Minato and Kushina exchanged concerned glances. Minato said, "Naruto, your mother and I are already departed. I sincerely hope you will refrain from attempting to revive us." "Yes, Naruto. As long as you live a good life, your father and I will have no regrets," Kushina added, urging him. Naruto understood that they held the belief that the deceased should not be disturbed, as it would be a desecration of those who have passed, a taboo that society does not condone. Even the most rebellious Sasuke had mentioned that the resurrected Madara was a remnant of a bygone era and should not reappear in this world. Thus, Naruto realized that persuading his parents would not be a simple task. However, he had a trump card, appealing to the gentle nature of his mother and the kindness of his father. "Mom, Dad, your reluctance to be revived stems from the belief that you have already departed and should not return to the realm of the living. Society shares this view, does it not?" Naruto asked earnestly. "Is that not the case?" Kushina queried, puzzled. "What exactly are you trying to convey, Naruto?" Minato asked. At that moment, the Nine-Tails, who had been observing quietly, interjected, "You two should hold your tongues for a moment and allow Naruto to finish. I believe he will not disappoint you." Naruto spoke with utmost seriousness. "Mom, Dad, I merely wish to express that your resurrection will not lead society to view me as someone who desecrates the dead. You will truly return to life. Have you forgotten that I mentioned the Rinnegan can grant life anew? With the Rinne rebirth technique, it is possible to genuinely revive someone, rather than merely binding their soul to a corpse as seen with the impure world reincarnation. But did you not say that the cost of performing the Rinne rebirth technique is the life of the caster? If it means sacrificing your life to bring back your parents, we would rather remain at peace," Kushina said, visibly anxious. Naruto gently reassured Kushina, Do not worry, Mom. There is also the forbidden technique, Izanami. As long as I set the conditions for Izanami before employing the Rinne rebirth technique, I can revive you both without incurring any cost myself. The cost of Izanami will be negated because of my sage body. My eyes will not be blinded. Kushina remained skeptical. Really? You are not deceiving your mother, are you? After hearing Naruto's plan, Minato comforted Kushina. Kushina, there is no need for concern. Naruto's approach is indeed promising. Silence. It is your incompetence that has caused my Naruto to suffer so much, Kushina exclaimed angrily at Minato. The atmosphere grew immediately awkward. But fortunately, Naruto came to his rescue, saying, Mother, truly, there is nothing to worry about. I possess the potential to surpass even the Sage of Six Paths. So you need not fret. Besides, if I were ever in a bind, I could always rely on others to perform this technique for me. Do you not wish to meet my children with Hinata, Boruto, and Himawari? Naruto had finally unleashed his trump card, and indeed, Kushina began to struggle. However, she soon made a resolution. Compared to the adorable grandchildren, her son's risks seemed trivial. Thus, Kushina quickly relented, saying, Very well, Naruto, just be careful. If it truly can be done, then so be it. Both Minato and Naruto found themselves in an awkward position. Naruto had not anticipated the effectiveness of this trump card, and it was almost too effective, to the point that he felt a twinge of jealousy towards the children he would have with Hinata. Meanwhile, Minato realized his position in this family was rather humble. When compared to his son, there was no contest. Naruto was far more important. In comparison to his future grandchildren, he was like dirt beneath their feet. With a soft sigh, Minato turned to Naruto, saying, Since your mother has agreed, I shall say no more. I wish to impart to you the training methods for the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan, greatly enhancing your chances of survival. Essentially, you'll be able to leave without anyone being able to stop you. If anyone inquires, you may tell them that it was Master Jiraiya who taught you. I have already briefed him before he departed. Naruto was taken aback by how much Minato had prepared for him in such a short time, leaving him at a loss for words. Minato smiled at Naruto and said, You are the child of me and Kushina. It is only natural for parents to do everything they can for their child. You need only accept it. Your father is right, Naruto. Mother is also prepared to pass on the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to you, so you need not practice those techniques anymore. With your awakened bloodline, the flow of chakra has formed a diamond barrier, allowing your chakra to move freely within your body when using sealing techniques, thus eliminating the need for hand seals. Kushina tenderly spoke, embracing Naruto. Minato joined in, wrapping his arms around Naruto as well. Although our time together was brief, I am truly delighted to see your mother. Do not push yourself too hard, and do not place too much pressure on yourself, understand? Your mother only wishes for you to live well. Tears of joy streamed down Kushina's face as she looked at Naruto, saying, Thank you, Minato, for allowing me to see Naruto again. Naruto, it brings me immense happiness to see you and your mother together again. It is wonderful to witness you thriving without harboring hatred for being the Jinchuriki. You truly are the best, my child, Minato said joyfully. I am also immensely happy to be your child. Thank you, Mom and Dad, Naruto replied with a smile. A warm glow enveloped Minato and Kushina, merging into Naruto and fading away, while his mind filled with an abundance of sealing techniques, as well as Minato's Flying Thunder God technique and Rasengan. Naruto gazed at the Nine Tails and remarked, I am truly fortunate to be their child. They love me deeply. He reflected on the countless parents he had encountered throughout his long life, many of whom prioritized their own interests over their children's well-being, with some even resorting to the unthinkable act of taking their own child's life. Yet, he felt grateful to have encountered such wonderful parents who would go to great lengths for his sake. The Nine Tails shared in this sentiment, expressing joy for Naruto and relief in recognizing his worth. It occurred to him that such a person was indeed worthy of his half. In the days that followed, Naruto returned to his normal routine, attending school and training alongside Sasuke after classes. Hinata, engrossed in mastering her family's secret techniques, rarely practiced with him but took the time each day to prepare a bento for him, which brought him immense joy. In a secluded grove on the outskirts of Konoha, Orochimaru brought Kabuto to a designated spot. This will do. No one will notice me here, and I can observe this experimental subject closely. With that, he produced a sealing scroll and summoned forth a corpse. After forming several hand seals, he uttered reanimation jutsu, and the lifeless body was revived. Tossing the resurrected child into the woods, Orochimaru remarked, This technique requires further refinement before it can be deemed effective. Just as he was about to depart with Kabuto, Orochimaru suddenly hurled a kunai into the thicket, demanding, "Who goes there? Show yourself." A child clad in a black cloak and adorned with a Shura mask slowly approached, idly toying with the kunai Orochimaru had thrown. "Lord Orochimaru, why such anger? I merely observed your reanimation jutsu from a distance." Kabuto, noticing the child's evasive response, assumed a defensive posture, prepared to apprehend him. However, Orochimaru halted him, intrigued by the child's enigmatic presence. "What do you desire?" he inquired. The masked child replied nonchalantly, "I am merely interested in the summoning of souls and wish to propose a trade. If you share with me the method of summoning souls, I can provide you with information that will undoubtedly pique your interest." Orochimaru chuckled coldly. "While I am uncertain of the information you possess, you must first prove your worth for such a trade." In an instant, he performed swift hand seals and unleashed a combination jutsu, the Earth Release, Mud Dragon Flame Bullet, aimed at the masked child. The child extended a hand to shield against the technique, absorbing the searing flames, which vanished upon contact. Orochimaru, momentarily taken aback, followed up with a Water Dragon Bullet technique. This time, the previously absorbed flames were released from the child's palm, colliding with the water technique and neutralizing it. Orochimaru smirked. "It appears you indeed possess the qualifications to engage in trade with me." "Thank you, Lord Orochimaru," the child replied. "May I inquire if there is any particular information you seek?" The child offered a choice, whether it be the origins of the first cells, the secrets of the Sharingan, or the means to cure Kakashi's affliction. Whatever piqued one's curiosity, he could divulge, but only one. With a hint of intrigue, Orochimaru inquired, "You seem to possess a wealth of information." "Indeed, one must be prepared to barter with Lord Orochimaru," the child replied confidently. "Then allow me to pose a question. Why does this world harbor something known as chakra?" Orochimaru asked with keen interest. The child, momentarily taken aback, remarked, "As expected of Lord Orochimaru, your inquiry cuts straight to the essence of this world. Yet I am curious. Why do you ask such a question? Most would not dare." Orochimaru chuckled lightly. "Oh, merely out of curiosity." After studying Orochimaru for a moment, the child continued, "If you were to pose this question to another, you might not receive an answer, but I do possess the knowledge. However, are you certain you wish to exchange this information? It may not be of much assistance to you." With a glint of excitement, Orochimaru responded, "There are countless mysteries in this world, and my lifelong pursuit has been to uncover the truth behind such phenomena. If you truly hold this information, it is precisely what I seek." The masked child gazed at Orochimaru and declared, "If this is what you desire, I shall reveal it. Chakra originates from a woman. Before her arrival, this world knew not of chakra." "Oh, a woman? What manner of woman?" Orochimaru inquired, intrigued. "Patience, Lord Orochimaru. Allow me to finish," the child replied calmly. "Forgive my eagerness." "Do proceed," Orochimaru urged. After a brief glance at Orochimaru, the child continued, "She hails from another realm, known as Kagaya Ōtsutsuki, accompanied by a divine tree. This woman bore 2 sons with the men of this world, the elder, named Hagoromo, and the younger, Hamura. Following their mother's sealing, the younger son guarded her, while the elder traversed the world, distributing the chakra he inherited from her to humanity, envisioning a future of peace through the connections chakra could forge between hearts. I trust you have deduced who this elder brother is. Indeed, it is the sage of 6 paths, and the source of chakra is his mother," Orochimaru mused. "Kagaya Ōtsutsuki, princess of the Ōtsutsuki clan, mistress of the divine tree, progenitor of chakra, and mother of the sage of 6 paths. This is the information you sought." Orochimaru, rendered speechless by astonishment, recognized the veracity of the mysterious child's words. His extensive explorations of relics and ancient texts had revealed to him that chakra indeed derived from the fruit consumed by the sage's mother, who later imparted it to the masses. Yet, many intricate details remained elusive to him, while this child seemed to possess knowledge as if he had witnessed it firsthand. "Lord Orochimaru, are you all right?" Kabuto inquired with concern. It was not until Kabuto interrupted his thoughts that he returned to his senses and replied with a smile. "The intelligence you provided has proven invaluable. As a form of reciprocity, I shall grant you what you seek, the secret technique of Edo Tensei, which encompasses the method to summon souls." Orochimaru tossed a scroll from his sleeve towards the masked boy and then departed with Kabuto. After acquiring the scroll of Edo Tensei, The masked boy murmured, "We shall meet again, Lord Orochimaru," followed by a hearty laugh. With a flash of darkness, the boy vanished, as if he had never existed. Ever since Naruto obtained the Flying Thunder God technique from Minato, he had made a mark in a secluded area of the school, allowing him to teleport there daily without being noticed. However, today, upon using the technique, he discovered a child staring blankly at him. After sizing the child up, Naruto asked, "Who are you and why are you here?" The child appeared timid and attempted to flee, but before he could take more than a few steps, Naruto captured him with the adamantine sealing chains. Once returned, the child began to wail, and soon the heavens opened, pouring rain. It took considerable effort for Naruto to calm him down. In a quiet corner of the Hokage rock in Konoha, Naruto and the earlier child were sharing ice cream. "Once you've finished your ice cream, you mustn't cry anymore. What kind of boy cries incessantly?" Naruto chided. "By the way, what is your name?" "I am Uzumaki Naruto." He introduced himself. The child pondered for a moment before responding, "I'm Yute. Shikamaru and Ino forbade me from coming to the village, but I felt so lonely in the woods that I ran out." "You said your name is Yute?" Naruto asked, recalling a friend from his childhood with the same name, who had the ability to control the weather and had seemingly been abandoned here after being resurrected by Orochimaru. Contemplating this, Naruto suggested, "Yute, how about I teach you to whistle?" Yes, I want to learn to whistle," Yute exclaimed joyfully at the prospect. As Naruto and Yute practiced whistling, on the other side, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Sakura, and Kiba were frantically searching for Yute, to no avail. "Wait, I remember Yute mentioning he met Naruto in the village. Could it be that Naruto has taken him?" Shikamaru pondered aloud. Ino responded to Shikamaru's uncertainty, "Surely not. Naruto and Yute barely know each other, and besides, Naruto is quite reclusive and likely wouldn't realize Yute isn't from the village." However, Yute had indeed met him. Sakura then chimed in, "But that guy is rather intimidating. I'm not keen on interacting with him." At that moment, Kiba interjected, "Regardless, we must go. If Yute truly has been taken by him, it would be problematic." Shikamaru agreed. "Kiba has a point. Let us search for him together." Just then, a voice emerged. "If you are speaking of a scruffy child from another village, I know where he is." Shikamaru and the others turned towards the source of the voice, revealing Shino stepping forth from the woods. Shikamaru gazed at Shino and inquired, "Shino, have you truly seen Yute? Where is he?" Shino looked at the group and replied, "I have seen him, but he is from a different village. Is this truly the right course of action?" Sakura interjected, "Although Yute is not from our village, he is our friend. Please, Shino, tell us." Recognizing the determination in Shikamaru's eyes, Shino conceded, "I saw him with Naruto atop the Hokage rock. They appeared to be enjoying ice cream together." Shikamaru and the others were momentarily taken aback. They had previously assumed that if Naruto had taken Yute, he would have handed him over to the village's Anbu. However, it seemed from Shino's words that Naruto had not turned Yute over to the village but had instead befriended him, just as they had. "Regardless, we must seek out Naruto now," Shikamaru stated with resignation. Ultimately, Shikamaru and the group set off to find Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto and Yute were practicing whistling, and Yute had become quite proficient. With each note he produced, a gentle, warm breeze began to swirl around them. "So, you are indeed here. We've been searching for quite some time," Naruto remarked as he heard a voice of complaint and turned to see Sasuke and Hinata approaching. "It's not like I didn't come looking for you first, Sasuke. When did you become so petty?" Naruto smiled at Hinata, saying, "Hinata, it's wonderful to see you." "Yes, Naruto-kun," Hinata replied shyly. "Who is this?" Hinata asked, glancing at Yute, who sat beside Naruto. Sasuke, too, turned his attention to Yute and remarked, slightly furrowing his brow, "A person from another village. Haha, Sasuke, you remain as perceptive as ever." "Indeed, this is my new friend, Yute, but he means no harm. So there is no need for concern. Yute, allow me to introduce you to my closest friend, Sasuke, and my beloved, Hinata." Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson upon hearing Naruto declare her as his beloved, and she politely greeted Yute. "Hello, I am Hinata Hyuga. It is a pleasure to meet you, Yute-kun." "Haha, I am equally delighted to meet you, Hinata," Yute responded joyfully. Sasuke coldly stated, "I am Sasuke Uchiha." "It is a pleasure to meet you, Sasuke," Yute replied, undeterred by Sasuke's aloofness. At that moment, Shikamaru and the others arrived, relieved to find Yute unharmed. They rushed over, surrounding him with eager inquiries. Yute, touched by their concern, joyfully addressed Shikamaru and the others. Shikamaru, Sakura, Ino, everyone. This is my new friend Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata. I am truly happy to have made new friends. Shikamaru expressed gratitude, saying, thank you for not handing Yute over to the village. Haha, Shikamaru, you are too formal. We are all friends here. There is no need for thanks. Besides, Yute is my friend too, Naruto replied with a grin. Shikamaru, momentarily taken aback by Naruto's cheerful demeanor, eventually smiled and said, I suppose you are right. I was being overly formal. This was his first encounter with Naruto's face, and in his imagination, he had envisioned Naruto as a cold individual, akin to Sasuke. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find Naruto radiating warmth and kindness, much like the sun itself. In truth, it is not solely Shikamaru who harbors such sentiments. Everyone shares this perspective, particularly Ino and Sakura, who have long perceived Naruto as a figure of terror and cruelty, are taken aback by his striking handsomeness and his gentle, sunny disposition. Ino feels a pang of regret, wishing that Naruto's heart were not already claimed by Hinata. At that moment, Yute, with one hand grasping Naruto and the other clutching Shikamaru, joyfully exclaims, Naruto, Shikamaru, everyone, let us venture out to play. With that, she exuberantly pulls Naruto and Shikamaru along, prompting the others to follow suit, their hearts resonating with jubilant laughter. In the ensuing days, the group of friends indulges in games and merriment, with no significant events to disrupt their peaceful days. However, a weighty secret lingers in Naruto's heart. Yute is a reincarnation of Orochimaru through the Edo Tensei technique. Through their shared experiences over the past few days, Naruto has genuinely developed feelings for Yute and has forged authentic friendships with the others. Yet, he hesitates to reveal the truth, fearing that they may not accept it. Moreover, Yute was the first to reach out and befriend him. Although Naruto yearns to save her, he currently lacks the power to do so. Nevertheless, he devises a plan to preserve Yute's remains until he can wield the rebirth technique to resurrect her. Today, as all the friends gather together, Naruto resolves to share this matter with them. But first, he must address a pressing issue. He approaches Yute and observes her closely. Yute, is something amiss? She queries, puzzled. As the others gather around, their curiosity piqued. Shikamaru inquires, Naruto, is there something wrong with Yute? Instead of responding to Shikamaru, Naruto extends his hand and draws forth a white serpent from Yute's being, casting it away. The group is startled by the sudden appearance of the serpent, which, after a brief glance at Naruto, vanishes into thin air. Why was there a serpent on Yute, and why was it so peculiar? Shikamaru is the first to voice his confusion, with the others gazing at Naruto with intrigue. In truth, I have already perished, Yute sorrowfully confesses. What do you mean, Yute? Ino asks, bewildered. Looking at her friends, Yute explains, our clan has always traveled, relying on our unique abilities to sustain the villagers through agriculture, but life remained arduous. And ultimately, I died. However, a month ago, I was revived by a most repugnant individual, akin to a serpent. He cast me into this forest. And it was after that I encountered all of you. The past month spent living with you has been the happiest of my life, Yute expresses, oscillating between sorrow and joy. The group listens in astonishment, grappling with the notion of resurrection. Is it truly possible for the dead to return to life? Shikamaru questions, bewildered. Naruto responds to Shikamaru's inquiry. Indeed, within this world of shinobi, there exists a multitude of jutsu, some of which can indeed bring the deceased back to life. As for the individual mentioned by Yuta, it is likely that he resurrected Yuta using forbidden techniques. However, he did not manipulate Yuta's actions. Rather, he was probably conducting experiments. The resurrection of the deceased is a rare occurrence, and this person seems to be observing Yuta, with the white serpent serving as a means of surveillance. After listening to Naruto's words, Shikamaru pondered for a moment before replying. Now that you have driven away that serpent, it is very likely that the caster will undo the spell that resurrected Yuta, resulting in Yuta's death once again. Naruto was surprised by Shikamaru's foresight. Indeed, he was a genius with an intellect of 200. No, I don't want Yuta to leave us, Sakura said sorrowfully, clutching Yuta tightly. Yet, Yuta comforted them with a smile, saying, do not grieve for me. I have already passed away. I am truly happy to reunite with all of you after death. So, there is no need for sadness. Upon hearing Yuta's words, everyone felt a wave of sorrow and wished to console Yuta, but they found themselves at a loss for words. In truth, There's no need for such despair. There may still be a way, Naruto's voice interrupted. Everyone turned to him in astonishment. What is the way? Sasuke coolly inquired. Shikamaru echoed the question. Yes, Naruto, what do you propose? Their companions, too, expressed their concern. We must protect Yuta and ensure that the caster cannot find him. Even if the spell is undone, he will be unable to reclaim Yuta's body. Since there exists a technique to resurrect the dead, perhaps when we grow stronger, we may have the opportunity to bring Yuta back. Even if that fails, we can prevent that individual from using Yuta for nefarious purposes, Naruto replied. Resurrect Yuta? Can we truly accomplish that? And even if so, it must be a forbidden technique. Are you suggesting we learn forbidden arts to bring Yuta back? Shikamaru asked incredulously. Naruto met Shikamaru's gaze, replying, Is there a problem? The technique is meant for use. We are merely employing it to resurrect Yuta, not for malevolent ends. While you have a point, I still feel uneasy, Shikamaru expressed with concern. Fear not. Our immediate priority is to safeguard Yuta's body. Everything else can be addressed later, Naruto asserted. Shikamaru decided not to dwell on it further, recognizing that there was no cause for immediate alarm. At that moment, Sasuke asked, Naruto, how do you intend to preserve Yuta's body? I know that if you've mentioned it, you must have a plan. You understand me well, Sasuke. I will seal Yuta, allowing him to enter a slumber. And then I will hide him away. This period may seem lengthy, but for Yuta, it will feel like a mere moment of sleep. You will not feel lonely. When you awaken, we can all play together again. Is that all right, Yuta? Naruto spoke to Yuta. I trust you, Naruto. We will meet again soon, everyone. Please wait for me, Yuta joyfully reassured them. In the meantime, Ino, Sakura, and Hinata held Yuta tightly, their faces marked with sorrow. While the sky wept in a sun shower for Yuta, Naruto approached Yuta and said, Yuta, when we meet again, you will be able to truly play with everyone. Yuta responded, Yes, Naruto, let's begin. Until next time, everyone. Farewell. Goodbye, Yuta, echoed a group of friends as they bid him farewell. From Naruto's body emerged several chains that enveloped Yuta, and upon contact, the sealing power of the chains caused Yuta to fall into a deep slumber. Everyone, except for Hinata and Sasuke, was rendered speechless in astonishment at the sight of the chains emerging from Naruto. After sealing Yuta, Shikamaru finally asked, What are those chains on you, Naruto? Naruto smiled and replied, Oh, it's nothing, just my bloodline limit. The children of the Nara clan suddenly understood, while Sakura timidly inquired, What is a bloodline limit? Ino explained for Sakura, a bloodline limit is a hereditary ninjutsu, just like Hinata's Byakugan and Sasuke's Sharingan. Upon hearing Ino's explanation, Sakura grasped the concept. Naruto, what are you going to do next? Ino asked with concern. Well, I will transport Yuta to my unique space. This way, he won't be found, Naruto stated. Shikamaru questioned, What is in your space? Naruto pointed to his forehead and said, Right here. At that moment, the red mark on Naruto's forehead cracked open, revealing a Byakugan. Even Sasuke and Hinata were taken aback. Byakugan? How do you have a Byakugan, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked in astonishment. Naruto smiled and explained, This is my greatest secret. I've had it since birth. Perhaps my family has a blood relation with the Hyuga clan. However, I have checked my lineage, and it seems I am the only one with a Byakugan. My bloodline must be quite special. Hinata questioned, Is that so? But I don't recall my father mentioning any close blood relations in our family. Haha, perhaps you simply didn't ask, and thus your father didn't tell you, Naruto chuckled. In reality, Naruto was not entirely lying. The Uzumaki clan is a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, while the Hyuga clan descends from the Ōtsutsuki clan. They were originally brothers, but Naruto's Byakugan did not stem from the Sage of Six Paths. Others were unaware of this, and even Hinata did not know. So they all believed Naruto's words. Suddenly, Naruto's Byakugan emitted a brilliant light, and a fissure opened in the space before him. After absorbing Yuta's body, he closed his Byakugan. With a smile, Naruto addressed everyone. It is done. Yuta should no longer be under that person's control. I hope we will find a way to resurrect Yuta in the future. Although Yuta could no longer join them in play, Naruto had formed a friendship with the others due to Yuta's influence. Furthermore, Naruto no longer wore a mask. To elucidate the matter, it was on the day of Hinata's birthday when Ino, while purchasing flowers at the Yamanaka family shop, remarked that Hinata, as the esteemed daughter of the Hyuga clan, would undoubtedly attract numerous suitors. If one wished to diminish the number of her admirers, it would be prudent to showcase one's own charm, thereby discouraging those who sought her affection. particularly considering the effect of one's mask on one's allure. Others might perceive one as rather unappealing, thus leading Hinata to believe it was preferable to associate with someone like me. Therefore, it would be wise to discard that mask. Naruto, somewhat perplexed, had never experienced romance in his previous lives. Upon hearing Ino's words, he naively resolved to remove his mask. Little did he realize that Ino's true desire was merely to behold handsome individuals. Later that day, after school, Naruto prepared for his usual training. However, as he approached the school gate, he encountered a member of the Hyuga clan awaiting him. The individual approached Naruto and stated, "You are Uzumaki Naruto, correct? Greetings. I am Hyuga Kenta. Our clan leader requests your presence at the Hyuga estate." Naruto was taken aback, pondering the lack of connection between himself and Hayashi Hyuga. Assuming it must pertain to Hinata, the mere thought of Hinata caused Naruto's demeanor to wane, for in any realm, a son-in-law would naturally feel a degree of trepidation in the presence of his future father-in-law. After all, one cannot be brash after having courted a cherished daughter with such dedication. Curiously, Naruto inquired, "Is there something that Hayashi uncle wishes to discuss with me?" Hyuga Kenta replied with a calm expression, "I am unaware of the specifics. I am merely following orders. Please accompany me." With a resigned sigh, Naruto acquiesced, "Very well. Lead the way." Arriving at the Hyuga estate, he noticed several individuals from the Cloud Village, identifiable by their forehead protectors. Naruto recalled the recent tensions between Konoha and Kumogakure, wondering what brought Cloud Village ninjas to this location. Once inside the Hyuga household, he was escorted to the main hall, where Hayashi Hyuga sat upon a tatama mat. Hyuga Kenta reported, "Clan head, Uzumaki Naruto has arrived." Hayashi nodded at Naruto, indicating, "You need not remain here. You may leave." After Kenta complied and exited, Naruto approached Hayashi and asked, "Uncle Hayashi, what is it that you wish to speak with me about?" Hayashi regarded Naruto for a moment, then gestured for him to sit. "Please, take a seat." Gratefully, Naruto complied and settled on the tatami mat opposite Hayashi. After pouring a cup of tea for Naruto, Hayashi finally broached the subject. "I have heard from Hinata that you possess the esteemed Byakugan, a hereditary trait of the Hyuga clan. I wish to understand the origins of your Byakugan, and I hope you do not mind sharing." The Byakugan holds immense significance for the Hyuga clan, serving as the foundation of their legacy in the shinobi world. However, I am aware of your unique circumstances and acknowledge that you are not of Hyuga blood. Thus, I am intrigued as to how you came to possess the Byakugan. Please enlighten me. Naruto addressed Hisashi with a respectful tone. "There is no need for formalities. I would do the same in your position. It is the duty of a clan leader, after all, and it is for the sake of our family. I can comprehend that. I wonder, however, how much you know about the origins of the Byakugan. Have you ever heard of the Ōtsutsuki clan, Uncle Hisashi?" After pondering for a moment, Hisashi replied, "Though this is a family secret, there is no reason to conceal it from you. I am indeed familiar with the Ōtsutsuki clan, and my Hyuga lineage is a descendant of them. Our ancestors originally resided on the moon, but after the progenitor, Hyuga Tenjin, descended to this world, we adopted the surname Hyuga to distinguish ourselves from another branch of the Ōtsutsuki clan. The reason for this is that our ancestral bloodline has inherited the Byakugan, while the other branch inherited the physical traits of our forebears." At this point, Hisashi suddenly realized something. He recalled his previous explanation to Hinata and Sasuke and had an epiphany. "Could it be that your bloodline has reverted? This is impossible. Yet I cannot fathom why you possess the Byakugan." Naruto was taken aback by Hisashi's insight, thinking to himself, "I haven't said a word, yet you have deduced everything." However, Hisashi continued, "But wait, if your bloodline has indeed reverted, shouldn't the first manifestation be the Sharingan? After all, your lineage is closely related to the Uchiha clan." Hisashi gazed at Naruto with curiosity. "You are correct, Uncle Hisashi. My bloodline is indeed closely related to the Uchiha clan. But I never claimed that I had not awakened the Sharingan," Naruto explained, activating his two-tomo Sharingan to meet Hisashi's gaze. Hisashi was rendered speechless, staring at Naruto's Sharingan in astonishment. He thought to himself, what a prodigy. Not only has he reverted in bloodline, but at merely 5 years of age, he has awakened both the Byakugan and Sharingan. What extraordinary talent must he possess? Furthermore, he has also unlocked the sage body of the Uzumaki clan. This is akin to rivaling our ancestors. After clearing his throat to mask his astonishment, Hisashi said, "Well, now that I understand the origin of your Byakugan, I shall explain your situation to the Third Hokage and Fugaku. After all, the simultaneous awakening of both the Sharingan and Byakugan, in addition to the sage body, is a significant matter that warrants explanation. As for what arrangements the third Hokage will make, I cannot say. However, you need not worry. As a member of Konoha, I believe the third Hokage and Fugaku will not make things difficult for you. Naruto expressed his gratitude, fully aware that Hisashi was assisting him in being able to openly utilize both the Sharingan and Byakugan without facing skepticism from the villagers. He felt a deep sense of appreciation for Hisashi, perhaps in part due to his relationship with Hinata that had prompted Hisashi's support. Now that we have addressed matters pertaining to the clan, I wish to inquire as a father, what exactly is going on between you and Hinata? Pray, enlighten me. Hisashi said, casting a stern gaze upon Naruto. Naruto, caught off guard by Hisashi's intense scrutiny, felt a pang of guilt, just as he was at a loss for words. Hinata rushed in from outside, her shoes still on, in a flurry of activity. As Hisashi observed Hinata bustling about, his brow furrowed with concern. Unperturbed, Hinata rushed through the door, only to encounter her sister Hanabi, who informed her that their father had summoned Naruto for a discussion. Without a second thought, Hinata hurried inside, her heart brimming with worry for Naruto, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Hisashi, dissatisfied, remarked on her hasty demeanor. Father, may I inquire as to why you have summoned Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, her concern for Naruto overshadowing everything else. Naruto, witnessing Hinata's anxious state, felt a surge of sweetness in his heart, but knew he must tread carefully around Hisashi, lest he face dire consequences. Thus, he gently reassured her, Hinata, do not fret. Uncle Hisashi merely wished to speak with me. There is nothing to be concerned about. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hinata's worries began to dissipate, and she offered a somewhat apologetic apology to Hisashi. I am sorry, father. I was simply startled to learn that you had summoned Naruto-kun, and it made me anxious. Hisashi, feeling a twinge of irritation, retorted, do you perceive me as a heartless father? Humph, since you are both here, let us discuss the nature of your relationship. Naruto, emboldened, addressed Hisashi, Uncle Hisashi. I respectfully request your permission to court Hinata. I vow to bring her happiness and protect her, ensuring she suffers not a single moment of distress. Please grant your consent. Hinata gazed at Naruto in astonishment, never having anticipated his boldness in addressing her father, yet her heart soared with joy, realizing that Naruto harbored feelings for her as well. Hisashi, observing the determination in Naruto's eyes and the bliss radiating from Hinata, let out a faint sigh. However, he felt compelled to inquire further. Turning to Hinata, he asked, Hinata, do you share these feelings for Naruto? Blushing deeply, Hinata lowered her gaze and softly affirmed with a shy yes. Naruto's heart swelled with elation as he looked at Hinata. Since Hinata reciprocates your feelings, I shall not oppose your relationship. However, should you ever cause her sorrow, I will not hesitate to take drastic measures, Hisashi warned, his tone tinged with exasperation, also harboring discontent towards the school for their negligence regarding young romances. Naruto, elated by Hisashi's lack of opposition, took Hinata's hand with a smile. Hinata, feeling the warmth of his grasp in the presence of her father, blushed even deeper, nearly burying her face in the ground from embarrassment. Hisashi, unable to bear the display of affection before him, stated, All right, there is nothing more to discuss. You may leave now. After exchanging numerous words, Naruto and Hinata departed from the Hyuga residence. Under the cover of darkness, a figure clad in black stealthily infiltrated the Hyuga household, stealthily making its way to Hinata's room with the intent of abducting her. Just as he was about to approach Hinata, several chains suddenly emerged from the ground, binding him tightly. The commotion startled the guards and awakened Hinata, who was still asleep. In an instant, a dozen members of the Hyuga clan rushed in. Upon entering, the guards found a figure clad in black, ensnared by chains, and a startled Hinata, who gazed blankly at Naruto at the doorway. The chains binding the figure were emanating from Naruto himself. Hyuga Hisashi hurried to Hinata's side, anxiously inquiring, Hinata, are you all right? I'm fine, Uncle Hisashi. It was Naruto-kun who saved me, Hinata replied. Hearing Hinata's reassurance, Hisashi sighed in relief and turned to Naruto, expressing gratitude. Thank you for saving the young lady. With a cheerful smile, Naruto replied, It's nothing, really. It's what I ought to do. At that moment, Hyuga Hayashi also arrived. Hisashi promptly explained the situation to Hayashi, who then approached Naruto, saying, Thank you once again, Naruto. Naruto responded with a grin, It's my duty. I promised your uncle to protect Hinata well. Keeping promises is my ninja way. Hayashi regarded Naruto with satisfaction, stating, "Indeed, I did not entrust Hinata to someone unworthy. You have fulfilled your commitment admirably. Now, Naruto, let us take this miscreant to the third Hokage and discuss the matter." "All right," Naruto replied. Naruto and Hayashi escorted the black-clad figure to the Hokage's office, where they handed him over to Ibiki and awaited the arrival of the third Hokage. After a considerable wait, Naruto observed the third Hokage entering the office accompanied by his two advisors, Mitarashi Anko and Mito Gate. After exchanging greetings, the third Hokage remarked, "I have already had Ibiki interrogate him. This individual is a Jonin from the Cloud Village, who likely infiltrated the Hyuga household to acquire the Byakugan. Even if the mission failed, it could have instigated a war between Konoha and the Cloud Village." Thankfully, Naruto intervened. "By the way, how did you come to be at the Hyuga residence?" Naruto replied, "Today, when I visited the Hyuga household, I encountered several individuals from the Cloud Village. Sensing their malevolence, I decided to guard the premises at night. Sure enough, trouble ensued." The others acknowledged that Naruto had fully awakened the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, which was hardly surprising. The third Hokage expressed his relief. "Fortunately, you detected the threat. Otherwise, a war could have erupted. The Cloud Village is becoming increasingly audacious, daring to harm my Hinata. It is imperative that we teach them a lesson, third Hokage." "What should we do next?" Naruto exclaimed angrily. For Naruto, Hinata represented his greatest vulnerability. Anyone who dared to harm her would face his wrath. His fury was reaching its zenith, ready to explode. Had he not foreseen the danger and positioned himself outside the Hyuga household, who knows how events might have unfolded as they had in his previous life. Without his vigilance, Hinata could have been in grave peril. Naruto was seething with anger, desperate for an outlet. The third Hokage gazed at the irate Naruto and said, "Naruto, please remain composed. It is evident that someone is attempting to incite a conflict between Konoha and Kumogakure. We must not fall for this ruse. It would be prudent to leave this matter to the Raikage." Naruto looked at the third in disbelief and exclaimed, "What do you mean, leave it to the Raikage? What if he deceives us?" "No, this matter cannot be entrusted to him. Furthermore, even if, as you suggest, it is indeed some factions within Kumogakure seeking to instigate a war with Konoha, it is his failure to control his subordinates that has led to this situation, rendering him culpable as well. In any case, this issue must be resolved by Konoha. It cannot be handed over to Kumogakure. I shall ensure that anyone who dares to threaten Hinata meets their demise." With that, a formidable scarlet chakra erupted from Naruto, enveloping him and forming 4 tails of the 9 tails cloak, while his Sharingan evolved to 3 Tomo, and even his Byakugan radiated a chilling white light. The onlookers were astonished not only by the outpouring of Naruto's 9 tails chakra, but also by the extraordinary phenomenon of him wielding both Sharingan and Byakugan simultaneously. The third Hokage, visibly anxious, cautioned, "Naruto, what are you intending to do? You must cease this at once." Hisashi had not yet had the opportunity to inform the third about the eyes. As Naruto unleashed the chakra of the 9 tails, the hidden Umbu began to emerge, and even Danzo made his appearance. However, Naruto's furious expression suddenly calmed. Kneeling before the third Hokage, he spoke earnestly, "Lord Hokage, esteemed advisors, and Lord Danzo, I understand your desire to avoid escalating this situation for the sake of the village. However, I humbly request permission to seek an explanation from Kumogakure on a personal basis. This will demonstrate to the world that despite some internal discord, Konoha remains the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages. I implore you to grant me this." Without waiting for a response from the third, Naruto vanished from their sight. At this juncture, Danzo inquired, "Third, what is the meaning of this? Why is the Jinchuriki going berserk, and what does he mean by going to Kumogakure? I demand an explanation." At that moment, Karui relayed the sequence of events to Danzo, who then turned to the third and remarked, "Huh? Third, you are behaving even less maturely than a child. Moreover, this boy has mastered techniques of which you remain unaware." "Ha." With that, Danzo departed. Not long after Danzo's exit, Jiraiya arrived. In truth, Jiraiya had returned to the village some time ago, preoccupied with gathering materials, which had delayed his visit with the third. However, the recent outburst of Naruto's 9 tails chakra had compelled him to rush over. "It seems I have arrived too late. Can someone enlighten me on what transpired?" Jiraiya inquired upon entering. The third Hokage, wishing to question Jiraiya about various matters, decided to bide his time until Jiraiya grasped the full context of the situation. After Jiraiya absorbed the details, he erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Truly, he is my disciple. His temperament mirrors my own." The third Hokage, displeased, retorted, "If Naruto is your disciple, can you tell me when his seal began to weaken?" Everyone assumes the leakage of the Nine-Tails chakra is merely due to a loosening of the seal. The seal has loosened. Ha ha ha. Can't you even tell that the seal is loosening, third Hokage? The seal on Naruto is not merely loosened. It has been completely undone. Everyone was rendered speechless by Jiraiya's revelation. Mito Minion struggled to articulate his disbelief. This is impossible. If the seal is undone, why hasn't the Nine-Tails within Naruto gone berserk? Ah, that is because Naruto has forged a friendship with the Nine-Tails, thus it will not rampage, Jiraiya responded with a chuckle. This means that Naruto has become the perfect Jinchuriki, having formed a bond with the beast inside him. At this moment, Hisashi regained his composure and remarked, not only that, but his bloodline has regressed to its ancestral form. Regressed to its ancestral form? Tonari Kamachi inquired in confusion. Hisashi explained, "Today, I conversed with Naruto for a while and learned that he possesses both the Byakugan and the Sharingan, in addition to an almost immortal sage body. His bloodline has reverted to a state akin to that of his ancestors." The third Hokage was so astonished that he found himself at a loss for words. Tonari Kamachi still did not grasp the meaning of regression, but the fact that he possessed 3 bloodline limits was astounding. She was about to ask further questions when the third Hokage interrupted, "I will explain the concept of bloodline regression later. For now, I wish to inquire, Jiraiya, has Naruto mastered the Flying Thunder God technique?" "Indeed, both the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan are techniques I have taught him. My intention was to also impart the summoning technique during this visit and eventually take him out for 2 years of training. I never anticipated this situation would arise," Jiraiya lamented. "Alas, it seems we must go to the Cloud Village to bring him back." The third Hokage then commanded, "Kamachi, Minyen, immediately arrange for all available Umbu and ninjas of Chunin rank or higher to be dispatched to the Land of Lightning. Jiraiya, you must go to the Cloud Village and retrieve Naruto. We cannot allow anything to happen to him." "What are you planning, third Hokage? This could provoke a war." Kamachi and Mito Minyen asked anxiously. "Do not question me further. Oh, and make sure to send Danzo and Root as well. Do not allow any compromises. As for the reasons, I will explain later. Just know that Naruto is the future of our Leaf Village." A continuation of the glory from the time of the first Hokage, the third Hokage asserted. Though surprised, Tonari Kamachi and Mito Minyen understood that this was not the time for questions and hurried off to execute the third Hokage's orders. "Who would have thought, old man, that you are not as aged as you appear," Jiraiya remarked, reminiscent of the third Hokage's youthful vigor. "Do you truly believe I have grown too frail to act?" "Some matters do not require your concern," the third Hokage replied nonchalantly. "Then I shall take my leave, old man." With that, Jiraiya utilized the reverse summoning technique to depart. Meanwhile, Naruto, accompanied by the ninja he had pilfered from Ibiki, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique with all his might to approach the Cloud Village. Arriving within a single night, he appeared before the Raikage's office, shouting, "Raikage, come out here." Passers-by were startled by the outburst of this young boy, whispering among themselves about Naruto. At that moment, a guard approached Naruto, intent on driving him away. However, just as the guard extended his hand, Naruto skillfully evaded his grasp, simultaneously unleashing a spiraling sphere that sent the guard crashing through the glass into the office of the Raikage. A thunderous voice resonated, demanding to know which fool dared to act recklessly in the Land of Lightning. Suddenly, a shadow burst through the wall and descended. Naruto regarded the imposing figure before him and inquired, "Are you the Raikage? Is this individual one of your village's jonin?" With that, he discarded the unconscious Cloud Ninja at the Raikage's feet. The Raikage glanced down at the fallen man and confirmed, "Indeed, he is a ninja from my village." "That is good to hear," Naruto replied coolly. "This man infiltrated the Hyuga clan in our Leaf Village, attempting to abduct the heiress, whom I apprehended. The heiress is my beloved. Now, tell me, do you not owe me an explanation?" The Raikage, scrutinizing Naruto, retorted, "Kid, whether your claims hold truth is irrelevant. Your audacity before me is unwarranted. Raikage-sama, please save me." The Cloud Ninja on the ground pleaded. The Raikage shot him a disdainful glance, stating, "You wretched fool. A disgrace to our village. I shall settle matters with you later. For now, get away and cease to embarrass the Cloud Village." With a swift kick, he sent the ninja flying, crashing through several walls until he finally came to a halt, appearing incapacitated. Turning his attention back to Naruto, the Raikage declared, "I will address their transgressions, but first, I must deal with you for insulting the dignity of the Cloud Village." "Perfectly fine. I too have a great deal of anger to unleash. Let us find a place to settle this. I have no desire to involve innocent villagers," Naruto retorted defiantly. The Raikage regarded Naruto with growing admiration. "Kid, I am beginning to like you more and more. Come with me. I shall take you to a place where we can fight without restraint." With that, the Raikage turned to leave, but just as Naruto was about to follow, a feminine voice called out, "Raikage-sama, you still have numerous documents to attend to. You cannot leave." Naruto observed a woman rushing out of the office, burdened with a stack of papers, while the Raikage quickened his pace upon hearing her voice. Realizing he was being ensnared, Naruto hastened his steps to distance himself from her piercing gaze, feeling as though he had been deceived by the Raikage. Upon catching up to the Raikage, Naruto remarked, "It seems I have been tricked. You simply wish to avoid work by using me as a shield," he thought to himself, reflecting on the flimsy excuse of upholding the dignity of the Cloud Village. The Raikage, having his ruse exposed, felt a twinge of embarrassment and snapped back. "Enough of your chatter." They arrived at a place known as the Cloud Abyss, where a ninja wielding several blades was instructing a female ninja, both adorned with the chakra cloaks of tailed beasts. Naruto recognized them as the Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village, Killer Bee of the 8 Tails, and Yujito, Ni of the 2 Tails. Upon the Raikage's arrival, both ceased their training, with Killer Bee greeting, "Big brother, what brings you here? Is there something amiss?" Yujito also acknowledged the Raikage with a nod. "There's nothing particularly significant. It's just that I find that brat rather unpleasant and wish to teach him a lesson," remarked the Raikage. Naruto replied nonchalantly, "Who will strike whom remains to be seen." With that, Naruto unleashed the adamantine sealing chains, which surged forth towards the Raikage. Taken aback by the unexpected move, the Raikage swiftly evaded the encircling chains and ascended above Naruto. He aimed a powerful punch at the back of Naruto's head, but Naruto, utilizing his keen sensory abilities, anticipated the Raikage's trajectory and activated the adamantine sealing chains behind him just in time to block the blow. Otherwise, he would have faced defeat. The Raikage was astonished that Naruto managed to parry his attack, and furthermore, the chains had managed to seal away the lightning chakra he had attached to himself. This left the Raikage feeling somewhat restrained and uncomfortable. He observed as Naruto vanished once again. Naruto, concentrating intensely, hurled a kunai backward, but the Raikage sidestepped it with ease. In a swift motion, Naruto released the adamantine sealing chains forward, yet the Raikage deftly avoided each one. As the Raikage closed in, another chain shot forth from Naruto's chest. His final chain. Just as it ensnared the Raikage, an ominous sense of danger washed over Naruto. It was too late. The Raikage's shadow clone unleashed a jolt of electricity, paralyzing Naruto. At that moment, the Raikage appeared behind Naruto, exclaiming triumphantly, "I've got you." But suddenly, Naruto vanished once more. The Raikage swiftly turned to find Naruto standing several meters behind him, a kunai reminiscent of the Fourth Hokage at his feet. The Raikage gazed at Naruto, seeing a striking resemblance to the Fourth. With a complex expression, he inquired, "The Flying Thunder God technique. What is your relation to the Fourth Hokage?" Naruto, ever vigilant, replied, "The Fourth Hokage is my father." "Ah, so you are the child of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. No wonder you bear such a likeness to him," the Raikage remarked. Naruto maintained his guarded stance, asking, "You knew my father?" "Of course, he was the greatest rival of my life. I once believed he would bring an end to the chaos and wars of this world, becoming a savior of sorts. Alas, he perished. Once someone dies, they leave behind nothing but regrets and sighs," the Raikage reminisced. Naruto, looking intently at the Raikage, asserted, "You are mistaken. Although my father is gone, he bequeathed me a precious will, one that I have inherited along with his ideals. I believe I will become the savior of this world, putting an end to the chaos and sorrow brought by war." The Raikage erupted into laughter, as if hearing the world's most absurd joke. "Huh? You claim you will be the savior who ends the wars of this world? That is utterly laughable. A mere brat like you dares to boast so?" Naruto countered firmly. "Indeed, it is precisely because I am this brat that I possess the potential to make such claims. If you manage to injure me, then I shall concede that you possess such potential. Furthermore, I promise that as long as I remain the Raikage, I will not wage war against Konoha. However, If you cannot inflict harm upon me, you shall remain in the village hidden in the clouds as my subordinate. What say you, little brat? Dare to wager? The Raikage remarked with disdain. The Raikage is bullying again. How could that little brat possibly harm the Raikage? Even if he possesses considerable potential, it is utterly impossible at present, commented the observing Yamuki. Killer Bee retorted in a rhythmic flow. You fool, you scoundrel. Indeed, oh yeah, the big brother is bullying. Oa, Naruto, with a vigilant gaze fixed on the Raikage, stated solemnly, very well. In an instant, he appeared beside the Raikage, launching his Rasengan towards him. However, the Raikage evaded with a speed surpassing Naruto's, causing Naruto's Rasengan to strike the ground, creating a massive crater and sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Taking advantage of the dust cover, the Raikage swiftly approached Naruto, delivering a fierce blow with his lightning release arm, known as the lightning cutter. Although Naruto managed to deflect some of the impact with his adamantine sealing chains, he was still sent flying several meters, crashing into a boulder that shattered under the tremendous force. Is this the end? The Raikage mused. Yet, as the dust settled, he beheld Naruto still standing, though his body bore numerous wounds. Naruto retrieved several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them at the Raikage, simultaneously vanishing from sight. The Raikage dodged several shuriken but could not evade the incoming Naruto, who reappeared using the Flying Thunder God technique. Struck in the back by Naruto's Rasengan. The latter was momentarily taken aback, for his Rasengan left no mark upon the Raikage. The Raikage swept his lightning cutter back, but Naruto evaded it with his own technique. Staring in disbelief at the Raikage. What? You seem astonished. Hehe, the Raikage boasted with pride. Regaining his composure, Naruto replied, I never expected your physique to be so formidable. It is truly remarkable. I thought only the third Raikage possessed a body so close to that of a tailed beast, yet yours seems equally as strong. The Raikage expressed surprise. I did not anticipate you to know of the third Raikage. Many of the younger generation have forgotten him. While my body has yet to reach the third Raikage's level, with your current strength, you cannot harm me. Are you, little brat, contemplating surrender? Surrender? Do not jest. I will never concede, Naruto declared resolutely. In his heart, Naruto contemplated that conventional methods could not harm the Raikage. What should he do? At that moment, the nine tails within him spoke. Naruto, with your current strength, you indeed cannot harm him. However, have you forgotten that I am here? You are the Jinchuriki, not an ordinary human. You are the host of Kurama, the strongest of the tailed beasts. Upon hearing the nine tails, Naruto laughed. That's right. I am the Jinchuriki of the nine tails, Kurama's companion. Together, let us defeat the Raikage and establish a peace between Konoha and the village hidden in the clouds. Come on. Kurama. Humph, that's more like it. Yet, I must remind you, with your current physical endurance, the chakra that I can endure is limited to 4 tails. Any more would push your body beyond its limits, resulting in a violent outburst, especially considering you are merely 5 years old, the nine tails cautioned. Naruto responded, 4 tails are sufficient. Do not forget that I still have the Sharingan and Byakugan at my disposal. Seeing Naruto remain motionless, the Raikage swiftly appeared beside him, launching a punch aimed directly at Naruto's face. Yet, just as the fist was about to make contact, an astonishing surge of nine tails chakra erupted from Naruto. The chakra formed a formidable tail that swept towards the Raikage, who, upon realizing Naruto's power, recognized him as a Jinchuriki and retreated to evade the attack. The Raikage, now serious, remarked, a Jinchuriki, and it appears you are a perfect one, akin to be. However, at merely 5 years of age, you likely cannot fully harness the entirety of the tailed beast chakra. Observing from the sidelines, Yamato and Killer Bee were rendered speechless by the spectacle. At that moment, the bull spirit within Killer Bee exclaimed, I never imagined this little brat would be the nine tails Jinchuriki. Bee, you should get along splendidly with him. Oh yeah? You fool. You idiot. We are all friends as Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts. Killer Bee exclaimed. Yamato addressed Killer Bee. Master, I did not expect him to be a Jinchuriki. And judging by his demeanor, he seems capable of controlling his tailed beast. Killer Bee continued his rap. Oh yeah? You must give it your all. Don't let Bee surpass you. Yeah, tailed beasts are all friends. After finishing his performance, Killer Bee extended his fist toward Yamato. I will strive to do my best. Yamato replied, meeting Killer Bee's fist. At that moment, Naruto initiated his assault, extending his hand forward, with the tailed beast cloak enveloping his arm as it reached for the Raikage. The Raikage dodged continuously, Yet the claws formed by the tailed beast chakra relentlessly pursued him, seemingly unwilling to relent until they grasped him. While evading the chakra claws, the Reikage sought to close the distance to Naruto, and suddenly, he flashed to Naruto's side, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. However, Naruto was quick to react, successfully blocking the kick with a diamond lock. In response, he unleashed a barrage of over 20 diamond locks towards the Reikage, forcing him to retreat. The multitude of diamond locks encircled the tailed beast cloak, enveloping it, a technique Naruto had emulated from his previous life SQB mode. This enhancement provided an additional layer of protection and increased offensive capability. Moreover, the diamond lock was a sealing technique, surpassing even the QB mode in strength. If Naruto could fully harness the entirety of the Nine Tails chakra, the Reikage would find himself in dire straits. The Reikage, impressed by Naruto's ability to merge the tailed beast with the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan, praised. I must admit, you are a genius to combine the Uzumaki clan's bloodline limit with that of the tailed beast. Such a combination could indeed inflict harm upon my body. However, do not forget, my greatest asset lies not in my physical strength, but in my speed. After speaking, Reikage swiftly appeared behind Naruto, delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying into a multitude of rocks. However, Naruto remained unscathed, quickly adjusting his body and extending his arm, wrapped in chains, to grasp at Reikage. Yet, he narrowly missed, prompting Naruto to fiercely incorporate his four tails from behind, but still unable to capture Reikage. He instead altered the surrounding landscape significantly. I have previously stated that my greatest strength lies in my speed. You will never be able to catch me at this rate, Reikage confidently declared. Naruto hastened to conclude this battle. This is my first time utilizing this mode, and I cannot sustain it for long, Kurama cautioned Naruto. I understand, Naruto replied succinctly, as he began to gather a substantial amount of chakra in his mouth, preparing to unleash the tailed beast bomb. Noticing Naruto's intention, Reikage swiftly retreated. Naruto launched the tailed beast bomb from his mouth, but Reikage adeptly evaded, causing the bomb to explode and raise a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto concealed himself within the dust and unleashed a flurry of chains toward Reikage. I have already told you, your attacks cannot reach me, and now you have revealed your location. It's over, kid, Reikage proclaimed, deftly dodging all the chains and positioning himself behind Naruto. Once behind Naruto, Reikage unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, damaging even the tailed beast cloak. Naruto was struck by Reikage's assault, causing him to cough up blood. However, in the moment Reikage believed victory was assured and relaxed his vigilance, he noticed Naruto's eyes had suddenly transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan. In that instant, Naruto activated his Jinjutsu and simultaneously opened his Byakugan. Although Naruto's current Jinjutsu could only momentarily ensnare Reikage, it was sufficient for Naruto to gather his remaining chakra. As Reikage awakened, Naruto had already channeled all his chakra toward Reikage's chakra network, aiming to inflict serious damage. Reikage was struck by Naruto's chakra, resulting in him spitting out blood. Exhausted and heavily injured by Reikage's assault, Naruto collapsed, his consciousness fading. Without the support of his will, he would have succumbed long ago. Reikage, with a complex expression, gazed at Naruto and sighed. Turning to the rocks behind him, he called out, "Are you not coming out? Huh, truly worthy of Lord Reikage. I had thought I was well hidden." Jiraiya emerged from behind the rocks, chuckling. Reikage, visibly displeased, remarked, "Humph. I had been aware of your presence since you entered the hidden cloud village, Jiraiya of the legendary Three Ninjas. I was merely curious as to your purpose here. But now I understand you came for this boy." Jiraiya, grinning, replied, "Indeed, I came for Naruto. He is far too impulsive, and I feared he might offend Lord Reikage. So I arrived early. After all, he is my disciple. You may take him with you," Reikage stated nonchalantly. Jiraiya approached Naruto, lifting him into his arms and saying, "I extend my gratitude to Lord Reikage. I shall take my leave now." With that, he made his way towards the village entrance. Reikage, observing Jiraiya's retreating figure, remarked, "Inform that young rascal that I shall handle the matters concerning the Hyuga clan with utmost seriousness, and that he has won our wager." Upon hearing Reikage's words, Jiraiya smirked slightly and replied, "I shall convey your message." At the border of the Land of Fire, within the confines of the Leaf Village's encampment, all of Konoha's elite forces had gathered. Although many of the shinobi were uncertain as to why they had assembled, the code of the ninja instilled a sense of vigilance in them, and they remained poised for battle, ready to respond at a moment's notice upon the Hokage's command. Meanwhile, in the main tent, Naruto, who had succumbed to unconsciousness after his battle with Reikage, lay in slumber. The third Hokage, along with Danzo, Jiraiya, and the two advisors, Hinata Hizashi and Uchiha Fumiaki, stood guard nearby, awaiting Naruto's awakening. After examining Naruto's condition, the third Hokage reassured everyone, stating, "It appears he has merely exhausted his chakra and, combined with his injuries, has fainted. There is no cause for alarm. He should awaken shortly." Turning to Jiraiya, the third Hokage inquired, "Jiraiya, what transpired in Kumogakure that could render even someone as formidable as Naruto, with his vast chakra reserves and monstrous vitality, incapacitated? This perplexes me greatly." Chuckling, Jiraiya replied, "I must admit, this disciple of mine is indeed a marvel. Though merely 5 years old, he surpasses many. Those so-called prodigies are hardly worthy to lace his shoes." The third Hokage, intrigued, pressed for clarity. "Oh, pray tell, elaborate on the matter." With pride, Jiraiya recounted the events following Naruto's arrival in Kumogakure, battling for peace between Konoha and the Cloud Village, mastering the control of the Nine-Tails chakra, awakening the Three-Tomo Sharingan and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, seamlessly merging the bloodline limits with the Nine-Tails chakra, and showcasing a mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique rivaling that of the fourth Hokage. Jiraiya beamed at the third Hokage, proclaiming, "Old man, can you believe that my disciple, at such a tender age, is fostering peace between two great ninja villages? Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Ha. It is a testament to my teaching prowess." The assembly collectively marveled at Jiraiya's words. The third Hokage, with a sense of pride, remarked, "Indeed, Naruto is a fine child. He has not disappointed us. Truly, he is the son of Minato, inheriting his father's will splendidly." Mikoto Uchiha affirmed, "Indeed, he is worthy of being Minato's child." Meanwhile, Tsunade also addressed the third Hokage, saying, "Hiruzen, you are correct. This child indeed represents Konoha's hope of reclaiming its position at the pinnacle of the world. Even if it incites war, it matters not." Even Danzo begrudgingly acknowledged that the third Hokage's decision was indeed prudent. Just as the assembly was reflecting, a messenger from Kumogakure arrived, prompting the third Hokage to summon the envoy into the tent. A Konoha ninja entered, accompanied by 2 shinobi from the Cloud Village, Killer Bee and Yui. The Konoha ninja approached the third Hokage, stating, "Lord Hokage, I have brought the envoys from Kumogakure." The third Hokage turned to Kurabi and the ninja from the Land of Lightning, addressing them, "You have worked hard. You may now retire to rest." Once the man took his leave, the third Hokage regarded Kurabi and the other ninja, inquiring, "Might I ask what brings you here on behalf of the Reikage?" The ninja from the Land of Lightning replied, "Esteemed Hokage, the Reikage has sent us to express our sincere apologies for the actions of our Cloud Village clansmen within Konoha. We assure you that those involved will face severe repercussions." After a brief pause, he continued, "Additionally, concerning the wager between the Reikage and Naruto Uzumaki, the Reikage hopes to establish a fair and peaceful treaty with Konoha, fulfilling his promise to Naruto. We hope you can provide a response, so we may report back to the Reikage." The dignitaries present were taken aback. Although they had just heard Jiraiya mention the wager, they did not expect matters to progress so swiftly. However, all present were seasoned individuals accustomed to tumultuous circumstances, quickly regaining their composure. The third Hokage calmly stated, "As for the actions of the Cloud Village in Konoha, since the Reikage wishes to address this matter personally, we trust in his fair judgment. Regarding the establishment of peace, it has long been Konoha's aspiration to coexist harmoniously with the Cloud Village, assisting one another. We shall convey Konoha's sincerity to the Reikage. May I inquire if we could have an audience with Naruto Uzumaki?" The ninja responded, "Might I ask what purpose you have in wanting to see Naruto?" The Cloud Ninja, sensing the caution from Danzo, quickly clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. My master and I simply wish to have a conversation with Naruto. After all, we are both Jinchuriki, and I believe we would have much in common to discuss. There is no ill intent." The assembly did not anticipate that the Cloud Village would send a Jinchuriki as an envoy. Understanding the potential for shared experiences between Jinchuriki, they lowered their guard. The third Hokage replied, "I sincerely apologize, but Naruto has yet to awaken." The Cloud Ninja expressed his regret. "That is unfortunate. We shall have to wait for another opportunity. Please convey to Naruto that we hope he will visit the Cloud Village once more." The third Hokage nodded, "I will convey your message." With that, The Cloud Ninja and Karabi departed, filled with disappointment, as Karabi's greatest desire had been to forge a friendship with Naruto, which alas, could not come to fruition. The Konoha delegation stayed for 3 days, during which they established a non-aggression pact with the Cloud Village. On the 3rd day, when Naruto finally awakened, he found the Third Hokage by his side. As for Danzo, the 2 advisors, and the others, they returned to Konoha after reaching the agreement, as many matters within the village required their attention. Although the Third Hokage was also meant to return, he chose to remain with Jiraiya to ensure Naruto's safety. Naruto, you have finally awakened. Are you feeling any discomfort? The Third Hokage inquired with concern. Feeling the Hokage's genuine care for him warmed Naruto's heart. Where am I, Grandfather Third? I was just battling the Raikage in the hidden Cloud Village. How did I end up here? By the way, why are you here as well? Jiraiya, noticing that Naruto had overlooked his presence, retorted with irritation. Humph. How dare you ask? In a fit of recklessness, you dashed off to the hidden Cloud Village, causing chaos. If I hadn't brought you back, do you think you would have emerged unscathed? At that moment, Naruto finally noticed Jiraiya standing beside the Third Hokage. Jiraiya's anger flared even more as he realized Naruto had only just acknowledged him. He was about to express his wrath when the Third Hokage interjected. Enough. This child has just awakened, and you, as his teacher, should show some concern rather than scold him. Let Naruto rest properly. We can discuss matters later. Come with me. And do not disturb Naruto's recovery. With that, he pulled Jiraiya out of the tent. After resting for another day, Naruto learned that it was Jiraiya who had rescued him from the hidden Cloud Village. He also discovered that the Third Hokage had summoned all the village's elite forces out of concern for his safety. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Naruto found himself at a loss for words when faced with the kindness of the Third Hokage and Jiraiya. He had always believed himself to be an unloved orphan. Yet the affection bestowed upon him by the Third Hokage and Jiraiya mirrored the love he had only felt from his parents. Why are you so silent? Speak up. Jiraiya chided. After calming his emotions, Naruto replied, It's not that I have nothing to say. I'm simply astonished that you, Grandfather Third, would go so far as to wage war against the hidden cloud for my sake. I also never expected Pervy Sage to infiltrate the hidden Cloud Village alone to save me. It moves me deeply. Both the Third Hokage and Jiraiya felt a pang of sympathy for Naruto's profound yearning for love and care. Jiraiya asked, Naruto, do you harbor resentment towards your parents? Naruto responded, To say I don't would be a lie, but my love for them is even greater. I despise that they could not be there to watch me grow, that we could not share a life together. I resent my father for being the Hokage and my mother for being the Jinchuriki. Yet, I love them dearly. They sacrificed so much for me, even their lives, so that I could safely control the Nine Tails. Their brief presence taught me the value of familial bonds and how to be strong. For the sake of peace in this world and the happiness of others, my parents relinquished their own joy. I recall my father telling my mother that our family is composed of ninjas. Reflecting on his parents brought a wave of sorrow over Naruto. Jiraiya approached him, placing a comforting hand on his head. Cheer up, Naruto. Do not dwell in sadness. It is through sorrow that we grow stronger. Only by overcoming despair can you become more formidable. I believe your parents would share this sentiment and have faith that you will prevail. Yes, I will. Rest assured, Pervy Sage. I am the son of the 4th Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina, and I will not succumb to sorrow. Naruto declared, rallying his spirits as he spoke to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, with a sense of satisfaction, remarked, Now this resembles my disciple. After a moment of contemplation, he slyly addressed Naruto. By the way, you have been calling me a perverted sage for quite some time now. Who have you heard that from? I am Jiraiya, the sage of toads, not some lecherous sage. You little rascal. Enraged, Jiraiya chased after Naruto, who, while fleeing, retorted, But my mother said you are quite the lecher, constantly peeping at girls while they bathe. Claiming to be a sage. What else would you be if not a perverted sage? Upon realizing that it was Kushina who had divulged his secrets to Naruto, Jiraiya, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, exclaimed, That was merely research, do you understand? I gather material for my loyal readers, not for any lewd purposes. My mother said that peeking at girls while they bathe makes one a pervert, so yes, Jiraiya the perverted sage, indeed, that fits. Jiraiya, nearly at the brink of fury, disregarded Naruto's recent recovery and was determined to teach the impudent child a lesson. Seeing Jiraiya's fury, Naruto swiftly threw down all his shurikens and activated the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Meanwhile, the Third Hokage, having regained his senses. Was worried ever since Naruto mentioned having met Minato and Kushina. He feared that once Naruto discovered his true heritage, he might harbor resentment towards Konoha. However, after overhearing the exchange between Naruto and Jiraiya, he felt a profound sense of relief. Observing the playful banter between the master and his pupil, the third could not help but smile. He thought to himself, Minato, can you see? Your child is growing splendidly. He has inherited your will. He shall become the pillar of Konoha. On a bright morning in Konoha, a comical scene unfolded in the bustling streets. A 7-year-old boy, clad in a yellow ceremonial robe and sporting a mane of beautiful golden hair, hurled a tomato at a window, instantly turning it crimson and inciting a chorus of curses from the villagers. As they attempted to chase him, the boy had vanished, only for them to spot him again, this time defacing the Hokage rock with a can of paint. The villagers' exclamations grew even louder, yet they could do little more than express their exasperation. This same scenario had played out countless times before, and they were utterly powerless against the mischievous boy. This boy was none other than Naruto. 2 years prior, after returning from the borders of the Land of Fire, he had trained with Jiraiya for a period. During that time, Jiraiya inquired about Naruto's aspirations for the future. After much contemplation, Naruto resolved to follow the same path as before and become Hokage, for he believed that only by attaining such authority could he transform this cold world. Without the power to make decisions, one was powerless. Thus, he confided in Jiraiya his desire to become stronger than anyone else, to become Hokage. Jiraiya advised him that to achieve the title of Hokage, one must earn the recognition of all, asserting that while strength was crucial, it alone was insufficient to attain such a revered position. Soon after, Jiraiya departed the village to continue his quest for material. Naruto pondered that while sheer strength might compel submission, it would never earn genuine respect. Thus, he endeavored to engage with the villagers, hoping to extend his assistance. However, to his dismay, he was met only with frigid glares. The villagers rejected him outright, even shunning him in conversation. In his helplessness, he resorted to his old antics of mischief. This penchant for pranks often earned him reprimands from Iruka. Yet Naruto was aware that Iruka invariably apologized to the villagers on his behalf, smoothing over the aftermath of his mischief. Much like in Naruto's past life, Iruka regarded him as a beloved younger brother, which deeply moved Naruto. Consequently, whenever Iruka scolded him, Naruto would adopt a contrite demeanor. The moment he displayed this innocent facade, Iruka would falter in his scolding, exhaling a resigned sigh and saying, "You mustn't behave this way again." The matter would then dissipate. Such was the case when Naruto, having skipped class to engage in mischief, was caught again by Iruka at the Hokage rock. As Iruka lectured him, Naruto feigned innocence, attentively listening. With a sigh of exasperation, Iruka remarked, "Naruto, you always do this. The moment I scold you, you adopt this demeanor. Can you not amend your mischievous ways?" To which Naruto obediently replied, "I will change, Iruka-sensei." Iruka, in a tone of resignation, countered, "You say that every time, yet have you truly changed?" Naruto weakly responded, "I genuinely wish to change. But I cannot help myself. Since it is a flaw, it cannot be easy to rectify." Iruka, his frustration mounting, pressed, "Are you not prepared to change?" No, I will certainly amend my ways," Naruto asserted, sensing Iruka's irritation. However, upon gazing into his eyes, Iruka understood the difficulty of instilling change. Ultimately, Iruka, with no other recourse, led Naruto back to school to resume classes. As Naruto settled into his seat, Sasuke inquired from behind, "Where have you been?" Before Naruto could respond, Shikamaru lazily interjected. What else could he have been doing? Probably causing mischief again. Did he throw tomatoes at someone's window or deface the Hokage rock this time? With a sense of pride, Naruto exclaimed, "I accomplished both. First, I smashed a window. Then I used the Flying Thunder God technique to reach the Hokage rock and adorn the faces of the first, second, and third Hokages with a riot of colors, showcasing an artistic flair." At that moment, Sasuke asked, "What about the fourth?" Naruto feigned contemplation before replying. "The fourth is too handsome, too perfect. I wouldn't know how to approach it." Sasuke retorted, "You're just making excuses." Shikamaru chimed in, "Stop fooling around. The fourth is your father, isn't he?" Naruto, taken aback, exclaimed, "Shikamaru, how did you know the fourth is my father?" "I don't recall telling you." Shikamaru replied nonchalantly, "My dad informed me. In fact, the older clan heirs in class are all aware. It's likely a directive that everyone keeps quiet about." Naruto turned to Sasuke in surprise, seeking an affirmation. Sasuke nodded in response. At that moment, Shikamaru added, "Actually, Naruto, you need not engage in mischief every day. I know you don't truly enjoy it." At this moment, Sasuke was also curious to hear Naruto's explanation. When they first met, Naruto was even colder than Sasuke. But at some point, he had developed a penchant for mischief, which puzzled Sasuke. However, being someone who preferred not to pry, he had never asked. Naruto candidly revealed, "It's because I have made a decision. I want to become Hokage." Shikamaru, intrigued, inquired, "You wish to be Hokage? How does that relate to your current behavior?" Naruto responded, "It is intrinsically connected. To become Hokage, one must possess exceptional strength and earn the recognition of everyone in the village. This is what my master taught me. While I have the strength, gaining the village's acknowledgement is arduous. You all know I am a Jinchuriki, and the villagers regard me as a monster, ostracizing me at every turn. I can only resort to mischief to make them perceive me as nothing more than a playful child rather than a beast. Honestly, it is exhausting." At that moment, Shikamaru and Sasuke understood the reason behind Naruto's sudden affinity for pranks. It was rooted in this struggle. Shikamaru, with understanding, remarked, "Indeed. That sounds quite challenging." Sasuke then asked, "Naruto, could you share your reasons for wanting to be Hokage? Is it because your father was also Hokage?" Naruto replied earnestly, "Absolutely not. My desire to become Hokage is not motivated by my father's legacy. On the contrary, I resent that my father was Hokage, as he sacrificed himself for the village when I was born. Do you know? I have only seen him twice in my life, once at my birth and once 2 years ago when I broke the seal. Yet, he was truly kind to me, and I wish to inherit his will and bring peace to this world, so that others do not suffer as I have." As he spoke, Naruto glanced at Sasuke and Shikamaru and asked, "Will you help me?" After exchanging glances, Sasuke and Shikamaru replied in unison, "Of course." Naruto smiled and said, "Thank you. I believe the world will change because of the three of us. Shikamaru will be our strategist, for your intellect is unparalleled, while Sasuke, you will become the finest commander, responsible for all military affairs in Konoha, and I will handle governance. Together, we shall bring peace to this world. No matter the pain and suffering that lies ahead, we shall bear and overcome it all." Sasuke, inspired by Naruto, retorted with feigned arrogance, "Of course, without me, you wouldn't accomplish anything, you fool." Shikamaru chuckled, "With your intellect, I worry about your adventures. I think I'll stick with you too." Thus, the 3 7-year-old children boldly proclaimed their intent to change the world. After school, as usual, Sasuke prepared to train with Naruto. Passing by the Uchiha clan's residence, Sasuke said, "Naruto, my brother happens to be home today. He promised to teach me shuriken techniques when he returned. Let us go find him." Naruto responded joyfully, "Itachi is back? It's been so long since I last saw him. Let us go." With that, the two happily set off to find Itachi. As he arrived at Sasuke's doorstep, he witnessed Itachi engaged in a heated argument with several members of the Uchiha clan. When Naruto and Sasuke arrived, the altercation had already concluded. The individuals exchanged harsh words before departing. However, in that fleeting moment, Naruto caught a glimpse of Itachi's eyes transforming into the pinwheel pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan, only to revert to their original state almost immediately. In that moment, Naruto understood that Uchiha Shisui had perished, and a wave of sorrow engulfed him. He reflected on the immense efforts he had expended to prevent another tragedy befalling the Uchiha clan, revealing much of himself and making numerous preparations in advance, yet still failing to alter the course of events. A thought lingered in his mind. Was it truly impossible for him to change anything? No, he rejected that notion. He could indeed reshape the future. He was Uzumaki Naruto, fully aware of the unfolding events. Since history had repeated itself, he resolved to introduce subtle changes to it, believing that his previous actions had already initiated some transformation, albeit minor. With this determination, Naruto turned to Sasuke. "Brother, teach us how to wield shuriken like you do." Sasuke exclaimed joyfully as he approached Itachi. Itachi, upon seeing Sasuke and Naruto, smiled in return. "Very well, I shall teach you now. Come, let us venture into the woods." Upon reaching the forest, Itachi began instructing Sasuke and Naruto in the art of shuriken throwing. Their lessons continued late into the evening. "All right, Sasuke and Naruto. That's enough for today," Itachi announced. Sasuke, feeling a lingering desire to learn more, put away his shuriken and replied, "All right, but you must teach us again next time." I aspire to become an even greater ninja than you. Itachi knelt beside Sasuke, gently tapping his forehead with 2 fingers and smiling. Indeed, Sasuke. You have always been more exceptional than I. Sasuke beamed at Itachi's praise. At that moment, however, Naruto interjected, Itachi, are you truly prepared to undertake the mission assigned to you by Danzo? Itachi's expression shifted to one of surprise, while Sasuke wore a look of confusion, pondering what mission his brother was embarking upon. After all, Itachi had always been on missions. Why was this one any different? Itachi regarded Naruto curiously. Naruto, how do you know about the mission I am to execute? Naruto replied earnestly, yes, Itachi, I am aware of the mission you intend to undertake. But I believe it prudent for you to consider Sasuke's perspective rather than solely focusing on your protective instincts. I understand that your actions are motivated by a desire to safeguard him. However, when Sasuke learns the truth, do you think he will find joy in it? No. He will dwell in darkness. And do not think to accomplish your plans with the eye bestowed upon you by Brother Shursui, for that would be deceitful. In time, he will awaken to the truth, only to find himself ensnared in a deeper abyss. Moreover, Sasuke is no longer a child. He is a prodigy with the 3 Tomo Sharingan. There are countless ways to resolve this situation. Why not heed Sasuke's voice? Please, have faith in his abilities. At this moment, Sasuke discerned from Naruto's words that Itachi's mission might be far from simple. Regaining his composure, he calmly inquired, Brother, what exactly is happening? Please tell me. I am not the weakling you wish to protect. I am your brother, ready to fight alongside you. After speaking, Sasuke gazed at Itachi with his Sharingan activated, quietly awaiting a response. Just as Sasuke hoped that Itachi would reveal the truth of the situation, he was met instead with Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. As Itachi lifted his gaze towards Sasuke, his eyes suddenly transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Startled by this abrupt change, Sasuke found himself ensnared in Itachi's Jinjutsu before he could react. Nearby, Naruto noticed the sudden daze in Sasuke's eyes and realized something was amiss. As he began to respond, Itachi's reflexes surpassed his, and he shot a piercing glare at Naruto, who too fell victim to Itachi's Jinjutsu. Simultaneously, Itachi's consciousness entered Naruto's sealed space, where he encountered the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, observing Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, remarked, You possess quite the audacity, young one, to venture here. Do you truly believe that your Mangekyo Sharingan grants you unfettered power? Itachi, fixing his gaze on the Nine Tails, replied, I implore you not to interfere in this matter. I am aware that you could easily expel me from this sealed space and awaken Naruto, but your inaction suggests your tacit approval of my course of action. Does it not? The Nine Tails chuckled heartily. Indeed, little one, you are correct. This is precisely why I permit you to use Jinjutsu on Naruto. However, I am curious about your intentions. The tasks assigned to you by the Leaf Village are unlikely to be benevolent. Pray, enlighten me as to what you plan to do. Itachi responded, The majority of the Uchiha clan has turned against the village. Should they rebel, it would bring catastrophic consequences for the village. Though my father currently holds them in check, his restraint will not endure indefinitely. Upon hearing Itachi's words, the Nine Tails remarked, So, they are compelling you to take action against them, are they? Itachi affirmed, Indeed. I cannot allow them to inflict harm upon the village. Konoha was painstakingly established by the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. It symbolizes the hope for peace. Despite the occurrence of several wars, the situation has improved significantly compared to a time without a village. At least now, children can grow up in a relatively peaceful environment. The Nine Tails conceded, You speak truthfully. Although I harbor deep animosity towards the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, I must acknowledge that they have indeed contributed to a more peaceful world. Fulfilling the hopes of Sage of Six Paths, Itachi nodded in agreement, stating, Thus, I cannot permit them to destroy Konoha's peace. Nor can I allow the Uchiha clan to be branded as traitors. Therefore, the third Hokage and my father intend for me to bear the burden of being labeled a rogue ninja, cleansing the Uchiha clan of all dissenters. The Nine Tails comprehended Itachi's intentions. He sought to shoulder all blame alone. With a sigh, the Nine Tails inquired, Is this course of action truly worthwhile? Itachi resolutely replied, It is worth it. This will preserve the Uchiha clan's honor and allow my brother to thrive in Konoha. Moreover, you are likely aware that the Uchiha clan's tablet has been tampered with. The Nine Tails nodded. Yes, I am aware. I have heard Naruto mention it. Itachi continued. then you should understand that there are forces subtly maneuvering behind the scenes to advance the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, aiming to resurrect Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. It has come to light that an organization known as Akatsuki appears to be linked to the matter at hand. My father and the Third Hokage hope that I can infiltrate Akatsuki through this mission and gather intelligence. The Ninetales remarked, "You are one of the finest humans I have encountered. However, by taking this path, there will be no turning back, even after the mission concludes. You shall not return to Konoha." Itachi spoke calmly. Regardless of what lies ahead, Uchiha Itachi will forever remain a ninja of Konoha, and this is also for Sasuke. The Ninetales, moved by Itachi's resolute gaze, replied, "Very well. I shall grant you my consent. I will not interfere. During this time, I will shield Naruto's perception so that he does not disturb you, and I will keep a watchful eye on Sasuke." Gratefully, Itachi said, "Then I entrust this to you." After exiting the sealing space, Itachi arrived at the Hokage's office, where he met the Third Hokage and Danzo. The Third Hokage looked at Itachi and asked, "Itachi, are you truly prepared to undertake this?" Itachi responded, "Yes, Lord Hokage. I have already made contact with members of Akatsuki. Once this matter is resolved, I shall join them to uncover all pertinent information." The Third Hokage, with a pained expression, said, "Itachi, you need not go to such lengths." Itachi, gazing steadfastly at the Third Hokage, replied, "Lord Hokage, this is my choice. If the shadowy figures succeed in resurrecting Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, as per the intelligence provided by Naruto, this world may face annihilation. Therefore, we cannot overlook any possibility. Anything that can prevent Kaguya's revival is worth pursuing." The Third Hokage, seeing the determination in Itachi's eyes, could only let out a deep sigh, conceding, "Very well then." At that moment, Danzo interjected, "Itachi, every endeavor bears a cost. You may leave now and fulfill your mission." Itachi raised his gaze towards the Third Hokage before vanishing. After Itachi's departure, the Third Hokage turned to Danzo and expressed concern, "Are we being too harsh on Itachi?" Danzo replied, "Everything we do is for the peace of Konoha. As long as it serves that purpose, there is no question of cruelty. Do you lack this understanding, Hiruzen?" The Third Hokage countered, "Indeed, all of this is for Konoha, but we have placed an excessive burden of responsibility upon Itachi." Danzo remained resolute, stating, "As long as it is for Konoha, it is all worthwhile." Frustrated, the Third Hokage raised his finger at Danzo, struggling to articulate a complete thought, while Danzo steadfastly upheld his stance. Ultimately, the two parted ways in discontent. Upon returning home, Itachi encountered Fugaku and Mikoto. Fugaku inquired, "Itachi, have you truly made your decision?" Itachi affirmed, "Yes, father, mother. I apologize, but I have resolved to carry out this mission." Mikoto reassured him, "Itachi, there is no need for apologies. Whatever choice you make, your mother will support you." Fugaku added, "Indeed, no matter your decision, you will always be my pride. Here is the list of names, go forth." Itachi accepted the list from Fugaku, saying, "Father, mother, please take care of yourselves. I will no longer be by your side to serve you. Forgive your unworthy son." Mikoto, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears. Fuchio, with a heavy heart, waved goodbye to Itachi, saying, "Go ahead." Itachi turned and stepped out of the door. By the Uchiha clan's shrine, Itachi encountered the masked man who had attacked the Fourth Hokage 7 years prior. Itachi addressed the masked figure. "You are the one sent by Akatsuki to assist me." The masked man chuckled, "Indeed, I am the one dispatched by Akatsuki to aid you." Nodding in acknowledgement, Itachi replied, "Well then, let us proceed." As Itachi and the masked man prepared to depart, a child wearing a ghost mask suddenly appeared beside them. Both Itachi and the masked man became immediately vigilant. Itachi inquired of the masked man, "Is he also sent by your organization?" The masked man responded, "No." At that moment, the child with the ghost mask spoke, "I am not affiliated with Akatsuki. I am merely intrigued by your talk of slaughter. If you don't mind, I would like to join you in this undertaking." Itachi and the masked man regarded the child with caution, as his ability to appear silently beside them without detection indicated he was no ordinary child. Although curious about the child, Itachi prioritized the mission and stated, "Very well. As long as you possess the necessary strength." Seeing Itachi's agreement, the masked man also consented to the child's participation. Itachi then handed a list to the masked man, saying, "You are responsible for the West. This is the list of targets for our mission. All on it must perish." The masked man took the list, and let out a chilling laugh. Understood. Await my good news. With that, a force emanated from his eyes, drawing him into himself before he vanished. After the masked man departed, Itachi turned to the child and instructed, "You will oversee the security detail. I will handle the rest." The child grinned. "No problem. I will take care of the security." With that, the child also disappeared, momentarily taken aback by the child's sudden disappearance. Itachi then entered the shrine, where 30 or so rebels had gathered for that evening's clan meeting. Upon his entrance, several boisterous rebels sneered at Itachi. "Uchiha Itachi, what are you doing here, coward? Where's the clan leader? Why has he not arrived?" Itachi gazed at the individuals before him and replied, "The clan leader will not be coming. You will not have the opportunity to see him again." The rebels retorted, "What do you mean, Uchiha Itachi?" Itachi's response was chilling. "It means that you will all die here tonight." With that proclamation, his eyes transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and in an instant, he ensnared the rebels in the Genjutsu known as Tsukuyami, swiftly drawing his blade to extinguish their lives. The remaining rebels, witnessing Itachi's sudden assault, charged at him in a desperate attempt to retaliate. However, anyone who met Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan was quickly ensnared by his Tsukuyami and met a swift demise. Thus, a one-sided massacre unfolded within the Uchiha clan shrine. After slaying the last of the rebels, Itachi hurried to the security detail, only to find Uchiha Shursui bound by the child using a technique known as the diamond lock, slowly being dragged towards the child. Itachi could see the terror etched across Uchiha Shursui's face, murmuring, "Itachi, save me. Please come to my rescue, Itachi." Upon hearing the voice of Uchiha Shizun, Itachi instinctively unleashed Amaterasu, severing the child's adamantine seal. Both the child and Uchiha Shizun turned their gazes towards Itachi. Overjoyed at the sight of Itachi, Uchiha Shizun exclaimed, "Itachi, come quickly. This person is terrifying. He has slain everyone at the security office and even extracted their eyes." Itachi did not respond to Shizun's words, but instead approached the child and stated, "I recall instructing you to eliminate the personnel at the security office, not to harm others." The child, feeling embarrassed, replied, "I can't be blamed for this. I was about to leave when this woman stopped me." At that moment, the masked man arrived and, upon seeing Itachi, said, "Itachi, we must be on our way." Itachi nodded, preparing to depart. Just then, Uchiha Shizun inquired, "Itachi, what on earth is happening? Was this all orchestrated by you?" Even a fool would realize that Itachi was behind the events unfolding. Hearing Shizun's words, Itachi turned to her and said, "This was merely a test of my capacity." Uchiha Shizun shook her head in disbelief, insisting, "I cannot accept this. You are so gentle, so kind. You would never commit such acts." Itachi felt a profound ache in his heart as he witnessed Shizun shedding tears in his defense. Unable to speak further, he cast her into a deep slumber with Tsukuyami. "Let us go," he proclaimed. The masked man cast a lingering glance at Uchiha Shizun before departing as well. The child then said to Itachi, "I shall take my leave too. I had a delightful time today," and with that, he vanished. Itachi and the masked man paid him no mind. After all, he was not one of their own. On the journey to the land of rain, the masked man observed Itachi walking ahead and asked, "Itachi, are you not curious about that child? Could he possibly be a pawn of Danzo?" Itachi, without turning around, replied, "I am somewhat intrigued. The child's ability to employ the adamantine seal indicates he belongs to the Uzumaki clan and possesses considerable strength. However, I have not encountered this child in Konoha." The masked man inquired curiously, "Oh, could it be Naruto Uzumaki? I have heard that Naruto is quite powerful, capable of injuring the Raikage at such a young age." Itachi responded, "Impossible. Naruto fell victim to my Tsukuyami. He could not awaken so swiftly. Moreover, Naruto has blonde hair, while this child has red hair. Furthermore, Naruto wields the space-time ninjutsu known as Flying Thunder God, whereas the child utilized a technique akin to our ocular powers." The masked man remarked in astonishment, "Ocular powers?" Yet I did not observe any change in his eyes. Itachi replied calmly, his eyes remained unchanged. "He utilized space-time manipulation before me on 2 occasions. The first time I noticed a significant fluctuation of ocular energy when he executed the maneuver. The second time, I realized that the source of his ocular power was not his eyes, but rather his forehead. Thus, he must possess another eye concealed there." The masked man curiously inquired, "Indeed, I too have sensed a peculiar power emanating from his forehead. Initially, I assumed it was a fluctuation of his jutsu. but it appears to be an ocular technique instead. However, this aura seems distinct from that of the Sharingan. If we are to consider ocular techniques, aside from the Sharingan, what other eyes possess spatial capabilities? Even if the Sharingan does possess such power, it is certainly rare. Itachi reflected, I recall another type of eye endowed with spatial abilities. My father once mentioned it, the power of the Byakugan. The masked man expressed his disbelief. The Byakugan? That is inconceivable. If the Byakugan truly possessed such formidable power, why has the Hyuga clan never produced a single ninja with spatial abilities, instead favoring taijutsu? Itachi replied calmly. That is because the Hyuga clan has yet to fully unlock the true potential of the Byakugan. Moreover, I sense that to fully harness its power, one requires an immense amount of chakra, much like our Uchiha Sharingan. Without a substantial chakra reserve, one cannot unleash its formidable might. However, the chakra required to activate the Byakugan evidently surpasses that of the Sharingan. The masked man remarked, I am astonished by your extensive knowledge of the Byakugan. I am curious how you came to know such things. Itachi responded, it is merely a result of extensive reading. The records are preserved within the Uchiha clan's shrine. Though few are inclined to peruse them, I suspect the Hyuga clan is similar. Aside from the clan leader, very few pay attention to such matters. After a brief pause, Itachi continued, according to our Uchiha records, there exists a bloodline connection between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. The ancestor of the Uchiha, Indra, is the son of the sage of 6 paths, whereas the progenitor of the Hyuga is the sage's brother. Unfortunately, accounts regarding the sage's brother are scarce. We only know that he possessed the Byakugan. Nevertheless, being the sibling of the sage of 6 paths, he must have been an extraordinary individual. The masked man pondered. I see. But why does that child possess the Byakugan? He is clearly of the Uzumaki clan. Itachi replied, I cannot say for certain. However, I do know that the child is quite dangerous. I am unsure of his abilities, but I sense he is my equal, which is why I prefer not to provoke him. He is likely an operative sent by Danzo. Upon hearing Itachi's words, the masked man refrained from further inquiries, and the two silently proceeded toward the land of rain. Meanwhile, beneath Konoha, the child wearing the ghostly mask appeared behind Danzo. It seemed Danzo had anticipated his arrival, as he displayed no surprise, instead calmly asking, have the matters been resolved? The child responded, yes, all the rebels have been eliminated, and Itachi Uchiha has departed with the Ōtsutsuki. This is what you sought. The child produced a vial from a storage scroll and placed it upon the table. The vial was filled with an unknown liquid and contained several Sharingan, each adorned with 3 tomo. After a brief examination of the vial, Danzo retrieved a scroll and tossed it to the child, stating, this is the spirit transformation technique you requested. The child accepted the scroll, glanced at it, and said, thank you. I shall take my leave now. I hope to collaborate with you again in the future. With that, the child vanished. Tobirama, unfazed, merely gazed at the vial for a moment before summoning a member of the Umbu. He instructed, deliver this to Orochimaru. The Umbu nodded and departed with the vial in hand. Meanwhile, a young boy appeared in the death forest of Konoha, unfurling a scroll to peruse its contents. Upon finishing, he incinerated the scroll, murmuring, still not enough. I should return, perhaps that individual will have a solution. With those words, the boy transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. The following morning, Konoha trembled with shock as the Uchiha clan faced a devastating blow. The entire security force had been exterminated at the hands of Uchiha Itachi alone. The Third Hokage issued an S-rank arrest warrant for Itachi. This incident marked the gravest crisis in Konoha since the sacrifice of the 4th Hokage, casting a pall of dread over the village. A funeral was held throughout Konoha, where Naruto and Sasuke paid their respects at the memorial stone, honoring the departed souls. At the funeral, Naruto witnessed the anguish and sorrow of the bereaved families, which weighed heavily upon him. Despite his fervent efforts to prevent this tragedy, he had grossly underestimated the darkness of the world. Itachi had fulfilled his orders. Konoha continued to target the Uchiha clan, and Itachi remained a rogue ninja, aligning himself with Akatsuki. For the first time, Naruto began to doubt his ability to alter this sorrowful world. The only solace he found was that the Uchiha clan had not been completely annihilated. As noon approached, the crowd dispersed, leaving Naruto and Sasuke to observe Uchiha Shisui, standing silently before the memorial stone, tears streaming down his face. Sasuke contemplated approaching to offer comfort, but Naruto halted him, saying, let's allow Shisui to remain for a while longer. After all, it was his beloved who orchestrated all of this. I can only imagine the depth of his sorrow. It's best to let him be for now, and besides, you're not in a position to console him. Sasuke, with unwavering resolve, turned to Naruto and insisted, "Tell me the truth about everything. Why would my brother commit such an act? Why do our parents seem so indifferent to the actions of my brother? Father is the head of the Uchiha clan, and yet he appears unconcerned in the face of such turmoil." Naruto, meeting Sasuke's determined gaze, understood that withholding the truth could lead to dire consequences, given Sasuke's temperament. He also did not wish to deceive Sasuke, recognizing him as a perceptive and tenacious individual. Some truths, he believed, could illuminate paths yet unseen. Thus, Naruto addressed Sasuke. "Do you truly wish to know? Understand that the truth may be difficult to bear." Sasuke replied resolutely, "Regardless of my ability to accept it, I wish to know everything. The truth behind my brother's actions, and why our parents remain so detached amidst this upheaval." Naruto, locking eyes with Sasuke, replied, "Very well. I shall reveal the reasons behind it all, but you must also share with me your choices once you learn the truth." Sasuke replied with determination, "All right. Let us go to the Hokage rock to discuss." After a brief exchange, Naruto made his way towards the Hokage rock, with Sasuke trailing closely behind. Upon reaching their destination, Naruto shared with Sasuke the truth behind Itachi's massacre of their clan and the cold demeanor of Fuchio and Mikoto. Observing Sasuke's struggle to comprehend the revelations, Naruto gently reassured him, "Itachi, Uncle Fuchio, and Aunt Mikoto withheld this from you, fearing that the burden of such truths would be too heavy for you to bear. To them, you are their most cherished brother and son. They wish for you to live joyfully, shielded from this darkness." Sasuke, filled with emotion, retorted, "Do they truly believe that I can find happiness this way? Should I simply shoulder all their burdens? Am I truly that insignificant?" Naruto responded, "You cannot fault them. Their intentions stem from a desire to protect you from pain. I understand that this is difficult for you to accept at once. Take your time. I will be here tomorrow, waiting for you to share your decision." With that, Naruto departed, allowing Sasuke the space to process his tumultuous thoughts. After all, such revelations are not easily borne, especially by a child of merely 7 years. Even adults would struggle under the weight of it all. Yet, Naruto held faith that Sasuke would not disappoint him. The following morning, Naruto returned to the Hokage rock, spotting Sasuke waiting for him from a distance. Approaching his side, Naruto remarked, "I didn't expect you to be here so early. Speak your mind. Tell me your thoughts and what you intend to do next." Sasuke gazed over the entirety of the Hidden Leaf Village and expressed, "I yearn for a world devoid of conflict, free from darkness and sorrow." After much contemplation, "I thought of you. You aspire to become Hokage, to transform this world, and you seek my assistance. Now, this has become my dream as well. I believe together we can bring about that change." Naruto, overwhelmed with joy, looked out at the village, reassured that Sasuke had not let him down. He smiled indeed. "We shall change this world." In that moment, Naruto's thoughts drifted to Hashirama and Madara, recognizing the startling parallels in their histories. However, he remained steadfast in his belief that he and Sasuke would not share the same fate as Hashirama and Madara, for Sasuke was not like Madara, and Naruto was not like Hashirama. Together, they could usher in genuine peace for their world. As they surveyed the village, Naruto inquired, "Sasuke, although I trust you completely, I am still curious about what led you to this decision." Sasuke, still gazing at the village, replied, "When you first revealed everything to me yesterday, I struggled to accept it. The sacrifices my brother made for the village, the loss of so many lives, was it truly worth it? I may not fully grasp the essence of the village yet, but I trust you and my brother. I believe there must be sound reasoning behind your choices." Then I reflected on your desire to eradicate the world's sorrow and darkness. I thought, if the world could be free from such despair, perhaps my brother could return to the loving sibling I once knew. Thus, I have resolved to join you in realizing your dream, for it is also my own. Upon hearing Sasuke's response, Naruto was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Sasuke's reasoning could be so straightforward. Yet it was precisely this simplicity that allowed him to grasp the essence of the matter. Once peace enveloped the world, devoid of sorrow and darkness, Itachi could return. Naruto chuckled. "Sasuke, I must concede that you are indeed a genius. Although your thoughts are rather simplistic, it is this very simplicity that eludes many." Sasuke disdainfully glanced at Naruto and retorted, "Do you take me for a fool? Such a trivial matter could never stump me." It is laughable that I would take pride in your praise. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto was instantly incensed, wanting to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. However, considering Sasuke's recent tribulations, he decided against it. He thought to himself, well, given your recent upheaval, I shall not hold this against you. A mature person does not dwell on the transgressions of the youth. I will let you off this time, but I shall settle the score later. In truth, Naruto feared that engaging Sasuke in conflict might invite reprimand from Iruka-sensei. Each time he encountered Iruka's incessant lecturing, Naruto ultimately opted for restraint. Once he calmed his emotions, he said, Sasuke, do you wish to understand why Itachi made such profound sacrifices for the village? What constitutes a village? I can enlighten you. Sasuke abruptly turned to Naruto, fixing him with an intense gaze. You can tell me? You know? Naruto nodded, affirming, yes, I understand. I know what a village is and why Itachi sacrificed himself for it. For my father also perished for the village. At that moment, Sasuke recalled that this fool before him was the son of the fourth Hokage. Once he steadied his thoughts, he asked, will you share this with me? Naruto nodded in agreement, certainly. You are aware that Konoha was established by the first Hokage alongside your Uchiha clan, correct? Sasuke replied, yes, I know. My father mentioned that Konoha was founded by the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. But what relevance does this have to what I wish to understand? Naruto responded, it is indeed relevant, as it elucidates why so many have sacrificed themselves for the village. Sasuke, intrigued, inquired, is there a deeper reason? Naruto affirmed, there is a reason. In the era of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, the average lifespan was merely 15 years. Consider how terrifying it is that a person's life could be so fleeting. Sasuke replied, astonished, why was the lifespan so low? Naruto, with a tinge of sorrow, responded, because of war. During that tumultuous age, children as young as 7 or 8 were thrust into battle, fighting for their family's survival. Just imagine, under such conditions, how long could one expect to live? Sasuke acknowledged. So that is why the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara sought to establish a village? Naruto confirmed, precisely. In that time, the dream of growing up in a relatively peaceful environment seemed utterly fantastical. Yet it was the dreamers who endeavored toward this impossible goal. The ones who brought this fantasy to fruition were Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Naruto gazed earnestly into Sasuke's eyes and said, Itachi, your brother, is the one who inherited the will of the first Hokage. He bears so much for the village, all in pursuit of his dreams. Your dreams are no different, Sasuke. You are correct, Sasuke replied seriously, but I wish to understand the origin of the village. Please share all that you know. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto nodded and began. The origins of the village trace back to the meeting between the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. According to historical records, they were childhood friends, though their clans were rivals. Sasuke expressed his astonishment. The Uchiha and Senju were rivals? Indeed, Naruto confirmed. When they first met, they were unaware of each other's identities. They only recognized a kindred spirit in one another, both striving to protect their younger brothers. It was only later that they realized their clan's enmity had transformed their friendship into hostility. Sasuke interjected, from friends to enemies. Such a tragic turn, I imagine. Naruto nodded, continuing. The most sorrowful event was the death of Uchiha Izuna, Madara's brother, who perished at the hands of Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage. Sasuke was taken aback. The second Hokage killed Madara's brother? How could the animosity between them ever be resolved? How then did they come to build Konoha together? Indeed, Naruto replied. After Tobirama killed Izuna, Madara sought vengeance by implanting his brother's eyes, evolving into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He sought to confront Hashirama for retribution, and they battled for an entire day and night, yet Madara ultimately fell to Hashirama's might. Sasuke remarked in disbelief. The first Hokage managed to defeat Madara, who possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Hashirama is truly formidable. Naruto, brimming with pride, declared, of course. How else do you think the world came to revere Hashirama Senju as the god of shinobi? Sasuke, unimpressed by Naruto's exuberance, retorted, it's not you who achieved that status, so what is there to be so proud of? Let us move on to the next part of the tale. Feeling slightly indignant, Naruto responded, I will reach their level someday, and I shall surpass them before your very eyes. Sasuke sighed, I understand. Can we now proceed with the story? Seeing the indifferent expression on Sasuke's face, Naruto felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. He continued listlessly. After Hashirama defeated Madara, He attempted to persuade him to join forces and realize their childhood dream together. However, due to Izuna's death and his defeat, Madara's spirit was shattered, and he lost the will and reason to pursue his dreams. Thus, he rejected Hashirama's offer, although Hashirama was unwilling to abandon his friend and persisted in his efforts. Naruto paused and continued. Eventually, Madara presented a condition. Should Hashirama agree to this, he would unite with him to bring an end to the chaos of the world. Sasuke inquired, what was that condition? Naruto replied, Madara demanded that Hashirama either kill Tobirama or take his own life. Sasuke gasped, what? Madara would require Hashirama to slay his own brother? Naruto replied, indeed, but Hashirama was unwilling to harm his own brother, which ultimately led him to choose suicide. Perhaps it was Hashirama's sincerity that moved Madara, for in the end, Madara prevented Hashirama's demise, and together they ventured to the place they had envisioned in their childhood to establish what is now known as the Hidden Leaf Village. By the way, the name Konoha was actually coined by Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing the origins of the village, Sasuke pondered deeply and then remarked, if Konoha was built to realize peace, then why does so much sorrow still persist? Naruto gazed earnestly at Sasuke and stated, that is precisely what we must address. The first Hokage merely established the foundation for peace. After he and Uchiha Madara founded the village, many others sprang up across the world, with the strongest being the current 5 great shinobi villages. During his lifetime, the world experienced a brief respite from conflict due to his formidable power. Suddenly, Naruto's tone turned grave. However, he underestimated the hatred that resides in this world. After his passing, the suppressed animosities within various villages erupted. Despite the first Hokage's efforts to balance the power among the villages by distributing tailed beasts, he could not quell the desires and hatred that ultimately led to the subsequent shinobi world wars. At that moment, Sasuke interjected. So what we must do now is eradicate these desires and hatred, correct? Naruto nodded approvingly. Exactly. Our mission is to eliminate these feelings and bring about genuine peace in this world. Sasuke continued, to achieve this, we must possess sufficient strength and status. Hence, you aspire to become Hokage, do you not? Naruto affirmed resolutely, indeed. Once I become Hokage, I shall ensure that this world knows no war, only peace. Will you assist me, Sasuke? Sasuke replied firmly, of course. This dream is not merely yours, you big fool. It is my dream as well. I will ensure that my brother can cast aside his burdens and return to being the gentle, strong, and kind brother he once was, rather than the rogue shinobi whom everyone despises. Naruto nodded in agreement. Yes, let us strive together to bring Itachi back and realize peace in this world. Sasuke remarked. But for now, I must focus on enhancing my strength. Naruto concurred. Indeed, we must hasten our growth and power. Rest assured, Sasuke, I will aid you in vanquishing Danzo. Not for any other reason, but for his unscrupulous pursuit of personal desires. At that moment, Sasuke resolutely declared, no, I must personally confront Danzo. I understand your concern about my impulsiveness and seeking revenge, but rest assured, I am committed to creating peace in this world. I will not act until I possess absolute certainty. Naruto looked at Sasuke and suddenly smiled. You know, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha once stood where we stand now. Hashirama envisioned transforming this very forest into a village, and here we are, proclaiming our intention to establish peace in this world. Yet, I believe we will succeed. For I am not Hashirama, and you are not Madara. Therefore, we shall undoubtedly prevail, shall we not? Sasuke coolly replied, of course, we shall achieve peace in this world. Just then, a villager shouted from the bustling streets of Konoha, that little brat is back. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Instantly, the townsfolk hurriedly began to tidy their stalls. Yet, before they could finish, a flash of yellow light zipped past. All the stalls and shops were suddenly stained red with tomato juice. The villagers, seeing their goods tainted crimson, found their faces mirroring the hue of liver. In unison, they gazed toward the end of the street, where stood the last person they wished to see, Naruto. Clutching a tomato in one hand and an empty basket in the other, he boasted, did you really think you could stop me? How naive. Furious, the villagers brandished sticks and charged at Naruto, but before they could reach him, another flash of yellow light occurred, and he vanished once more. Despair washed over the villagers as they looked towards Hokage Rock, only to find the faces of the past Hokages, save for the fourth, defaced with chaotic graffiti. One villager lamented, when will this end? It has been 7 years. When will that brat ever settle down? Another despondently echoed, "Life has become unbearable." The collective hopelessness hung heavy in the air. For every single day for 7 years, Naruto had wreaked havoc upon them. Amused by his handiwork, Naruto feigned melancholy, pondering, "Life is truly lonely as snow. When will someone finally put a stop to me? Alas, it seems my prowess is unmatched." Just as he reveled in his self-satisfaction, a voice reached his ears from below Hokage Rock. He looked down to see Iruka glaring at him in anger. Upon recognizing Iruka, Naruto attempted to charm him. "Iruka-sensei, what a coincidence. Are you here to enjoy the scenery as well?" Iruka, growing more incensed at Naruto's evasive chatter, shouted, "You better come down here right now." Realizing Iruka was truly upset, Naruto obediently descended to his side. Without a word, Iruka delivered a sharp rap to Naruto's head, causing him to yelp in pain. As Naruto cradled his head, Iruka produced a rope and, without hesitation, bound Naruto like a rice dumpling, dragging him toward the school as one would a small dog. Protesting, Naruto exclaimed, "Iruka-sensei, this is assault. This is not right, and I could report you." Iruka, maintaining a serious demeanor, approached Naruto again and delivered another swift blow, prompting Naruto to quiet down and allow Iruka to lead him back to school. Iruka muttered, "You're about to graduate yet still engage in such mischief. You still can't master the shadow clone technique, and you refuse to practice properly. I hardly know what to say to you." Hearing Iruka's grumbling, Naruto felt warmth in his heart, understanding that Iruka genuinely cared for him. In truth, Naruto had been feigning his inability to master the technique to capture Mizuki, as Mizuki was, after all, a chunin. While there remains a possibility of harm to the village, Naruto lacks concrete evidence to assert that Mizuki is a spy. Thus, he must rely on the memories of his past life to draw out Mizuki. After school, Naruto, along with Sasuke, Hinata, and Shikamaru, ascended to the rooftop of their classroom. Sasuke inquired, "Naruto, have you truly resolved to see this through?" Shikamaru and Hinata leaned in, eager to hear Naruto's response. Naruto gazed at the trio and declared, "Indeed, for the past 7 years, I have feigned ignorance of the shadow clone technique solely to bait out this traitor, Mizuki." At this moment, Shikamaru interjected, "But how can you be certain that tomorrow's graduation exam will involve the shadow clone technique? And how do you know Mizuki is indeed the traitor? Furthermore, how can you be assured that your actions will provoke him?" Naruto replied, "A few years ago, I stumbled upon a laboratory in the back mountains of Konoha. There, I witnessed Mizuki conducting perilous human experiments." Shikamaru responded, "And then? Did you not inform Lord Hokage of this matter?" Naruto shook his head, saying, "No, I feared Mizuki would flee. If I had informed the Third Hokage, it would have certainly raised suspicions." Shikamaru contemplated this and agreed, "That is indeed a possibility." Naruto continued, "Moreover, I overheard him plotting to steal the Forbidden Scroll, a scroll containing forbidden jutsu. He mentioned that he could utilize students who fail the exam to assist in the theft, significantly increasing the likelihood of success, as the Third Hokage would not suspect children." Sasuke interjected, "So you have been pretending not to have learned the shadow clone technique for the past 7 years?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, as historically, the graduation exams have focused on the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and body replacement technique. By feigning ignorance of the shadow clone technique, Mizuki would inevitably seek me out, providing the perfect opportunity to capture him." Hinata, concerned, asked, "Naruto-kun, do you need our assistance?" Naruto looked at the three and replied, "No. I shared this with you to alleviate your worries. I can handle this alone. Besides, having too many people may raise Mizuki's suspicions, which would be counterproductive." Hinata still gazed at Naruto with concern. Naruto took her hand, sincerely stating, "Do not worry, I will be fine. Others may underestimate my strength, but you are aware of it, are you not? As for Mizuki, I could defeat him in an instant." At that moment, Sasuke remarked, "Indeed. Well, you've said what you needed to. I'll take my leave now." Without waiting for Naruto's reply, he departed with an air of nonchalance. Shikamaru followed suit, leaving Hinata and Naruto to revel in their moment together. Naruto silently commended Sasuke and Shikamaru before turning his attention to the sunset over the village of Konoha with Hinata. The following day, as Naruto had anticipated, Mizuki approached him, which relieved Naruto, for he had genuinely feared that Mizuki might target someone else for the theft. Following the narrative, he employed the alluring technique he had developed to prank the Third Hokage, acquiring the Forbidden Scroll, and proceeded into the woods. Naruto had been studying the techniques of the Shadow Clone Jutsu and the Impure World reincarnation. The former was renowned as the ultimate enhancement for those with sage body, while the latter served the purpose of summoning his mother-esque spirit and preparing for future confrontations with Orochimaru and Kabuto. Upon mastering these two techniques, he encountered Iruka. Naruto, feigning ignorance, inquired, "Iruka-sensei, may I graduate now?" Iruka, visibly tense, responded, "Naruto, how could you steal the Book of Seals?" Puzzled, Naruto replied, "But Mizuki-sensei told me that if I obtained the Book of Seals, I could graduate." Iruka, taken aback by Naruto's words, exclaimed, "It was Mizuki who instructed you to steal the Book of Seals." Naruto, pretending to be confused, reiterated, "Yes. Mizuki-sensei said that mastering the powerful jutsu within would allow me to graduate." Just then, a flurry of shuriken rained down from the trees. Iruka swiftly pushed Naruto aside, sustaining injuries himself. Anger surged within Naruto as he gazed at the wounded Iruka, who he had always regarded as a brother, leaving him unguarded. When Mizuki attacked, Naruto sensed the malice, but his trust in Iruka led him to lower his guard, resulting in Iruka taking the hit. Iruka turned to Mizuki in realization, "I see now. You deceived Naruto into stealing the Book of Seals for your own gain." He knew that Naruto must never hand over the book. Mizuki, grinning malevolently, taunted, "Naruto, Iruka actually despises you. Since you're too cowardly to admit it, let me enlighten you." Naruto regarded Mizuki with calm indifference. "Oh, what is it that you wish to reveal?" At that moment, in Naruto's eyes, Mizuki had become a mere specter, and he remained remarkably composed. Iruka, aware of Mizuki's intentions, shouted, "Silence, Mizuki! Stop this at once." Ignoring Iruka's plea, Mizuki continued with his sinister smirk. 12 years ago, during the great upheaval in Konoha, the Nine-Tails Fox was you. You were the one who took Iruka's family from him. Thus, no one cares for your existence." Mizuki believed this revelation would drive Naruto into madness. Yet Naruto remained unfazed, responding, "Is that all you wanted to say?" Mizuki's incredulity at Naruto's tranquility was mirrored in Iruka's astonishment. Raising his hands to form the necessary seals, Naruto declared, "If you're finished, then prepare to face the wrath you have inflicted upon Iruka-sensei." With that, he unleashed the Shadow Clone Jutsu, conjuring over 2,000 tangible clones. With a serene command, Naruto instructed, "Eliminate him." The multitude of clones surged forward, overwhelming Mizuki. And by the time Naruto's clones dissipated, Mizuki was beyond salvation. Approaching Iruka, Naruto supported him and asked, "Iruka-sensei, are you all right?" Iruka, with a complex expression, replied, "Naruto, regarding what Mizuki just said, you must not take it to heart. You are not the Nine-Tails Fox. You are Uzumaki Naruto of Konohagakure, my student." Naruto chuckled, "Hehe, Iruka-sensei. I would mind, and Mizuki's words hold some truth. Indeed, I am the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, but I am also Uzumaki Naruto of Konohagakure. So, you need not worry so much about me. I am perfectly fine." Iruka looked at Naruto with a sense of comfort and said, "Naruto, please close your eyes." Though unsure of Iruka's intentions, Naruto obediently shut his eyes. He felt as if Iruka was tying something on his forehead. Suddenly, he guessed what it was and quickly opened his eyes, touching the Leaf Village forehead protector on his head, gazing at Iruka with surprise. Iruka smiled at him and said, "Congratulations, Naruto, you have graduated." The following morning, Naruto arrived at the Hokage's rooftop, where the photographer had already been waiting. After capturing the photos, Naruto slowly made his way to the Hokage's office to obtain his Genin certificate from the Third Hokage. Upon entering, he noticed a 7-year-old boy rushing towards the Third Hokage. Perhaps due to his overly long scarf, the child accidentally tripped over it and fell. Naruto recognized that only his grandson, Konohamaru Sarutobi, would dare to act so recklessly in front of the Third Hokage. Ignoring Konohamaru, Naruto approached the Third Hokage, presenting his documents, and stated, "Grandfather Third Hokage, here are my materials. From now on, I am a Genin of Konohagakure." The Third Hokage reviewed the documents and, after stamping them, said, "Congratulations, Naruto. As of today, you are a Genin of the Hidden Leaf Village." With a warm smile, he added, "I never expected time to pass so swiftly. Naruto, you have become a capable ninja." Naruto politely replied, "Thank you for your continued guidance." The Third Hokage kindly responded, "There is no need for such formality. Your father entrusted you to my care, and I have always regarded you as my own grandson. I trust you will not disappoint me." Naruto affirmed, "I will, grandfather." At that moment, Ebisu had just helped Konohamaru to his feet, and, upon seeing Naruto, thought to himself, is this the infamous Ninetales brat? I've heard he is quite mischievous. But he appears to be different. Just as Konohamaru, now upright, witnessed Naruto chatting amiably with the third Hokage, he became infuriated and exclaimed, "Are you the one who plotted against me? Do you know who I am?" With that, he swung his fist at Naruto. However, before Konohamaru could come close, a binding technique emanating from Naruto ensnared him. Naruto had merely tied up Konohamaru without employing any sealing jutsu, and the latter began to struggle wildly, hurling profanities at Naruto. The third Hokage merely found the situation embarrassing, fully aware that Naruto would not harm Konohamaru. Meanwhile, Ebisu anxiously urged, "You must release young Konohamaru at once. Do you realize he is the grandson of the third Hokage?" Ignoring Ebisu's words, Naruto stepped in front of Konohamaru. The latter arrogantly declared, "I am the grandson of the third Hokage. Are you brave enough to strike me?" Internally scoffing, he thought, "He must be just as timid as Ebisu-sensei, and wouldn't he dare to confront me?" Yet, Naruto said nothing and simply delivered a light tap to Konohamaru's head. In his heart, he chuckled, thinking that being the grandson of the third Hokage was quite an achievement. Yet he, being the son of the fourth, dared not boast. How could this little brat be so audacious in his presence? Just wait until I teach him a lesson. Naruto's sudden strike left Konohamaru bewildered, while Ebisu was rendered speechless in shock. The third Hokage could only shake his head in resignation. After dealing with Konohamaru, Naruto, feeling invigorated, made his way to the Hyuga residence for a date with Hinata. However, this outing was far from enjoyable for Naruto, as Konohamaru persistently trailed him with his clumsy attempts at stealth, insisting on acknowledging Naruto as his leader. Yet, at that moment, Naruto's sole desire was to enjoy a pleasant date with Hinata, leading him to reject Konohamaru's insistence. Unfazed, Konohamaru continued to follow him, determined to recognize Naruto as his superior, which only further irritated Naruto. Seizing an opportunity when Konohamaru was distracted, Naruto cleverly evaded him, arriving at the park with Hinata. Curious, Hinata inquired, "Naruto-kun, who is that child, and why does he keep following you?" With a sigh, Naruto replied, "Ah, that's Konohamaru, the grandson of the third Hokage. I really don't know what's going through his head." Surprised, Hinata asked, "The grandson of the third Hokage? Why does he want to recognize you as his leader?" Naruto shrugged, "I have no idea, but it doesn't matter. By the way, Hinata, the graduation ceremony is tomorrow. I've heard that after becoming Genin, we'll be split into teams. I truly hope we can be on the same team." Shyly, Hinata responded, "I hope so too, Naruto-kun." Upon hearing Hinata's reply, Naruto was touched and gazed at her, exclaiming, "Hinata." She returned his gaze with equal affection, saying, "Naruto-kun," as their faces drew closer. Just as Naruto's lips were about to brush against Hinata's, Konohamaru appeared out of nowhere, shouting, "Boss, there you are. I've been searching everywhere for you." The sudden interruption startled both of them, causing Hinata's face to flush a deep crimson. Quickly pushing Naruto away, she stammered, Naruto-kun, I have something to take care of. I'll be going now," before dashing off. Watching Hinata flee, spooked by Konohamaru, Naruto felt despair wash over him, lamenting internally how close he had been to kissing Hinata, all because of that troublesome little brat, Konohamaru. Naruto's expression turned as dark as a stormy sky as he glared at Konohamaru, saying, "You little rascal, you've ruined my moment. Just wait until I deal with you." With that, Naruto charged at Konohamaru. Realizing the gravity of his mistake upon seeing Hinata's retreating figure, Konohamaru turned to flee without a second thought. However, before he could make his escape, Naruto appeared before him, a menacing expression on his face. Desperate, Konohamaru pleaded, "Boss, calm down. It wasn't intentional. Just hear me out." Naruto coldly replied, "There's no use in talking." Without giving Konohamaru a chance to defend himself, Naruto unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving the young boy crying out for mercy. Once the dust settled, Naruto looked down at Konohamaru and demanded, "Now, tell me, what do you want?" Konohamaru spoke earnestly, expressing his desire for his mentor to teach him ninjutsu so that he might defeat his grandfather and ultimately become Hokage. Naruto, gazing intently at Konohamaru, inquired if he truly aspired to be Hokage. Konohamaru responded with equal seriousness, affirming his ambition. Naruto, observing the gravity of Konohamaru's demeanor, explained that merely defeating the third Hokage would not suffice. One must gain the recognition of the entire village to ascend to the role of Hokage. Konohamaru, puzzled, questioned how one could earn such widespread acknowledgement. Naruto elucidated that only when the villagers unanimously regarded him as Hokage could he truly claim the title. He cautioned that the path of Hokage is fraught with sorrow and asked if Konohamaru believed he could shoulder the burdens of others' grief. After much contemplation, Konohamaru resolutely affirmed his belief in his capacity to earn everyone's respect and bear the weight of their sadness. Naruto, feeling a sense of pride in Konohamaru's determination, recognized that this young man possessed the qualities necessary to become a worthy Hokage: steadfastness, a sense of justice, and a strong sense of responsibility. He resolved to mentor him diligently. Thus, he proclaimed that while gaining the village's recognition was essential, possessing formidable strength was equally crucial for safeguarding the village. Hence, he decided to teach Konohamaru ninjutsu to enhance his ability to protect their home. Konohamaru, filled with excitement, eagerly asked what Naruto would teach him. With a sense of pride, Naruto announced that the first technique he would impart was the transformation jutsu, cautioning Konohamaru not to underestimate its significance. He revealed that he had once bested the third Hokage using his unique version of the technique, named the seduction jutsu. Konohamaru was astonished to learn of this achievement and insisted on learning it, pleading with Naruto to teach him. Naruto assured him that he would indeed teach him, instructing Konohamaru to begin by transforming into a certain older sister. As they commenced their lessons, it became evident that Konohamaru was exceptionally gifted, mastering the technique in a mere afternoon, although it remained somewhat immature. Just as he had grasped the seduction jutsu, Hehehe found Konohamaru and attempted to take him back. Unwilling to comply, Konohamaru resorted to the seduction jutsu against Hehehe, only to be met with ridicule. As Hehehe prepared to forcibly remove him, Naruto, enraged, intervened and defeated Hehehe using the harem jutsu. The following day, Naruto, accompanied by Hinata, attended the graduation ceremony at school. However, as they walked, Naruto appeared distracted, failing to respond to Hinata's multiple attempts at conversation. Concerned, Hinata inquired about his unusual demeanor. Apologetically, Naruto confessed that he sensed an ominous event looming on the horizon, though his perceptive abilities revealed no immediate danger. Intrigued, Hinata recognized that there must be a reason for Naruto's foreboding feelings. Hinata activated her Byakugan and scanned her surroundings. Yet nothing peculiar appeared to be amiss in the village of Konoha. With a hint of confusion, she remarked, "Strange, I haven't detected any unusual individuals." Upon observing that Hinata's Byakugan had also revealed no foreign presence or anomalies, Naruto chuckled. "Perhaps I am merely being overly sensitive. Besides, with the spatial capabilities of the Flying Thunder God technique, I shouldn't be feeling threatened by anything." He added, "Let us hurry, or we shall be late." With that, Naruto took Hinata's hand and strode forward. Blushing at the touch, Hinata shyly replied, "Yes, Naruto-kun." Upon arriving at the classroom, Naruto noticed that many students had already gathered. When Kiba saw Naruto entering while holding Hinata's hand, he curiously inquired, "Naruto, what are you doing here? Isn't today the graduation ceremony? Didn't you fail the exam and have to repeat a year?" Proudly adjusting the leaf forehead protector tied around his arm, Naruto declared, "I have graduated, Kiba. Did you think a trivial exam could defeat me? You are quite naive." Kiba glanced at Naruto's forehead protector and retorted, "What is there to be proud of? I have one too." At that moment, Sasuke arrived, and seeing him, Naruto greeted, "Sasuke, you're here." Sasuke approached Naruto and said, "It seems your plan succeeded. Congratulations." "Thank you," Naruto replied. Suddenly, Naruto felt a push from behind, causing him to stumble awkwardly towards Sasuke. The classroom fell into a profound silence, leaving everyone, including Naruto and Sasuke, bewildered. As everyone remained in a state of shock, a voice called out from behind Naruto, "I arrived first, Ino." It was Sakura's voice. Ino then chimed in, "Forehead, it seems you've bumped into someone." Sakura looked ahead and spotted Naruto in his white ceremonial robe, realizing she had collided with him. She immediately bowed in apology, saying, "I'm sorry, Naruto." Puzzled by the sudden silence in the classroom, she raised her head only to witness Naruto and Sasuke sharing a kiss. Stunned, she gasped loudly. At that moment, both Naruto and Sasuke snapped out of their confusion, retching in surprise. Meanwhile, all the girls in the class turned their fierce gazes towards Sakura and Ino, who immediately felt an overwhelming sense of hostility directed at them. Naruto, feeling utterly distressed, finally understood the source of his earlier unease. Although he was aware of most developments in this lifetime, He had largely forgotten the trivial details due to his lack of interest in anime during his previous life, often being dragged along by his girlfriend. Naruto now regretted not having thoroughly watched the entire storyline. He glared at the person who had bumped into him, but upon seeing Sakura and Ino's remorseful expressions, he felt a sense of helplessness. "It's fine," he said, "but I hope you both refrain from causing disturbances to others in the future." Sasuke, hearing Naruto's words, cast a frustrated glance at Sakura and Ino before resignedly making his way back to his seat. Naruto could only lead the bewildered Hinata towards their seats. At that moment, the one most devastated was undoubtedly Hinata. Her heart echoed a singular thought. Naruto-kun's first kiss has been lost. It should have been mine. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, surrounded by the elite Jonin overseeing the graduating class, wore a perplexed expression. After clearing his throat to regain everyone's attention, he began. "I would like to discuss the status of the classes you will be overseeing." Kurenai inquired, "Lord Third, do you have any directives for us?" The third Hokage nodded. "This year's graduating class includes several future clan leaders from prominent families, thus requiring you elite Jonin to serve as their guiding instructors." Asuma, biting his cigarette, asked, "What are your arrangements? Just tell us plainly." The third Hokage replied, "Asuma, you will be in charge of Team 10, comprising Nara Shikamu, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Chuji." Asuma expressed mild surprise. "Oh, I see, the trio of the Ino Shikacho families. This shall be interesting." After showing Asuma their appearances, the third Hokage continued, "Kurenai, you are tasked with Team 8, which includes Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba, and Hyuga Hinata." Kurenai, lacking confidence, responded, "Can I really handle the heiress of the Hyuga clan?" The third Hokage assured her, "I have faith in your abilities. You must believe in yourself." With newfound determination, Kurenai affirmed, "I will do my best. Please rest assured." "Lord Third." The third Hokage then turned to Kakashi, saying, "Kakashi, your responsibilities are the most significant." Kakashi, somewhat astonished, replied, "Oh, I wonder who I am to oversee." The third Hokage stated, "You are to mentor the future Hokage of Konoha." The room fell into astonishment. Continuing, the third Hokage added, "Kakashi, it is imperative that you instill the will of fire in these two children. I believe they will become the pillars of Konoha's future, restoring our village to its rightful place at the pinnacle of the world." Kakashi, taken aback, questioned, "May I inquire who these two are?" The third Hokage leisurely responded, "You will be responsible for Team 7, the son of the fourth Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke from the Uchiha clan, and a girl named Haruno Sakura. The two I refer to are Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke has already awakened his Sharingan with 3 Tomo. As for Naruto," after a moment's consideration, the third Hokage continued, "Naruto is rather unique. Let me give you a heads up to prevent any missteps." Kakashi, puzzled, thought to himself, aside from being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, what else is so special about the teacher's child? Before Kakashi could finish his thoughts, the third Hokage elaborated. "Naruto possesses a most extraordinary lineage. His bloodline has regressed, granting him all the abilities of the Uzumaki clan, as well as Sage Mode, Byakugan, and Sharingan. Thus, you must pay particular attention to him, ensuring he does not stray from the right path. He is the hope of Konoha's future. Kakashi, I trust you will become their guiding Jonin." The third Hokage observed Kakashi with a look of expectation, to which Kakashi felt a wave of confusion. Unable to comprehend the third's words, not only Kakashi but also the elite shinobi who were eavesdropping wore expressions of bewilderment. Noticing Kakashi's demeanor, the third Hokage smiled knowingly and said, "As for why Naruto possesses both Byakugan and Sharingan, this matter pertains to his lineage. This information regarding Naruto and Sasuke must remain confidential after your review." The third distributed documents containing the details about Naruto and Sasuke. As the gathered individuals perused the information, astonishment swept across their faces. Once everyone regained their composure, the third continued, "What you have just learned is one of Konoha's greatest secrets, and it must never be disclosed. Understood?" Everyone echoed in agreement. Turning to Kakashi, the third Hokage asked, "What is your decision, Kakashi?" Kakashi, with a serious expression, replied, "I, Hatake Kakashi, willingly accept the role of guiding instructor for Team 7. I shall impart the values of teamwork and the will of fire to them." The third nodded with satisfaction, affirming, "Very well, it is settled." Upon returning to the graduation class, Irika entered and addressed all the students. Although you have all become ninjas of Konoha, you still rank as the lowest tier, the Genin. Therefore, you will be assigned to teams of 3, each led by a guiding instructor who will share their experience and teach you ninjutsu. Now, let us begin the team assignments. Each student silently prayed to be placed in a team with someone they cherished. Iruka announced, Team 7 consists of Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke. Sakura instantly exclaimed with joy to Ino, I won. Her excitement was palpable. Hinata, sitting beside Naruto, lamented, I didn't get to be in the same team as Naruto-kun. Naruto comforted her, saying, It's all right, Hinata. We're not in the same class, but that doesn't mean we won't see each other again. So there's no need to feel regret or sadness. Upon hearing Naruto's encouraging words, Hinata perked up and smiled. That's right. As long as Naruto-kun holds me in his heart, that's all that matters. Seeing Hinata's spirits lifted, Naruto smiled and held her hand, wishing to provide her with further comfort. Ino enviously remarked, I can't believe Sakura got assigned to the same team as Sasuke and Naruto. I'm really envious. At that moment, Shikamaru, sitting next to Ino, helplessly commented, I really don't understand why girls are so enamored with that. Ino retorted, That's why no one likes you. I certainly wouldn't want to be in the same team as someone like you. Just as Ino finished her statement, Iruka continued, Team 8 consists of Hyuga Hinata, Oil Woman Shino, and Inazuka Kiba. Team 10 comprises Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji. Upon hearing that she and Shikamaru were placed in the same team, Ino was devastated, while Shikamaru nonchalantly teased her. Once the team assignments concluded, Teams 8 and 10 were promptly escorted by their guiding instructors, leaving Team 7 waiting for theirs. Sakura, growing impatient, remarked, Sasuke, why hasn't our guiding teacher arrived yet? Sasuke remained silent, his hands folded and resting on the table, his chin propped up, exuding an air of indifference. Meanwhile, Naruto had been dozing off on the table ever since Hinata had left. Sakura, observing her 2 companions, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Noticing Sasuke's lack of response, she realized that he had yet to accept her feelings. With a sense of resignation, she shook Naruto, urging, Naruto, wake up. Startled awake by Sakura's insistence, Naruto blinked blearily and inquired, Hinata, is it time for dinner? Sakura, feeling a surge of irritation at his words, retorted, All you ever think about is food, Naruto. Rubbing the back of his head in confusion, Naruto asked, What is up, Sakura? Why are you so worked up? Seeing Naruto's puzzled expression, Sakura found her frustration dissipating and helplessly questioned, Naruto, why hasn't our instructor shown up yet? Other classes have been gone for hours. Understanding Kakashi's habitual tardiness, Naruto shrugged and replied, He is probably contemplating the meaning of life. Don't worry, he should be here soon. Turning to Sasuke, he added, By the way, Sasuke, I'm coming over to your house tonight. Did Aunt Mikoto prepare my favorite dinner? Sasuke coldly responded, I wouldn't know. I left early this morning. You can ask her yourself later. Discontented with Sasuke's frosty demeanor, Naruto retorted, Sasuke, at this rate, you'll never find a wife. Look at me. I already have Hinata. You're still single. Stop wearing that icy expression as if someone owes you a fortune. Sasuke replied with equal chill. I don't need you, you fool, to worry about me. Infuriated, Naruto could only stammer, you, but ultimately failed to make any headway against Sasuke's stoicism. Resignedly, he sighed, I truly miss the old Sasuke. The current you is as cold as ice. Which is quite annoying. You really will have trouble finding a wife. Think of how heartbroken Uncle Fugaku and Aunt Mikoto must be. Sasuke, provoked by Naruto's words, snapped back, Are you looking for a fight? If so, I'm more than willing to oblige. Naruto shook his hands in protest, saying no. We've been at this for 7 or 8 years. Just let me rest for a few days. I'm currently trying to win over Uncle Hizashi. He hasn't been letting Hinata out much lately, insisting she practice the 8 trigrams 64 palms. I need to charm him into letting Hinata spend more time with me, so I don't have the time to spar with you. Sasuke, with an air of arrogance, replied, Do as you please. I can train just fine on my own without you. After that, he ignored Naruto, who was left feeling rather helpless. Meanwhile, Sakura, watching the exchange between Naruto and Sasuke, felt somewhat superfluous. She looked at their interaction with envy, pondering when she might be able to capture Naruto's attention in such a way, and when Sasuke might care for her as he did for Naruto. At that moment, the classroom door swung open, and all 3 turned their gazes toward it. A young man, approximately 22 or 23 years old, entered, his silver hair tousled and his forehead protector slanted to obscure one eye, wearing a mask. Naruto recognized him immediately as Kakashi, their instructor. Kakashi gazed at the trio in the classroom and remarked, "I must say, my initial impression of you is quite favorable." He then led them to the school balcony and continued, "Let us commence with a brief introduction." The three remained silent, exchanging glances, each hesitant to speak. It was Sakura who finally shattered the awkwardness, asking, "Teacher, what should we say during the introduction?" Kakashi pondered briefly before responding, "Well, you could share your likes and dislikes, aspirations, dreams, and so forth." Sakura suggested, "Why don't you demonstrate first, sensei?" Kakashi replied, "As for me, I am Kakashi Hatake. I prefer not to disclose my likes and dislikes, but I have many aspirations and dreams." Sakura thought to herself, "In the end, we still know nothing about him." Kakashi's gaze fell upon Naruto, and he mused silently, "He truly resembles me, aside from that wild mane of hair." Kakashi pointed to Naruto and said, "Let's start with you." Naruto responded, "I'm Naruto Uzumaki. My greatest loves are Hinata and Sasuke, who are my dearest friends and companions. As for what I detest, it is hatred, sorrow, and loneliness. My dream for the future is to bring true peace to this world." Upon hearing Naruto's introduction, Kakashi felt a swell of pride in his heart, thinking, "Teacher, I never imagined Naruto would inherit your will. You must be pleased." Kakashi remarked, "That is a noble aspiration, but it will be arduous. You must strive diligently." Naruto resolutely replied, "I will." Kakashi then turned to Sakura and said, "Now, it's your turn." Sakura, feeling bashful, said, "I'm Sakura Haruno. My favorite things are interests and dreams," her gaze darting towards Sasuke, causing her to blush once more. Kakashi silently reflected, "Indeed, for a girl of her age, romance seems to be of utmost importance." With a hint of exasperation, Kakashi asked, "And what do you dislike the most?" Sakura's expression darkened as she replied, "Ino." Kakashi continued, "And what about the last one?" Sasuke coldly stated, "I'm Sasuke Uchiha. I have nothing I particularly like or dislike. My sole aspiration is to assist Naruto in realizing his dream, for that is my dream too. Additionally, I intend to personally deliver a beating to that arrogant fool." Naruto smiled at Sasuke's words. Kakashi felt a flicker of surprise at Sasuke's response, but it quickly subsided. Kakashi announced, "All right then, we shall gather at 5 a.m. tomorrow at training ground number 7 for a survival exercise. Those who do not pass will have to return to school for further studies." Sakura, puzzled, asked, "But Kakashi-sensei, haven't we graduated?" Kakashi replied, "Regardless, those who fail must return to study. Oh, and remember not to have breakfast, otherwise you might be sick." With that, Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto then turned to Sasuke and said, "Well, I'm off to find Hinata," before departing. Sakura, wishing to speak to Sasuke, found he had also walked away without a word, leaving her disheartened. The following morning, Naruto sat upon his bed, attuning himself to the forces of nature. Gradually inhaling a modicum of natural chakra, he integrated it into the cells of his body, refining his physique. This practice, cultivated since his youth, had become an integral part of his daily routine. Each morning, he would use natural chakra to enhance himself. It is noteworthy that Sasuke and Hinata were also encouraged by Naruto to partake in this ritual. However, despite their years of perseverance, under Naruto's fervent insistence, they refrained from employing natural chakra for combat as depicted in the original narrative, instead utilizing it solely for body refinement. Naruto firmly believed that employing natural chakra for enhancement was far superior to its mere application in battle, in his understanding. Natural chakra was akin to the natural spiritual energy espoused by Taoism, and using such energy for body refinement could lead to immortality. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Naruto urged them to avoid using natural chakra in combat, focusing instead on bodily enhancement. By the time Naruto concluded his practice, it was already past 8, nearing 9. He hastily completed his breakfast and made his way to training ground 7. Upon finding Sasuke and Sakura already present, he greeted them cheerfully. "Good morning, Sakura, Sasuke." Sakura, upon seeing Naruto, retorted with annoyance, "Naruto, you're late." Naruto chuckled awkwardly, "My apologies. I lost my way while contemplating the meaning of life. Haha." Shortly thereafter, Kakashi arrived. Sakura once again expressed her skepticism. Kakashi, like Naruto, resorted to a clumsy excuse. Unable to contain herself, Sakura exclaimed, "Kakashi-sensei, you just used the same excuse as Naruto." Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Kakashi produced a clock and 2 bells, announcing, "Your task is to obtain these 2 bells from me. Those who fail will be tied to a post and denied lunch." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke and Sakura instinctively touched their empty stomachs, casting a resentful glance at Kakashi. Realizing that their missed breakfast was due to this very reason, Kakashi chuckled, "All right, let us begin. Remember, you must approach this with the intention to defeat me." No sooner had Kakashi finished speaking than Sasuke and Sakura swiftly vanished from their positions, taking refuge in the trees. Meanwhile, Naruto boldly declared, "Let us engage in a duel." Kakashi began to doubt the accuracy of the information provided to him by the Third Hokage. Yet, in that moment of distraction, he suddenly sensed impending danger. Instantly, he executed the body replacement technique to evade. Just as he departed from his original position, numerous chains erupted from the ground, binding his substitute. Noticing that the attack was directed at the substitute, Naruto quickly turned his gaze backward, witnessing Kakashi swiftly forming hand seals as he proclaimed, "Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Technique." A fire dragon unleashed a barrage of fireballs toward Naruto. Instead of retreating, Naruto charged forward, extending his hands in a forward push, declaring, "Sealing Technique, Fire Sealing Formula." Immediately, a sealing array manifested before him, absorbing all the fireballs. Realizing that Naruto had sealed his Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Technique, Kakashi closed in, engaging Naruto in close combat, where Naruto found himself at a disadvantage. As Kakashi pushed Naruto back, he rapidly formed hand seals, declaring, "Earth Release, Earth Stone Dragon Technique." Suddenly, a dirt dragon erupted from beneath Naruto's feet. In response, Naruto swiftly hurled several kunai towards Kakashi. Kakashi quickly retreated, evading the projectiles. With keen eyes, he noticed a fox emblem on one of the kunai that whizzed past him, prompting him to use the body substitute technique. Indeed, the kunai that Naruto had thrown appeared behind him, with Naruto gripping a Rasengan in his hand. Naruto forcefully launched the Rasengan at Kakashi, who instantly transformed into a wooden figure. Furrowing his brows, Naruto remarked, "Body substitute technique? How peculiar. It seems Kakashi-sensei is familiar with my ninjutsu." Kakashi, now perched atop a large tree, still shaken, muttered, "Fortunately, the Third Hokage had shown me Naruto's intel beforehand. Otherwise, I would have been done for. Truly, he is his father's son. Quite terrifying. It appears I must take this seriously." Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. However, as he activated it, he sensed an imminent threat and promptly dodged to the side. Just as he moved, the tree where he had been standing was obliterated by several chains. Naruto, with his Byakugan and Sharingan gleaming, exclaimed, "Kakashi-sensei, I found you." Kakashi, gazing at Naruto's Byakugan, sighed, "Ancestral bloodline. How utterly bizarre." Naruto chuckled, "It seems Kakashi-sensei, you have indeed perused my dossier. Otherwise, my Flying Thunder God technique would have surely defeated you just now." Kakashi refrained from disputing this. Noticing Kakashi's silence, Naruto laughed, "Heh. Kakashi-sensei, it appears you are truly aware of my capabilities. However, knowing this does not guarantee your victory." Naruto formed hand seals, declaring, "Shadow Clone Technique." Instantly, over 50 Narutos appeared, all simultaneously employing the adamantine sealing chains, launching hundreds of chains toward Kakashi. Relying on the perceptive power of his Sharingan, Kakashi skillfully evaded numerous attacks from Naruto. Yet, Naruto found it perplexing that Kakashi had not counterattacked even once throughout the encounter. After pondering for some time without resolution, Naruto gazed skyward and murmured, "This makes no sense. With Kakashi-sensei's strength, he should not refrain from retaliating against me." Just then, as he observed the sun overhead, an epiphany struck him. Noticing that Kakashi was preoccupied with his clones, Naruto instantly appeared beside Sasuke, saying, "Sasuke, I require your and Sakura's assistance." Sasuke, who had been waiting for an opportunity to ambush Kakashi, was taken aback by Naruto's sudden request for help. "What is it?" Sasuke inquired. Naruto replied, "Sasuke, I believe Kakashi-sensei is merely stalling for time." Sasuke, puzzled, asked, "Oh, why do you think so?" Naruto explained, "It's quite simple. Kakashi must have received our intel beforehand and has a significant understanding of our strengths. He knows he cannot defeat me because I possess the Flying Thunder God technique, which makes it impossible for him to catch me. Yet, he still insists we retrieve the bells. Have you forgotten? We only have 3 hours." Sasuke, realizing the implication, responded, "So you propose we join forces against him?" Naruto nodded, affirming, precisely. This is the only way we can complete the task within the allotted time. Sasuke, still curious, asked. Then why involve Sakura? You know, her abilities are rather lacking. She merely hinders progress. Naruto chuckled. Heh, this matter truly requires Sakura's involvement. Neither of us can manage it. After all, we are comrades. Sasuke nodded in agreement, saying, very well, share the plan with me, and I shall seek out Sakura. After Naruto divulged the plan to Sasuke, he set off to find Sakura, while Naruto awaited their readiness. Once Sasuke and Sakura were prepared, Naruto unleashed a kunai towards Kakashi and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind him, unleashing a Rasengan aimed at Kakashi. Just as Kakashi attempted to evade, Sasuke and Sakura appeared as well, flanking Naruto and his shadow clone. Observing the situation, Kakashi wasted no time and charged towards Sakura. In response, she threw two kunai to obstruct him. After dodging the projectiles, Kakashi intended to advance, only to find that one of Sakura's kunai had transformed into Naruto. It turned out that Sakura's kunai was a transformation of Naruto's shadow clone. Kakashi swiftly hurled a kunai imbued with lightning chakra, obliterating the clone. However, it still managed to launch another kunai at Kakashi. Naruto's clone, accompanied by Sasuke, appeared before Kakashi using the Flying Thunder God technique. As Sasuke unleashed a great fireball technique towards him, Kakashi had no choice but to leap upward to evade Sasuke's jutsu. Sasuke quickly threw a kunai, which Kakashi narrowly avoided by tilting his head, but the kunai transformed once more into Naruto, this time in his true form, with a series of adamantine bindings. Naruto ensnared Kakashi midair, exclaiming, Kakashi-sensei, we have triumphed. Just as Naruto prepared to seize the bell from Kakashi's waist, Kakashi unexpectedly remarked, oh, do you believe you have won? Suddenly, Kakashi transformed into smoke. The trio gasped, shadow clone technique. When did this happen? Naruto promptly dispelled the shadow clone technique, accessing the memories of the clone. Realizing that Kakashi must have utilized the dust rays during their fierce battle as cover to create a clone of his own, Naruto swiftly activated his Byakugan to scan the surroundings, and upon spotting Sasuke, he urgently warned, Sasuke, watch your feet. But it was too late. Kakashi's hand had already seized Sasuke's ankle, declaring, Earth-style, inner decapitation technique, pulling Sasuke down until only his head remained visible. Kakashi then, with remarkable speed, appeared before Sakura, locking eyes with her, and she fell victim to his Jinjutsu. After subduing Sakura, Kakashi dashed towards Naruto with incredible swiftness. Naruto remained vigilant, eyeing the approaching Kakashi. Kakashi praised, your plan is quite elaborate, yet still rather naive. Do you truly believe this will secure your victory? Your confidence is misplaced. Naruto suddenly smiled. Is that so, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi hesitated momentarily, yet he was already in front of Naruto, throwing a punch without further ado. Naruto raised both hands defensively before him, and just as Kakashi prepared to deliver a subsequent blow, the Naruto before him was unexpectedly sent flying by the punch. Kakashi stood in stunned silence, bewildered at the unexpected weakness displayed by Naruto. Suddenly, Sakura, who should have been ensnared by the Jinjutsu, appeared behind Kakashi. Moreover, the ephemeral Sakura swiftly seized the bell from his waist before vanishing into thin air. Kakashi recalled the moment when he had cast an illusion on Sakura, only to feel her shoulder brush against him. Now, as he glanced at his own shoulder, he noticed a fox emblem adorning his vest. Suddenly, all his doubts crystallized. The Sakura ensnared in the illusion was, in fact, Naruto transformed through his jutsu, while the Naruto he had dispatched was actually a guise of Sakura. This ruse was devised to lower his guard, while leaving a mark of the Flying Thunder God technique upon himself. At that moment, Naruto had already rescued the buried Sasuke and helped the dazed Sakura to her feet, bringing the trio before Kakashi. With a triumphant grin, Naruto proclaimed, Kakashi-sensei, we have emerged victorious. Kakashi regarded the trio with admiration, remarking, I never anticipated being outmaneuvered by you three youngsters. However, his curiosity piqued, he inquired, I am intrigued as to how you accomplished this. My shadow clone was indeed ensnared by your formidable jutsu, Naruto. When did you and Sakura manage to interchange roles? With pride, Naruto replied, well, it was precisely when you charged towards Sasuke with your earth release technique. I exchanged positions with Sakura using the Flying Thunder God technique. This was a tactic we meticulously prepared in advance. Had you captured my true form first, Sakura and I would have had to immediately swap roles. I would then utilize the flying thunder god to switch our places. Kakashi puzzled asked, "Oh, how were you so certain that your first target would be Sasuke and not either of you?" Naruto, brimming with confidence, explained, "Because, sensei, you were already aware of our intel. Thus, you would naturally address Sasuke first. If you targeted Sakura, Sasuke, and I would have had time to react. And you would find yourself caught between us. Addressing me first would be even less feasible, as I possess both the flying thunder god and Byakugan, making it impossible for you to overpower me swiftly. Therefore, your only option was to confront Sasuke first, deal with Sakura, and then engage me." Kakashi, astonished by Naruto's insight, remarked, "I must admit, I never expected you to exploit my foreknowledge of your intel to devise such a strategy. Your grasp of human psychology has reached a remarkable level, akin to that of a seasoned veteran. Yet," he continued, "I find myself curious about your next move. There are only 2 bells, yet 3 of you. How do you intend to resolve this?" Kakashi gazed at Naruto with a hint of playful intrigue. Sakura and Sasuke shared looks of concern, but Naruto simply smiled and said, "Isn't it straightforward?" As everyone looked on in confusion, Naruto handed one bell to Sasuke and the other to Sakura. Kakashi, perplexed, questioned, "But Naruto, by giving the bells to Sakura and Sasuke, you leave yourself without one. This means you will have to return to school to relearn." At that moment, Sakura chimed in. "Indeed, Naruto, perhaps I should give you my bell, as I am the weakest among the 3. After speaking, she appeared somewhat disheartened. Naruto chuckled, "No need for that." "Thank you, Sakura." Sakura exclaimed with excitement. But, you must return to school to continue your studies. Allow me to assist you." At that moment, Sasuke coolly interjected. Naruto, however, declined, saying, "No need, Sasuke. I appreciate your concern, but it's truly unnecessary." Sakura, anxious, added, "Regardless, Naruto, if you cannot pass and must return to school, I will go back as well. After all, I am the one holding everyone back." Sasuke chimed in, "I shall also accompany you back to school." Naruto gazed at Sasuke and Sakura, feeling a warm surge of camaraderie, and smiled. There's no need for haste. After soothing the emotions of Sakura and Sasuke, Naruto addressed Kakashi, saying, "Kakashi-sensei, you mentioned that as long as we obtain the bells before noon, we pass, correct?" Kakashi, intrigued by Naruto's intentions, affirmed, "Indeed, that is correct." Naruto confidently replied, "Then, our Team 7 has undoubtedly completed your task flawlessly, and thus, we should all have passed, shouldn't we, Kakashi-sensei?" Recognizing Naruto's confidence, Kakashi realized he understood the purpose of the test, and with a resigned expression, said, "Yes, you have all passed." Hearing Kakashi's response, both Sasuke and Sakura were bewildered, and Sakura exclaimed in astonishment, "What? We all passed? But why?" Naruto, smiling, clarified, "It's quite simple. There are only 2 bells. The task was to seize the bells to pass. I acquired a bell and gave the 2 bells to you and Sasuke. Thus, you both possess bells and can pass the test, while I, being the one who seized the bell, have inherently passed as well. The essence of this test was to assess our unity, our concern for one another, and whether we regard each other as comrades." Kakashi added, "Precisely. Had you not assisted one another in seizing the bells, you would not have succeeded within the allotted time. Moreover, if Naruto had not shared the bells with you, he would not have passed either. And if, upon receiving the bells from Naruto, you had not worried about him or failed to advance together, you would also have failed." Sasuke and Sakura were taken aback, realizing the true nature of the test, and they felt grateful that they had not abandoned Naruto. Kakashi gazed seriously at the 3 before him, and said, "In the world of shinobi, those who cannot complete their missions are deemed worthless. But those who disregard their comrades are even less than worthless. Therefore, remember, you are a collective, partners within a team, comrades with whom you can share life and death." The 3 exchanged glances and replied in unison, "We understand." Kakashi, feeling a sense of satisfaction, announced, "Very well, I hereby declare Team 7 officially formed. And you will commence missions starting tomorrow." The 3 erupted in joyous cheers, and Kakashi looked upon them with a warm smile. Meanwhile, in a dark space, the malevolent Naruto observed everything unfolding outside. With a disdainful tone, he remarked, "Ah, I detest this so-called friendship. Human nature is inherently ugly and selfish. How could one possibly entrust their life to so-called companions? It is sheer hypocrisy." At that moment, another voice, the benevolent Naruto, interjected, "How can you speak in such a manner? The most precious aspects of humanity are kinship, friendship, and love. These emotions are invaluable. How can you deem them hypocritical? Such words are a desecration of these great sentiments. The malevolent Naruto scoffed. You are the epitome of hypocrisy. Every time I hear your words, I feel nauseated. With that, the malevolent Naruto vanished. The benevolent Naruto gazed at the void left by his counterpart, murmuring, "It is precisely this nature of yours that renders you unlikable," causing him to shield his heart's passage. I, too, suffer the consequences. Just then, the voice of the malevolent Naruto echoed. That is because he knows you are a hypocritical individual. Thus, he has sealed you away as well. The benevolent Naruto, undeterred by this statement, replied, I am the embodiment of all his goodness, while you represent his malice. In truth, we are not so different. However, the impression I leave is far more favorable than yours. Moreover, I believe that before long, he shall reopen the passage to his heart. At that juncture, I advise you to refrain from tempting him, for he remains wary of both you and me. I have no desire to be sealed away again, reduced to a state even less than that of the Nine Tails. A cold snort resonated in the darkness, followed by silence. The benevolent Naruto recognized that his words had been heard and chose not to disturb him further, softly murmuring, I hope you do not disappoint me, Naruto. With that, the benevolent Naruto, too, disappeared. The following day, Naruto and his companions accompanied Kakashi on a mission. Sakura and Sasuke, who had initially been eager, now appeared utterly dispirited, as if transformed into different individuals. Naruto, aware that the D-rank tasks merely involved weeding, locating lost items, and picking up litter, found himself growing weary. After more than a month of caring for children and performing menial chores such as weeding and street cleaning, anyone would find it intolerable. He turned to Kakashi and inquired, Kakashi-sensei, could we possibly undertake a more advanced mission? Even a C-rank task would suffice. Enduring this monotony day after day will drive us mad. Kakashi, with his hands clasped in a relaxed manner, regarded Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura with curiosity. You wish to take on a more challenging mission? The trio nodded vigorously. Seeing their eagerness, Kakashi sighed. Very well, but you must first complete today's task. The three of them were exhilarated, with Naruto confidently asserting, no problem. We'll take care of it. What is today's task, teacher? Sakura inquired, puzzled. Kakashi glanced at the task scroll and replied, well, today we need to catch a cat. Naruto exclaimed with excitement. All right, sensei, remember what you just said. Once we've caught the cat, we'll request a more advanced task. Kakashi chuckled, certainly, as long as you all desire it, there will be no issue. After casually outlining the appearance of the cat they were to catch, Kakashi instructed, now, off you go. Finish quickly so I can request a C-rank mission from the Third Hokage. Naruto, brimming with confidence, declared, there's no need for such complications, just watch me. With that, he produced a kunai and hurled it skyward, forming a seal before exclaiming, Byakugan activate. Subsequently, Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, materializing in midair, granting him a panoramic view of the entire Hidden Leaf village. Kakashi, filled with admiration, remarked, what a clever little fellow. Sasuke responded, indeed, only this version of Naruto can truly be my rival. If he were not formidable, he wouldn't be worthy of being my opponent. Kakashi, observing Sasuke, reflected on the pressures of teaching such promising students. At such a tender age, Sasuke had already mastered the Sharingan and various fire-style jutsu. The thought of nurturing two prodigies weighed heavily on him, leading him to sigh, for teaching geniuses often yields little sense of accomplishment and can be quite disheartening. As Kakashi was lost in thought, Naruto returned, stating, I've located the target. I'll be right back. He tossed aside a kunai and vanished, only to reappear shortly with a cat in his hands. Sakura gasped, is this our target? You caught it so quickly. Kakashi clarified, indeed, Sakura. The Flying Thunder God is renowned for its speed. It was invented by the second Hokage, and aside from the deceased second and fourth Hokages, only Naruto has mastered it. Sakura, increasingly astonished, replied, while I knew Naruto had learned this technique since childhood, I didn't realize he had become so proficient. But if it's such an extraordinary jutsu, why is he the only one who can use it? Kakashi replied, I'm not certain. Perhaps you should ask Naruto. Overhearing their conversation, Naruto chuckled. It's nothing special really. My father taught me, and I just happened to grasp it. It's not particularly difficult. As long as you can sense the gaps in space and use your chakra to establish spatial coordinates, it's quite manageable. Sasuke interjected coolly, it's easy for you to say. But sensing those gaps in space is not something just anyone can achieve. If it were, I would have succeeded as well. Naruto offered a sheepish smile, recalling that he had once attempted to teach the flying thunder god to Sasuke and Hinata, but both had struggled to grasp it, ultimately leading to their abandonment of the technique. Feeling a bit awkward, Naruto suggested, "All right, let me take everyone to see Grandpa Third. I just left the coordinates in the Hokage's office." He placed his hands on Sakura's and Kakashi's shoulders, and Sasuke, in a show of camaraderie, draped his hand over Naruto's shoulder. As Sakura pondered Naruto's words, she suddenly felt weightless, and in a moment of fear, she shut her eyes. When she opened them again, they had arrived outside the Hokage tower. Still in a daze, she heard Naruto call out, "Sakura, come on. We need to turn in the mission." Regaining her senses, Sakura hurried to catch up with the trio, exclaiming, "So this is the flying thunder god technique. I can't believe we returned to the Hokage tower so swiftly." Naruto beamed with pride, of course. Otherwise, how could it be called the fastest space ninjutsu? The trio reached the Hokage's office, where they found themselves momentarily speechless at the sight of a cat named Little Tiger being cradled by Lady Shijimi, the wife of the Fire Country's daimyo. Sakura weakly remarked, "No wonder that cat chose to flee." Naruto sighed in agreement. "Indeed, if I were that cat, I would run away too." Sasuke remained silent, merely nodding. At that moment, the third Hokage glanced at the mission in his hands and began, "Well then, the next mission for Team 7 is..." Before he could finish, Naruto interrupted. "Old man, wait a moment. Kakashi-sensei, please request a more advanced mission from the third." Kakashi, looking at Naruto with a resigned expression, addressed the third Hokage. Well, Lord Third, I would like to take on a C-rank mission." The third Hokage raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, Kakashi, you wish to lead them on a C-rank mission?" Kakashi replied, "Yes, Lord Third. I believe our team's capabilities warrant a more challenging task. D-rank missions do not provide adequate training." At this point, Irika, standing beside the third Hokage, nervously interjected, Kakashi-sensei, might it be too soon? They just graduated a little over a month ago. Taking on a C-rank mission so soon could be perilous." Kakashi, smiling at the anxious Irika, reassured him, "Don't worry, Irika-sensei. With me around, they will be safe." Hearing Kakashi's words, Irika realized his concerns were unwarranted. With a jonin of Kakashi's caliber, a C-rank mission posed little threat to his students. Embarrassed, Irika said, "I suppose I was overly worried." "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi chuckled, "No problem." The third Hokage glanced at Naruto and Sasuke, thinking that indeed a D-rank mission would not provide them with sufficient training. Over the years, he had closely observed the significant progress made by Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata. While others may be unaware, the third Hokage knew well that Naruto possessed strength rivaling that of elite Jonin, had it not been for his lack of experience. He might have already surpassed typical Kage-level strength. As for Sasuke and Hinata, they too exhibited Jonin-level prowess. Not to mention, for them, even an A-rank mission would merely present a suitable challenge. Thus, the third Hokage declared, "Well then, I happen to have a C-rank mission for you." He proceeded to retrieve the mission details, announcing, "This task involves escorting an individual to the Land of Waves." Upon hearing the Land of Waves, Naruto recalled a previous mission, which involved a rogue ninja from the Mist Village and a boy named Haku. "Well, I suppose I will find out," he thought. Just then, a heavily intoxicated man staggered into the room. The third Hokage introduced, "Mr. Tazuna, they will be your escorts back to the Land of Waves." Tazuna, swaying slightly as he drank, looked at the three young ninjas and scoffed. "What? Just a bunch of kids? Is this really okay? Especially that shortest one. He looks like a fool." Naruto, on the verge of laughter, suddenly realized he was the shortest and felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. What a rude client. Especially to call him short and foolish, such personal attacks were unacceptable. With a grim expression, Naruto suddenly appeared behind Tazuna, brandishing a kunai against his neck, questioning whether they possessed the qualifications to protect Mr. Tazuna. Startled, Tazuna broke into a cold sweat. Kakashi, with a resigned tone, interjected, "Naruto, what are you trying to accomplish? Killing the client would tarnish the village's reputation, and you would lose your title as a ninja." Naruto, smiling, withdrew the kunai, saying, "I am well aware of that, Kakashi-sensei. I merely wish to demonstrate my capabilities. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Tazuna? Do we now possess the strength to safeguard you?" Tazuna, not one to be easily fooled, chuckled nervously. Yes, I believe you will safely escort me to the Land of Waves." However, his laughter was undeniably forced. Kakashi, unfazed, accepted the mission and stated, "Then let us gather at the village gate tomorrow." After bidding farewell to the third Hokage, he departed, followed by the other two. Sasuke and Sakura headed home to inform their families about the mission and prepare some supplies, while Naruto made his way to the Hyuga household to speak with Hinata. Upon arriving, he encountered Hanabi, who remarked, "What brings you here, you big fool?" Naruto felt a pang of disappointment at her words. Ever since their acquaintance, Hanabi had consistently referred to him as a big fool, leaving him perplexed as to why, given that he believed he had never wronged her. With a sigh, he replied, "It's nothing, just visiting Uncle Hizashi." And Hanabi, "How many times must I ask you not to call me a fool? I haven't offended you. So why persist in calling me that?" Hanabi, turning her head with a haughty demeanor, retorted, "I like it. It suits you. You only come here to see my sister. And you always concoct such clumsy excuses, thinking I wouldn't notice." Naruto, feeling embarrassed, stammered, "Is it that obvious?" Hanabi scoffed, "What do you think?" He could only scratch his head awkwardly and chuckle. Hanabi muttered under her breath, "And he claims he isn't a fool. That behavior is unmistakable." In truth, Hanabi cared for Naruto, having known him since childhood, especially since he was dating her sister, making him one of the few individuals she genuinely cared about, though she would never admit it. With a haughty tone, she demanded, "Now, tell me, what brings you here?" Understanding that Hanabi's arrogance masked her concern, Naruto replied with a smile, "Well, there's nothing much, just that I am leaving the village for a mission and might be away for a few days. I wanted to bid farewell to your sister and visit Uncle Hizashi, as well as our little princess Hanabi." Upon hearing this, Hanabi quickly turned, her cheeks slightly flushed, and pretended to be aloof, saying, "Who cares about you, big fool? My sister and father are in the living room. You can go in by yourself." With that, she hurriedly exited. Naruto called out to her retreating figure, "I will bring back gifts." Hanabi dismissed him with a scoff, "Do as you please, I don't care." She quickened her pace, swiftly disappearing from Naruto's sight. Smiling and shaking his head, he proceeded into the house, only to encounter Neji, who was practicing. Naruto greeted with a smile, "Neji, there you are. I haven't seen you around lately." Neji turned his head, recognizing Naruto, and coldly replied, "What do you want? You meddlesome fool?" Naruto chuckled, "Nothing much, just came to check on Uncle Hizashi and Hinata." Neji remained silent, resuming his training. Noticing Neji's continued aloofness, Naruto felt a sense of helplessness. Just as he was about to approach and say something, Neji ceased his training and walked towards the entrance, clearly unwilling to engage in conversation. Watching Neji's retreating figure, Naruto felt a wave of resignation. Upon entering the hall, Naruto found Hinata and Hizashi enjoying tea. Hizashi greeted him with a casual, "You've arrived." Hinata shyly called out, "Naruto-kun, you're here." Naruto politely addressed Hizashi, saying, "Good day, Uncle Hizashi. I'm set to leave the village tomorrow for a mission, so I wanted to bid you farewell and take Hinata out for a stroll." He smiled at Hinata, causing her to blush and lower her gaze. Captivated by Hinata's demeanor, Naruto stared at her intently. Hizashi cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence, prompting both to snap back to reality. Once Naruto regained his composure, Hizashi remarked, "Oh, you're heading out for a mission? I recall you just graduated not long ago. Shouldn't you be undertaking D-rank missions within the village?" Naruto confidently responded, "Indeed, but D-rank missions are merely for fostering teamwork. However, Sasuke and I have trained and battled together since childhood, so our synergy is already strong. As for Sakura, I can guide her along. Besides, D-rank tasks lack challenge for Sasuke and me, which is why I requested Kakashi-sensei to secure us a higher-level mission. It would provide us with better opportunities for growth." Acknowledging Naruto's prowess, Hizashi replied, "That makes sense. It will certainly benefit your skills." Hinata, with a hint of worry, asked, "Naruto-kun, won't that be dangerous?" Naruto reassured her with a smile, "Not at all, Hinata. Besides, how can I protect you if I don't strive to grow stronger?" Hinata, hearing that Naruto wished to protect her, felt a rush of shyness and joy, lowering her head even further. Hizashi, pleased with Naruto's words, added, "Indeed. Young people should focus on enhancing their abilities to safeguard those they care about. Hinata, you needn't worry, with Naruto as strength. Is there any reason to fear for his safety?" Realizing her concerns were unwarranted, Hinata blushed even more at Hizashi's comment. Understanding his daughter's nature, Hizashi refrained from further remarks and turned to Naruto, saying, "Although you and Hinata are merely dating, I can see your genuine desire to be with her. Therefore, I do not regard you as an outsider. Please accept this. Hisashi handed Naruto an envelope. Upon receiving it, Naruto inquired, Uncle Hisashi, what is this? Hisashi replied nonchalantly. Just some cash. We Hyuga family members cannot let our team leaders bear the expenses. Do not decline. Since you are with Hinata, she is also somewhat my child. Naruto initially intended to refuse, but with Hisashi saying so, he could only acquiesce. Politely addressing Hisashi, he expressed, I understand, thank you. Hisashi waved his hand, saying, all right. You two go and have fun. Just remember not to stay out too late. Naruto replied, we will, and then he and Hinata set off together. As they walked along the streets of Konoha, Naruto remarked, by the way, Hinata, when I went to find you earlier, I ran into Neji. That guy is still the same. Hinata responded with a hint of sadness. Yes, it seems like brother Neji is becoming increasingly aloof. I worry about him, but I don't know how to comfort him. Noticing Hinata's melancholy, Naruto reassured her, it's all right. I have finally thought of a way to break the seal of the caged bird. That's why he has become more distant. I believe that once we lift the caged bird's seal, he will surely improve. Moreover, over the years, Uncle Hisashi has finally gained control over the Hyuga clan. I trust that those old geezers from the clan won't dare oppose him anymore. Even if they resist his efforts to lift the caged bird's seal, they won't be able to stir up much trouble. You need not worry. Hinata's eyes sparkled with hope as she exclaimed, really? Naruto-kun, can you truly break the caged bird's seal? With pride, Naruto replied, of course. Just look at who your future husband is. How could a mere caged bird possibly defeat me? Upon hearing Naruto refer to himself as her future husband, Hinata blushed and lowered her head shyly. Witnessing her reaction, Naruto was momentarily entranced. He led Hinata to sit beneath a tree, embracing her as he said, Hinata, you are truly too adorable. I can never get enough of you. The thought of not seeing you for several days makes me so sad. Hinata, still blushing and looking down, replied softly, I feel the same. Yet Naruto heard her clearly and gently lifted her chin, meeting her gaze. In that moment, both Naruto and Hinata saw deep affection reflected in each other's eyes. Finally, Naruto leaned down and kissed Hinata softly, to which she responded with closed eyes, reciprocating his passion. The setting sun of Konoha cast a warm glow upon them, elongating the shadows of the two young lovers locked in a tender embrace. The following morning, Naruto arrived at the meeting place at the village's entrance. His spirits were high as he cheerfully announced, all right, let us set forth toward the land of waves. Sasuke, intrigued, remarked, Naruto, you seem particularly happy today. I've never seen you this excited before. Sakura chimed in, yes, Naruto, what has brought you such joy? Naruto chuckled, oh, it's nothing really. I'm just a bit thrilled about leaving the village for the first time. Though Sasuke remained skeptical, he chose not to voice his doubts. Kakashi led the group ahead, and as they passed a puddle, Naruto suddenly sensed that the water had been transformed using a technique. Noticing that Kakashi did not react, he remained discreet. He glanced at Sasuke, who was looking at him, evidently having perceived the same thing. After Naruto nodded to Sasuke, Sasuke returned to his usual demeanor. Kakashi deliberately lagged behind, and as he passed a puddle, two ninjas emerged from it, donning gauntlets affixed with razor-sharp chains. They combined their efforts, using the chains to dismember Kakashi, declaring, the first. They then turned to attack Naruto, uttering, the second. Sakura was paralyzed with fear from this sudden turn of events, but Naruto and Sasuke were not. Just as the two assailants charged at Naruto, he vanished from their sight, reappearing behind one of them, while Sasuke materialized behind the other. In unison, they delivered powerful blows that sent the two fools flying. Realizing they could not defeat Naruto and Sasuke, the duo hastily retreated towards Dazuna. Sakura, still too frightened to move, watched as Naruto and Sasuke prepared to pursue, only to see the attackers hurtling back at an even greater speed, accompanied by the dismembered Kakashi. Sakura exclaimed in delight, Kakashi-sensei, you're alive. I thought you were dead. Naruto chimed in, Kakashi-sensei, aren't you going to continue pretending to be dead? Sasuke and I were preparing for your funeral. Kakashi's previously buoyant mood soured instantly. Casting a reproachful glance at Naruto, he remarked, Naruto, why does it seem like you're disappointed that your teacher is alive? Naruto replied languidly, a teacher who causes concern for his beloved students is better off dead. Kakashi retorted helplessly, but I have made a timely appearance, Haven Ti. Besides, with the two of you around, I would not have faced any peril even if I hadn't shown up. Naruto, you are far too gentle with Sakura. That is not ideal. Naruto, at a loss for words, conceded, all right, I admit you have a point, but Sakura is still a girl. It's better to let her remain unaware of the cruelty of this world for a while longer. Kakashi, upon hearing Naruto's words, reflected on the latter's tender nature. After listening to their exchange, Sakura expressed her gratitude to Naruto. I'm fine, really Naruto. I actually knew, but I just needed a moment to adjust. I'll adapt quickly. With that, she raised her fist, as if to bolster her own morale. Naruto smiled and said, very well, I believe you can do it. At that moment, Kakashi turned to Dazuna and stated, Mr. Dazuna, I believe you owe me an explanation. Dazuna felt a wave of guilt under Kakashi's gaze, stammering, what? Kakashi continued, C-rank missions do not involve ninjas. At most, there might be some thieves. The appearance of ninjas indicates this is at least a B-rank mission. The reason I was hiding was to ascertain their target. Clearly, their target is you, which means this mission is of a higher difficulty than you disclosed. We have the authority to terminate this mission. Realizing he could no longer maintain the facade, Dazuna reluctantly admitted, do you know about the Land of Waves? It is an island nation controlled by that unscrupulous merchant, Gato. The country is impoverished, so poor that I cannot afford the fees for a high-ranking mission. He has seized control of all the ports, and only I possess the capability to construct a transnational bridge, one that can rekindle hope for the nation of Bo. He fears that my creation of this bridge will threaten his authority. If you do not protect me, I shall be slain by Kato. Thus I implore you to continue safeguarding me, enabling me to successfully build the bridge. Of course, the choice is in your hands. You may decide as you see fit. Upon hearing Dazuna's response, Kakashi turned to Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, stating, it is your decision to continue or terminate the mission. Naruto and Sasuke fell silent, while Sakura, anxious, urged them, Sasuke, Naruto, let us terminate the mission. It seems rather premature for us to undertake a task of this caliber. Naruto, with a smile, replied to Sakura, I believe we should press on with our mission. After all, we have accepted it, and we ought to see it through to completion, don't you think? Sakura, still apprehensive, protested, but we have the right to terminate this mission. At this moment, Sasuke coldly stated, I too choose to continue the mission. Sakura, taken aback, exclaimed, even you, Sasuke? Naruto reassured her, I understand your fears, but Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, and I will protect you. It would be a shame to abandon such a rare high-ranking mission. He added, besides, I promised Hinata and Hanabi that I would bring them gifts. How could I possibly give up? Seeing that both Sasuke and Naruto were determined to complete the mission, Sakura reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. With Sakura's agreement, Naruto excitedly turned to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, we will continue the mission. Kakashi, pleased that they had not succumbed to the daunting task, smiled and said, then, Team 7. Let us proceed. After making the announcement, Kakashi turned to Sakura with a reassuring smile. Do not worry, I will protect you all. Having decided to continue, Naruto approached one of the enemies, swiftly drawing his kunai and dispatching him. Sakura and Dazuna gasped in shock. Sasuke frowned, while Kakashi remarked, Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto, puzzled, replied, Kakashi-sensei, is something wrong? Shouldn't we eliminate those who obstruct our mission? Kakashi, slightly surprised by Naruto's nonchalant demeanor, responded, that is indeed the case. But I would prefer if you encountered the scent of blood a bit later. Naruto chuckled. Just a moment ago, Kakashi-sensei said I was too gentle with Sakura, and now you express this sentiment. I wonder what you truly think. Kakashi felt a twinge of discomfort from Naruto's words, thinking to himself that he was indeed a rather unlikable character. Disregarding Kakashi, Naruto moved towards another enemy. But before he could act, Sasuke interjected, leave this one to me. Naruto. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, realizing, oh, right, you haven't killed anyone yet, have you? Very well, this one is yours. He then handed the kunai to Sasuke. Sasuke approached the enemy, seizing a kunai and swiftly drawing it across the man's throat, resulting in a spray of blood that drenched Sasuke. Observing the crimson splatters on Sasuke's attire, Naruto, though relieved by Sasuke's steady hand and unshaken demeanor, remarked, Sasuke, your angle of attack was off. However, considering this is your first kill, maintaining such composure is commendable. With further practice, you'll learn to avoid being splattered. Upon hearing Naruto's words and glancing at the blood on his own body contrasted with Naruto's pristine appearance, Sasuke frowned and replied, I will. At that moment, Kakashi, who had been silently observing, interjected, Naruto, while your observation holds merit, Could you enlighten me on how you executed such a flawless killing technique? Naruto's movements had been so precise that it seemed he had committed murder countless times before. Yet Kakashi was aware that Naruto had never ventured beyond the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village, which piqued his curiosity. Naruto responded, "It's nothing extraordinary. My inner companion has shown me numerous scenes of slaughter from the ninja world and allowed me to sense his murderous intent. Not just me, but Sasuke and Hinata have experienced this as well. Exposure leads to mastery." Kakashi glanced at Sasuke, who nodded in affirmation, and finally understood that Naruto had utilized the Kyuubi's genjutsu to grant them a foretaste of the harsh realities of the ninja realm. With this revelation, Kakashi casually stated, "Then let us proceed." At this juncture, Dezuna regained his composure and proclaimed, "I know of a hidden path that will expedite our journey to the land of waves. One that is generally unknown to most." Kakashi smiled, saying, "Then I would appreciate your guidance." Dezuna replied, "No need for thanks. You are protecting me, so please follow my lead." The seventh squad continued their advance toward the land of waves. As they reached the border of the land of waves, Dezuna guided them along the concealed path, hoping to evade their pursuers and safely enter the territory. Just as they were about to arrive, Naruto suddenly hurled a kunai toward the shore, startling Sakura, who exclaimed, "Naruto, what is the matter?" The group turned their gazes toward the water's edge, only to find a rabbit, which relieved everyone. Sakura, dissatisfied, scolded, "Naruto, don't scare us like that. It could give someone a heart attack." However, before her words fully settled, Kakashi grew tense and warned, "Wait, that's a snow hare. There shouldn't be any in the land of waves. Be cautious." He swiftly pushed Sakura's head down. Naruto and Sasuke, alongside Dezuna, quickly ducked to the side as a large blade soared past their small boat. Had Kakashi not acted in time to shield Sakura, she would have surely met a grim fate. Sakura, shaken by the near miss, remarked, "That was a close call." Suddenly, a figure stood atop the massive blade. Upon recognizing Kakashi, the stranger declared, "Ah, the copy ninja Kakashi. Your reputation precedes you. I've heard of your prowess in replicating over 1,000 jutsu with your Sharingan. It's no wonder the Ghost Brothers failed." Kakashi, now fully aware of the identity of the newcomer, replied, "Ah, so it is you, the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi, who once attempted to assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Water in a bid to instigate a coup." Zabuza gazed at Kakashi and remarked, "Kakashi, I have no desire to be your enemy. Might you consider relinquishing the old man behind you to me?" Kakashi replied nonchalantly, "That is not an option. He is the target we are to protect on this mission, so I must respectfully decline." Zabuza sighed in resignation. "How unfortunate, for he is my target as well." As he spoke, he formed hand seals and declared, "Hidden mist technique." Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the water's surface. In the midst of this dense fog, a tense Dezuna asked, "Kakashi-sensei, what is happening? Why has such a thick mist arisen?" Kakashi responded, "This is Zabuza's signature technique, the silent killing technique." At that moment, Zabuza's voice echoed, "Neck, heart, liver, where shall we begin?" Abruptly, Kakashi leaped to the shore with Dezuna and Sakura, joining Naruto and Sasuke, while their small boat was cleaved in two by Zabuza's massive blade. Seeing Kakashi shielding Dezuna and Sakura as they escaped to the shore, Zabuza made no pursuit, instead releasing an overwhelming aura of killing intent that enveloped Kakashi and his companions. Under this oppressive atmosphere, Sakura trembled in fear. Observing her distress, Kakashi released his own killing intent to counter Zabuza's, causing Sakura to cease her shivering. Kakashi gently placed a reassuring hand on Sakura's head and said, "Do not fear, Sakura. I will protect you." Turning to Naruto and Sasuke, he continued, "Sasuke, Naruto, you are to safeguard Dezuna. I shall take care of Zabuza." Naruto grinned. "Do you not need assistance?" Kakashi replied, "Just ensure Dezuna's safety." Naruto shrugged, "Very well." Sasuke, with his usual stoicism, remained silent, though Naruto sensed his eagerness to confront Zabuza. In truth, Naruto harbored the same desire, but knew Kakashi would not permit it. He smiled at Sasuke, saying, "Let Kakashi-sensei handle it." Sasuke nodded in agreement, "Fine." Thus, Naruto and Sasuke positioned themselves to protect Sakura and Dezuna. Given Kakashi's prowess, defeating Zabuza should have been a straightforward task, yet his carelessness had left him ensnared in Zabuza's water prison. Kakashi lamented his oversight. "I have been truly careless." Zabuza laughed heartily. "It seems the legendary Leaf Village ninja, Kakashi, is not all that impressive." Kakashi, observing Zabuza's arrogance, sighed. Zabuza, do you truly believe you have won? Zabuza, puzzled, inquired, are you suggesting you can escape? Kakashi replied, I may be trapped for the moment, but have you forgotten? I am not alone. Zabuza, confused, glanced towards Naruto and erupted into laughter. Kakashi, do you truly believe these mere children can rescue you? Ha ha ha. Kakashi retorted scornfully, do not underestimate the ninjas of the leaf. He then declared, Sasuke, Naruto, it is now your turn. Naruto, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, oh, I didn't expect a chance to shine. Excellent. Leave it to me. Sasuke interjected, it should be entrusted to me. You fool. Step aside. Zabuza watched the two boys vying for the opportunity to confront him and chuckled. Ah, the little brats. Do you truly believe that graduating from the Ninja Academy makes one a ninja? Allow me to reveal the harsh realities of this profession. With that, I conjured a water clone, preparing to eliminate both Sasuke and Naruto. However, as I launched my offensive, I realized that the two regarded me with indifference, bickering over who would face me first. Enraged, I declared, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces, and swiftly struck towards Naruto with my blade. Naruto retaliated by hurling a kunai towards my original form, while simultaneously gathering a Rasengan in his hand. My clone recognized the imminent danger posed by Naruto's Rasengan, but it was too late to halt my assault, and I pressed downwards with my sword. Having evaded Naruto's kunai, my clone's massive blade was poised above Naruto's head. But just as I anticipated a swift victory, Naruto vanished before my eyes, leaving my clone momentarily stunned. However, Sasuke was not caught off guard. As Naruto launched his kunai, Sasuke had already completed his hand seals. In that fleeting moment of distraction for my clone, Sasuke initiated his counterattack, using his Sharingan to cast an illusion before unleashing a great fireball that obliterated my clone. Meanwhile, Naruto, having utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, appeared beside my original form, just evading the kunai, and struck fiercely with his Rasengan against my shoulder, sending me flying and rescuing Kakashi. With a teasing tone, Naruto remarked, Kakashi-sensei, I didn't expect you to be in such a predicament. Kakashi, with a hint of resignation, replied, I let my guard down for a moment. Naruto then offered, shall I finish him off? Yet Kakashi, valuing his dignity, declined, stating, no, I shall deal with him myself. Having regained my footing, I approached Naruto and Kakashi, pondering aloud. That little brat just used the Flying Thunder God technique of the Fourth Hokage, didn't he? To witness such legendary ninjutsu is indeed a worthwhile experience. And that boy must belong to the Uchiha clan, possessing the three-tomo Sharingan. Konoha truly is a cradle of genius. Kakashi responded, indeed, Zabuza. This time I shall not be careless. Naruto, sensing the gravity of the situation, joined Sasuke's side, observing the ensuing battle. This time, Kakashi did not falter but fully harnessed the copying ability of his Sharingan, replicating all of Zabuza's techniques and movements. Just as Kakashi prepared to deliver the final blow, a young boy, a member of the Umbu from the Mist Village, swiftly dispatched Zabuza with a flurry of shurikens and subsequently took his body away. Naruto vaguely recalled that this boy was Zabuza's comrade. However, given Kakashi's exhaustion from overexertion, Naruto did not contest the removal of Zabuza's body, as he believed Zabuza posed no further threat. Moreover, Naruto's memory suggested that Zabuza was not inherently malevolent, so he chose not to dwell on it. With Dazna leading the way, he carried Kakashi to his home. In the household of Dazuna, Kakashi struggled to open his eyes and remarked, this is. I remember arriving at Dazuna's home. At that moment, Dazuna's daughter, Tsunami, inquired, Mr. Kakashi, are you all right? Kakashi replied, well, I may be unable to move for several days. Just then, the others entered the room. Sakura asked, Kakashi-sensei, how are you? Are you okay? Kakashi managed a wry smile and said, unfortunately, due to excessive use of the Sharingan, I might be immobile for a week. Sakura complained, honestly, the Sharingan is impressive, but the after effects are quite severe. Naruto chimed in, haha, that's because Kakashi-sensei isn't from the Uchiha clan. Thus, using the Sharingan exhausts him more than it would an Uchiha, both in chakra and physically. Sakura queried, is that so? Naruto responded, what do you think? Sakura, puzzled, said, but Naruto, you also have the Sharingan. Why aren't you affected like Kakashi-sensei? Naruto proudly declared, that's because I am from the Uzumaki clan. Our bloodline is inherently robust, and my Sharingan is compatible with my own physiology, unlike Kakashi-sensei's. Sakura asked, "What's the difference?" "Isn't it all Sharingan?" Naruto laughed, "Because my Sharingan is my own, while Kakashi-sensei's was given to him by another." Sakura turned to Kakashi and asked, "Is that true, Sensei?" Kakashi nodded. "Indeed, my Sharingan was bestowed upon me by my most cherished companion." Sakura replied, "I see now." Meanwhile, Dazuna interjected, "However, being able to confront such a formidable ninja must have been worthwhile." Kakashi reflected, "Zabuza Momochi? He may yet be alive." Sakura gasped, "What? Kakashi-sensei, are you saying Zabuza is still alive?" Sasuke also expressed his surprise. "How could that be? We confirmed he had no pulse or breath." Kakashi recalled, "The boy who took Zabuza away was indeed wearing a mask from the Umbu of the Mist Village. However, Umbu typically only need to return with the head. Yet he took the whole body, which leads me to believe Zabuza is certainly not dead. He was an ally of that Umbu." Sakura, concerned, asked, "What should we do then?" "Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi reassured her, "Don't worry, Sakura. Even if Zabuza is alive, I believe he is gravely injured. Therefore, during my recovery, I plan to train you all to enhance your abilities." Naruto and Sasuke felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Kakashi's words. At that moment, a child entered, capturing everyone's attention. The child remarked, "Mom, they will die? Anyone who opposes Kato will perish." Tsunami rebuked, "Inari, that's very impolite. They are the ninjas protecting your grandfather. Thanks to them, he returned home safely." Dazuna apologized, "I'm sorry, the child does not understand." Naruto and his companions did not share the same perspective as Inari, and thus followed Kakashi into the woods. Kakashi initially intended to teach Naruto and his friends the method of chakra control, specifically through the exercise of tree climbing. However, after witnessing Naruto and Sasuke ascend to the treetops and walk upon the water's surface, he found himself at a loss for words. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he inquired, "Well, what is it that you wish to learn?" Recalling Sasuke's lightning techniques and Sakura's immense strength, Naruto replied, "Kakashi-sensei, do you possess any formidable lightning jutsu?" Kakashi responded, "I do have a particularly powerful lightning technique, but Naruto, I have reviewed your profile, and you appear to be of wind affinity. What use would lightning jutsu be to you?" Naruto chuckled and said, "Indeed, I am of wind affinity, but Sasuke is of lightning affinity. You could teach him, and besides, Sasuke's Sharingan is far more developed than mine. You could share your insights on utilizing the Sharingan with him." At that moment, Sasuke felt a surge of gratitude, yet his pride prevented him from accepting such a gesture. Thus, he retorted, "Mind your own business, you fool." Naruto laughed, "Sasuke, I'm not saying this for your sake, but for the benefit of our team. Understand that your growth will enhance our likelihood of completing missions." Sasuke attempted to respond, but Naruto interjected, "Furthermore, I have yet to develop my Rasengan, so you need not feel embarrassed." "All right then, Kakashi-sensei, I entrust Sasuke to you." Kakashi acquiesced, "That seems reasonable. Let us proceed as Naruto suggests." At this juncture, Naruto turned to Sakura and said, "As for you, Sakura, given your exceptional control, why not focus on concentrating your chakra in your fists? I believe your strikes would become immensely powerful." This was a lesson imparted to me by the pervy sage, who mentioned that one of his companions achieved incredible strength by precisely concentrating chakra in their fists. Kakashi, astonished, interjected, "Are you referring to Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin?" Naruto affirmed, "Yes, the pervy sage is Jiraiya, one of the Sannin." Kakashi then advised, "Sakura, you should train using Naruto's method." Sakura, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "I understand, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi then turned to Naruto and asked, "So, Naruto, what do you plan to train in?" After some contemplation, Naruto replied, "Well, I'm not entirely sure. I initially considered focusing on chakra nature transformation, but it feels premature. Instead, I intend to enhance my understanding and application of the Byakugan and Sharingan, as my proficiency with them is currently lacking." Kakashi inquired with concern, "Do you require my guidance?" Naruto smiled, "No thanks, Kakashi-sensei, please focus on teaching Sasuke. I can manage on my own." Kakashi did not press further, merely stating, "Very well, if you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to ask me." After nodding in acknowledgement, Kakashi addressed Sasuke, "Now, Sasuke, let us be on our way." Sasuke, without further ado, nodded and followed Kakashi. As Naruto observed Kakashi departing with Sasuke, he turned to Sakura and said, "Well, Sakura, I shall take my leave now. Do take care of yourself." Sakura nodded in response, affirming, "All right." With a swift body flicker technique, Naruto vanished from her sight. After Naruto's departure, Sakura attempted to form hand seals and concentrate her chakra into her fists. But the chakra dissipated almost immediately. Frowning, she remarked, "It seems this is not as simple as I had anticipated. My control over chakra must be significantly stronger." After a moment of reflection, she smiled and resolutely continued to focus her chakra, declaring, "I want to always be a burden to Sasuke and Naruto." Meanwhile, upon reaching a mountain, Kakashi addressed Sasuke, stating, "Sasuke, what I am about to teach you requires that you first enhance your speed by 5 or 6 times. The technique I have developed is based on the insights of the Sharingan and the speed afforded by lightning-style chakra. Thus, your body must be capable of enduring the ferocity of lightning." Sasuke inquired calmly, "How am I to achieve that?" Kakashi explained, "You need to stimulate your body with lightning-style chakra, allowing your body to absorb it, which will enhance your speed." He then shared the hand seals and methods for integrating lightning-style chakra into one's body. Kakashi presumed that it would take at least 3 days for Sasuke to grasp the fundamentals. To his astonishment, Sasuke mastered it almost instantaneously, leaving Kakashi bewildered. Kakashi, filled with curiosity, asked, "Sasuke, how did you accomplish that?" Typically, it takes 4 to 5 days to learn the basics. Even for a genius, it requires at least 3 days. Yet you seem to have grasped it at once. Reflecting on Kakashi's words, Sasuke thought of Naruto. Recalling how Naruto had advised him and Hinata not to engage in combat using natural chakra due to its perilous nature, which could inadvertently turn one into stone. Naruto had mentioned that once they learned to wield natural chakra freely, they could teach them, but even without its use in battle, it could be harnessed for body refinement, accelerating the learning of any ninjutsu while avoiding backlash, and most importantly, promoting longevity and healing wounds. Upon this realization, Sasuke turned to Kakashi and replied, "Perhaps it is because I have been refining my body with natural chakra alongside Naruto and Hinata since childhood." This revelation genuinely astonished Kakashi. He swallowed hard and said, "You mean to say you have been using natural chakra for body refinement since you were young?" Sasuke nodded affirmatively, "Yes." Kakashi, still in disbelief, exclaimed, "Do you even understand how dangerous that is? You could very well endanger your lives." Sasuke nodded again, stating, "I am aware. Naruto has mentioned the associated risks. Yet we succeeded, did we not?" Kakashi was left speechless, simply sighing, "I cannot discern whether you youngsters are geniuses or reckless fools. Very well. Let us commence with the teaching of Raikiri. This is a technique I have developed, comparable to Naruto's Rasengan, classified as an A-rank ninjutsu. I hope you will continue to refine it. The ultimate form of this technique is an S-rank ninjutsu." Upon hearing Kakashi declare the final form as S-rank, Sasuke felt a surge of excitement and resolved to master this technique. Thinking to himself, "Naruto, I will not betray your goodwill, but I shall not yield to you either." After parting ways with Sakura, Naruto ventured deeper into the woods. He mused aloud, "It is time to develop the Sharingan. The Byakugan poses a greater challenge. But enhancing my ability to awaken the Sharingan will facilitate a swift increase in my power. I am merely lacking my father's spirit. Now is the time." At that moment, the 9 tails within Naruto interjected, "Naruto, you intend to harness the power of the Sharingan?" Realizing that the 9 tails had overheard his musings, Naruto chuckled, "Indeed, Kurama. Do you have any valuable suggestions?" The 9 tails replied, "While I harbor a disdain for the Sharingan, my aversion has granted me insight into its enhancement. It requires potent negative emotions to stimulate its evolution." Naruto pondered for a moment before responding, "Emotions, you say? I believe I know what must be done." The 9 tails queried, "What do you plan to do?" Naruto smiled, "I will unseal my mind and release those 2 beings. Only by allowing them to emerge can my emotions be whole, enabling me to evolve into the Rinnegan more swiftly." The 9 tails expressed concern, "You mean to unleash your other 2 personas? Are you aware of the peril this entails? You may risk becoming a demon." Naruto confidently replied, "I am aware of the risks. I may lose control, yet you will be there to assist me." The 9 tails, touched by Naruto's words, laughed heartily. "Ha! Very well. I shall join you in this venture. After all, we are partners." Naruto, moved, said, "Thank you, Kurama. It is an honor to know you." The 9 tails responded, "Naruto, I too am grateful. It is an honor to know you." Once Naruto unsealed his mind, his spirit entered the inner realm. He did not see his 2 personas, and, standing in the darkness, he called out, "Are you 2 going to ignore my presence and not come out?" Ah, do not be so angry. It is not every day you decide to release us. How could we dare to disregard you? The good Naruto replied innocently. Noticing only one persona had spoken, Naruto asked, "Where is the other?" "I am here." The dark Naruto appeared behind him. Naruto addressed them. "I have decided to release you under certain conditions." The dark Naruto coldly replied, "What are the conditions? Speak." The good Naruto interjected, "Must you always be so frosty? You should be grateful that he is willing to let us out. Such an unlikable fellow," he added. Turning to Naruto with a smile, "Say, we will assist with anything we can manage." Naruto looked at them both and stated, "I wish to evolve into the Rinnegan as swiftly as possible. What methods do you propose?" Naruto coldly replied, "It's quite simple. If you kill either Sasuke or Hinata, you can evolve." Instantly, Naruto exploded in anger, exclaiming, "What did you say? Do you believe I won't seal you again right now? Please. There's no need to be so angry. What he mentioned is indeed the quickest method. There is, however, another way to attain the Rinnegan, but it would take considerably longer," the benevolent Naruto hurriedly explained upon noticing Naruto's fury. Curious, Naruto inquired, "What method do you speak of?" "Take your time. I still have plenty of it." The benevolent Naruto chuckled. "The method entails unblocking the flow of chakra to your eyes. The current flow routes chakra through the brain before it reaches the eyes, which minimizes wear and tear on them, but simultaneously hinders their evolution. However, if you can open the pathways from your eyes to the chakra core, you can directly channel chakra to your eyes, facilitating the evolution to the Rinnegan. You wouldn't have to harm those you hold dear. How does that sound?" Naruto replied, "The method does sound promising, but how do I accomplish it?" The benevolent Naruto responded, "Ah, it's quite straightforward. Every time you experience a significant emotional surge, express it through your eyes. This fellow and I will guide your emotions to unblock your pathways. In time, those pathways will naturally open. However, this approach is comparatively slow. Moreover, the evolution won't occur immediately to the Rinnegan. It will first transition to the Mangekyo Sharingan before finally evolving into the Rinnegan, which will take quite a while. Conversely, if you follow his method, you can swiftly evolve to the Rinnegan, akin to the Sage of Six Paths. So what will you choose?" Without hesitation, Naruto declared, "I choose the first option. Though it may be slow, I can accept it." The benevolent Naruto smiled. "Indeed, opting for the first method is fine. You can resurrect them later." "No, although resurrection is possible, the conditions are exceedingly stringent. A single misstep could lead to failure, and even a successful resurrection would inflict psychological harm. Such injuries can be far more devastating," Naruto countered. The benevolent Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. "It's entirely up to you. The choice lies in your hands. For now, we shall impact the pathways in your eyes with the emotions you have accumulated over time." Surprised, Naruto asked, "I still have those emotions preserved?" The benevolent Naruto chuckled. "Of course. Unlike most people, whose emotions fade with time, you are different. You have us too. I embody benevolent and uplifting emotions, while he embodies hatred and malevolence. All the emotions you experience will be captured and preserved by us, ensuring that you can unlock the Rinnegan through this method, something others cannot achieve." After listening, Naruto nodded and said, "Then please proceed." The benevolent Naruto warned with a smile, "I must caution you. The emotional impact on your pathways may induce some pain and emotional turbulence, so brace yourself." Naruto nonchalantly replied, "All right, just get on with it and stop dilly-dallying." Upon the return of Naruto's spirit to his body, the Nine-Tails inquired, "How did it go? Were you successful?" Naruto nodded affirmatively, replying, "Yes, they have agreed to assist me." The Nine-Tails let out a sigh of relief. "That's good." Suddenly, Naruto clutched his head and let out a loud wail. Concerned, the Nine-Tails asked, "Naruto, what is wrong?" Gritting his teeth against the pain, Naruto responded, "It's nothing, just a bit painful." "What on earth is happening?" The Nine-Tails pressed anxiously. Naruto, drenched in cold sweat and trembling, found himself unable to respond. Simultaneously, he cursed that cunning individual and all their female relatives in his mind. Eventually, Naruto could no longer endure the agony and fainted. In that fleeting moment of unconsciousness, his heart brimmed with happiness, realizing that he had never known that fainting could also be a form of bliss. Time passed unmeasured until Naruto awoke to find a strikingly beautiful figure standing before him. Upon noticing Naruto's awakening, the person smiled and asked, "Little brother, why are you sleeping here?" Naruto shook his head and replied, "I don't know. Perhaps I overexerted myself during training. By the way, I am Uzumaki Naruto." The figure smiled. "Naruto, is it? Greetings, I am Mizunatsuki Bai. Naruto grinned. Mizunatsuki Bai. Then may I call you Sister Bai? Bai chuckled. That is acceptable, but I am not a sister. I am a brother. I am male. Naruto, taken aback, exclaimed. You are so beautiful, yet you are a man. How wondrous the world is. Meanwhile, Naruto pondered how Bai could possibly be male when he appeared so feminine. Bai then asked, Naruto, are you a ninja? Naruto gestured to the forehead protector on his arm, saying, Yes, I am a ninja from Konoha. Bai, puzzled, inquired. Then why are you training so diligently? Naruto replied with a smile, because I must protect many people. Without formidable strength, I cannot succeed. Bai smiled back, Indeed, Naruto. To safeguard those dear to you, your power will grow ever stronger, so never forget this original intention. I believe in you, Naruto. You will become very powerful. Naruto nodded with a smile. I will, brother Bai. Bai then announced, Well, Naruto, I must take my leave. Naruto cheerfully responded, All right, goodbye, brother Bai. As he stood up, he helped Bai, who was crouching, to his feet. Unbeknownst to Bai, Naruto left a flying thunder god mark on him. I shall take my leave now, Naruto, Bai said, taking his medicine basket and coincidentally brushing past Sasuke, who had come searching for Naruto. Sasuke frowned, feeling a sense of familiarity towards the stranger, yet could not recall where he had encountered him before. Approaching Naruto, he asked, Naruto, who was that person just now? Naruto chuckled. He is Mizunatsuki Bai, a new acquaintance. What brings you here? Sasuke replied. I came to check if this big fool of a friend had perished. It's been 2 days, and you haven't returned. Upon realizing that 2 days had elapsed, Naruto felt speechless, internally raging. You bastard, stop playing dead and come out. I promise I won't kill you, you scoundrel. With a smile, Naruto remarked, What is the matter? Why the anger? If I am a scoundrel, then what does that make you? Naruto retorted, You bastard. I was unconscious for 2 days, and you say it was just a little painful? Is this really what you call a little pain? You tricked me. Shinai Naruto, with an apologetic smile, replied, I didn't know at the time. I just poured out all the emotions you had accumulated. However, the results are quite evident. Your Sharingan and mental strength have both significantly improved. Upon hearing Shinai Naruto's words, Naruto immediately assessed his condition. Indeed, the flow of chakra felt much swifter, and he sensed that activating his Sharingan was now more rapid and fluid. Although anger surged within him, he found himself unable to express it and could only respond helplessly. Be more careful next time. Shinai Naruto chuckled, I will. Sasuke, noticing Naruto's dazed expression, inquired, What's wrong, you big idiot? Are you okay? Naruto snapped back to reality, saying, Oh, I'm fine. Let's go back. I'm hungry. Sasuke, puzzled, asked, You haven't eaten anything in 2 days, have you? Naruto laughed. How could that be? Besides, I have soldier pills. With that, he headed towards Dezuna's house, and Sasuke followed without further hesitation. Upon returning to Dezuna's home and finishing their meal, Kakashi remarked with a smile, Naruto, training is crucial, but you must also remember to rest. Naruto, resting his head on the table, chuckled. Heh, Kakashi-sensei, you're starting to sound like an old man. At that moment, Dezuna expressed his gratitude. Thank you all. I fabricated the difficulty of the mission. Why are you still helping me? Kakashi replied with a smile. It's a matter of righteousness. A strong leader should not have weak subordinates. This is a lesson from the previous Hokage. Suddenly, Inari stood up, tears streaming down his face, and questioned, Why? Naruto, puzzled, looked up and asked, What? Inari slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Why should we struggle so hard, only to end up in this state? No matter how much we strive or speak beautifully, we cannot defeat Kato's subordinates. In the face of true strength, the weak are destined to be defeated. Irritated, Naruto replied, You're being so tedious. I am different from you. Inari, growing angrier, shot back, Shut up. Just seeing you makes me furious. You have no understanding of this country and flaunt yourself so pompously, speaking with such grandiloquence. You don't know what suffering is. We are fundamentally different. Naruto coldly retorted. So you intend to remain the tragic protagonist, weeping every day? Someone like you should just keep crying, you crybaby. With that, Naruto glared fiercely at Inari with his beast-like eyes. Sakura admonished from the side, Naruto, what you said was too much. Naruto remained silent, merely stuffing his hands into his pockets as he coldly walked out. Lying on his bed, Naruto pondered Inari's situation, realizing that even if they helped this country overcome its current crisis, it would not alter the nation's condition, as its people lack the awareness to strive for self-improvement. This thought troubled him greatly. At that moment, Dark Naruto remarked. Since the people of this country are beyond saving, why are you still troubled? Complete the mission and return to the village. Ultimately, it is their own lack of confidence that prevents them from altering their futures. At this moment, the optimistic Naruto retorted. One cannot say such things. How can you ascertain their inability to change without attempting to inspire them? The pessimistic Naruto responded, I remain unconvinced about such individuals. Do not forget, I embody the darker aspects of human nature. I understand all too well the difficulty of transformation for such people. The optimistic Naruto replied with a smile. Indeed, it is challenging, yet not devoid of hope. It is far better to make an attempt. Naruto, we must not abandon them. Just as the pessimistic Naruto was about to voice another thought, Naruto interjected. Enough, both of you. Please, be quiet. I am becoming quite frustrated. I need some peace. With that, Naruto left the room, seeking solace by taking a walk. Upon reaching the riverbank, he overheard Kakashi's voice and approached curiously. Hearing Kakashi converse with Inari about his own circumstances, Kakashi remarked, Naruto has been without parents since childhood, possibly unaware of their identities, and he has few friends. Yet, he never wallows in despair or sorrow. Instead, he strives earnestly for the approval of others. Perhaps he is the one who understands you best. For Naruto, tears and suffering may have been deemed futile long ago. Thus, he comprehends what true strength is. Inari, taken aback by Kakashi's words, realized he had underestimated the seemingly carefree Naruto, recognizing his own happiness in comparison. Upon hearing Kakashi's remarks, Naruto coolly stated, Kakashi-sensei, you are quite the busybody. Kakashi, upon seeing Naruto, smiled. Ah, Naruto, why are you still awake? Naruto replied nonchalantly, I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a stroll and overheard your idle chatter. Kakashi awkwardly scratched the back of his head, about to offer an explanation, when Inari suddenly asked, Is it truly possible to change? Naruto, puzzled, responded, What do you mean? Inari summoned his courage and inquired, Can this country really be transformed through hard work? Naruto replied, Changing this country requires more than just our hopes. You must possess the courage to alter your own circumstances. If you lack that courage, even if the bridge is built, it would be for naught. Having spoken, Naruto prepared to return to sleep when Inari declared, I will strive. I will not allow you to underestimate me. A smile involuntarily crept onto Naruto's face as he responded, Do as you wish, it matters not to me. I only need to fulfill my mission. Kakashi chuckled, What an ungracious fellow you are. At that moment, Inari's face lit up with joy as he said, I know what I must do now. Thank you, Kakashi-san. Kakashi replied with a smile, No need for thanks. It is enough to see you invigorated. Lying in bed, Naruto felt a surge of happiness. At that moment, the optimistic Naruto remarked, You see? As long as we do not give up, there remains hope for them. Naruto chuckled, Perhaps you are right. The pessimistic Naruto retorted, It is merely a fortunate coincidence. But indeed, these individuals have not succumbed to fear. Naruto laughed, Well, now I feel motivated too. With that, he peacefully drifted off to sleep. After Naruto had fallen asleep, Dark Naruto addressed Good Naruto, questioning his actions. Good Naruto chuckled, responding, Why not? Regardless of whether he succeeds or fails, it's not a bad thing for him, is it? Dark Naruto pondered for a moment and replied, You are right, but I cannot stand your hypocritical demeanor. Angrily, Good Naruto retorted, How am I being hypocritical? This has always been my nature. Apologize, you are slandering me. Dark Naruto chose to ignore him and retreated to his mental space, leaving Good Naruto in resigned silence. In the following days, Naruto continuously adapted to his newfound powers, honing his ninjutsu, taijutsu, chakra condensation speed, and bloodline limits. Each day left him utterly exhausted. Yet he found joy amidst the struggle. One day, Naruto awoke later than usual and, upon descending the stairs, discovered only Inari and Tazuna were present. The others had gone. He inquired, Where is everyone? Tazuna replied, Kakashi and the others have gone to the bridge. Today marks its completion. Naruto intended to rush to the bridge. But just as he prepared to leave, he sensed someone approaching. I'll check the bridge first, he declared, and with a swift body flicker, he returned to Tazuna's home, taking refuge on the rooftop. He wished to observe how Inari would respond to adversity. Meanwhile, on the bridge, a battle had commenced. Kakashi faced off against Zabuza, while Sasuke found himself ensnared in White's secret ice mirrors. After exchanging a powerful blow, both Kakashi and Zabuza retreated momentarily. Zabuza laughed, Kakashi, Are you worried about that Uchiha brat? Kakashi chuckled in response. Shouldn't you be the one concerned? I doubt that the Mizunoto clan can overpower Sasuke. Zabuza smirked. Is that so? Then let us continue. I have devised a strategy to counter your Sharingan. With that, he formed hand seals and exclaimed, water style, hidden mist technique. Instantly, Kakashi could no longer discern Zabuza's location, relying solely on his senses to engage him. Sasuke, meanwhile, faced an even graver predicament. Like Kakashi, he was enveloped in White's mist technique, but unlike Kakashi, White's mist also infused the icy chakra of the Mizunoto clan. Sasuke's enhanced speed from his lightning release technique was stifled by the icy mist, and his Sharingan could merely perceive White's shadow. After narrowly dodging a shuriken from White, Sasuke cursed, damn it, I didn't anticipate such a flaw in the Sharingan. White's voice echoed, as long as you do not attempt to escape my ice mirrors, I will refrain from attacking you. Feeling insulted, Sasuke retorted angrily, what? Do you believe I am unworthy of being your opponent? Do not underestimate me. With swift hand seals, Sasuke unleashed, fire-style, fireball jutsu. Concentrating half of his chakra into the technique, the temperature around him surged dramatically, shattering White's mist technique with his colossal fireball. Bai was taken aback to see Sasuke effortlessly dismantle his great fireball technique, and he couldn't help but praise. I never imagined you would counter my mist shadow technique in such a manner. I must admit, you are truly a genius. However, you remain trapped within my crystal mirror, so it seems you will have to stay here for now. At that moment, Naruto finally encountered Kato's subordinates. Upon witnessing Inari muster the courage to resist, Naruto, feeling relieved, rushed to Inari's side and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Sasuke. However, as soon as Naruto reached Sasuke, he sensed imminent danger and swiftly grabbed Sasuke's hand, pulling him aside. Naruto's sudden arrival halted the battle on both sides. He looked at the panting Sasuke and the multitude of whites hidden within the ice mirrors, chuckling. Sasuke, it seems you're in quite the predicament. Need a hand? Sasuke, irritated by Naruto's carefree demeanor, retorted, what? Do you think I need the help of a fool like you? Naruto, noticing Sasuke's frustration, grinned and said, why are you mad again? You really should work on your temper. If you keep being this angry, you might have trouble finding a woman in the future. Understanding Naruto's nature, Sasuke knew that the more he engaged with him, the more mischievous he would become. Thus, Heelanlunda warned, be careful. This guy's techniques are formidable. Feeling a twinge of regret as Sasuke ignored his banter, Naruto replied, I can see that. If I were outside, I could break this technique from the outside. But it's not so simple from within. Sasuke, puzzled, asked, can't you use your Flying Thunder God to escape? Naruto lamented, I could certainly use the Flying Thunder God, but I don't have a mark outside this bridge, and I doubt he would let me throw a kunai. Sasuke concluded, then we must defeat him. Naruto grinned, don't be hasty. I only mentioned that breaking it from the inside is more challenging, not impossible. Just watch. Seeing Naruto's unwavering confidence, Sasuke realized that Naruto could indeed shatter the secret technique. Naruto gazed at the numerous whites before him and jested, Brother Bai, will you unbind this technique yourself? Or shall I break it for you? Recognizing Naruto, Bai removed his mask and replied, Naruto, I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Naruto chuckled, oh, Brother Bai, I know you're a good person, but I hope you can understand my position. Besides, Zabuza only wants Kato's money, which I can help resolve. How does that sound? Bai sighed, I'm sorry, but I cannot go against Mr. Zabuza's wishes. Sasuke remarked to Naruto, it seems your persuasion has failed. With a hint of resignation, Naruto said, well, if that is the case, we have no choice but to break this crystal mirror. Naruto addressed the Nine Tails, Kurama, it's time to act. Kurama replied with a smirk, I was already prepared. Instantly, a tremendous chakra erupted from Naruto, enveloping both him and Sasuke in a golden hue, forming a fox with 5 tails, dramatically altering Naruto's appearance. A weakened version of the Nine Tails mode. Sasuke looked at Naruto in astonishment. What happened to you? Naruto, beaming with pride, exclaimed, what do you think? Impressive, right? This is my progress over the past few days, synchronized with the chakra of the Nine Tails. I have perfectly harnessed its power. As Naruto activated his Byakugan and perceived the true form of Bai, he skillfully evaded Bai's attack with 5 tails, swiftly scanning the surroundings, which resulted in the shattering of the magic mirror crystal. With a smile, Naruto addressed Bai, Brother Bai, shall we continue? Bai, with a sense of despair, replied, just kill me, Naruto. To Zabuza, I have become a useless tool. Naruto gazed into Bai's lifeless eyes and asked, "Is Zabuza truly that significant to you?" Bai responded, "To me, Zabuza is everything. Having been defeated by you, I am now an unnecessary tool to him." Naruto, filled with fervor, countered, "Your perspective is misguided. You are a human, not a tool. If Zabuza views you merely as a tool, then he is unworthy of your devotion. I still remember your words. Zabuza is the one you wish to protect, correct?" Just as Bai was about to respond, he suddenly sensed something, hurriedly telling Naruto, "It seems I can still do one last thing for Zabuza." With that, he vanished in an instant. Naruto, sensing the urgency, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to pursue him. It turned out that Kakashi, while engaged in battle with Zabuza, had sensed Naruto's Nine Tails chakra. Despite being aware from Naruto's dossier that he could control the Nine Tails, Kakashi felt a surge of tension. In an effort to swiftly conclude the fight with Zabuza, Kakashi summoned the 8 ninja hounds, relying on their keen sense of smell to track Zabuza and prepare to eliminate him with Raikiri. Just as Kakashi's Raikiri was about to pierce Zabuza's heart, Bai used the body flicker technique to shield Zabuza. Kakashi was startled by Bai's unexpected action, yet he could not halt his attack. However, Naruto appeared just in time, striking Kakashi's arm and diverting the trajectory of his Raikiri. Although the attack was deflected, it still pierced through Bai's and Zabuza's left arms. Kakashi, confused, asked Naruto, "Do you know what you're doing, Naruto? Are you not aware they are enemies?" Naruto replied earnestly, "Kakashi-sensei, I implore you to spare Brother Bai. He is a good person, merely exploited by Zabuza. Furthermore, Zabuza is not inherently evil." At that moment, Zabuza let out a hearty laugh. "Ha! Who would have thought there were such fools in Konoha? It seems I am destined to live." Bai, struggling to support Zabuza, expressed concern. "Is everything all right, Zabuza?" Just as he helped Zabuza, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Zabuza, indifferent to Bai's plight, picked up his large sword, preparing to continue his battle with Kakashi. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Naruto instantly appeared before Zabuza and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, sending him flying. Naruto quickly assessed Bai's condition, discovering that he was merely unconscious due to exhausted chakra and excessive blood loss. With proper care, he would recover soon. Naruto, filled with indignation, addressed Zabuza, saying, "Even now, you are fixated on the mission. Do you not care for Haku's well-being?" After struggling to rise, Zabuza coldly retorted, "Huh? What is there to care about? He is merely a tool I picked up along the way. Besides, the foremost duty of a ninja is to fulfill the mission. A failure to do so renders one a worthless tool, unwanted by anyone." Naruto, incredulous, exclaimed, "Is he truly nothing more than a weapon in your eyes?" Zabuza sneered, "Do not mistake Haku for merely a tool. I too am just an instrument to accomplish my tasks. In this world of shinobi, every ninja is merely a weapon to complete their missions." Understanding Zabuza's mindset, Naruto empathized, for in his past life, he too had been an assassin. He recognized that whether as a ninja or a killer, the essence remained the same. Yet it was this very understanding that fueled his desire to transform the fundamental nature of the ninja world. One should not live solely for missions, but rather for hope. Thus, with fiery conviction, Naruto proclaimed, "Your perspective is flawed. It is precisely because ninjas live only for their missions that so much sorrow and hatred arises. We are human, not mere tools for tasks. If you truly believe yourself to be just an instrument, then why do you feel sorrow for Haku?" Zabuza, a hint of panic in his voice, replied, "How could I possibly feel sorrow? This world is as it is. People die every day. What do I have to be sad about?" Naruto, resolute, asserted, "You cannot deceive me. I sense your emotions brimming with sorrow. My perception cannot be escaped. As a Jinchuriki and a member of the Uzumaki clan, your feelings, whether you admit them or not, cannot elude my awareness. Even if your lips deny it. Can you truly deceive your heart?" As Zabuza gazed into Naruto's steadfast eyes, he was momentarily taken aback, recalling the first time he met Haku and the moments they shared together. With a melancholic tone, he murmured, "Perhaps I am the one who is in need." Naruto felt a surge of joy witnessing Zabuza finally muster the courage to confront his true feelings. Just then, a most detestable voice interrupted, "What kind of ninja are you? What kind of demon? You can't even deal with a few small fry, and yet you cost me so much money." Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, spotting Kato accompanied by a group of henchmen arriving on the bridge. Zabuza frowned and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Kato arrogantly chuckled, "I mean, You are utterly useless, unable to handle a few brats, and this little punk even dared to strike me. Today, none of you shall escape. Zabuza coldly responded. You intend to violate the terms of the mission, do you? Kato laughed. I have never intended to adhere to any ridiculous terms. Ha ha ha. Attack. Eliminate them. As Kato's henchmen advanced, Naruto prepared to react. At that moment, Inari, accompanied by a large group, brandishing sticks, arrived at the bridge. Inari declared, fellow villagers, for the sake of our hopes, we must stand against this tyrant Kato. Naruto looked upon the group with pride, thinking they had finally found the courage to fight for their tomorrow. Naruto smiled and said to Inari, Inari, I am truly pleased that you have mustered the courage to resist. But now, allow me to take charge. At that moment, Zabuza interjected, let me handle this. He dares to defy the rules, and I shall make him aware of the consequences of his actions. Naruto expressed his concern, but your injuries. Zabuza chuckled, indeed. My wounds are significant, yet it remains quite simple to eliminate them. Naruto replied, very well, but Kato's life must be spared. I desire all his possessions, as they belong to the people of the land of waves. And he still owes you compensation. After a nod from Zabuza, he swiftly appeared behind a wandering warrior, his executioner's blade descending swiftly to sever the man's head. Before Kato's subordinates could comprehend the situation, Zabuza vanished again, reappearing behind several more warriors, claiming additional lives. Watching the carnage unfold, Naruto lamented, in this world, human life truly seems to hold little value. Kakashi echoed this sentiment. Ah, such is the tragedy of our world. Sasuke remarked coldly, thus, we must change this world. I believe we can bring peace to it. With a confident smile, Naruto affirmed, indeed, we shall succeed. Kakashi, listening to their exchange, felt a sense of relief, pondering that if peace were truly achieved, tragedies like those of Obito and Rin would no longer occur. As everyone regained their composure, Zabuza had efficiently dispatched all of Kato's henchmen. At that moment, Kato knelt before Zabuza, pleading, please, do not kill me. I will pay you whatever you ask, just spare my life. Zabuza regarded Kato for a moment before approaching Naruto and lifting Haku, stating, the next step is yours. Naruto grinned. Hehe, leave it to me. I will extract all his wealth. Zabuza paid no further heed to Naruto, carrying Haku down the grand bridge, with Kakashi following suit. Once they had departed, Naruto turned to Kato and said to Sasuke, Sasuke, it is our turn now. The two approached Kato, who, sensing their malicious intent, stammered. WW, what are you going to do? Naruto revealed a sinister smile, saying, Hehe, nothing much. We merely wish to discuss life with you. Kato, confronted by Naruto's grin, was overwhelmed with dread. Soon, anguished screams echoed from the bridge. Meanwhile, at Tezuna's home, Haku awoke from unconsciousness to find Zabuza seated by his bedside, gazing at him. Haku, confused, asked, Mr. Zabuza, where am I? Zabuza, filled with joy, exclaimed, Haku, you have finally awakened. Do you feel any discomfort? Although Haku found it strange that Zabuza was suddenly so concerned for him, he felt a wave of happiness. He replied, I am fine, Mr. Zabuza. By the way, how did the mission go? At that moment, Naruto entered, saying, Hehe, Brother Haku, you are awake. Regarding your mission, due to Kato's breach of contract, you are no longer required to fulfill that task. Moreover, I have compelled Kato to pay a substantial penalty. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Bai looked at Zabuza in confusion. Zabuza, noticing Bai's gaze, nodded in affirmation, stating, indeed, as that little brat mentioned, Kato has violated our agreement, and we need not proceed with this mission any longer. Bai expressed his delight. So we no longer have to become enemies with Naruto and his companions? Naruto joyfully replied, yes, Brother Bai, we can become friends now. Furthermore, you need not wander anymore, for Zabuza has agreed to join us in Konoha. Henceforth, we shall all be ninjas of the leaf. Bai, astonished, asked, Mr. Zabuza, is what Naruto said true? Have you truly decided to join Konoha? Will they accept us? Zabuza recalled what Naruto had said 2 days prior, after handing him Kato's penalty. With a smile, he reassured Bai, yes, we will be going to Konoha, and we shall no longer have to roam. As for Konoha's willingness to accept us, that will be resolved by Naruto. Upon receiving Zabuza's affirmation, Bai joyfully exclaimed, that's wonderful. This way, Mr. Zabuza can find stability as well. Witnessing Bai's pure smile, Zabuza felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. He resolutely thought to himself, Bai, I will safeguard your pristine heart. Meanwhile, Naruto, along with Kakashi and Sasuke, arrived at the riverbank in front of Tezuna's home. Kakashi queried, Naruto, are you truly set on allowing Zabuza and Bai to join Konoha? You must understand that they are rogue ninjas, and I doubt the third Hokage will accept them. Naruto replied with a smile. I am aware that persuading the old man to take in Zabuza is quite a challenge. It may even lead to conflict with the Mist Village. Sasuke, perplexed, asked, then why would you still consider accepting them? Naruto responded, Sasuke, have you forgotten our ideals? Sasuke retorted, how could I? Our ideal is to bring peace to this world. Exactly, Naruto affirmed. To achieve world peace, we must possess formidable strength and powerful allies. I have spoken with Zabuza. And he, too, is a victim of this era. I shared my dream with him, expressing my hope that he and Bai could assist me in realizing it. Though he was initially skeptical, he is willing to take a chance with me. What reason do I have not to support him? Moreover, Zabuza's strength is commendable, and Bai is undeniably a genius. Kakashi replied, in that case, how do you plan to present this matter to the third Hokage? Naruto answered, the old man will understand my perspective. To achieve world peace, we cannot reject anyone who yearns for peace and wishes to join us. Only through inclusivity can we attain true harmony. After contemplating, Sasuke suggested, you may proceed as you see fit. I have no objections. Kakashi added, very well. I will do my utmost to explain this to the third Hokage. Naruto smiled. Hehe, thank you, Sasuke, and you too, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi chuckled. With such noble aspirations and the determination to pursue them, how could a teacher possibly hinder your progress? Naruto, you must persevere. You have chosen a path less traveled. And I hope you find success. Naruto nodded and replied, I will, Kakashi-sensei. In the dark space, the shadowy Naruto remarked to the benevolent Naruto, as you predicted. He has indeed chosen the most arduous path. You must be quite pleased. The benevolent Naruto smiled and responded, given his character, it was not difficult to foresee. The shadowy Naruto expressed his skepticism regarding Naruto's ability to succeed, disdainfully stating, you know full well that it is impossible. Why do you not dissuade him? The benevolent Naruto countered, your negativity is misplaced. How can you know he will not succeed without allowing him the chance? Even if he fails, it is not necessarily a misfortune, for he will grow stronger through the experience. The shadowy Naruto conceded, you make a valid point. Regardless of success or failure, he will undoubtedly become more powerful. However, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment, and his eyes will evolve more swiftly as a result. The benevolent Naruto replied, I still wish for his success. The shadowy Naruto retorted dismissively, whether or not he succeeds is of no concern to me. I only care if he can meet my standards swiftly. The rest is irrelevant to me. With that, the shadowy Naruto vanished. The benevolent Naruto murmured, I truly detest conversing with someone as selfish as you, and subsequently disappeared as well. A few days later, after White's injuries had healed, Naruto and his companions set out to return to Konohagakure. Inari, watching Naruto and the others depart, turned to Tezuna and asked, Grandfather, can we make this country prosperous? Tezuna smiled and replied, the bridge is already constructed, and Naruto has entrusted us with all of Kato's enterprises. I firmly believe we can make the land of waves strong. Inari nodded and curiously inquired, Grandfather, what do you plan to name the bridge? Tezuna gazed at the departing Naruto and said, Naruto Bridge. After 2 days of travel, Naruto and his companions finally returned to Konoha. Kakashi addressed Naruto, Zabuza, and White, saying, Naruto, come with me to report to the third Hokage. Zabuza and White, you accompany us as well. He then turned to Sasuke and Sakura, instructing, as for you two, head home for now. Team 7 will take a short break. Sasuke, concerned, asked Naruto, do you want me to come with you? Sakura echoed his worry, saying, yes, Naruto, perhaps we should go together to explain to the third Hokage. Naruto smiled and reassured them, there's no need. It's not a significant matter. Moreover, the third Hokage is not one to cling to the past. He will understand. At that moment, White apologized. I'm sorry, Naruto, for causing you trouble. Naruto quickly waved his hand dismissively. No, it's not a big deal. Kakashi assured Sasuke and Sakura, rest assured, everything will be fine. Thus, Sasuke and Sakura had to return home for the time being. Kakashi led Naruto, Zabuza, and White to the Hokage's office, knocking on the door before entering. The third Hokage regarded White and Zabuza, stating, so, this is the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi and Haku of the Mist. Zabuza respectfully replied, Yes, Lord Hokage. The third Hokage continued. I received word from Kakashi that you wish to join Konohagakure. Is that correct? Zabuza and White replied respectfully. Yes, Lord Hokage. Naruto, unable to tolerate their formalities, impatiently exclaimed. Hey, old man, are you ever going to get to the point? Just say it. Will you agree or not? Why complicate things? Kakashi interjected. Naruto, you must not be so disrespectful to the third Hokage. The third Hokage chuckled. It's quite all right, Kakashi. Naruto, you are still quite young. It's better to clarify certain matters to avoid future unpleasantness. You must understand, you are destined to inherit the title of Hokage, and you cannot afford to be so reckless. Zabuza and Haku were taken aback by the notion of Naruto succeeding the Hokage, yet they felt little about it. Kakashi, however, was acutely aware of Naruto's precarious position in the Hidden Leaf Village. As the Jinchuriki, Naruto was largely disliked and even hated by the majority of the villagers, with only a handful acknowledging his existence. Moreover, the fourth Hokage had made numerous enemies during the Third Shinobi World War, alienating people from the other four nations. Consequently, the third Hokage dared not reveal Naruto's lineage for his safety, which resulted in Naruto, despite being the fourth child, not receiving the corresponding treatment. Now that the third intended for Naruto to inherit the Hokage position, it implied that he might have to disclose Naruto's background, simultaneously preparing for potential conflict with the other nations. While Kakashi contemplated this, Naruto, though pleased internally, remarked, Old man, how many more years can you still serve? Stop thinking about passing the buck. I want to enjoy life for another 10 or 20 years. Just behave and live for at least that long. The third Hokage chuckled at Naruto's jest, responding, Then I would become a monster. After laughing, he turned serious, stating, Now, Zabuza and Haku, I understand your reasons for wanting to join the Leaf Village, and I welcome you both. However, Zabuza, as a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, while we are not afraid of them, it is preferable to maintain cordial relations. Therefore, I intend to have you work by my side and join the Umbu. What do you think? Without hesitation, Zabuza replied, I will follow your arrangement. The third Hokage nodded and addressed Haku. As for you, Haku, I am curious about your intentions. Since you are not from the Mist Village, you can walk freely in the leaf. Haku replied, Lord Hokage, I wish to stay with Mr. Zabuza. The third Hokage smiled. Very well, then you shall also work by my side and join the Umbu. Haku expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Lord Hokage. The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Tenzo, please take them to have their files prepared for the Umbu. Suddenly, an Umbu appeared beside the third Hokage, responding, Yes, Lord Hokage. Kakashi, recognizing the Umbu, exclaimed in delight, Is that you, Tenzo? How have you been? Tenzo politely replied, Thank you for your concern, Kakashi-senpai. I am well. The third Hokage instructed. All right, Tenzo, lead them down. They will be following you from now on. Tenzo affirmed, Yes, Lord Hokage. The third Hokage smiled at Zabuza and Haku, saying, Welcome to the Leaf Village. Please follow Tenzo. Then, Jean and Bai respectfully replied, It is merely our honor. Now, Hokage-sama, we shall take our leave. As Bai departed, he turned to Naruto and said, Thank you, Naruto. I will visit you once I am settled. Naruto nodded in response, saying, All right, Brother Bai. After Kakashi briefed the third Hokage on the details of the mission, he too took his leave. Naruto remained at the side, aware that the third Hokage would likely have more inquiries and instructions for him. Once Kakashi had departed, the third Hokage waved his hand, and Naruto sensed that the Umbu had discreetly withdrawn. With a smile, Naruto remarked, Old man, what is it that requires such secrecy, even sending away the Umbu? The third Hokage chuckled, Naruto, I received a confidential report from Kakashi stating that you have mastered the control of the Nine Tails, correct? Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. I thought it was something serious. It turns out to be this. Indeed, while in the land of waves, I finally synchronized with Kurama's chakra. Oh, Kurama is the name of the Nine Tails. The third Hokage expressed his delight. If Minato knew of your achievements, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Naruto replied with a hint of melancholy. Yes, he would be proud of me, I suppose. After a moment of reflection, Naruto added, All right, old man, you can't be reminiscing about my father for no reason. What is it you need to discuss? The third Hokage's demeanor grew serious as he addressed Naruto. I have also learned from Kakashi's report that you, Sasuke, and Hinata have been using natural energy to enhance your body since childhood, correct? Naruto was puzzled by the third Hokage's inquiry, but answered honestly, "Yes, that's true." The third Hokage's expression darkened as he inquired, "Who taught you this?" Sensing the gravity of the situation, Naruto hesitated before answering. It was Jiraiya-sensei who taught us." The third Hokage, both astonished and furious, exclaimed, "You mean to say it was Jiraiya who taught you?" Observing the third Hokage's face turn a shade of indigo, Naruto, adhering to the principle of better a friend than an enemy, resolutely affirmed, "Yes, it was indeed Jiraiya-sensei." Meanwhile, far away in the land of hot water, Jiraiya, fervently gathering material for his writing, suddenly sneezed loudly several times, nearly alerting the bathing maidens. Fortunately, he swiftly utilized the body flicker technique to escape the scene, perched atop the roof of the bathhouse. Jiraiya mused, "How strange. Who is speaking of me? It seems it's about time I returned to Konoha. I wonder how Naruto is faring." As Naruto reiterated that Jiraiya was indeed his teacher, the third Hokage erupted in fury, shouting, "Jiraiya, you scoundrel! You have been a rascal since childhood, and it seems age has only amplified your mischief." Surprised by the sudden outburst of the third Hokage, Naruto felt a twinge of guilt for Jiraiya but quickly dismissed it upon witnessing the third Hokage's wrath. He mentally reassured himself that it was indeed Jiraiya's teaching. As for the future when Jiraiya would discover he had been implicated, that was a concern for another day. Curious about the third Hokage's ire, Naruto inquired, "Grandpa Third, why are you so angry?" "I believe using natural energy has significantly enhanced my physical condition, and I feel no adverse effects." Upon hearing Naruto's inquiry, the third Hokage momentarily suppressed the fury within him and responded, "Naruto, you do not comprehend. While the infusion of natural chakra can indeed enhance one's physical constitution rapidly, the repercussions are exceedingly severe." Naruto, perplexed, asked, "Repercussions?" The third nodded affirmatively, "Indeed, repercussions. And they are irreversible." Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, "Grandfather Third, what kind of repercussions could be so formidable?" With a sigh, the third explained, "Alas, although the human cells experience a remarkable amplification through the refinement of natural chakra, this power accelerates the metabolic processes within the cells, ultimately diminishing one's lifespan." Naruto was taken aback. How can this be? Shouldn't an enhanced physique lead to an extended lifespan? How can it reduce it instead? The third, exasperated, replied, "Naruto, your understanding is overly simplistic. The number of times human cells can divide is finite. However, when utilizing natural chakra for physical refinement, it causes cells to undergo continuous metabolism and division until they reach a threshold capable of withstanding the baptism of natural chakra. Is this not a trait of lifespan for strength? Thus, my anger is justified. This damn Jiraiya was unreliable before, and now he is even more so. How could he entrust you with such knowledge?" At that moment, Naruto was engulfed in self-reproach, realizing he had been excessively presumptuous, neglecting to consult either Jiraiya or the third. If it were only his own well-being at stake, it would have been one thing, but he had also imparted this approach to Sasuke and Hinata. With anguish in his eyes, Naruto implored, "Grandfather Third, is there truly no way to remedy the damage inflicted by this natural power?" The third, puzzled, replied, "I am not entirely certain. I have heard the first Hokage mention that upon entering Sage Mode, he had a method to allow cells to divide indefinitely. However, the specifics elude me, as I have never mastered Sage Mode myself." Upon hearing that the first Hokage possessed a means to achieve unlimited cell division, Naruto's heart soared with joy. As long as there was a solution, he believed he could accomplish it, no matter the difficulty. Although he was aware that the first had combined natural power with wood release and sage techniques to achieve this feat, Naruto was determined not to act recklessly again. The emotional roller coaster from heaven to hell and back again was an experience he never wished to endure once more. With newfound resolve, Naruto beamed at the third, stating, "Old man, since there is a way to resolve this, then it is manageable. I will find a solution." The third regarded Naruto skeptically, warning, "Naruto, I must caution you against reckless actions. Furthermore, from this moment forth, you must never again refine your body with natural power, understand?" Naruto replied, "I understand. I also recognize the gravity of the situation. I will inform Sasuke and Hinata to refrain from using natural power for body refinement." The third nodded, "Very well. You may go." Naruto cheerfully responded, "Then I shall take my leave," and with that, he vanished from the Hokage's office in a flash. The third watched Naruto depart, murmuring, I hope this lad does not engage in any reckless endeavors. After leaving the Hokage's office, Naruto made his way directly to the Uchiha household. Upon arriving, he found only Mikoto at home. Curiously, he inquired, "Aunt Mikoto, where is Sasuke? Why isn't he at home?" Mikoto, pleased to see Naruto, replied, "Ah, Naruto, it's been so long since you last visited me." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Naruto responded, "I'm sorry, Aunt Mikoto. Recently, I've been overwhelmed with numerous matters and haven't been able to come see you. I hope you don't mind." Mikoto chuckled, "Oh, come now? Do you think I'm that petty? If you're looking for Sasuke, you might want to check at Shirsue's house." The mention of Shirsue caused a flicker of sadness in Mikoto's eyes. Not knowing how to comfort her, Naruto quickly said, "Then I'll go find him." With that, he hurried away. Mikoto had intended to invite Naruto to stay for dinner, but seeing him dash off, she let the thought go. As Naruto approached Shirsue's home, he spotted Sasuke standing in the yard, gazing blankly at Shirsue inside. Naruto joined Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, I need to speak with you." Nodding in agreement, Sasuke led the way into the woods outside the yard. Once they were among the trees, Sasuke asked, "What is it? Speak." Naruto solemnly relayed the information he had received from the Third Hokage. He looked intently at Sasuke and said, "Therefore, you must refrain from using natural energy to enhance your body during this period. I understand your yearning for power, but until I find a solution, you absolutely cannot continue." Sasuke replied, "Fine, I promise to give up using natural energy for now. However, you must promise me that you will inform me as soon as you find a solution." Naruto nodded. "I will certainly let you know at the earliest opportunity." After Sasuke nodded, he walked back toward Shirsue's home. Naruto looked at Sasuke's retreating figure and murmured, "Sister Shizune, are you still struggling with Itachi's departure?" Sasuke halted and said, "Yes, I'm currently very afraid that he might do something reckless." Naruto sighed and asked, "Aren't you going to tell Shizune the reason behind Itachi's actions?" Sasuke replied, "I dare not share it with her. If I do, she will certainly seek out my brother. You know his current situation. If she goes to him, I believe he would not hesitate to harm her for the sake of Konoha." Naruto pondered for a moment and responded, "That does indeed sound like Itachi's character." Sasuke continued, "Thus, I cannot reveal the truth to her. I hope she can eventually move past her sorrow." Naruto said, "But I believe that once she does, she will harbor great resentment toward Itachi." With a sense of melancholy, Sasuke remarked, "Perhaps that is what my brother hopes for." Naruto, feeling a twinge of sadness as well, replied, "Perhaps." Sasuke straightened up, saying, "Well, I must go keep an eye on her. You should go find Hinata." With that, Sasuke departed. After sighing, Naruto headed toward the Hyuga household. Upon arrival, he found Hinata, Neji, and Hanabi enjoying tea in the courtyard. As Naruto arrived, he greeted Hayashi, saying, "I'm back. How did the mission go?" Hayashi nodded in acknowledgement. Approaching Hanabi, Naruto cheerfully remarked, "Hello, Hanabi. Here is a gift." He presented her with a box. Hanabi accepted it, her pride evident as she replied, "Though I'm not particularly interested, since you, the great fool, went out of your way to bring it, I shall graciously accept." Naruto exaggeratedly expressed his gratitude. "I truly appreciate the honor, miss." Nearby, Hinata watched Naruto's playful demeanor and couldn't help but stifle a giggle. When Naruto turned his attention to Hinata, he was momentarily taken aback and softly said, "Hinata, I'm back." Hinata shyly lowered her gaze, whispering, "Welcome back, Naruto-kun." At that moment, it felt as though only the two of them existed in each other's hearts. Unable to endure their affectionate exchange, Hanabi announced loudly, "I can't stand you two. You continue your conversation. I'll head back to my room." With that, she strode away, clutching the box Naruto had given her. Hayashi cleared his throat and said, "You youngsters carry on. I shall take my leave as well." After they departed, an awkward silence lingered between Naruto and Hinata. Once they were out of sight, Naruto took Hinata's hand tenderly and declared, "Hinata, I've missed you so much these past few days." Hinata looked up into Naruto's eyes and replied, "I have too, Naruto-kun. I think of you every day." They gazed deeply into each other's eyes, and Naruto gently embraced Hinata, leaning down to kiss her lips, which she responded to by closing her eyes. They sat together on the wooden floor of the corridor, with Hinata resting on Naruto, inhaling his scent, feeling blissful as she said, "Being with you like this makes me incredibly happy, Naruto-kun." Naruto looked down at Hinata nestled in his arms, feeling elated as he responded, "I feel the same. Holding you like this makes me the happiest person in the world." Hinata, blushing, buried her head deeper into Naruto's embrace. Seeing her shyness only intensified Naruto's affection, and he held her a little tighter. After some time, he remembered the purpose of his visit and said, "By the way, Hinata, refrain from using natural chakra to refine your body for a while." Hinata, puzzled, asked, "Is something wrong, Naruto-kun?" He replied, "I spoke with the Third Hokage today. He informed me that using natural chakra directly can be harmful to the body. So, until I devise a solution, please refrain from using it." Hinata didn't inquire further, simply responding softly, "I understand." A little while later, noticing Hinata's unusual quietness, Naruto looked down to find that she had fallen asleep in his arms. He smiled tenderly at her peaceful expression, thinking, what a simple yet blissful day. Hinata slept soundly throughout the afternoon, and Naruto held her close, careful not to disturb her slumber. During this period, Hinata had also come by, wanting to invite Naruto to lunch. However, upon seeing Naruto holding a peacefully sleeping Hinata, he dared not disturb them and quietly left. As he departed, Naruto seemed to notice a slight smile at the corner of Hinata's lips, as if she was amused. After lunch, Hanabi also visited the two, and upon seeing her sister still asleep, she quietly withdrew. However, Hanabi's expression was rather peculiar, leaving Naruto puzzled about its meaning, yet he paid it no heed. Hinata slept until dusk before finally awakening. Seeing her awake, Naruto chuckled. "Ah, the great sloth has risen." Hinata, noticing Naruto's teasing expression, shyly sat up and replied, "Naruto-kun, I must have slept for quite a while, right?" Naruto smiled. "Indeed, you napped the entire afternoon." Hinata exclaimed, "Oh my, I slept for so long. Why didn't you wake me?" Naruto replied with a grin, "Well, it brings me joy to see you sleeping so soundly in my arms. How could I bear to wake you? Besides, this signifies something important." Hinata, feeling bashful, curiously inquired, "What does it signify, Naruto-kun?" He gently responded, "It signifies that I can provide you with a sense of security, and that you trust and love me wholeheartedly." Hinata's face flushed crimson at his words, and she lowered her gaze, shyly stating, "Naruto-kun, you are quite the tease." Observing her bashful demeanor, Naruto laughed heartily, embracing her tenderly. "Let us go eat something. You must be hungry." Hinata, feeling even more bashful in his arms, could only softly respond with a hum. At that moment, Hanabi arrived, impatiently saying, "Are you two done? Sister, let us go eat and ignore this big fool." With that, Hanabi pulled Hinata from Naruto's embrace and headed indoors. Naruto stood there, bewildered, shaking his head helplessly. He pondered if he had offended Hanabi in some way, as she seemed quite dismissive of him. At that time, Shinai remarked to Naruto, "I truly cannot tell if you are genuinely foolish or just pretending." Naruto replied, "What do you mean by that?" Shinai sighed, "It means nothing. You should figure it out yourself." "Truly a fool. I can't be bothered with you." Anko added with a jab, "With your emotional intelligence, had Hinata not fallen for you, I fear you would be destined for a life of solitude." Naruto, feeling a bit overwhelmed by their banter, retorted angrily, "Hey, what do you mean by that? Clear it up for me." Yet, both of them chose to ignore him. As Naruto was about to press for clarification, Hanabi interjected, "You big fool. Why are you just standing there? Come on, let's eat." Reluctantly, Naruto abandoned his pursuit for answers and replied to Hanabi, "Coming," and followed her inside. The following day, Naruto strolled through the streets of Konoha with Hinata, noticing the influx of unfamiliar faces. He frowned, saying, "When did so many outsiders arrive in the village?" Curious, Hinata asked, "Outsiders? What are you referring to, Naruto-kun?" He explained, "There are numerous people on the streets who are not from our village, as the way they look at me differs entirely from that of the villagers." Hinata felt a wave of sadness for Naruto upon hearing his words. Noticing her concern, Naruto chuckled and reassured her, "Hehe, Hinata, I'm fine. So many years have passed, and I've grown accustomed to it. They will eventually understand me." Hinata gazed at Naruto's smiling face and responded, "Yes, I believe that the villagers will come to recognize your worth, Naruto-kun, because you are truly exceptional." With a grin, Naruto replied, "Of course, I am destined to become Hokage." At that moment, they encountered Konohamaru, who joyfully exclaimed, "Boss, you're out shopping too." Noticing that only the three of them were present and that Ebisu was not with them, Naruto curiously inquired, "Konohamaru, what are you doing here? Where is Ebisu-sensei?" In a proud tone, Konohamaru declared, "We sneaked out without the glasses teacher noticing. I used my seduction technique to knock him out." "Ha ha ha, boss. My seduction technique has become quite impressive." Naruto laughed, "Is that so? How about I teach you an even more powerful jutsu in a few days? Really? Why not teach me now? Konohamaru asked eagerly. There's no time right now, Naruto replied. Observing the interaction between Naruto and Hinata, Konohamaru suddenly enlightened, revealing a mischievous grin. Boss. I see what this is. He then made a gesture that any man would understand. Hinata, noticing Konohamaru's gesture, blushed and lowered her head, while Naruto playfully smacked Konohamaru on the head, saying, You little rascal, have you no shame? Even daring to tease me? Realizing Naruto might strike him again, Konohamaru quickly grabbed his two friends and fled. Naruto shook his head with a smile and continued walking hand in hand with Hinata. However, it wasn't long before he heard a commotion ahead. As they approached, they saw Konohamaru being grabbed by the front of his shirt, while Sakura was negotiating with the person holding him. It appeared a quarrel had erupted. Just as Naruto was about to intervene, Sasuke suddenly leaped down from a tree, throwing a stone that struck the assailant's hand, liberating Konohamaru. Naruto and Hinata reached Konohamaru's side, asking, Are you alright, Konohamaru? Seeing Naruto, Konohamaru beamed. Naruto and you're here. I'm fine, just a bit sore. Satisfied that Konohamaru was okay, Naruto turned to the two individuals involved in the dispute. Suspecting they were Kankuro and Temari, Shikamaru's future wife and brother-in-law. Sasuke joined them, saying, What brings you here? Naruto smiled, just passing by. How about you? Same here, Sasuke replied. At that moment, Kankuro remarked, Here come two little brats. I can't stand kids. With that, he pulled out a puppet from his back. Temari exclaimed in surprise, Kankuro, you aren't thinking of using that crow, are you? Just then, Gaara appeared, coolly addressing Kankuro. Stop it, Kankuro. You will bring shame to the village. Kankuro, seeing Gaara's arrival, quickly explained, Gaara, let me explain, they started it. Gaara, his visage emanating a murderous intent, commanded, Silence. Continue your prattle, and I shall end you. Instantly, Kankuro recoiled in fear, retracting his puppets. Gaara then addressed Naruto and Sasuke, I apologize for our rudeness. Sasuke, disregarding Gaara, informed Naruto, I shall take my leave. Do not forget to gather at the bridge this evening. Kakashi seems to have matters to discuss with us. Naruto replied, Understood. Sasuke nodded and prepared to depart. At that moment, Gaara inquired, What are your names? I find you intriguing. Sasuke coldly responded, Before inquiring about others' names, you ought to introduce yourself. Gaara replied, I am Gaara of the Sand. Sasuke, with an icy demeanor, retorted, Uchiha Sasuke, and then walked away. Naruto cheerfully introduced himself. Hello, I am Uzumaki Naruto. It is a pleasure to meet you, Gaara. I shall take my leave as well. Grasping Hinata's hand, he followed suit. Gaara watched Naruto and Sasuke retreat, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage addressed the assembled Jonin for this year's Chunin exam. We shall collaborate with the hidden sand village of the Wind Country and several other ninja villages. The location will be in our Leaf Village. Please recommend your most suitable subordinates. 4 Jonin stepped forward, Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Asuma, and Mado Guy. Guy approached the third Hokage, stating, I, Mado Guy, recommend my subordinates from Team 3, Hyuganiji, Tintin, and Rock Lee for this Chunin exam. Asuma followed, declaring, I, Sarutobi Asuma, recommend my Team 10 subordinates, Narashikuru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji for the Chunin exam. Kurenai stepped forward, stating, I, Yuhi Kurenai, recommend my Team 8 subordinates, Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino for this Chunin exam. Kakashi then approached, saying, I, Hatake Kakashi, recommend my Team 7 subordinates, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto for this Chunin exam. As they concluded their recommendations, Irika, standing beside the third Hokage, interjected excitedly, I object. Forgive me, Hokage-sama, but among those recommended, aside from Team 3's Niji, Tintin, and Lee, all are my students. Naruto and the others have only just graduated. How can they participate in the Chunin exam? Kakashi regarded Irika, asserting, Irika-sensei, while they may be your students, they are now our subordinates. You are unaware of the progress Naruto and the others have made since leaving your tutelage. How can you claim they are unfit for the Chunin exam? Irika, anxious, responded, but they are still just children. Kakashi chuckled, children? By the time I was Naruto's age, I was already a Jonin. Irika intended to continue his argument with Kakashi, but the third Hokage interjected, enough, Irika-sensei. I believe that their guiding instructors are best positioned to assess Naruto and the others' capabilities for the Chunin exam. Irika, reluctantly acquiescing, replied, I understand, Hokage-sama. The third Hokage chuckled. Very well, it is decided then. Naruto and Hinata strolled together until dusk, at which point Naruto bid her farewell and made his way to the bridge. Upon his arrival, he found Sasuke and Sakura already present. Sakura complained, Naruto, you are so slow. Even if you were out with Hinata, there's no need to be this late. Naruto apologized, saying, I'm sorry, but Sakura, I also wanted to give you and Sasuke some time alone. Instantly, Sakura's cheeks flushed crimson from Naruto's teasing. Just then, Kakashi arrived, handing each of them a form, stating, I recommend that you participate in the upcoming Chunin exams. Those who do not wish to attend are free to decline. Sakura, taken aback, responded, the Chunin exams? Isn't that a bit too soon, sensei? Kakashi smiled, participation is not mandatory. If you don't want to take the exam, that is perfectly fine. After exhaling deeply, Sakura turned to Naruto, asking, Naruto, will you participate? With a confident grin, Naruto replied, of course. It's a rare opportunity. Sakura then glanced at Sasuke, inquiring, Sasuke, will you be joining as well? Sasuke replied coolly, of course, I refuse to be outdone by that big fool, Naruto. Just as Naruto was about to retort, Kakashi interjected, all right, that's enough. Everyone head home. Those who wish to take the exam should gather at the meeting point tomorrow at 9. Now, go home and think it over. After exchanging glances, Sasuke and Naruto departed separately. Sakura watched their retreating figures, seemingly resolute, as she strode purposefully towards her home. The following day, Naruto arrived at the meeting place, where he found Sakura already waiting. Naruto grinned. Sakura, I thought you might not show up. With a confident smile, Sakura replied, I can't always hide behind you guys and rely on your protection, can I? Naruto responded with a chuckle. Now that's the Sakura I know. You dared to challenge me when we were kids. There's no way you've grown timid now. At that moment, Sasuke also arrived, prompting Naruto to say, let us go then, as he led the way to the registration location. Upon entering the registration building, they observed a girl dressed in traditional Chinese attire and a boy clad in a green, form-fitting sports outfit with notably thick eyebrows, arguing with the guarding Chunin. Naruto recognized them as Niji's teammates, Tintin and Lee. After a brief glance, he continued up the stairs, only to be confronted by the Chunin who asked, Hey, you brats, what do you think you're doing? As the Chunin blocked their path, Naruto swiftly threw a kunai, prompting the Chunin to dodge hastily. When he turned back to reprimand Naruto, he found that Naruto had already transported himself, Sasuke, and Sakura to the third-floor corridor using the Flying Thunder God technique. The Chunin stared in astonishment, asking, when did you guys get up here? Naruto merely replied nonchalantly, just a dull illusion, as he led Sasuke and Sakura to the registration desk. Tintin, astonished, asked Lee, did you see how they got up there just now? Lee shook his head, replying, I didn't catch it. It looked like they just vanished into thin air. Tintin pondered, how is that even possible? Lee, brimming with excitement, responded, I don't know how he did it, but it's already thrilling. Every day, Tian pondered, that blonde-haired individual. I believe I've heard Ningxi mention him. His name seems to be Uzumaki Naruto, the boyfriend of Lady Hinata. The cool one, who appears to be a prodigy from the Uchiha clan, is named Uchiha Sasuke. Excitedly, Shaoli exclaimed, Uchiha Sasuke, the genius of the Uchiha clan. I shall challenge him and prove that with effort, one can indeed surpass genius. With that, Shaoli dashed forward, prompting Tian to chase after him, grumbling, Hey, wait for me, Shaoli. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had just arrived on the third floor when Shaoli caught up, calling out to Sasuke, You are Uchiha Sasuke. I wish to challenge you and prove that with hard work, one can defeat a genius. The trio looked at the obstructing Shaoli with curiosity, and Naruto said to Sasuke, It seems he is here for you. I'll go ahead and register. Sasuke nodded and remarked, It appears he is drawn by the name of the Uchiha. How tedious. You may go ahead. After Naruto nodded, he turned to Sakura, asking, What will you do? Will you come with me to register, or will you wait for Sasuke? Sakura glanced at Sasuke before replying, I think I'll wait for Sasuke here. Naruto nodded and said, All right then, please hand me your registration forms. I will go register first and return. After receiving the registration forms from Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto proceeded to the registration desk. Once Naruto had left, Sasuke turned to Shaoli and said, If you wish to fight, then come. In an instant, He flashed behind Xiao Li and delivered a kick to his back. However, Xiao Li executed a stunning spinning kick to block Sasuke's attack. Sasuke, astonished, remarked, "You do possess some skill." Xiao Li confidently replied, "I will not be defeated by you." Konoha whirlwind. Xiao Li swept his leg horizontally towards Sasuke. Sasuke retreated, but Xiao Li soared forward, delivering another kick. Sasuke hastily raised his hands to defend against Xiao Li's onslaught, yet he was sent flying into the air. Xiao Li shouted, "Lion's Barrage." He leapt into the air, delivering 3 consecutive kicks to Sasuke. Though Sasuke managed to block them with his hands, he was propelled even higher by Xiao Li's strikes. With one foot in midair, Xiao Li used the momentum to leap above Sasuke. As Sasuke turned around, he saw Xiao Li's bandages unraveling and hurling toward him. In that fleeting moment, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and cast a Genjutsu on Xiao Li, who instantly fell into a trance. Sasuke swiftly used the body replacement technique to return to the ground. As Xiao Li's bandages ensnared Sasuke's substitute, Xiao Li, holding onto the substitute, rotated in midair and crashed down toward the ground, exclaiming, "Rerenua." The impact created a large crater. Upon standing, Xiao Li was astonished to realize he had merely struck a substitute, exclaiming, "Genjutsu. Could it be?" By the time Xiao Li regained his senses, Sasuke had already dashed behind him and kicked him into the air. Sasuke shouted, "Lion's Barrage," and charged toward Xiao Li. Xiao Li was taken aback, noting the replication ability of the Sharingan. Sasuke unleashed a series of Lion's Barrage, sending Li soaring into the air, yet Li deftly repelled each attack. Ultimately, Sasuke instantaneously appeared behind Li, delivering a powerful kick. Li swiftly turned around, but as their gazes locked, he fell victim to Sasuke's Sharingan Genjutsu, leaving him momentarily dazed and susceptible to another kick from Sasuke that sent him crashing down. Li quickly rolled to his feet and exclaimed, "The Sharingan is truly terrifying. Now, I will unleash my full potential." With that, he prepared to remove the weights from his legs. At that moment, Guy kicked Li away. Naruto, having just completed his introduction, arrived and happened to witness the spectacle. Approaching Sasuke, he inquired, "How are you, Sasuke? Are you all right?" Sasuke shook his head, affirming that he was fine. Sakura soon rushed over, concern etching her features as she asked, "Sasuke, are you okay?" He nodded in response. Naruto, grinning, suggested, "Let us be on our way." Just as the trio was about to depart, Li suddenly appeared before Sakura, kneeling on one knee, and professed, "You must be Sakura. Please go out with me." Sakura, with a look of disdain, replied, "No, your eyebrows are far too thick." Li was immediately disheartened by her rejection. At that moment, Guy approached them, stating, "You are indeed Kakashi's students, aren't you?" Naruto politely smiled and responded, "Yes, Sensei Guy. Do you have any guidance for us?" Guy, astonished, remarked, "I never imagined that Kakashi could teach such polite students. It is truly remarkable." Naruto chuckled, "You flatter me, Sensei Guy." Guy continued, "I must apologize for my incompetent disciple." Sasuke responded nonchalantly, "It's nothing." Just then, Neji arrived. Spotting Neji, Naruto remarked, "Neji, you still haven't let go, have you? Hinata is quite worried about you. If you make her cry, I will certainly confront you." Neji coldly replied, "My affairs are not your concern, you fool," before striding towards the registration desk. Sakura turned to Naruto and asked, "Naruto, do you know him?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, he is Hinata's cousin. I've heard he is the strongest genin in this era of Konoha, a year above us." Sakura exclaimed in surprise, "Is he really that strong?" After nodding, Naruto looked at Sasuke's arrogant demeanor and said, "Sasuke, I know you're unconvinced, but truth be told, you might struggle against him." Sasuke, taken aback, questioned, "Even you cannot defeat him?" Naruto contemplated. "Without the aid of Kurama, defeating him would be quite challenging for me, though my chances of victory are relatively high." "Are you afraid?" Sasuke confidently declared, "Not at all. He is only slightly stronger than I am. It won't be long before I surpass him." Naruto smiled. "I believe in you. Let us go find Kakashi-sensei." The three of them arrived at the examination waiting room, where Kakashi greeted them with a smile. "I knew you wouldn't let me down. If even one of you had failed to show up, you would have lost this test, as it is a team-based assessment. If one gives up, all fail." Sakura, astonished, exclaimed, "Why didn't you mention that earlier, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi chuckled, "Had I mentioned this sooner?" Regardless of whether Sakura wished to participate in the exam, she would have done so for Sasuke's sake. Thus it would not have been a decision made of her own volition. "All in all, you have not disappointed me. He gazed at the three excited individuals and declared, "Well then, it is time for the exam to commence. You may enter the classroom." Nodding in agreement, the trio proceeded into the classroom to prepare for the examination. Upon entering, Ino dashed over and embraced Sasuke from behind, exclaiming joyfully, "Sasuke, you're here." Sakura, instantly incensed, tugged at Ino, saying, "Ino pig, let me down." Ino clung even tighter, refusing to relent, retorting, "Release me." Wide forehead. Sasuke, feeling quite vexed, found himself unable to be overly forceful, and could only endure the two women playfully tugging at him. At that moment, Shikamaru strolled over and remarked, "So, you all have come as well." Naruto replied with a grin, "Indeed, I hadn't anticipated that everyone from our cohort would show up." He then approached Hinata and said, "Hinata, you are here too?" Hinata shyly responded, "Yes, Naruto-kun, you are here as well." Naruto took Hinata's hand and led her to a chair where they sat down together. Meanwhile, Kabuto approached and engaged in conversation with Shikamaru and Sasuke. Naruto, disinterested in Kabuto, chose to ignore their discussion. He turned to Hinata and said, "When I arrived, I ran into Neji. I have a feeling he has changed. What could be the reason?" Embarrassed by Naruto's affectionate gesture in front of others, Hinata shyly replied, "It seems that Uncle Hayashi spoke with him, helping him resolve his inner turmoil. But Neji has been avoiding me ever since. I do not know why." Naruto contemplated for a moment and said, "Perhaps he feels awkward facing you due to his previous behavior. It's all right. Just find a moment to talk to him." Hinata nodded and fell silent, finding comfort in Naruto's embrace. Sasuke, observing Naruto, turned to Kabuto and inquired, "Since you have gathered so much information, do you possess any data on Uzumaki Naruto?" The group, intrigued by Sasuke's sudden query about Naruto, looked on with curiosity. Kabuto replied, "Of course I do." Under the curious gazes of the others, Sasuke calmly said, "Then please, do share." Kabuto retrieved Naruto's information and stated, "Uzumaki Naruto, orphaned since childhood, faced discrimination in Konoha, labeled a monster by the villagers. He has known Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata since the age of 5. Sasuke, growing impatient, interrupted, "I am already aware of that. I seek to know about Naruto's strength." Kabuto adjusted his glasses and replied, "As of now, he possesses the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan, the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, and the Rasengan. His strength is likely at the level of a Jonin." Sasuke, feeling disappointed, remarked, "Given your findings, it seems his abilities are rather limited. I suppose I have no further inquiries." Kabuto, intrigued, asked, "Oh, so you imply that Uzumaki Naruto's capabilities extend beyond that, do they?" Sasuke chose to disregard Kabuto's question, merely stating, "In this Chunin exam, the only individual I truly care about is him." At that moment, Orochimaru's three subordinates, overhearing Sasuke's words, scoffed and retorted, "Kid, you are quite arrogant. Today, I shall show you what it means to be unaware of your own insignificance." Sasuke gazed at the trio and remarked, "If you wish to perish, I can certainly oblige." Just as he was about to eliminate the Sound Ninja trio, Ibiki arrived at the examination venue, proclaiming loudly, "You lot, behave yourselves. If you dare to cause a ruckus, you will all fail. The examination begins now." Naruto, observing the test before him, thought with a smirk, "So, we are to assess our information-gathering abilities?" Lifting his gaze, he saw that Sasuke had activated his Sharingan's copying prowess, while Gaara had unleashed his sand. Numerous candidates were resorting to various abilities to cheat. Naruto chuckled, "Indeed, a veritable display of skills. Allow me to join." Activating his Byakugan, he swept his gaze over Sakura before seizing a pen to commence copying. Throughout this period, several candidates were eliminated. Once all questions had been completed, Ibiki wrote the 10th question on the board and said, "There remains but one final question. Answering this correctly will ensure your passage, regardless of your performance on the previous questions. However, if you answer incorrectly, it matters not whether your prior answers were right or wrong. You will fail, and you shall be barred from participating in future Chunin exams. Furthermore, should anyone choose to forfeit, the entire team shall be disqualified. Now, let the selection commence, you lot." Hearing Ibiki's stringent conditions, many began to waver, and as time elapsed, an increasing number opted to withdraw. Ibiki continuously manipulated and disturbed the candidate's judgment with his words. Finally, when only 26 teams, comprising 78 individuals, remained with no further withdrawals, Ibiki declared, "Then, for all present, I hereby announce that you have passed the first round of the examination. This announcement astonished all the candidates. Someone inquired, isn't there a 10th question? How can we have passed? Ibiki responded, your choice is the 10th question. This trial assessed your team cohesion. You needed to believe in your capability to face the forthcoming challenges while also trusting your teammates to do the same. Your decision to persist signifies that you have indeed passed the first round. At that moment, Mitarashi Anko burst through the window in a rather comical fashion, announcing, now is not the time for relaxation. I am the proctor for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. Everyone follow me. The entire room was left speechless by Anko's entrance and declaration, staring at her with bemusement. Ibiki remarked from behind Anko, observe the atmosphere in the room. Anko, noticing the candidates' expressions, was momentarily disheartened. She calculated and said to Ibiki, 78 participants, 26 teams. You showed mercy this time, Ibiki. Ibiki replied, the candidates are simply too exceptional. Anko nonchalantly stated, for the second round, I intend to eliminate at least half of the participants. The crowd gasped in surprise. Anko continued, the exam will commence tomorrow. The time and location will be disclosed by your supervising jonin. You are dismissed. After receiving the details regarding the second exam from Kakashi, Naruto, and his team released Hinata, Sasuke, and Sakura. As they walked along the streets of Konoha, Hinata expressed her concern to Naruto. Naruto-kun, I am somewhat anxious about tomorrow's examination. Naruto replied with a smile. What's wrong? Are you afraid of being eliminated tomorrow? Worry not. With your current strength, as long as you possess confidence, many will not be your match. So there is no need to fret. Hinata, with a look of concern, said, but teacher Yuhi mentioned that she plans to eliminate half of the participants. Naruto chuckled. Do not pay heed to what the teacher says. Even if half are eliminated, you shall not be among them. Have faith, do you understand? Hinata nodded and replied, yes. I believe in your words, Naruto-kun. Naruto gently smiled, that's the spirit. My Hinata is the most outstanding, so believe in your capabilities. Touched, Hinata called out, Naruto-kun. After Naruto responded, the two embraced tightly, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, casting a long shadow of lovers entwined. As night enveloped the entirety of Konoha, Kabuto stealthily approached a grove where he encountered Orochimaru. Kabuto stood beside Orochimaru and said, Lord Orochimaru, everything is prepared. Orochimaru smiled, Kabuto, you have done well this time. At that moment, a voice echoed, Lord Orochimaru, long time no see. I did not expect you to come to Konoha. Kabuto, taken aback, drew a kunai and warned, who goes there? Step forward. A boy, with a mane of crimson hair and a demon mask, emerged from the woods. Upon seeing the youth, Orochimaru chuckled, well, I did not expect it to be you. The boy replied, I am honored that you still remember me, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru laughed. I wonder what brings you to seek me this time. Do tell. The boy responded, it is nothing. I merely wish to request something from you. Orochimaru, intrigued, asked, and what might that be? The boy stated, the bodies of the first and second Hokage. Orochimaru replied, oh, I am curious as to how you know I possess the bodies of the two former Hokage. The boy smiled, it is quite simple. I once had dealings with Danzo, and from him, I learned that the bodies of the first and second Hokage are in your possession, hence I wish to exchange for them. Orochimaru, cautious, inquired, what do you intend to do with the bodies of the two former Hokage? The boy smiled, it's nothing sinister. I have always been intrigued by the first wood release, and I wish to conduct some research. I wonder if Lord Orochimaru would be so kind. Orochimaru responded, then what would I receive in return? The boy grinned, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. I know you must be eager to obtain Uchiha Sasuke's body, and I can assist you in achieving that. Orochimaru sneered, oh, how can you be so sure I desire Sasuke's body? The boy replied, because you returned to Konoha. I noticed your arrangements for Kabuto and the Sound Ninjas to enter the Chunin exams. Moreover, given the intelligence you acquired from me years ago, I surmise you have verified its authenticity. I trust you have confirmed it by now. You must have encountered Uchiha Itachi, for he is the only member of the Uchiha clan you could have possibly met, and you were defeated beneath his Mangekyo Sharingan. Thus, your desire now is to obtain Sasuke, who shares the same bloodline as Itachi. Am I mistaken, Lord Orochimaru? Orochimaru chuckled. Ah, what a terrifying intellect you possess. Indeed, I have crossed paths with Uchiha Itachi and have suffered losses at his hands. However, he is not the only one I have faced. I have also encountered the Rinnegan and have come to understand its formidable nature. Therefore, I seek the Sharingan to combat the one who possesses the Rinnegan. In truth, my greatest aspiration is to acquire the Rinnegan itself. The youth expressed his regret. As for the Rinnegan, I am unable to assist you in obtaining it. I shall take my leave now, Lord Orochimaru. Just as he prepared to depart, Orochimaru interjected. Hold on. I can offer you the bodies of the first and second Hokage, as well as that of the first grandson, Senju Rope Tree. However, you must assist me in a particular endeavor. The young man inquired, what task do you require of me? Orochimaru replied, you must not only aid me in acquiring Sasuke's body, but also assist in the destruction of Konoha. What say you? If you agree, I shall provide you with what you desire. The youth questioned, does the third Hokage harbor such deep-seated animosity towards you? Orochimaru merely smiled. That is of no concern to you. As long as you help me annihilate Konoha, I shall grant you what you seek. The youth acquiesced. Very well. Just notify me when the time comes, though I cannot guarantee success. Orochimaru responded with a grin. You need only assist me in dealing with the third. As for Sasuke, I shall handle that myself. The youth affirmed, that is acceptable to me. I merely wish to obtain what I desire. With that, he vanished. Kabuto expressed his concerns. Lord Orochimaru, I fear this individual cannot be trusted. Orochimaru, confident, replied, I understand your apprehensions, Kabuto, yet I have my own plans. Although that old man may be aged, he remains formidable. With the assistance of this young rogue, even if we do not prevail, I can make a smooth escape. Kabuto responded thoughtfully, should we fail, Lord Orochimaru, do you intend for him to draw the third's attention for your escape? Orochimaru smiled, precisely, to the old man. A mysterious and talented youth harboring hostility towards Konoha and desiring its destruction poses a far greater threat than I do. Thus, even if he allows me to escape, he will not spare the boy. Kabuto inquired, what shall our next steps be, Lord Orochimaru? Orochimaru replied, we will proceed according to plan. You shall continue participating in the exams and monitor Sasuke's every move. Kabuto affirmed, I understand what I must do, Lord Orochimaru. Rest assured. With that, Kabuto swiftly returned to Konoha. Orochimaru gazed upon the village of Konoha and remarked, we shall meet soon, teacher Yuanfei. I hope you will not disappoint me. With that, Orochimaru departed. The following morning, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura arrived at the Forest of Death in Konoha, where many candidates had already gathered. Red Bean inquired, is everyone here? If so, please come forth to collect your death warrants. Hondo presented a stack of life and death contracts before the gathered candidates. One of the examinees protested, we are merely here to take an exam. Why must we sign such contracts? With a chilling smile, Hondo replied, because this examination is one where lives may be lost. Upon finishing his words, he appeared behind the student, brandishing a dagger pressed against the candidate's throat. With a sinister grin, he inquired, do you still have any objections? The student, trembling in fear, was rendered speechless. After berating the candidate as worthless, Hondo returned to the podium and stated, those who wish to take the exam, sign quickly and refrain from further chatter. Naruto approached Hondo with a smile, requesting, Teacher Hondo, may I have a copy of the life and death contract? Hondo regarded Naruto with a grin, saying, how is it that one so unafraid of death appears so quickly? Think carefully, for once signed, there is no turning back. Naruto replied with a chuckle, Teacher Hondo, people die every day in this world, and as a ninja, death is a commonplace occurrence. Do you think I would fear it? Hondo admired Naruto and remarked, you are a competent ninja. He handed Naruto a life and death contract, which Naruto promptly signed and returned. Sasuke also requested a contract, and soon all the candidates had signed. Once everyone had completed the signing, Hondo produced a large number of scrolls, stating, here lie 26 scrolls, one for each class. These are the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth. You have 5 days to seize the scroll that differs from your own, located in the Death Forest behind me. After obtaining it, you must reach the central tower within these 5 days to pass your second examination. The test officially begins now. With that, Hondo opened the gates of the Death Forest, and all candidates rushed in. Upon entering the forest, Sasuke suggested to Naruto, we should establish a code signal to prevent others from impersonating us and deceiving us into relinquishing the Book of Earth. Turning to Sakura, Naruto asked, what do you think of Sasuke's proposal? Sakura replied, I believe it is a sound suggestion. After the trio agreed upon a code, Sasuke instructed Naruto, Use your Byakugan to scan the surroundings for anyone possessing the Book of Heaven. As Naruto activated his Byakugan, he warned Sasuke, "Be careful," and quickly pulled him aside. Several kunai embedded themselves where Sasuke had just stood, each adorned with explosive tags. The trio, seeing the tags, swiftly dodged. Following the explosion, Naruto shouted into the woods, "Whoever you are, come out." At the same time, multiple chains shot from Naruto toward the trees. A figure emerged, evading Naruto's attack, and they turned to behold a man resembling a serpent. Naruto recognized him as Orochimaru. Orochimaru, taken aback, remarked, "I did not expect you to possess the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. It is only fitting, considering you are the future son-in-law of Hinata Hyuga. It is not surprising you would have such abilities." "Alas, my target this time is not you," Naruto retorted. "I never anticipated that one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, would be a coward hiding in the shadows." Orochimaru responded in astonishment. "Oh, you actually know who I am. It is indeed peculiar. It seems I underestimated you." Naruto chuckled, saying, "It's nothing. I have heard countless tales about you from the perverted sage, so it would be difficult not to know." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Orochimaru realized that it was Jiraiya who had informed him. Sasuke inquired, "Naruto, do you know this repugnant individual?" Naruto nodded and replied, "He is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, renowned alongside my mentor Jiraiya." Sakura expressed her astonishment. "Such an impressive figure. Why would he attack us?" Orochimaru laughed. "Oh, it's nothing serious. I merely wish to engage you in a game." He then produced the Book of Heaven and announced, "Now, let the game of competing for the scroll begin." Sakura gasped, "The Book of Heaven? Naruto, Sasuke, he possesses the Book of Heaven. He is a candidate." At that moment, everyone finally understood why Orochimaru had appeared there. Naruto turned to Sasuke, saying, "Sasuke, I will hold him off. You must quickly take Sakura and leave." Sasuke also recognized the disparity in their strength against Orochimaru. He urged Naruto, "Why not leave together? With your flying thunder god, he wouldn't be able to catch us." Naruto replied, "No, Sasuke. I wish to confront him and ascertain the extent of my own abilities." Sasuke responded, "Then I shall stay as well. I wish to test my mettle." Naruto insisted, "That is not an option. Under normal circumstances, I would let you try, but we are still in an exam, and I believe we should not take unnecessary risks." Reluctantly, Sasuke conceded, "All right, I will listen to you this time." He grabbed Sakura and began to retreat. Orochimaru sneered, "Did I ever say you could leave?" With that, he swiftly appeared before Sasuke, blocking his path, and unleashed a serpent shadow to seize him. Sasuke suddenly ducked, and a kunai flew over his head towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru quickly tilted his head to evade the kunai, just as Naruto appeared behind him using Flying Thunder God, delivering a fierce Rasengan that slammed Orochimaru to the ground. Naruto exclaimed, "Earth Clone Byakugan." Realizing he had only downed a clone, Naruto activated his Byakugan to search for Orochimaru's true location. He immediately unleashed several chains that struck the ground not far away. Orochimaru then leapt out from the earth. The two regarded each other with cautious vigilance. Once Naruto confirmed that Sasuke had safely taken Sakura away, he triumphantly declared, "Orochimaru, let us continue this contest." Naruto unleashed several chains once more toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru pressed his hands to the ground, declaring, "Earth Shield, Earth Barrier," which blocked Naruto's chains. He then swiftly appeared behind Naruto, forming hand seals, Wind Shield, Vacuum Great Sphere. Naruto quickly threw a kunai upward and utilized Flying Thunder God to dodge into the air, evading the damage from the Vacuum Great Sphere. Seeing Naruto in midair, Orochimaru hastily formed seals, Fire Shield, Fire Dragon technique. Naruto countered by unleashing a Diamond Seal to ensnare the Fire Dragon, and then formed seals, Sealing Fire technique. The Fire Dragon summoned by Orochimaru was instantly sealed by Naruto. After sealing the Fire Dragon, the Diamond Seal continued its assault on Orochimaru. In response, Orochimaru formed seals. Summoning technique. He summoned a giant serpent to block Naruto's attack before swiftly retreating. As Orochimaru glanced back, he beheld the colossal serpent he had summoned lying in pieces, cleaved apart by Naruto's chains. In his heart, he mused upon the terrifying prowess of the young ninja. Meanwhile, Sasuke, fleeing with Sakura, found himself confronted by a masked boy. "Who are you, and why do you obstruct my path?" Sasuke inquired coldly. "Ah, it's nothing of consequence. I merely wish to present you with a gift." The boy replied with a smirk. Sasuke's demeanor remained frosty. "I care not who you are. Step aside at once, or I shall show no mercy. The boy chuckled. That simply will not do. You should graciously accept my offering. With that, he charged at Sasuke. Run, Sakura. I'll hold him off. Sasuke urged urgently. No. I am also a member of Team 7. I cannot abandon my comrade. Sakura retorted fiercely, positioning herself in front of Sasuke. She unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the advancing boy. He attempted to deflect her blow with one hand, but to his surprise, Sakura's strength was formidable, sending him hurtling through the air. Sasuke stared at Sakura in astonishment. Sakura, when did you become so powerful? With confidence, she replied, I cannot remain sheltered behind you forever, relying on your protection. The boy, having recovered from his flight, remarked, I must admit, I underestimated you. I thought you a liability, yet here you are, a delightful surprise. Now, I shall not hold back. He then unleashed several chains at Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke exclaimed, Vajra Lock. You are of the Uzumaki clan. He and Sakura swiftly evaded the attack. Sakura retaliated with a fierce punch to the ground, causing the earth to crumble beneath her. The boy leapt into the air to evade the imminent collapse, only to find Sasuke waiting above. Sasuke formed hand signs. Fire release, great fireball technique. The boy, using chains from behind, intercepted the fireball, then countered with ceiling fire technique. Instantly, Sasuke's fireball was absorbed by the chains and hurled back at him. Reacting swiftly, Sasuke propelled a wire from his sleeve, anchoring it to a tree, and swung himself up to evade the boy's assault. With a shuriken tied to the wire, he aimed at the boy, who dodged the projectile. However, Sasuke manipulated the wire to ensnare the boy and executed the hand signs for fire release, great fire dragon technique. Sakura observed the boy engulfed in flames suspended in the air. Have you dispatched him, Sasuke? I'm not certain. Perhaps he has been dealt with, Sasuke replied hesitantly. Suddenly, the boy materialized between them, exclaiming, that was quite perilous. I almost believed I would meet my end. How is that possible? Sakura gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. In that instant, the boy unleashed chains that bound them both. Sasuke attempted to employ his Sharingan to cast an illusion upon the boy, but the attempt was evaded. The boy laughed. Sasuke, do you think you can ensnare me in an illusion? That is improbable. Knowing you are of the Uchiha clan, how could I not guard against your Sharingan? Sakura, puzzled, asked, how did you escape from Sasuke's fire technique? Sasuke replied, spatial ninjutsu. Sakura gasped. What do you mean by spatial ninjutsu? That is impossible. The boy chuckled. I did not expect you to discern it so swiftly. Indeed, I am employing spatial ninjutsu. The young boy approached Sasuke, producing a syringe, and said, you may now accept my gift. Sakura, feeling anxious, asked, what do you intend to do to Sasuke? The boy replied with a smile, nothing much, merely a small present. With that, he injected the substance from the syringe into Sasuke's neck, prompting a piercing scream from him. Sakura, alarmed, inquired, Sasuke, are you all right? What have you done to him? The boy chuckled. As I said, just a small gift. Well then, I shall take my leave. With that, he vanished, leaving Sakura weeping helplessly as she held Sasuke. Meanwhile, Naruto was engaged in a fierce battle with Orochimaru. After dodging one of Naruto's Raisengans, Orochimaru remarked, Hehe, Naruto-kun, I am growing increasingly fond of you. How about it? Would you consider leaving Konoha to join me? I can make you even stronger. Naruto retorted, Orochimaru. You should worry about yourself. Soon, I will present you before the Third Hokage. Orochimaru replied, I must decline that invitation. I have many matters to attend to and cannot indulge you further. As Orochimaru attempted to depart, Naruto sneered. You think you can escape? Orochimaru smiled. Though your power exceeds my expectations, I believe you cannot stop me if I choose to leave. At that moment, Sasuke's anguished cries echoed, prompting Orochimaru to say, this time, I truly must take my leave, Naruto-kun. I hope we can spar again next time. Upon hearing Sasuke's scream, Naruto realized he had fallen into Orochimaru's trap and that Sasuke had undoubtedly been afflicted by one of his cursed seals. Enraged, he shouted, Orochimaru, do you really think you can escape? Orochimaru gazed at Naruto in surprise as he suddenly emanated an overwhelmingly powerful chakra, coalescing into a five-tailed fox. Orochimaru, astonished, muttered, 9 tails, and quickly retreated. The eruption of Naruto's 9 tails chakra reverberated throughout the forest of death, stirring all the examinees. Particularly, Gaara's Shikaku became agitated. But Gaara managed to suppress it just in time. Observing Naruto's direction, Gaara hurried towards him. Temari and Kankuro, though not as sensitive as Gaara, could also sense the immense chakra. Temari wondered, what could produce such terrifying chakra? Noticing Gaara's excited demeanor, she exchanged a glance with Kankuro, both recognizing the profound fear reflected in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Neji, using his Byakugan, also saw Naruto in his Ninetales form and exclaimed, "This guy is indeed a monster." Tintin asked, "Neji, do you know who unleashed such terrifying chakra?" Without responding to Tintin, Neji simply said, "Let us go see." With that, the three of them hurried towards Naruto. At that moment, Hinata was the most worried. Upon sensing Naruto's Ninetales chakra, she rushed after him. Kiba and Shino, though puzzled, dared not question her, for Hinata's demeanor was too fearsome at that moment. Shikamaru hastened towards Naruto, with Ino curiously inquiring, "Shikamaru, is it really Naruto?" Shikamaru nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, there is no one else." Choji remarked, "While I know Naruto is the Ninetales Jinchuriki, I never anticipated the sheer terror of the Ninetales power." Shikamaru replied, "Yes. Yet any adversary capable of forcing Naruto to wield such tremendous strength must be formidable, hence we must hasten to assist him." Ino questioned, "But what can we do when we arrive?" Shikamaru responded, "I do not know, but we must go." As they rushed towards Naruto's location, he had already engaged in a fierce battle with Orochimaru for numerous rounds. Naruto wielded the tails of the Nine Tails to sweep relentlessly at Orochimaru, who evaded each assault before forming hand seals and declaring, "Ninjutsu, Serpent's Array." Orochimaru lay prostrate, unleashing a multitude of small serpents, each spitting forth a blade aimed at Naruto. Naruto swept his hands forward, instantly obliterating all the serpents. Realizing the Serpent's Array was futile against Naruto, Orochimaru attempted to retreat. Suddenly, a tail of the Nine Tails erupted from beneath Orochimaru, transforming into a claw that cleaved him in two. Orochimaru emerged from his bisected form, unscathed and grotesque. Naruto, observing Orochimaru's nonchalance, remarked, "I truly cannot discern who the monster is, myself or you. This is utterly revolting." Orochimaru chuckled, "I did not expect you, Naruto-kun, to possess such humor." Naruto, fuming, retorted, "Your humor is repugnant. Perish, foul creature." In an instant, Naruto unleashed countless chains to ensnare the Nine Tails. Orochimaru felt a surge of anxiety at the sight of the entrapped beast. Without further ado, Naruto commanded Five Tails to launch an assault on Orochimaru. This time, Orochimaru, wary of overestimating himself, swiftly dodged, yet his arm was still grazed. Witnessing the relentless encroachment of sealing power and the Nine Tails' might upon his wound, Orochimaru decisively severed his arm, which crumbled to ashes upon detachment. He reflected, "It seems that should I be struck, it would indeed lead to my demise." At that moment, Sakura, cradling Sasuke, arrived, calling out to Naruto, "Naruto, please save Sasuke. He appears to have been poisoned." Upon seeing the distressed Sakura and the unconscious Sasuke, Naruto's fury erupted. "Orochimaru, if you dare harm Sasuke, I will take your life." With that, he began to gather chakra with fervor. Meanwhile, others from the Forest of Death had also arrived. Gaara observed Naruto with a murmur, "He, like me, is a monster. Ha ha, just like me." Behind Gaara, Temari and Kankuro gazed at Naruto in astonishment. Not only them, but others too were equally taken aback by Naruto's presence. Hinata, concerned for Naruto, attempted to approach but was restrained by Kiba. "Let me go, Kiba. I must be by Naruto-kun's side," Hinata urged urgently. "Calm down, Hinata," Kiba urged. "Naruto is fine for now." At that moment, Shikamaru approached and added, "Hinata, Kiba is right. Our primary concern should be ourselves. We are too close. If that chakra sphere Naruto is gathering were to explode, we would be caught in the blast." Everyone present understood the gravity of their situation. They were indeed in a perilous position. Neji then called out, "Everyone, come here. Shikamaru, use your Nara family shadow technique to bring Sasuke and Sakura over." Hinata, feeling the urgency, responded, But Naruto." Neji stepped closer to Hinata and reassured her, "You need not worry. I promise you, that foolish Naruto will be just fine. Right now, we must unite our efforts to use the heavenly spin to shield ourselves from the aftermath of their battle. Do you wish to witness Kiba and the others perish?" Neji's words jolted Hinata back to reality. "I understand, Neji and I," she replied resolutely. "I will protect everyone." Neji nodded, instructing, "Stand close together." I will use Heavenly Spin alongside Hinata to ensure no one is harmed by the residual effects. As they positioned themselves, Hinata suddenly inquired, Niji and I, do you no longer harbor any resentment towards me? Niji replied calmly, I do feel resentment, but it is not towards you. Rather, it is directed at the wretches who established our clan's rules. My father spoke to me, and I have come to realize that what I must protect is you. My sister, not merely the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Touched, Hinata responded, Niji and I you. Niji interrupted, enough, it's coming. Meanwhile, as Naruto concentrated his chakra, Orochimaru had already discerned his intentions. Quickly creating distance, he formed hand seals and declared, summoning jutsu, triple Rashomon. Orochimaru summoned 3 enormous gates to shield himself from Naruto's impending attack. Consumed by rage, Naruto's singular focus was to eliminate the despicable foe who had harmed Sasuke. Try to block this, Orochimaru. Die, he shouted, unleashing a tailed beast bomb from the mouth of the Nine Tails. Now, Niji commanded, Heavenly Spin. Together, Niji and Hinata invoked the technique, enveloping everyone in a protective barrier. Gaara summoned his sand shield, while Temari and Kankuro quickly took refuge behind him. A deafening explosion ensued as Orochimaru's triple Rashomon was shattered, though the tailed beast bomb's energy had diminished significantly. Nevertheless, Orochimaru summoned all his chakra to erect an earth wall, successfully blocking the final tailed beast bomb. Despite his success, the force of the explosion sent him flying. In the aftermath, the landscape was irrevocably altered. The Forest of Death now bore a massive crater over 30 meters in diameter. All present stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate their shock. Naruto gazed at the fallen Orochimaru and remarked, You're still alive? Fine, I'll give you another one and see how long you can endure. With that, he began to gather another tailed beast bomb. Shikamaru watched the ever-growing energy and muttered, Here we go again, that madman Naruto. Niji, how much chakra do you have left? Niji replied, That last attack consumed 1/3 of my chakra, but I can still hold on. At that moment, a boy wearing a ghost mask appeared beside Orochimaru and addressed Naruto. This cannot happen. Orochimaru cannot die here, so I must take him away. You have no objections, do you? Naruto regarded the boy with a sense of unease, feeling an inexplicable connection to him, yet he had no time to ponder this now. Naruto coldly responded, Do you really think you can save him? The boy replied with a smile, If you act recklessly, then of course I cannot save him, but will you? From the boy's sudden appearance, Naruto realized he possessed space ninjutsu. Even if he wanted to chase him down, he was powerless to do so. Moreover, a reckless pursuit could potentially devastate Konoha, as the power of the Nine Tails was immensely great, and any misstep could inflict irreversible damage on the village. Naruto said calmly, Fine, you may take Orochimaru, but you must tell me what happened to Sasuke. The boy chuckled, No problem. Sasuke merely fell victim to Orochimaru's cursed seal. I trust you will handle it, so I shall take my leave. Naruto watched as the boy utilized space ninjutsu to depart with Orochimaru, feeling helpless as he lamented. In the end, Sasuke still fell under the cursed seal. Is there truly no way to change this? At that moment, Naruto appeared despondent. The Nine Tails remarked, What troubles you? You seem unusually agitated today. You have never been this volatile before. Take a moment to sense your surroundings. As Naruto attuned himself to the environment, he was taken aback by his own behavior. In his perception, he witnessed the fear and trepidation of his friends towards him. Reflecting on the battle with Orochimaru, panic surged within him. Naruto muttered in fear, It seems I have lost control over my emotions. What is happening? I almost harmed Hinata and Shikamaru. What is wrong with me? The Nine Tails scoffed, Humph, now you realize what you have done, you fool. At that moment, the voice of the good Naruto echoed within his heart, finally awake. Are we? Naruto immediately entered his mental space, asking, You know why I lost control of my emotions, don't you? The good Naruto replied, Indeed, I know, and you should as well. Naruto appeared to connect the dots, saying, Could it be that my emotional instability is related to you? The good Naruto nodded, Precisely. Your emotional state is currently complete, which causes your transient feelings to cloud your judgment. Naruto responded, Then why didn't this happen before? The good Naruto gazed at him incredulously. Are you foolish? Previously, you had sealed me along with that other guy, so your emotions were incomplete. Now that we are free, your emotions are whole, and thus the difference is apparent. The dark Naruto coolly remarked, Idiot. Naruto felt the weight of their incredulous gazes upon him, which inflicted a significant emotional blow. However, there was little they could do, rather. At that moment, Naruto found himself reliant on them to address his emotional turmoil. He could only swallow his pride and inquire, "Is there any way to resolve this?" The dark Naruto replied, "Why seek a resolution? Is it not better to be your true self? Why suppress your emotions?" Naruto instinctively dismissed the dark Naruto's words, thinking that this fellow would prefer him to lose control, and chose to ignore him. He turned his gaze toward the benevolent Naruto, who smiled and said, "There is no solution. We can only strive to help you manage your emotions. Ultimately, it is up to you." Naruto, perplexed, asked, "Rely on myself? How do I do that?" The benevolent Naruto responded, "You must learn to control your emotions and refrain from being swayed by them. As the ancient text, the I Ching, states, the movement of heaven is vigorous. A gentleman should continually strive for self-improvement. The condition of the earth is receptive. A gentleman should carry himself with profound virtue. Therefore, it all comes back to you." Naruto understood that everything depended on his own efforts. He said to the benevolent Naruto, "I understand. I will do my utmost to try. And please assist me as much as you can." The benevolent Naruto smiled, "We will. Go now. Your friends are undoubtedly worried about you." After nodding, Naruto exited the realm of his mind. At that moment, the dark Naruto turned to the benevolent one and remarked, "If he wishes to evolve the Sharingan, he must be influenced by his emotions to accelerate its transformation into the Rinnegan. Why then do you insist on advising him to control his emotions? Do you not wish for him to possess the Rinnegan?" The benevolent Naruto chuckled, "Of course, I desire for him to attain the Rinnegan swiftly, but I cannot allow him to descend into darkness." The dark Naruto, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by descending into darkness?" The benevolent Naruto replied, "Though we are facets of his personality and embodiments of his emotions, we cannot dictate his thoughts. If he loses control, even you and I might be consumed by his shadows." The dark Naruto expressed disbelief. "Consumed by him? How could that be possible?" The benevolent Naruto responded calmly, "Have you forgotten? He was reborn only after devouring the souls of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki and Ashura." The dark Naruto gasped, "Could it be that he?" The benevolent Naruto affirmed, "Indeed, just as you surmise. He remains unaware, so we must not allow him to be drawn into your vengeful emotions." The dark Naruto, feeling helpless, retorted, "But if he wishes to enter, what can I do?" The benevolent Naruto replied, "Thus, we must endeavor to assist him in mastering his emotions." The dark Naruto, growing impatient, conceded, "Fine, I will defer to your judgment." With that, he vanished. The benevolent Naruto sighed, "What a troublesome matter." He too disappeared. The Nine Tails, observing Naruto lost in thought, understood that he had delved deep within his own psyche. That realm was inaccessible even to the Nine Tails. So all it could do was wait for Naruto to awaken. Fortunately, it was but a fleeting moment. Naruto soon regained his senses and addressed the Nine Tails, "Kurama, I understand now why I lost control. It is because of my two personalities." The Nine Tails, astonished, exclaimed, "It is because of those two? What does that entail? Clarify this for me." After Naruto relayed his conversation with the benevolent Minato to the Nine Tails, the beast remarked, "So, upon unsealing them, your emotions were amplified, correct?" Naruto nodded, responding, "Indeed, they serve as amplifiers of my feelings, rendering me unable to control my emotions." The Nine Tails inquired, "Is there a solution to this predicament?" With a sigh, Naruto replied, "Unfortunately, there is none. I must strive to control my emotions on my own. Yet, it is exceedingly difficult." The Nine Tails empathized, "It is indeed challenging. I often struggle to maintain control myself. However, I have faith in your abilities, for you are the one spoken of by the old man. You must believe in yourself." Naruto, brimming with confidence, asserted, "Of course, I will succeed, and I shall bring peace to this world. I truly believe I can accomplish it." The Nine Tails responded, "Very well. I believe in you. Now, go and check on Sasuke." Nodding, Naruto exited the Nine Tails mode and approached his friends, saying, "I apologize for dragging you all into this. It was my fault for losing control." Shikamaru chuckled, "It's all right. Everyone has moments of emotional turmoil, especially when it's for the sake of friends. Just try not to let it happen again. If it occurs once more, I don't know if I could survive." Naruto responded apologetically, "I promise to make every effort to manage my emotions from now on." The others smiled and forgave him. At that moment, Gaara approached, exclaiming, "Why do you have friends? How can someone like us have friends?" Naruto looked at Gaara and replied, "Why can't we have friends? As long as we put our hearts into it, we can certainly have friends." If I can, so can you. Gaara recalled Yashimaru's painful words and lamented, That's impossible. We are all monsters. We can never have friends. Gaara clutched his head and howled in anguish. Temari and Kankuro exchanged worried glances, fearing Gaara might lose control, while the others, apart from Niji's group and Shikuo, looked at Gaara with trepidation. Gaara raged, Impossible. I must kill you. I will make you pay. With that, he stormed off in a frenzy, prompting Temari and Kankuro to follow closely behind. Naruto watched Gaara depart, shaking his head in resignation. At that moment, Hinata grasped Naruto's hand, saying, Naruto-kun, please stay away from him. He is terrifying. Naruto, puzzled, looked at Hinata and asked, Hinata, what is wrong? You seem quite frightened. What is the matter with Gaara? Kiba interjected, Naruto, when we first entered the Forest of Death, we encountered him. He is truly frightening. He has killed anyone he came across, and his methods are ruthless. Understanding the situation, Naruto smiled at Hinata, saying, It's fine, Hinata, he cannot harm me. In truth, he is quite pitiful. Had I not known you and Sasuke since childhood, I might have ended up like him. Hinata, anxious, replied, That could never be. Naruto-kun is so gentle. How could you ever be like him? Naruto smiled as he embraced Hinata, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead before saying, All right, I must see Sasuke now. Hinata, feeling shy from being kissed in front of so many people, lowered her head and began to fidget with her fingers. Naruto approached Sakura and inquired, Sakura, let me see how Sasuke is doing. With a sorrowful expression, Sakura looked at Naruto and implored, Naruto, you must save him. Naruto reassured her with a smile, I will. Sasuke will be fine. He is my best friend, so rest assured. Turning his gaze to the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck, he asked the Nine Tails, Is there any way to undo the curse on Sasuke? The Nine Tails examined the seal and replied, This is a form of sage chakra. But it differs from the usual sage chakra. It is imbued with darkness. Furthermore, I sense an awareness within this seal, likely that of the one known as Orochimaru. Naruto responded, So how do we resolve this? The Nine Tails said, No need to rush. I will first extract that awareness from Sasuke. Naruto, let me take over. Naruto agreed. All right. At that moment, Sakura asked Naruto, Do you have a plan? The others also looked at Naruto with concern. After the Nine Tails took control of Naruto's body, he stated, I will first extract the awareness within Sasuke. The crowd was astonished by Naruto's transformation, while Hinata remarked, You are the Nine Tails. The others expressed confusion, asking, The Nine Tails? Hinata explained, It is the Nine Tails sealed within Naruto. Only then did they realize that the being before them was not Naruto, but the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails addressed Hinata, saying, You are quite clever, young Hyuga girl. It is no wonder that Naruto, that big fool, is fond of you. Hinata blushed, and again lowered her head to play with her fingers. The Nine Tails then placed his hand on Sasuke's cursed seal, allowing his chakra to invade Sasuke's body. Soon, Sasuke let out a scream of anguish. Everyone anxiously rushed forward to see how he was faring. They then witnessed the Nine Tails extract a small white snake from Sasuke's neck, leaving behind a trail of chakra connecting them. Gasps of surprise filled the air as the Nine Tails pulled the white snake from Sasuke. The Nine Tails informed Naruto, Now, we simply need to eliminate the negative emotions associated with Sasuke's sage chakra, and his strength may even surge. Naruto queried, Surge in strength? The Nine Tails affirmed, Indeed. If you can dispel the negative emotions within him, that sage chakra will become his. With this chakra as a catalyst, Sasuke will be able to cultivate sage chakra. Once he enters sage mode, he can also resolve the injuries caused by his previous use of natural chakra. Naruto exclaimed with delight, Really? That is wonderful. The Nine Tails smiled and replied, Now it depends on your dark persona. Since he embodies negative emotions, I believe he will have a solution. Naruto, astonished, responded, Are you suggesting I relinquish control of my body to him in order to save Sasuke? Jiuwei responded, Indeed, apart from him, there is no one else. I understand your concerns, but have you forgotten? He is also Naruto, and like you, he wishes to save Sasuke. Reluctantly, Naruto replied, Very well then. At that moment, Shikamaru gazed at the lifeless white snake and remarked to Naruto, Naruto, I can't shake the feeling that I have seen this snake before. In turn, Ino observed the white serpent and chimed in, Now that you mention it, I think I've encountered this snake as well. Naruto chuckled, Well, aside from Niji and his team, you all should have seen it. Have you forgotten that there was a similar snake on Yuta? Ino exclaimed, That's right. I remember now. The snake you pulled from Yuta resembled this one. Shikamaru speculated. Could it be that the one who resurrected Yuta is the same person who harmed Sasuke? The very one you just fought? Naruto nodded, affirming, indeed, it is he, Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninjas. Even Shikamaru was taken aback. The legendary three ninjas of Konoha? Why would he do such a thing? Naruto responded. He has been delving into forbidden jutsu, and now as a rogue ninja. To be honest, I am at a loss regarding his intentions. As for the attack on Sasuke, perhaps it is related to his Sharingan. For now, our priority must be saving Sasuke. We can discuss the rest later. Naruto entered his mental space, where the dual aspects of himself awaited him. He addressed his darker self. You are aware of the situation. Can it be resolved? The dark Naruto replied. It can be resolved, but are you certain you wish to proceed? Naruto inquired. What do you mean by that? The dark Naruto explained. To resolve Sasuke's negative emotions, you must absorb them into your own being. This will empower me. However, you may become somewhat malevolent. And should you lose control, it could lead to chaos. Are you truly willing to do this? Upon hearing the dark Naruto's words, Naruto looked to his virtuous self, seeking guidance. The virtuous Naruto stated solemnly, he speaks the truth, and your previous emotions nearly spiraled out of control. Should you absorb Sasuke's negativity now, you might indeed lose your composure. After a moment's contemplation, Naruto resolved, no matter the consequences, the most crucial matter is Sasuke. I trust one can maintain my control. The dark Naruto shrugged indifferently, as you wish. Since you have made your decision, let us proceed with the exchange. Naruto nodded. All right, let us do this. The others observed as Naruto closed his eyes, mistakenly believing he was once again engaging in a body exchange with the Nine Tails. However, when Naruto opened his eyes, Shikamaru noticed that they were not the crimson slits of the beast, but rather black. Startled, Shikamaru retreated, exclaiming, Who are you? You are not Kurama. The dark Naruto smirked. I am certainly not Kurama. I am Naruto. However, I am not the Naruto you once knew. Hinata, concerned, asked, Then where is the original Naruto? The dark Naruto swiftly appeared before Hinata and embraced her, grinning mischievously. I am your Naruto, Hinata. Flustered, Hinata hastily pushed him away, asserting, You are not. You are not the Naruto I know. Dark Naruto feigned sorrow and remarked, What a vengeful woman, forsaking even her own man. Meanwhile, a furious voice echoed in Naruto's inner depths. Do not bully Hinata, you scoundrel. Hurry back after treating Sasuke. Dark Naruto, indifferent, replied, Yes, 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 such an urgency. It's a rare occasion for me to venture out, yet I am denied the pleasure of lingering and breathing in the fresh air. Even if I am but a fragment of your persona, one must still uphold the rights of sentience. The onlookers, taken aback by this unfamiliar side of Naruto, watched as he approached Sakura, who was cradling Sasuke. With a devilish grin, he said, Beautiful lady, might I borrow the handsome man in your arms? I need to tend to him. By the way, how is it that a lovely girl like you is enamored with such a cold-hearted fellow? Why not choose me instead? I shall cherish you dearly. He leaned closer to Sakura, their eyes locking, causing her to retreat in fright. At that moment, Dark Naruto glanced towards the trees, drawing the attention of the others. It turned out that the Umbu from Konoha, along with Anko, had arrived at the scene. Observing the drastically altered forest of death, Anko inquired, Could anyone explain to me what has transpired here? Dark Naruto, with a sly smile, responded, I wondered who had arrived. It's none other than Teacher Anko and the ever-present Zabuza. Zabuza stated, Vortex Naruto, the third Hokage wishes to know what exactly has happened here. Dark Naruto retorted with a smirk, How cold-hearted you are. After all, we are old acquaintances, yet you treat this as mere business. How tiresome. Anko, with a serious demeanor, urged, Vortex Naruto, please answer the question earnestly. Suddenly, Dark Naruto stood before Anko, wrapping his arms around her with a mischievous grin. Teacher Anko, how would you like me to respond? In what manner should I answer? If it's in this way, I am more than willing to oblige. Delightful. Anko was momentarily stunned by the unexpected embrace. Not only Anko, but everyone present was taken aback. Hinata, filled with anger, shouted, Let go of Teacher Anko. With that call, everyone snapped back to reality. Dark Naruto chuckled. My dear Hinata is upset. Teacher Anko, let us converse in such a manner next time. He released Anko from his hold. Regaining her composure, Anko, flustered and enraged, exclaimed, You little brat, go to hell. With a flick of her wrist, several large snakes emerged from her sleeve, lunging at Dark Naruto. He evaded with a sly grin. utilizing the flying thunder god technique to appear behind Anko. Surprised, she exclaimed, "The flying thunder god technique. You left a mark on me just moments ago." Dark Naruto wrapped his arms around her from behind, whispering in her ear, "You truly cannot bear to part with me. Can you, Teacher Anko?" He then placed a gentle kiss on her ear. Anko's face flushed crimson as Naruto returned to his original position using the technique. Anko now felt both shame and anger but hesitated to attack, genuinely fearing another encounter. Zabuza coughed and said, "Vortex Naruto, please answer my question properly. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to escort you to the Third Hokage for your explanation." Naruto chuckled, "It's nothing much, really. Orochimaru just paid me a visit, and I ended up in a scuffle with him, losing control for a moment and causing some destruction around here." Kurenai gasped, "What did you say? Orochimaru was here?" With a mischievous grin, Naruto replied, "Indeed, I drove him away. At least for the next month, he won't be able to get out of bed." Kurenai was even more astonished. "You mean you defeated Orochimaru and injured him?" Naruto, with a wicked smile, looked at Kurenai and asked, "Is there a problem, Kurenai-sensei?" Kurenai felt uncomfortable under Naruto's gaze, as if being targeted by a hungry wolf. Coupled with his previous flirtations, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she dared not meet his eyes. Standing beside her, Zabuza's expression shifted to one of intrigue as he observed Kurenai. Meanwhile, Hinata, next to Naruto, was thoroughly incensed by his behavior. In her mind, she fumed at Naruto, thinking how could he treat Kurenai-sensei that way? It infuriated her, and she resolved never to forgive him again. After clearing his throat, Zabuza inquired, "Do you know why Orochimaru came to Konoha?" Naruto smiled. "I have no idea, but I can assure you he must have some plan targeting Konoha. Therefore, it would be wise for the Third Hokage to remain vigilant and make additional preparations." Zabuza nodded in agreement. "Understood, I will inform the Third. As for that unconscious kid over there, is he all right? Should we withdraw from this exam?" Naruto glanced at Sasuke and replied with a grin, "No need for that. I will heal him. It's best to continue with the exam." Zabuza shrugged. "Suit yourselves, we'll head back to inform the Third." Kurenai, unable to contain her impatience, declared, "If he is fine, then I'll take my leave." With that, she walked away. After watching her retreating figure, Zabuza cast a peculiar look at Naruto before nodding and vanishing in an instant. Once the Umbu had departed, Naruto approached Sasuke, placing his hands over the cursed seal. Instantly, a malevolent chakra surged into Naruto's body. The overwhelming negative emotions flooded him, causing him to feel momentarily disoriented, nearly fainting. Hinata, who had been wearing a serious expression, hurriedly supported Naruto, concerned, "Are you all right?" With a devilish grin, Naruto replied, "What's wrong? Aren't you angry with me anymore?" Hinata feigned indifference. "I'm not angry." "Humph," Naruto teased. "You say that, yet your lips are curling up towards the heavens." Hinata retorted, "I'm not. Do as you please. You're not my Naruto-kun anyway." Naruto laughed. "True. I'm not the fool you adore, but I am still Naruto. Well, the fool is about to return, so I'll take my leave." With that, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had transformed back into the familiar Naruto everyone knew. Upon regaining his senses, Naruto quickly explained to Hinata, "Hinata, let me clarify. That was all him, not me. I only love you, Hinata, truly. It was that guy, not me." Hinata found Naruto's flustered expression amusing. However, she feigned a serious demeanor and remarked, "Oh, was that not you just now, Naruto-kun?" Naruto was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. To deny it would be futile, as that was indeed him, albeit a different persona. Yet, to acknowledge it would mean conceding to a personality that was not truly his own. Seeing Naruto struggle to articulate an explanation, Hinata could not help but laugh. Noticing her laughter, Naruto inquired curiously, "Hinata, are you not angry anymore?" Hinata replied, "Naruto-kun, you truly are a big fool. Although I do not fully comprehend what transpired, I am certain that it was not your true intention. Even when you were acting frivolously, I could still feel your affection for me." Deeply touched by Hinata's words, Naruto embraced her joyfully and said, "Thank you, Hinata." She remained silent, simply savoring the warmth of his embrace. Their companions, witnessing the tender moment, felt happiness for the pair. Ino, filled with envy, remarked, "How beautiful. I wonder when I might share such a moment with Sasuke." Once Naruto and Hinata parted, Ino intended to question Naruto about the earlier incident. However, Shikamaru preempted her, stating, "Naruto, since Sasuke is fine now, we should take our leave." With that, He took Ino and Choji and departed first. As others noticed Shikamaru's exit, they too began to bid farewell. Hinata turned to Naruto and said, "We must also take our leave, Naruto-kun. Best of luck with the exam." Naruto smiled and replied, "You too." Reluctantly, Hinata responded, "Well then, we shall be off." After saying this, she left with Kiba and Shino. Once everyone had departed, Naruto turned to Sakura and said, "Sakura, quickly take Sasuke and let's leave this place. We must find a secluded spot to hide." Just as he spoke, Naruto nearly collapsed. But Sakura was quick to catch him. Concerned, she asked, "Naruto, what's wrong? Are you all right?" After struggling to steady himself, Naruto replied, "I'm fine. No need to ask so much. Let's go." He then forced himself toward the woods, with Sakura carrying Sasuke following closely behind. Meanwhile, Ino looked at Shikamaru curiously and asked, "Shikamaru, why did you interrupt me earlier? I wanted to know what was going on with Naruto. Isn't that strange to you?" Shikamaru responded, "I am indeed curious. But that was clearly Naruto's greatest secret. If he chooses not to disclose it, it is best that we refrain from probing further." Choji chimed in, "Naruto's greatest secret?" To which Shikamaru affirmed, "Precisely. Consider this. We have grown up alongside Naruto, and he has shared everything with us, even about Kurama, his Byakugan, Sharingan, and Sage Mode. He has divulged the secrets of his Byakugan space, yet this matter remains shrouded in mystery. It is certain that this is a secret he wishes to keep hidden." Intrigued, Choji asked, "What could it be?" Shikamaru chuckled, "I do not know, but today has certainly revealed some of Naruto's hidden truths." Ino, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "What have you discovered, Shikamaru?" Shikamaru replied, chuckling, "Well, Naruto is not just one-dimensional. Rather, he possesses multiple facets that we may not yet comprehend." Ino and Choji became increasingly puzzled by Shikamaru's explanation. "Another side?" they queried. Aware that elucidating this to his friends would prove challenging, Shikamaru simply advised, "In any case, just observe Naruto's eyes." Choji, still baffled, asked, "What about Naruto's eyes?" Shikamaru responded, "If Naruto's eyes were azure, he would be the Naruto we have always known. However, if they were crimson, it could signify the presence of the Nine Tails. And if they appeared in icy black, that would reflect the enigmatic and sinister Naruto we just encountered." Ino pondered, "Is that so? But the mischievous Naruto was undeniably cool. I wish he could remain that way." Shikamaru cautioned, "Ino, you should steer clear of that version of Naruto. He is perilous." Ino retorted, "But he is truly handsome and cool. If he remained like that, I believe he would be quite popular with the girls." Choji, intrigued, asked, "Ino, don't you like Sasuke? Why are you expressing admiration for Naruto?" Ino clarified, "I never said I liked Naruto. I merely remarked that the mischievous Naruto is attractive and cool, appealing to girls. Although the current Naruto is also commendable and exudes warmth, his gaze is solely fixed on Hinata. However, that mischievous Naruto feels like an addictive poison, deeply captivating your heart and tugging at your emotions." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with stars. Shikamaru, exasperated, shook his head and remarked, "Ah, I truly do not understand girls. All I know is that version of Naruto is dangerous." Ino snapped back, "Of course, a boring man like you wouldn't understand." Shikamaru, resigned, replied, Yes, whatever you say." He chose to disregard Ino's comments. Unable to fathom her thoughts, despite his intellect of 200, he decided it was best not to engage further. Meanwhile, Lee and Tintin were also inquiring about Naruto. But Niji was equally uncertain and simply stated, "I hope that foolish Naruto does not harm Hinata." At that moment, Hinata and her companions were also discussing Naruto. Kiba asked Hinata, "Do you truly not know why Naruto has become so strange?" Hinata nodded, "I genuinely do not know. But I am certain that the Naruto-kun we knew before is not the same as the one we see now." Shino added, "Indeed, the previous Naruto exuded a different aura, and his chakra was laden with a sinister essence." Kiba questioned, "How do you know this?" Shino produced some insects for Kiba and Hinata to observe, revealing them engaged in a fierce struggle. Kiba remarked, "These insects are quite ferocious." Shino nodded, "These are my newly cultivated insects. They were originally docile. They can absorb chakra that is released into the air when a person employs ninjutsu. These creatures transformed only after absorbing Naruto's chakra from earlier. Thus, the Naruto we encountered exuded an aura of malevolence and danger. Hinata, you must exercise caution around him. If he reverts to that previous state, keep your distance." Kiba, equally anxious, added, "Indeed, Hinata, You must remain vigilant. Hinata replied with a smile, you needn't worry about me. Although the Naruto from earlier felt perilous, I sensed his profound affection for me. He was merely a bit unruly. It's nothing to fret over. Regardless of his form, he is still Naruto, the one I cherish, and he remains your dearest friend, does he not? Kiba responded, you make a valid point. After all, he is still that big fool, Naruto. Shino nodded in agreement, stating, Hinata, you are right. No matter the circumstances, he remains our closest companion. Hinata exclaimed, let us hasten our pace. We still have scrolls to gather. With that, she activated her Byakugan and sprinted ahead, while Kiba and Shino exchanged nods and followed suit. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sakura struggled to find refuge within a concealed thicket. Naruto collapsed onto the ground, and after laying Sasuke down, Sakura inquired, Naruto, what is wrong? Are you alright? Naruto shook his head and replied, I'm fine. A day or two of rest will suffice. Sasuke may be unconscious for 3 days, so I entrust both of you to take care of him during this time. Sakura affirmed determinedly, I will. Just as she finished speaking, Naruto succumbed to unconsciousness. Sakura gently positioned him beside Sasuke, reflecting inwardly, it has always been Sasuke and Naruto protecting me. Now it is my turn to safeguard them. At this moment, within the temporary base of Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, Kabuto was administering treatment to Orochimaru, who lay immersed in a container filled with medicinal liquid. At that instant, a masked youth entered and announced to Kabuto, Kabuto, we have ascertained the whereabouts of Naruto Uzumaki and his companions. As per Orochimaru's instructions, we can dispatch those 3 individuals now. Kabuto responded, but with Naruto Uzumaki present, what purpose would it serve to send them? The youth chuckled, Naruto Uzumaki is currently unconscious. This is the perfect opportunity. Kabuto, taken aback, asked, how do you know Naruto is unconscious? The youth replied, that is not your concern. I have my sources of information. Just make the necessary arrangements swiftly. Here is their location. The youth produced a piece of paper and handed it to Kabuto. After reviewing it, Kabuto nodded. I will inform them immediately. Once Kabuto departed, the youth muttered to himself, this guy is truly delusional. I hope no major issues arise. With that, he vanished. Meanwhile, the Sound Ninja Trio, having received their orders, hurried towards the location of Naruto and Sasuke. Sakura had been guarding both of them for 2 days when suddenly, she sensed an approaching presence and became alert. Shortly thereafter, Jinchuriki, Toshi, and Saku arrived at Sakura's position. Saku called out, no need to hide. I know you are here. With that, he hurled several kunai towards Naruto and Sasuke's location. Sakura hurriedly deflected the shuriken. With a puzzled expression, she inquired, who are you? And how do you know our hiding place? TOS sneered, we are subordinates of Lord Orochimaru. If we eliminate Sasuke, we shall acquire Orochimaru's cursed seal. Therefore, it would be wise for you to surrender Sasuke, or else you shall meet your demise. At that moment, Jean impatiently interjected, why waste time talking to her? Let us just eliminate her. Sak replied, very well then. The tension between the two sides escalated as they prepared for battle. Sakura remained vigilant, observing the 3 adversaries. Sak declared, allow me to handle this. A powerful shockwave erupted from a small opening in Sak's palm, hurtling towards Sakura. Swiftly, she evaded the attack, and a massive tree was obliterated by the force. After dodging, Sakura hurled a shuriken, pursuing it closely. Sak narrowly avoided the shuriken, but Sakura had already closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Sak's abdomen. Despite his efforts to block, he was taken aback by the astonishing strength behind Sakura's strike, which sent him flying. Just as Sakura sought to capitalize on her advantage, Jean threw a handful of shuriken at her, prompting her to dodge helplessly. TOS approached the incapacitated Sak, asking, are you alright? Sak struggled to rise, responding, I'm fine. I didn't expect this damned woman to possess such strength. Do not let her strike you, or you will surely perish. Observing Sak's broken arm, TOS inquired, can you still fight? Sak nodded, though I have but 1 arm, I can still battle. TOS affirmed. Very well, you and Jean will coordinate with me. Jean and Sak nodded in agreement, understood. The trio encircled Sakura. Sakura, with unwavering confidence, observed them and declared, do you truly believe that the 3 of you can defeat me? I will never allow you to harm Sasuke or Naruto. TOS chuckled. We shall see. Sak, engage her. Sak gathered chakra in his hand, shouting, Void Slash. A tremendous shockwave surged from Sak towards Sakura, obliterating the surrounding terrain. Seeing no way to evade it, Sakura concentrated chakra into her fist and struck the shockwave, resulting in a massive explosion that sent dust swirling. TOS glared at Sakura, astonished that she had managed to shatter Sak's void slash with her bare fist. At that moment, Jean launched several shuriken at Sakura. She deftly dodged and executed a body flicker technique, appearing before Jean and delivering a punch. Jean quickly retreated, while Sak unleashed another void slash at Sakura. Reluctantly, she abandoned her pursuit of Jean to evade Sak's attack, using her body flicker technique. Meanwhile, TOS, who had been waiting for the right moment, finally launched his assault. As Sakura momentarily hovered in the air, he struck from behind. Sakura evaded his attack and retaliated with a fierce punch, but TOS managed to block it, merely sending him flying while she too was propelled back. Sakura, with an expression of disbelief, touched the blood trickling from her ear and wondered, how is this possible? I clearly evaded his attack, yet I am still injured. Moreover, it felt as though I encountered an obstruction during that last punch. Tosa chuckled, that's because, even if you evade my attack, it is futile. My assault is sound, an entity that cannot be blocked. Do you comprehend what sound truly is? Sakura, coming to a realization, replied, it is vibration, no wonder. However, you and your companions will never defeat me. Tosu retorted, that remains to be seen. Although you may surpass us three combined, I have identified your weakness. Thus the one to be defeated will indeed be you. Sak launched an attack with his void slash. Yet this time Sakura did not evade. Instead, she shattered the void slash with a single punch and coldly declared, I have already informed you, it is futile. Tosu replied, that may not be the case. Jean will swiftly eliminate Sasuke. Observing Jean directing a flurry of shurikens at Sasuke, Sakura instantly appeared beside him, blocking Jean's shurikens with a kunai, exclaiming, you are courting death. At that moment, Tosu's voice resonated from behind Sakura. No, we have won. Sakura was taken aback, but it was too late. She bore the full brunt of Tosu's attack. Her head was ringing painfully as she turned with great difficulty to inquire, when did you conceal yourself here? Tosu chuckled, from the moment you shattered Sak's void slash, I took advantage of the dust to create a clone and lay in ambush. I told you, I have grasped your weakness. While you are indeed strong, your combat experience is woefully lacking, and your need to protect your comrades is your vulnerability. Sakura smiled. I was unaware of such a weakness. Thank you for the reminder. I shall take heed in the future. However, victory still belongs to me. Tosu, puzzled, asked, what do you mean by that? Just then, Naruto's voice echoed from behind Tosu, because I have awakened, and you will pay the price for it. Tosu, alarmed, dodged and eyed Naruto warily. Naruto approached Sakura and, with a gentle smile, said, you've worked hard, Sakura. Thank you for defending me and Sasuke for 2 days. Without you, we might have perished. Sakura smiled back, Naruto, I did it. Naruto nodded. Yes, you did. You are the best teammate for both Sasuke and me. Having you by our side is truly wonderful. Upon hearing Naruto's affirmation, Sakura smiled and fainted. Naruto lifted her and placed her beside Sasuke. Sak arrogantly declared, do you really think you can defeat the three of us alone? Don't make me laugh. I will end you. Void slash. He unleashed the attack towards Naruto. Rising, Naruto effortlessly blocked Sak's void slash with one hand, then instantaneously appeared behind Sak, asking, do you wish to die? Sak, terrified, retreated, incredulously stating, you caught my void slash with your bare hands. How is this possible? Naruto calmly reappeared behind Sak and replied, nothing is impossible. You seem quite confident in the ninjutsu of your hands. What if you were to lose both? Upon finishing his words, he seized Sak's hand. Sak, filled with terror, stammered, what? What are you going to do? Naruto replied with a calm smile, nothing much, merely intending to tear off your hands. The tranquility in Naruto's eyes instilled an overwhelming sense of dread in Sak. I beg you, please stop. Let me go? Sak pleaded, struggling violently. Yet with each frantic movement, he felt Naruto's grip tightening. Sak could sense the muscles in his arms tearing under Naruto's relentless force, the agony intensifying. He emitted a horrific wail. TOS and Jean, witnessing this scene of utter brutality, trembled in fear. Eventually, Naruto tore Sak's hands from his body, and Sak succumbed to unconsciousness from the excruciating pain. Naruto remarked coolly, I expected you to provide me with more amusement, but who knew you would falter so quickly? How utterly dull. After discarding Sak's severed limbs, he turned to TOS with a smile and said, I wonder if you can bring me more enjoyment, or will you prove equally tedious? TOS, gazing at Naruto's smiling visage, felt his fear deepen. That angelic smile, once warm, now resembled that of a fallen angel in his eyes, radiating warmth yet concealing an endless abyss of torment. Trembling, TOS withdrew the book of heaven and said, "This is what you seek. I present it to you now, hoping you will spare us." He then tossed the book to Naruto. Naruto examined the book of heaven in his hands and chuckled. "Do you truly believe that by surrendering the book, I would spare you?" TOS, stifling his fear, retorted, "If you refuse to let us go, then you shall pay the price." In an instant, he appeared before Naruto, launching an attack with a device in hand. Naruto laughed maniacally. "Now this is entertaining. Come on, bring me more fun." As Naruto evaded TOS' assault time and again, he remarked with disappointment, "Is this truly all your strength? How utterly disappointing." TOS, astonished, exclaimed, "This is impossible. My attacks should have been unavoidable. Why are they ineffective against you?" Naruto shook his head. "Your attacks are quite simple to counter. Just infuse a bit of chakra into your ears for protection." Sakura lost due to her lack of experience, not her strength. Seizing the moment, Naruto grasped TOS' hands and smiled. That fellow's cries were truly delightful. I wish to hear them once more. Please indulge me. Remembering Sak's gruesome fate, TOS cried out, "No, I beg you, don't do this." Following in Sak's tragic footsteps, he let out a pitiful wail. This time, Naruto did not merely tear off TOS' arms, but viciously ripped away his legs as well, eliciting a scream tenfold more horrendous than Sak's. Jean, paralyzed by the horror unfolding before him, could only cower beside a tree, trembling incessantly. After Naruto dealt with Toph, he gazed at the trembling Jean hiding behind the tree trunk and remarked with a chuckle, "I wonder how much amusement you can provide me." Jean, terror-stricken, looked at the approaching Naruto and frantically shouted, "Stay away from me, you devil." She incessantly launched shurikens, slowly retreating as Naruto advanced. However, each projectile Jean fired was effortlessly deflected by Naruto's kunai. Upon reaching Jean, Naruto seized her hand with one of his own while the other gripped her mouth. A wicked grin spreading across his face as he taunted, "Since you dislike the sensation of your body being torn apart, how about I offer you a different experience?" In the depths of Jin's horrified gaze, Naruto ripped open her blouse, prompting a piercing scream from her as she struggled desperately. Naruto smirked. "Didn't you say you hated the feeling of your body being shredded? Why is it that you seem to detest this as well?" Jin fought against him frantically, crying out, "Let me go, you madman. Even as a ghost, I will not spare you." Naruto laughed. "Oh, you've labeled me a devil. Do you truly think I would fear your vengeance as a specter?" Jin continued to struggle, pleading, "I beg you, please spare me." Naruto's chilling laughter echoed. "That is out of the question. If I release you, I would lose my source of amusement." After tearing Jin's clothing completely, he pinned her to the ground, his body pressing down upon her. The forest was filled with the haunting screams of a woman and the laughter of a man. In that moment, Naruto resembled a frenzied beast. The more Jin cried out in agony, the more exhilarated he became. Meanwhile, within the depths of Naruto's psyche, Dark Naruto addressed Good Naruto. "Hey, why are you silent this time? Were you not the one who vowed to be kind, compassionate, and benevolent to all? Why do you not intervene as he descends into madness?" Good Naruto replied, "Though I embody kindness, I am not a fool." He has already lost control once. His emotions remain unstable. After absorbing the malevolent energy from Sasuke and witnessing Sakura sustain injuries while protecting him, if I do not allow him to vent, it is only a matter of time before disaster strikes. Let him release his pent-up fury. Moreover, these three individuals are hardly virtuous, while I am a manifestation of goodness. I am no saint. Utilizing these three to help him expel his resentment could be seen as a form of resourcefulness. Dark Naruto gazed at Good Naruto in surprise, realizing he did not feign his sentiments. "I never anticipated that your embodiment of goodness would possess a devilish side. I am starting to take a liking to you." "Ha ha ha." Good Naruto, casting a disdainful glance at the smug Dark Naruto, retorted, "Spare me the mockery. You are no different. You possess a benevolent side as well. So neither of us should cast stones." Furious, Dark Naruto exclaimed, "Who are you calling benevolent? I am the embodiment of evil. How could I possibly have a good side?" Good Naruto chuckled. "Enough with the pretense. It doesn't suit us. I am curious as to why Kurama has not intervened either." Dark Naruto replied, "Come on. Do you think you are the only one who recognizes his need for release? Kurama is a creature that has lived for millennia. Do you think he cannot see that?" "What a joke." Good Naruto nodded, acknowledging, You make a valid point. I must have overlooked that. At this moment, the Ninetales indeed observed Naruto's actions within the ceiling space. Reflecting on the boy's audacity, he mused, this lad truly overestimates himself. Fortunately, these three fools presented themselves. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to madness sooner or later. Now, let him vent his frustrations. Naruto frantically assaulted the body of Kin, only ceasing when her spirit shattered, leading to her demise. Yet, Naruto remained unsatisfied. He grasped Kin's lifeless form and began to tear it apart. After reducing her to mere fragments, he proceeded to Sak's body, inflicting similar devastation. By the time he had obliterated Sak, he turned to Toes, and upon dismembering all three, he let out a triumphant roar before succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening after an extended rest, Naruto found himself surrounded by the remnants of shattered clothing and mangled bodies, momentarily stunned. His mind replayed the horrific events of his violence against Toes and the others. The memory of his brutal acts against Kin left him in disbelief. He struggled to comprehend that he had forcibly taken control of another's body, obliterated her spirit, and ultimately ended her life. The sheer inhumanity of his actions made him feel as though he had emerged from the depths of hell. In a state of disbelief, he questioned the Ninetales, Kurama. Did I truly commit these acts? The Ninetales replied nonchalantly, indeed, you did. In anguish, Naruto exclaimed, but how could I have perpetrated such cruelty? Why have I become this way? Why did you not intervene? The Ninetales scoffed, what is so strange about it? Your emotions were already unstable, and you forcefully absorbed Sasuke's negative feelings. If you hadn't released that pent-up rage, it would have resulted in catastrophe. Better to unleash your fury upon your enemies than to harm those you hold dear. As fate would have it, these three fools delivered themselves to you, providing the perfect outlet for your wrath. Why would I wish to stop you? Naruto found himself at a loss for words, recognizing the truth in the Ninetales statement. He understood that it was preferable to inflict harm upon adversaries rather than loved ones. Yet, the brutality of his chosen outlet was something he struggled to accept. The Ninetales remarked coolly, is it difficult for you to come to terms with your actions? I actually perceive this as a beneficial development for you. Surprised, Naruto inquired, Kurama. What do you mean? Do you wish for me to become a demon? The Ninetales responded, your aspiration is to achieve world peace. However, to attain peace in this world rife with hatred, you must comprehend the nature of hatred itself. Only by truly understanding this can you open the hearts of others. Thus, you should not reject the darkness, but rather seek to understand and embrace it. In doing so, you can unravel the hatred within individuals and instill genuine belief in them. Naruto pondered, to understand darkness and embrace it? The Ninetales affirmed, indeed, human nature is inherently selfish. It is this selfishness that breeds war, and war begets hatred. To foster harmonious coexistence among individuals, one must endeavor to understand these complexities. Immersion in the experience is essential. Only when one emerges from the depths of hatred and sorrow can they genuinely comprehend the hearts of those consumed by animosity. Naruto responded, I understand what you mean, Kurama. I will strive to comprehend it. At that moment, the benevolent aspect of Naruto's spirit remarked, it is remarkable. I never anticipated that Kurama would possess such insight. The darker side of Naruto retorted, humph, after living for a millennium and being shrouded in hatred, it is only natural to emerge with newfound awareness. The Ninetales inquired, what has been your most profound realization regarding this matter? Naruto pondered for a moment and replied, I truly do not know. Initially, when I saw Sakura injured, an overwhelming anger engulfed me, akin to a massive stone lodged in my heart. I yearned to shatter that stone. In the throes of killing them, I experienced a twisted exhilaration, a sensation that transformed me into a demon devoid of reason. That exhilaration seemed to gradually crush the stone within my heart. Yet once my sanity returned, I felt an emptiness, a cruelty. I knew that killing them was not wrong, which left me utterly perplexed about what I was truly feeling. The Ninetales nodded and said, yes, your emotions are entirely understandable. It is merely your first encounter with such brutal retribution that feels disconcerting. Naruto replied, perhaps. In my past life as an assassin, I was never this ruthless. It is indeed a terrifying sensation. The Ninetales remarked, though I am unfamiliar with your past experiences, I can assure you that in this world, there are far more brutal acts than this. Naruto responded, Kurama, I believe you are correct. I used to think that possessing immense power, feared by all, would enable me to change this world. However, I now realize that even with great strength, Lacking an understanding of the human heart will lead to failure. At best, I could achieve a fleeting peace akin to that of the first Hokage or my father. But true peace would elude me. The Nine Tails affirmed, indeed, as you have stated, during the eras of the first and fourth Hokage, nations refrained from waging war, and a brief period of peace reigned in the ninja world. Yet, upon their passing, the subtle machinations of the nations resurfaced, ultimately culminating in great conflict. It is indeed a formidable challenge to dissolve the hatred within people's hearts, but I believe you will succeed. Naruto smiled and said, if I am to encourage others to relinquish their hatred and sorrow, I must first let go myself. With that, Naruto formed a series of hand seals and declared, Ninjutsu, Heart Seal, Mind Barrier Release. As he performed the seals, the darker aspect of his persona expressed astonishment. I cannot believe it. This fellow has actually undone the mind barrier. The benevolent Naruto chuckled. Perhaps he truly can achieve this. The darker side replied, this only indicates his determination to eradicate the world's hatred and sorrow. It does not guarantee success. The benevolent Naruto smiled, at the very least. He has taken the first step. Let us depart. This place shall soon vanish. After a nod from the dark Naruto, the two contrasting versions of Naruto entered his sealed space, a manifestation of his subconscious. Upon seeing them, Kurama remarked, so, you are the other two Narutos. The benevolent Naruto smiled and greeted, hello, Kurama. At that moment, Naruto's consciousness joined them, and the benevolent Naruto continued, I did not expect you to possess such resolve, willingly dismantling the depths of your mind to release us. Naruto responded, if I am to eliminate hatred and sorrow, I must first embrace them. How can one let go of what has not been obtained? The dark Naruto conceded, I acknowledge your determination, though I remain skeptical. With confidence, Naruto replied, I will succeed. The dark Naruto shrugged, do as you please, it matters not to me. The benevolent Naruto, with a serious tone, urged, since you have made your decision, reinforce your faith. Releasing us will significantly impact you. Without sufficient confidence, you may find yourself engulfed in negative emotions. Naruto nodded affirmatively, I shall. With that, he departed. The benevolent Naruto remarked, you secretly hope for his success, don't you? The dark Naruto huffed, I simply do not foresee it. Ignoring the dark Naruto's stubbornness, the benevolent Naruto turned to Kurama and said, well then, Kurama, we shall take our leave. Kurama nodded in agreement. The two Narutos exited Kurama's sealed space. Kurama, watching the two Narutos vanish, hoped, may this little rascal indeed achieve his goal. He should, after all, be the one the old man spoke of. Once Naruto emerged from the sealed space, he dug a pit to gather and bury the fragmented remains of Tos and his companions. After completing this solemn task, darkness enveloped the land, and at that moment, Sasuke regained consciousness. Seeing Sasuke awake, Naruto joyfully inquired, Sasuke, you are awake. Are you feeling any discomfort? Sasuke replied, I'm fine, just feeling a bit weak. Naruto chuckled, that is good to hear. Wait here, I will fetch us something to eat. With that, he vanished in an instant. Shortly thereafter, Naruto returned, clutching two rabbits. After expertly preparing them, he skewered them over the already kindled fire to roast. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and then at the sleeping Sakura, asking, what transpired while I was unconscious? Why is Sakura injured? Tell me. Naruto smiled and explained, it's nothing grave. While you were unconscious, I also succumbed while trying to save you. Sakura was ambushed by the Sound Ninja during the exam while protecting us. She was injured and fainted, but she should awaken soon. As for those Sound Ninja, I have dealt with them. Your injuries from the natural chakra have also been resolved. Noticing Naruto's somber demeanor, Sasuke understood that something significant must have occurred during his unconsciousness, yet he refrained from inquiring further. Instead, he simply stated, you found a solution. Naruto said, Sasuke, take a moment to sense the chakra within you. You will discover a unique chakra, that of sage art. By harnessing this chakra and continuously absorbing natural chakra, you can transform it into sage chakra to nourish your body. This will heal the internal wounds caused by the natural chakra infusion. However, remember that you cannot utilize this chakra yet. For to do so, you must first enter sage mode. Sasuke inquired, sage mode? What is that? Naruto replied, sage mode is a state where one absorbs and utilizes natural chakra in combat, essentially embodying the essence of a sage. Sasuke asked, where can I learn this sage mode? Naruto responded, to my knowledge, there are currently 3 locations. Mount Myaboku, home of the Toad Sage, the dragon cave of the white snake sage, and the wetlands of the slug sage. The sage chakra within you likely originates from the dragon cave, so if you wish to cultivate sage mode, that is where you should go. Sasuke questioned. How do I reach the dragon cave? Naruto explained. To access the dragon cave, you must form a blood contract with it, allowing the snakes of the cave to become your summoning beasts. Then, let the summoning beast reverse summon you to the dragon cave. I know that aside from Orochimaru, there is another summoner in Konoha who is linked to the dragon cave. Sasuke urged. Who is that person? Naruto chuckled. That would be our examiner, Mitarashi Anko. She was once a disciple of Orochimaru, and her summoning beast is also a serpent from the dragon cave. Sasuke expressed concern. But will she teach me? Naruto reassured him. Do not worry, I will persuade her. He added, now, eat something to regain your strength, while I fetch some water. By the way, here is the Book of Heaven. Keep it safe. Once Sakura awakens, we will head towards the central tower. Naruto handed the Book of Heaven, which he had previously taken from the Sound Ninjas, to Sasuke. Sasuke nodded. All right, I will replenish my energy. You go ahead. I will take care of Sakura. She will be fine. After Naruto nodded, he vanished in an instant. By the riverbank, Naruto collected some water, but just as he was about to return, he sensed a disturbance and, driven by curiosity, dashed to investigate. He spotted a red-haired girl being pursued by a massive bear. The sight of her fiery locks instantly reminded him of his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. As the girl stumbled over a tree root, Naruto swiftly appeared beside her, delivering a Rasengan that sent the bear flying. Approaching the girl, he extended his hand with a smile. Are you all right? The girl stared at him, lost in thought, her heart stirred by a flurry of emotions. Noticing her silence, Naruto repeated, Are you okay? Finally, the girl regained her composure and placed her hand in his, responding, I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. My name is Karen Uzumaki. What about you? Naruto helped her to her feet, smiling. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and like you, I belong to the Uzumaki clan. Karen responded excitedly, Yes. My mother told me that we are of the Uzumaki clan. Are you also from the Uzumaki tribe? Naruto nodded and said yes. My mother is Kushina Uzumaki. What about yours? With a heavy heart, Karen replied, My mother has passed away. Upon witnessing the sorrow in Karen's eyes, Naruto expressed, My mother is also gone. Nevertheless, we must remain strong and persevere. He reflected on the unexpected turn of events, realizing that it should have been Sasuke who saved Karen. However, he thought it best to keep her in Konoha rather than allow her to follow Orochimaru. Naruto then inquired, Karen, do you have somewhere to go? If not, would you like to come with me? Karen, taken aback, responded, I can accompany you, but I am not from Konoha. Naruto smiled reassuringly. You need not worry about that. You are my kin. Given the relationship between Konoha and our Uzumaki clan, the third Hokage will surely agree. Besides, I noticed the bite marks on you, which suggest you are not from the grass village. Are you? Feeling self-conscious, Karen tugged at her clothing to conceal the marks and timidly asked, How do you know I am not from the grass village? Naruto chuckled. Don't forget, I am also from the Uzumaki clan. I am well aware of our abilities. They must have regarded you as a mere tool. With a gaze filled with hatred, Karen replied, Indeed, those wretched beings are responsible for my mother's death. They nearly took my life as well. I am so frightened. Overcome with emotion, she leaned on Naruto's shoulder and began to cry. With compassion, Naruto embraced Karen and comforted her. Let your tears flow. I will take care of you from now on. You can live peacefully in Konoha, and no one will harm you again. Upon returning with Karen, they found Sakura had awakened. Naruto, delighted, exclaimed, Sakura, you're awake. Are you all right? Sakura responded, I'm fine, Naruto. Sasuke glanced at Karen and asked, Who is she? Sakura, equally curious, turned her gaze towards Naruto. Naruto smiled and introduced, This is Karen Uzumaki. My kin. She and her mother were lost in the grass village, and her mother was killed by its inhabitants. Karen nearly met the same fate. I intend to let her stay in Konoha and live a good life. Upon hearing Karen's tragic backstory, Sasuke and Sakura agreed with Naruto's decision. Sasuke stated, If that is the case, let us proceed. Just as they were preparing to head towards the central tower, Kabuto approached, requesting to join them on their journey. Citing his skills as a medical ninja, Sasuke consented to his inclusion, and thus the five of them made their way towards the central tower. As they journeyed onward, they reached an area shrouded in thick mist, prompting Naruto to halt. He remarked, It is now the 5th day. We have encountered no enemies along our path. I suspect they are lying in wait nearby, ready to ambush us. Sasuke nodded in agreement. It is indeed peculiar. The absence of enemies suggests they are likely hidden in this vicinity. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto added, then we must proceed with utmost caution. Naruto responded with a smile. Even so, it is inevitable that we will encounter their ambush. Sakura inquired, how can we avoid being discovered? Naruto chuckled, it's really not that complicated. You all just wait here while I use the Flying Thunder God technique to reach the central tower first, then I'll return to fetch you. Sasuke nodded in agreement, acknowledging it as the best plan. Naruto smiled and declared, I shall take my leave now. At that moment, Karen expressed her concern, saying, Naruto, please be careful. Naruto reassured her with a smile, don't worry, I will be back swiftly. With that, he retrieved 2 kunai from his ninja tool pouch, handing one to Sasuke and throwing the other forcefully ahead. I'm off now, he announced before vanishing before their eyes. Noticing Karen's worry for Naruto, Sakura remarked, Karen, it's fine, no one can harm Naruto. Yet Karen remained anxious. Sakura could see that Karen held deep feelings for Naruto and relied on him. But with Hinata already in Naruto's life, she wished to advise Karen to let go of her affections, though she was at a loss for words. Ultimately, she decided to trust that Naruto would resolve the situation with Karen himself. Meanwhile, Naruto was swiftly traversing the landscape using the Flying Thunder God technique. Any enemies lying in ambush could only glimpse a flash of golden light before he disappeared from their sight. He soon arrived at the entrance of the central tower, where he sheathed his kunai. After marking the door, he returned to Sasuke's side, stating, the mark is complete. Now, you all may lean on my shoulders as I guide you. Naruto led them to the entrance of the central tower. Yao Shidu remarked, since we have arrived, I shall seek my comrades now. Thank you for your care along the way. After his departure, Naruto suggested, let us proceed as well. He took the lead toward the central tower. Upon reaching their destination, Naruto opened the Book of Heaven and Earth, where Iruka appeared to announce that Naruto and his companions had passed the exam, providing insight into the Third Hokage's thoughts on the Chunin exams. After bidding farewell to Iruka, Naruto and the others made their way to the assembly point. By this time, many candidates had already gathered. Naruto, accompanied by Sasuke, Sakura, and Karen, approached Kakashi to report in. Upon seeing Karen, Kakashi inquired, Naruto, who is this? Naruto replied, Kakashi-sensei, this is Karen, a member of the Uzumaki clan like myself. She has suffered oppression from the Grass Village, and her mother was killed by them. I intend to have her join us in Konoha so she can live peacefully here. Kakashi expressed his surprise. Oh, a member of the Uzumaki clan? The clan has dwindled significantly. Since you are of the Uzumaki, I believe the Third Hokage will permit her to remain in Konoha, but we must speak with him first. Naruto nodded. Yes, since I am currently in an exam. I would like to ask you to inform the old man on my behalf. Here is Karen's information. Kakashi accepted the documents and assured him, leave it to me. After handing over the papers, Naruto added, Kakashi-sensei, please take care of Karen. I'm going to check on Hinata. With that, he slipped away. Kakashi gazed at the documents in his hands and sighed at the innocent Xiangling beside him, lamenting the sheer irresponsibility of her character. However, his grievances were disregarded by Sasuke and Sakura. Feeling disheartened, Kakashi said, Xiangling, let me take you to meet the Third Hokage, and with that, he turned away. Enveloped in melancholy, Xiangling observed Kakashi's despondency and murmured, Hinata, I shall not concede to you. Apologies, I am a bit late. Naruto arrived at Team 8 and greeted Kurenai. Hello, Kurenai-sensei. I came to see Hinata. Kurenai smiled and replied, Ah, Naruto, Hinata. Naruto is here for you. Hinata, blushing with shyness, lowered her head and said, Naruto-kun, you've come. Congratulations on passing the exam. Naruto returned her smile. Thank you, and congratulations to you all for passing as well. Kurenai chuckled. All right, Kiba, Shino, let us not intrude on this lovely couple. Naruto, do your best. Naruto laughed heartily. I will. Kurenai glanced at the bashful Hinata, smiled, and departed with Kiba and Shino. Standing before Hinata, Naruto held her hand and exclaimed, Look, Hinata, even Kurenai-sensei blesses us. Upon hearing Naruto mention this, Hinata's face flushed even deeper. Noticing her embarrassment, Naruto refrained from teasing her further. He embraced Hinata, who, after a moment of surprise, shyly returned the embrace. Reflecting on their experiences in the Forest of Death, Naruto wistfully remarked, How wonderful it would be if we could remain like this forever. Hinata softly responded, Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Why do you say such things all of a sudden? Curious, Naruto inquired. Hinata, don't you like me holding you? She hurriedly replied, no. How could I ever dislike your embrace, Naruto-kun? It's so warm. But if we remain like this, we miss the chance to have children? Her voice dwindled to a whisper by the end. Naruto was momentarily taken aback by Hinata's boldness, but once he regained his composure, he joyfully stated, Hinata, you are right. I should not be complacent. We have a brighter future ahead. Gazing into Hinata's eyes, he asked, Hinata, would you join me in creating a more blissful future? Looking into Naruto's clear gaze, which seemed to illuminate the soul, Hinata happily replied, Naruto-kun, I am willing to create a happier future with you. Unable to resist the purity of Hinata's spirit, Naruto leaned in and kissed her tenderly. They shared an intimate kiss, oblivious to their surroundings, even ignoring the speech of the third Hokage on the podium. It was only when Kakashi and Kurenai came looking for them that they parted. Kurenai said nothing as she led Hinata away, but as they passed Naruto, she chuckled softly. Little one, quite impressive, aren't you? This left Naruto feeling quite embarrassed. Once Kurenai and the others had walked away, Kakashi remarked helplessly, Naruto, I understand that you and Hinata have been childhood friends, but there are times and places for such displays. Naruto retorted, Kakashi-sensei, are you jealous? Kakashi replied, jealous of what? Nonchalantly, Naruto commented, because you're single, right? You're envious of me having a girlfriend. Kakashi was momentarily struck by the pain of defeat, his anger bubbling to the surface as he declared, Naruto, today I shall truly knock you senseless. Yet, Naruto had already utilized the flying thunder god technique to make his escape. Kakashi, with a swift body flicker, pursued him. But Naruto's technique was swifter. By the time Kakashi arrived, Naruto had already teleported to another location. With a playful grin, Naruto taunted, Teacher Kakashi, you must be able to hit me first if you wish to land a blow. If you cannot even approach me, how can you hope to strike? Kakashi felt the sting of Naruto's words deeply, yet he found himself at a loss against him. At that moment, Moonlight Gale announced, let the competition commence. All contestants, please maintain silence. Kakashi and Naruto ceased their banter and turned their attention to the arena. Moonlight Gale continued, now, we shall draw lots. The electronic board displayed a flurry of names until it finally settled on Uzumaki Naruto and Rock Lee. The first match will be Uzumaki Naruto against Rock Lee, declared Moonlight Gale. Surprised, Naruto thought to himself that he hadn't anticipated being the first contender instead of Sasuke. However, he mused that this twist made things all the more intriguing, a slight smile gracing his lips. As Naruto and Lee took their positions in the arena, Naruto remarked, Lee, I didn't expect to face you in the opening match. This truly surprises me. Lee replied, nor did I expect to encounter you first, Naruto-kun, but I shall not yield. In youth, there is no room for surrender. Then let us begin, Naruto responded. No sooner had his words fallen than Lee dashed behind him, executing the Leaf Gale with a swift kick aimed at Naruto. In that instant, Naruto had already thrown a kunai backward. With a deft use of the Flying Thunder God, he not only evaded Lee's attack, but also positioned himself above and behind him. With a spiraling sphere, Naruto aimed for Lee's back. Lee, realizing Naruto had teleported above him, remained composed. Utilizing the momentum from his Leaf Gale, he kicked off the ground, narrowly dodging Naruto's spiraling sphere while simultaneously retaliating with a kick of his own. Though Naruto's attack stirred up a cloud of dust upon impact with the ground, he sensed the impending danger. In a split second, he supported himself on the hand that executed the spiraling sphere, performing a handstand, while using his other hand to block Lee's strike. Although he managed to deflect the attack, he was still sent flying by Lee's powerful kick. As Naruto somersaulted through the air and landed gracefully, he kept a vigilant gaze on Lee. Their brief skirmish had captured the attention of their teachers. Guy, beaming with pride, turned to Kakashi and said, What do you think, Kakashi? My student is formidable, isn't he? I believe Lee will surely triumph over Naruto. Kakashi, turning to Guy with a puzzled expression, replied, Are you speaking to me? Guy, momentarily disheartened by Kakashi's indifference, lamented, Truly, you are my eternal rival. Asuma commented to Kurenai, We know Naruto is formidable, but Rock Lee is impressive in his own right. Kurenai nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed. With his mastery of martial arts and combat prowess, he has the potential to become another Guy-sensei. Asuma acknowledged her words with a nod. Hinata, filled with concern, called out, Naruto-kun. Hong smiled and reassured Hinata, Do not worry. Naruto's strength will not allow him to be easily defeated. His prowess has nearly reached that of a Jonin, and should he harness the power of the Nine Tails, he would surpass even the Third Hokage. Therefore, there is no need for concern. Hinata replied, "Yet, I still harbor some worries." Understanding Hinata's disposition, Hong chose not to press further, allowing her to wallow in her anxious thoughts. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, both combatants exchanged blows. Though Lee found himself on the receiving end more often than not, Naruto unleashed a flurry of shurikens, although Lee evaded them. He was subsequently struck by a kick from Naruto, who had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to follow up. With a grin, Naruto remarked, "Lee, you should concede. You cannot surpass me." Lee, unwilling to accept defeat, retorted, "No. I have yet to unleash my full potential. The blooming of Konoha's lotus is still to come." With that, he removed the weights from his legs, shocking everyone with their staggering mass. Lee declared, "This is still insufficient. Teacher Guy, please allow me to pursue my ninja way." Upon hearing this, Guy encouraged Lee loudly, "Go, Lee. Let the lotus of Konoha bloom once more." At that moment, Lee shouted, "The third gate, open. The fourth gate, open." His skin turned a vivid crimson hue. Kakashi, taken aback, adjusted his forehead protector to activate his Sharingan and glared at Guy, exclaiming, "Have you truly imparted the Eight Gates technique to this child? Have you lost your mind? What do you take him for? To bestow such a perilous forbidden technique upon him? I misjudged you. You are not fit to be his teacher." Guy, filled with righteous anger, responded, "You know nothing. You do not understand this child. In terms of ninjutsu and jinjutsu, he lacks even the slightest talent, only possessing a modicum of taijutsu. Yet even so, he must exert 1,000 times the effort to catch up. He never gives up. Lee is a genius, but unlike ordinary geniuses, he is a genius forged through hard work." All those possessing ocular techniques gazed at Lee in astonishment. Enduring immense pain, Lee proclaimed, "This is still not enough. I must match Naruto-kun. The fifth gate, open." With the fifth gate unleashed, Lee charged at Naruto. Naruto, filled with admiration, encouraged, "Come, Lee, show me your perseverance." Suddenly, Lee vanished from Naruto's sight. Sensing danger, Naruto hurriedly activated the Flying Thunder God to evade. In an instant, the ground where he once stood was left with a massive crater, while Lee's form flickered in and out of view. Realizing that even with the speed of his Flying Thunder God, his body could not keep pace with Lee, Naruto resolved to adapt. Just as he became distracted for but a moment, Lee attacked once more. Naruto narrowly avoided Lee's flying kick and said, "Lee, I truly admire your tenacity. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of the Uzumaki clan sealing technique." 8 trigrams sealing array. From within Naruto's body erupted 8 colossal chains, which then split into countless smaller chains, forming a gigantic hexagram. This technique was a fusion of the Uzumaki clan's sealing methods and the hexagram patterns from his previous life. As Naruto unleashed his self-created 8 trigrams sealing array, the entire audience was left in awe of his technique. At that moment, Lee had already ventured into the 8 trigrams formation, and an array of chains surged towards him. Despite his remarkable speed, one chain ensnared his foot, and soon he found himself bound by multiple chains, yet he continued to struggle. Naruto formed hand seals once more, declaring, "Sealing release, 8 trigrams transformation, 4 symbols lock dragon heaven array." Instantly, the chains transformed into an ethereal eastern dragon that tightly constricted Lee. The sealing power of the chains suppressed all of Lee's chakra, rendering his 8 gates sealed and causing him to lose consciousness. Kakashi hurried to Lee's side, and Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue as he dispelled the technique. Fortunately, Kakashi swiftly used a body flicker technique to support him. With concern, Kakashi inquired, "Are you all right, Naruto?" Naruto reassured him, "I'm fine, just exhausted from chakra depletion. I'll be okay shortly." Kakashi nodded and turned his gaze towards Guy, who had lifted Lee and placed him on a stretcher, his face etched with worry. Naruto addressed Guy, "Don't worry, he is merely sealed. I'll release him shortly." Relieved, Guy expressed his gratitude before following the medical personnel away. At that moment, Moonlight Breeze announced, "The first match, Naruto Uzumaki wins." Friends and acquaintances cheered enthusiastically. After Naruto exited the arena, the electronic board flickered to life, eventually displaying the name Gaara, who was set to face a kunoichi from the land of rain named Shiburoin. Moonlight Breeze proclaimed, "The second match, Gaara versus Shiburoin." No sooner had he finished speaking than Gaara appeared on stage, his gourd slung across his back, his gaze icy as he addressed Sherborroin. I hope you can provide me with the thrill of killing. Sherborroin eyed Gaara warily. Gaara initiated the assault, unleashing a torrent of sand from his gourd towards her. After evading several of Gaara's sand attacks, Roin retaliated by throwing kunai embedded with explosive tags. However, the kunai were thwarted by Gaara's sand, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As the dust settled, Roin observed that Gaara remained enveloped in sand and scathed by the explosive tags. Gaara continued his relentless assault, forcing Roin to evade his strikes. Though the speed of the sand was not overwhelmingly swift. From a vantage point above, Naruto remarked on Gaara's ruthless demeanor. This guy Gaara is truly cold-hearted. It's merely a competition, yet he strikes with such ferocity. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged, exclaiming, I admire Gaara's character. He is sufficiently ruthless and merciless. Ha ha ha, that woman. Sherborroin will soon be eliminated by him. Just the thought excites me. Naruto retorted, you truly are a pervert, rivaling Orochimaru. Dark Naruto replied, you simply do not comprehend. Human suffering and despair are my greatest delights. Hurry up, Gaara, let that person scream. I can hardly wait to hear your woman's cries and witness her blood. Oh, what a splendid affair this is. At that moment, kind Naruto interjected, though I do not wish to dampen your spirits. I must assert that it is improbable you will hear that woman's screams or see her blood. Dark Naruto, perplexed, inquired, why is that? I know Gaara's character well. He would never spare that woman. Kind Naruto responded, indeed, Gaara would not let her go. However, you seem to have overlooked one crucial detail. Dark Naruto pressed, what detail? Kind Naruto continued, Gaara delights in burying his victims alive. If that is the case, you shall neither witness her agony nor hear her screams. How unfortunate. Dark Naruto was momentarily rendered speechless, nearly choking on his frustration. He had never encountered anyone so insufferable, especially during such a moment of joy. Just as he was about to retort, Naruto interjected, could you both remain quiet? Not only are you both perverts, but you are also incessant chatterboxes. Can't you just watch the match in silence? Your words are excessive. Instantly, both fell silent. At that moment, Chiho Renjing evaded Gaara's attack once more and formed a hand seal, invoking the technique of water release, hidden mist jutsu. A thick fog enveloped the arena, obscuring the spectator's vision. Naruto, activating his Byakugan, perceived Chiho Renjing maneuvering through the mist to position herself behind Gaara, performing the water release, water sticky trap technique. She expelled a viscous liquid toward Gaara, enveloping him entirely. Nervously, Chiho Renjing glanced at Gaara, murmuring, is it resolved? Her full attention was on Gaara, rendering her oblivious to the sand that stealthily slithered beneath her feet. By the time she realized, the sand had already ensnared her legs. The previously scattered grains of sand surged toward her with relentless force. Chiho Renjing hastily formed a hand seal, chanting, water release, water chaos waves. She continuously expelled jets of water to fend off the encroaching sand, but there was simply too much of it. Ultimately, she found herself bound by the grains. Meanwhile, Gaara emerged unscathed from the water sticky trap. Chiho Renjing gasped in disbelief, impossible. You cannot escape from the water sticky trap. Gaara, with a cruel smile, declared, my sand protects me autonomously. You have failed to provide me with any amusement. Killing you will not affirm my existence and will hinder my ability to eliminate those I truly desire. With that, Gaara cast a murderous glance at Naruto. Dark Naruto chuckled. Ah, it seems his target is you. Naruto replied nonchalantly, it matters not. I, too, seek him. Upon hearing Naruto's response, Dark Naruto fell into a disinterested silence. Gaara, observing Chiho Renjing completely ensnared by sand, raised his hands and pressed them against the ground, grinning malevolently, desert funeral. Chiho Renjing wished to surrender, but her mouth was sealed by the sand, rendering her voiceless. All she could do was struggle desperately, her face a mask of terror as she beheld Gaara's cruel smile. Chiho longing was buried beneath the sands, and when the medical personnel extricated her, she was left with nearly all her bones fractured and multiple internal injuries. Yet a flicker of life remained within her. As she did not succumb to death, Gaara was not deemed to have violated any rules, and the Moonlight Gale declared him the victor. After casting a cold glance at Naruto, Gaara exited the arena. Upon his departure, the electronic board flickered to life once more, this time displaying Hyuga Niji and Inuzuka Kiba. The Moonlight Gale announced, In the third match, Hyuga Niji faces Inuzuka Kiba. Hinata, witnessing Kiba's match against Niji, anxiously advised, "Kiba, my brother Niji is formidable. If you cannot prevail, surrender immediately." Kiba, brimming with confidence, replied, "Hinata, you need not worry about me. I am not so easily defeated." At that moment, Akamaru barked in agreement, ready to support Kiba. Red interjected, "Kiba, while your strength is commendable, it may be premature to confront Niji. Thus, if the situation becomes dire, do consider surrendering." Hearing this, Kiba nodded solemnly. "I will, Teacher Red. However, surrendering without a fight is out of the question." Meanwhile, Naruto turned to Sasuke, saying, "Sasuke, Niji is in the arena now. I mentioned his strength before, but I know you might still doubt it. So, observe him closely. You may face him in the next match." Sasuke activated his Sharingan, responding, "I understand, and I won't be arrogant enough to underestimate him. Rest assured." Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that this version of Sasuke was indeed evolving. The Sasuke from his past memories would not necessarily have listened. The current Sasuke appeared stronger and more dependable than ever before. At this juncture, Kiba and Niji stood on the battlefield. Niji addressed Kiba, saying, "You are Hinata's teammate, and I have no desire to harm you. Therefore, I implore you to surrender, or you shall be injured." Kiba, undeterred, retorted, "Though I acknowledge your strength, I, Inuzuka Kiba, will not concede without a fight. Akamaru, let us go." Akamaru barked in response and leaped onto Kiba's back. Kiba formed hand seals, declaring, "Beast Clone Technique." Instantly, Akamaru transformed into Kiba, and together they spun to create a whirlwind before charging at Niji. Naruto observed with a grin, "Kiba is quite clever, initiating with a powerful technique. If he had recklessly charged in, he would have been defeated in an instant. This strategy may buy him some time, albeit only briefly." Niji evaded the assault of Kiba and Akamaru, forming hand seals as he activated his Byakugan. As Kiba and Akamaru surged forward once more, Niji stood his ground. His Byakugan focused intently on the approaching duo. Just as they were about to close in, Niji extended his hands, declaring, "Heavenly Spin." A massive, swirling sphere of chakra enveloped him, forming a protective barrier. Kiba and Akamaru collided with the chakra sphere, forcefully repelled by the overwhelming rotation. Akamaru reverted from his transformed state, collapsing on the ground, unable to rise. Kiba, panicked, rushed over, exclaiming, "Akamaru, are you all right?" Upon examining the injuries of Akamaru, it was discovered that they were not fatal, which brought a sigh of relief. However, Akamaru had lost the strength to continue fighting. Kiba, gazing at Niji, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "How can he be so powerful? Able to deflect my Fong of the Beast and send both me and Akamaru flying?" At that moment, Sasuke, a bystander, expressed his astonishment. "What is that? It is so formidable, and even my Sharingan cannot replicate it." Naruto chuckled, "Sasuke, you might as well abandon the idea of copying Niji's jutsu. It is simply unreplicable." Sasuke, confused, inquired, "Naruto, what exactly is that jutsu?" Naruto replied, "It is the Hyuga clan's ancestral ultimate defense, the Heavenly Spin, which can only be utilized with the Byakugan." Sasuke questioned further, "But I have never seen you or Hinata use it." Naruto, with a hint of exasperation, clarified, "I have yet to master it. And Hinata has likely only recently acquired it, which is why you have not witnessed it." Sasuke was taken aback. "Even you haven't mastered it?" Naruto nodded, "Indeed. I have been focused on developing my own jutsu, which you just witnessed. As for taijutsu, I have not dedicated much effort to it. I intend to address that once my jutsu is complete." Sasuke acknowledged this with a nod. At that moment, Kiba, undeterred, formed hand seals and crouched on the ground, declaring, "For legs technique." Sharp claws sprouted from his hands and feet. Kiba charged at Niji with incredible speed, but was once again repelled by Niji's heavenly spin. Niji looked at the fallen Kiba and stated, "I told you, it is impossible for you to defeat me. I advise you to surrender. It would be the wisest choice." Kiba, struggling to rise, defiantly replied, "I have already stated that I will not surrender." Without hesitation, he charged at Niji once more. Niji, seeing Kiba's renewed assault, resignedly remarked, "If that is the case, I shall show no mercy." 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hinata, witnessing Niji assume the stance of the 8 trigrams, panicked, "Kiba, quickly surrender." "Niji, please stop." However, Kiba had already entered Niji's 8 trigrams range. Naruto sighed, "Here it comes. Kiba is about to lose. Sasuke concurred. Indeed, charging in like that. Even you and I would not fare well. Niji stated calmly. You have entered my 8 trigrams area. There is no escape. 1 palm, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Kiba was sent flying by Niji's 64 strikes, bleeding and losing consciousness. In a hurry, Hinata, Sakura, and Shino rushed to assess Kiba's injuries. Hinata reproached, Niji, how could you be so ruthless? Niji explained, rest assured, I have avoided striking his chakra points. He will be fine after a few days of rest. Hearing Niji's words, Hinata felt relieved. After assisting in placing Kiba on a stretcher, she followed behind as they returned to the spectator area. At that moment, the announcer, Moonlight Gale, proclaimed, Inuzuka Kiba versus Hyuga Niji, with Hyuga Niji emerging victorious. The electronic board continued to flicker as everyone focused intently on the changing names, eventually settling on Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. Instantly, a fierce competitive spirit erupted between Sakura and Ino, as both perceived an intense spark in each other's eyes. Ino sneered, wide forehead. I never expected my opponent to be you. Sakura replied, I never expected it to be you, Ino. Naruto, feeling a wave of embarrassment, covered his face, unable to bear the sight any longer. Sasuke, observing Naruto's peculiar behavior, inquired, What's wrong with you? Why are you acting so strangely? What's the matter with the two of them? Upon hearing Sasuke's question, Naruto fixed his gaze on him intensely, leaving Sasuke perplexed. Why are you looking at me like that? Is something wrong with me? Naruto responded, It's nothing. I'm just curious how someone as cold and expressionless as you could attract so many admirers. Sasuke, feeling affronted by Naruto's words, retorted, Hey, you blockhead. What do you mean by that? Naruto replied, It's just that seeing Sakura and Ino, 2 girls who are so devoted to you, makes me feel it's quite unfair for them. Sasuke, even more bewildered, pressed, What do you mean? Explain yourself, you fool. Seeing that Sasuke genuinely didn't comprehend, Naruto, losing his temper, said, Are you truly oblivious or just pretending? Ino and Sakura were once good friends, but their rivalry over you has driven them apart. You call me a fool, but the biggest fool here is you. Sasuke, astonished, exclaimed, Are you saying they have changed because of me? Naruto sighed, What do you think? If it weren't for you, Sakura wouldn't strive so hard to become stronger. Ino wouldn't come to me for advice. Both of them are working tirelessly to enhance their skills so they can support you in the future. Sasuke, you must cherish these 2 girls who are willing to sacrifice for you, or you will regret it later. Sasuke, taken aback, acknowledged, I know Sakura likes me, but Ino asking you for guidance on my behalf. What does that even mean? Naruto reminisced. That was after we returned from the land of waves. At that time, Ino had heard about me mentoring Sakura and approached me to train her as well. She claimed that if Sakura could work hard for you, she wouldn't lose out either. Chuckling at the memory, Naruto added, You have no idea. That silly girl Ino wanted to learn the technique I taught to Sakura. I nearly laughed myself to death. Instead of practicing her family's jutsu, she wished to learn Tsunade's monstrous strength. If I were Uncle Yamamoto, I would have scolded her severely. Sasuke, intrigued, asked, So what did you ultimately teach her? Naruto replied, I ended up teaching her the sensing technique, which I excel in. As you know, I belong to the Uzumaki clan, and our sensing abilities are quite formidable. Sasuke, puzzled, questioned, Sensing? I'm aware of your impressive ability. But Ino isn't in Uzumaki. Can she really learn it? Naruto responded, I must admit, not only did she learn it, but her sensing skills have surpassed my expectations. Sasuke, still confused, asked, What do you mean by that? Naruto exclaimed, I must say, Ino is indeed a genius. She has managed to combine the sensory techniques of the Uzumaki clan with her family's secret arts, reaching a remarkable state where she can briefly foresee what will happen next. Though fleeting, this ability proves to be quite practical in battle. Sasuke, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. Naruto gazed at Sasuke and said, I shouldn't involve myself in this matter, but Sasuke, since you are my brother, I feel compelled to remind you, regardless of your feelings towards these 2 girls who care for you, I hope you will not hurt them. Sasuke, meeting Naruto's concerned gaze, retorted with a hint of pride, It's not your place to concern yourself with my heart. Rest assured, I will not harm them. Upon hearing Sasuke's response, Naruto smiled and nodded, I trust you will not disappoint me. Sasuke, with a touch of arrogance, turned his head away. At that moment, Sakura and Ino had already arrived at the arena. Sakura provocatively declared, Ino, I advise you to surrender. You stand no chance against me. Do it quickly, lest I send you flying out of the ring with one punch. Ino shot back. Forehead girl, you are the one who should surrender, or else I might make you cry. As Moonlight Gale announced the start of the match, Sakura wasted no time and launched her attack, swiftly darting beside Ino and aiming a punch at her abdomen. Just as Sakura's fist was about to make contact, Ino retreated 2 steps, narrowly evading the blow, and countered with a punch aimed at Sakura's midsection. Fortunately, Sakura's reflexes were quick. She blocked Ino's strike just in time. Sakura then retaliated with a sweeping blow towards Ino's head. Ino ducked to avoid the punch and countered with a strike directed at Sakura's chin, forcing Sakura to leap back to evade Ino's fist. Sakura hurled several shuriken at Ino, who skillfully dodged them by tilting her head from side to side. Sakura exclaimed in surprise, Ino, I didn't realize you had improved so much. You are truly impressive. Ino replied with pride. Did you think you were the only one making progress? How naive of you. Utilizing the mind transfer technique, Ino attempted to seize control of Sakura's body, but was swiftly expelled by Sakura's alternate persona. Shikamaru, witnessing Ino's failed technique, remarked in astonishment, how is this possible? Ino's mind transfer technique has actually failed. Asuma and Choji shared similar sentiments, being well aware of the technique's formidable power. Ino stared at Sakura in disbelief. I didn't expect you to possess another consciousness within you. This is quite surprising. Sakura chuckled. Ino, thinking you could win with such tactics is simply impossible. With that, Sakura lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Ino. However, Ino stepped back, causing Sakura's fist to crash into the ground, which immediately gave way beneath her. As Sakura, seeing Ino evade her attack, supported herself with her hands. She executed a sweeping kick aimed at Ino. Ino elegantly backflipped away from Sakura's assault, as the ground beneath Sakura's attack crumbled once more. Sakura witnessed Ino evade her attack once more and promptly produced a smoke bomb, casting it near Ino as she landed. Instantly, Ino's vision was obscured. In a fleeting moment, Sakura darted behind Ino, delivering a punch aimed at her, yet Ino appeared to possess eyes at the back of her head, deftly sidestepping Sakura's blow and countering with a kick that sent Sakura sprawling. Rising to her feet, Sakura exclaimed, How did you accomplish that? It's impossible. Ino chuckled. Who said it was impossible? You think obscuring my sight will enable you to strike me? You are quite naive. Sakura, realizing the strength of Ino's perception, retorted, Your sensory ability is astonishing. Ino, brimming with pride, replied, Of course. You think I am like you, merely a brutish fighter? Someone as reckless as you will never win Sasuke's affection. Sakura, resembling a cat whose tail had just been stepped on, bristled. Ino pig, what did you say? I shall make you pay. With that, she lunged forward, delivering a kick at Ino, only to be evaded once more. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless exchange, neither gaining the upper hand. The teachers present, upon witnessing Sakura's strength, likened her to Tsunade, the legendary Sannin, while they marveled at Ino's remarkable perception. Asuma observed the two combatants and turned to Shikamaru. Shikamaru, who do you believe will emerge victorious? Shikamaru, analyzing their performance, responded, It depends on who falters first. Will it be Sakura's chakra that depletes, or Ino's mental fortitude? The first to give in will be the one to lose. Asuma nodded in agreement. After half an hour of combat, Ino deliberately exposed a weakness, enticing Sakura to attack. When Sakura took the bait and charged, Ino deftly tilted her head as Sakura's fist narrowly missed her nose. Ino retaliated with a punch to Sakura's abdomen, sending her flying. In her flight, Sakura seized the opportunity to deliver a fierce kick to Ino's midsection, resulting in both of them being propelled away, crashing onto the arena floor. After a brief moment, they painfully rose to their feet. Shikamaru, astonished, remarked, Incredible, they both exhausted themselves simultaneously. At that moment, Ino's mental energy was spent, as was Sakura's chakra. Ino smirked. What happened? Did your chakra run out? Wide forehead. Sakura shot back. You are no better, having depleted your mental strength, Ino pig. Both simultaneously hurled shuriken, which collided in midair and ricocheted away, followed by each landing a punch on the other's face. They both collapsed to the ground. As the moonlight and swift winds announced the simultaneous disqualification of both competitors, Naruto noticed Sasuke teleporting to the arena. A faint smile crept onto Naruto's lips. Sasuke approached Sakura, who was about to speak, only to be swept up in his arms as he teleported away to a bench outside the arena. Ino watched with a forlorn expression as Sasuke carried Sakura away. Beside Asuma, Shikamaru commented, "What a hassle, I will fetch her back." Just then, Asuma restrained Shikamaru. As Shikamaru was about to inquire about Asuma's intentions, Sasuke reappeared in the arena, a subtle smile gracing Shikamaru's lips. Sasuke approached Ino, who gazed at him in disbelief as he lifted her into his arms, an overwhelming sense of happiness enveloping her. He then carried Ino to Sakura's side, gently placing her down before retrieving some ointment to tenderly apply to their injuries. Both Sakura and Ino immediately felt a rush of shyness, lowering their heads in modesty. As Sasuke tended to their wounds, he remarked, "Why must girls be so competitive? You ought to cherish yourselves more. This cannot happen again, understand?" He punctuated his words with a gentle tap on their foreheads. Upon returning to Naruto, he chuckled, "Sasuke, it seems you've chosen both. I never imagined you to be so fickle." Sasuke replied coolly, "What I do is none of your concern, you fool." Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, "Do as you wish. Just don't hurt them. There's no rule against marrying two. As long as they are happy and do not object, it's not my business." As Naruto turned his gaze to the arena, he was momentarily stunned. The battle featured Shino Aburame against a Rain Country ninja named Chiharu, and the scene bore a striking resemblance to Shino's previous encounter with Sakura. Everything unfolded under Shino's control, leading to a decisive victory announced by the swift moonlight. Naruto remained lost in thought. Sasuke, curious, asked, "What's wrong, you fool? Is something peculiar occurring?" Sasuke had noticed Naruto's unusual demeanor during the match, but refrained from questioning him until after it concluded. Naruto, regaining his composure, replied, "It's nothing. Perhaps I was overthinking." Sasuke, not pressing further, resumed watching the competition. Then, the electronic scoreboard displayed Shikamaru's name alongside another ninja called Shurshin, stirring Naruto's curiosity further. It felt as if he were on the brink of recalling something significant, yet it eluded him. The match between Shikamaru and the Rain Country ninja echoed familiar sentiments, culminating in Shikamaru's victory through shadow imitation techniques. The sensation of forgotten memories intensified within Naruto. It was not until Tenten faced Temari, witnessing Tenten's weapons being blown away by Temari's fan, that Naruto finally grasped the source of his unease. At that moment, the sage within him remarked, "This is historical inertia." Surprised, Naruto exclaimed, "Historical inertia?" Sasuke, hearing Naruto's outburst, inquired curiously, "What is historical inertia?" Realizing he had diverted Sasuke's attention, Naruto quickly explained, "It's nothing. I was just rambling." Sasuke, dissatisfied, retorted, "You fool." Thereafter, he returned his focus to the ongoing match, while Naruto, relieved that Sasuke remained skeptical, exhaled quietly. The sage continued, "This is entirely normal. History follows its predetermined path. Although you may alter certain events, not everything can be changed. History will self-correct those aspects that you did not alter, and events that are meant to occur will still unfold." Intrigued, Naruto asked, "What do you mean by that?" At that moment, the dark Naruto emerged, exclaiming, "You foolish fool." He meant to convey that history resembles countless straightened ropes, all advancing along a singular path, though you may alter the direction of a few of these ropes, causing history to shift slightly. Those that remain unaltered will persist along their original course. The ropes you have deviated do not completely veer off, they merely change slightly. Just like Hinata will eventually marry you, while she has indeed changed in many ways. If you do not interfere with the thread leading her to you, she will still marry you. Naruto finally comprehended and said, "I understand now. Thank you for your explanation." The dark Naruto huffed in a proud manner and fell silent. The gentle Naruto smiled and remarked, "Regardless of how history unfolds, simply act in accordance with your heart's desires." Naruto replied, "I understand." The gentle Naruto also fell silent. In the end, the match between Tenten and Temari concluded with Tenten's defeat. At that moment, the electronic board displayed the names of Uchiha Sasuke and the armored adversary. Sasuke turned to Naruto and said, "I'll be right back." Naruto smiled and encouraged, "Good luck. Just don't trip in the gutter." Sasuke retorted, "Cursed crow." He leaped onto the arena, followed by the armored opponent. The announcer, Moonlight Breeze, declared the match commenced, and Sasuke swiftly performed hand seals, unleashing Earth Release and Lightning Blade, instantly appearing behind the armored adversary. Before the latter could react, Sasuke pierced the opponent's shoulder with his lightning blade and kicked him away. Naruto watched in astonishment, murmuring, "Sasuke is ruthless." At that moment, Sakura and Ino, returning from the resting area, witnessed Sasuke's performance and erupted into cheers for him. Sasuke looked down at the fallen armored adversary and said, "What a waste." After Moonlight Breeze announced Sasuke's victory, he swiftly returned to Naruto's side. Naruto, admiring Sasuke's suave demeanor, remarked, "Could you refrain from showing off? It makes me want to hit you." Sasuke shot back, "That's just your jealousy speaking. I'm undeniably more handsome than you. And that is an unchangeable fact." Naruto felt a pang of hurt, realizing that he always perceived Sasuke as aloof, yet he was surprised to discover his sharp tongue. He silently wondered if he had distorted Sasuke's image. At that moment, the electronic board flickered again, revealing the names of Hinata Hyuga and Choji Akimichi. Naruto immediately felt a rush of nerves as he turned his gaze to the arena. As Hinata and Choji stepped onto the stage, Moonlight Breeze announced the match's commencement. Hinata politely bowed and greeted Choji, saying, "Choji-kun, I look forward to your guidance." Choji, appearing shy, responded bashfully, "I look forward to your guidance as well." Shikamaru sighed and remarked, "Choji remains unchanged." Asuma laughed, "Haha, Choji has always been so gentle." Shikamaru replied, "Indeed, his demeanor is ill-suited for a ninja." Asuma chuckled, "Shikamaru, you are too harsh. I believe Choji's personality is quite admirable. Don't worry, I'm curious about the girl who will be fighting Choji. She must be the heiress of the Hyuga clan." Shikamaru gazed at Hinata and remarked, "Indeed, Hinata is a friend we have grown up with. However, her timid nature and her relationship with Naruto have caused us to overlook her presence, as she often lingers in Naruto's shadow." Asuma responded, "Ah, so she is Naruto's girlfriend. I never anticipated that Naruto would prove to be quite impressive, securing a girlfriend at such a young age. Remarkable, indeed, matching his father's achievements." "Haha," Shikamaru replied with seriousness. "It is precisely because she is Naruto's girlfriend and so shy that we have neglected to consider an important matter." Sensing Shikamaru's gravity, Asuma inquired curiously, "What matter is that?" "Shikamaru?" Shikamaru responded, "That is the question of how strong she truly is. I am uncertain, and many remain unaware. I even suspect that Hinata's father might not be fully aware either. I have heard that the Hyuga clan leader seems rather indifferent to Hinata's abilities." Asuma remarked, "I have indeed heard of that. It appears that the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family lost to her younger sister in a spar when she was merely 5, which has led the clan leader to harbor discontent towards her." Shikamaru nodded, "I have also heard this from my father. Yet later I learned from Naruto that Hinata deliberately lost out of fear of hurting her sister. Moreover, she has often trained alongside Sasuke and Naruto since childhood. Hence, I suspect that Hinata's strength might vastly exceed our expectations. Those who truly understand her capabilities are likely only Naruto and Sasuke." Asuma asked, "Are you concerned that Choji might lose?" Shikamaru replied, "I am not merely worried about his potential defeat. I am certain he will lose. I simply wish for him not to suffer too humiliating a defeat, as that could lead to his despondency. Choji is quite sensitive." Asuma expressed concern. "Since you are worried about Choji, do you have any solutions?" Shikamaru pondered for a moment and called out, "Choji." Hearing Shikamaru's call, Choji turned and asked, "What is it?" "Shikamaru?" Shikamaru shouted, "Choji, if you win this match, Asuma-sensei said he would treat you to barbecue." Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, Asuma's face froze in dismay, as he quietly checked his wallet, casting a resentful glance at Shikamaru. Meanwhile, Choji, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Is that true, Asuma-sensei?" Asuma could only manage a stiff smile. "Yes, it is true," while again shooting a glum look at Shikamaru. Shikamaru averted his gaze, feigning ignorance of Asuma's expression. After hearing Asuma's reply, Choji erupted with 200% of his fighting spirit. Naruto observed the ignited fervor in Choji and chuckled. Shikamaru is indeed clever, devising a way to stoke Choji's fierce determination. Sasuke coldly remarked, "Unfortunately, he is destined to be disappointed. Given Choji's abilities, it is impossible for him to win against Hinata." Naruto laughed. "Shikamaru is surely aware of that. He likely just wishes for Choji not to lose too embarrassingly." Choji looked at Hinata and declared, "I'm going in, Hinata." Hinata assumed a stance and said, "Come on, Choji-kun. Meet Tank." Choji formed hand seals, instantly transforming into a rolling ball of flesh, charging toward Hinata. Hinata formed a series of hand seals, declaring, "Byakugan, activate." With her Byakugan now engaged, she observed the oncoming Choji, and with her hands spread wide, she commanded, "Heavenly spin." Choji was immediately repelled, crashing against a nearby wall. He dispelled his human bullet technique and formed new seals, proclaiming, partial expansion jutsu. Instantly, his hands swelled to an enormous size, aimed toward Hinata. With a graceful leap, Hinata evaded Choji's colossal hands. Suspended in midair, she fixated on Choji's arm, channeling chakra into 1,000 needles that struck the acupuncture points on his arm. The expansion technique faltered, reverting his hand to its original size. And Choji realized he could muster no strength in that arm. This unforeseen turn of events left all the teachers and participants in awe, particularly Niji. Having witnessed Hinata's heavenly spin previously, he was already impressed, but now she wielded a technique he had never encountered before. Choji, gazing at Hinata with admiration, remarked, "Hinata, you're incredible, but I won't concede so easily. It's for the sake of barbecue." With that, he launched his other hand at her. Hinata, undeterred, seized the moment to leap onto Choji's arm, swiftly dashing along it to confront him directly. In a moment of surprise, she struck the acupuncture point on his arm, rendering it immobile just like the previous one. Smiling, Hinata said, "Choji-kun, you've lost." Choji, feeling dejected, replied, "Yes, I've lost. No barbecue for me." Noticing his despondence, Hinata compassionately suggested, "Choji-kun, if you're craving barbecue, how about I treat you?" Choji's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Really?" Hinata nodded, affirming, "Yes. I'll treat you, Choji-kun." Elated, Choji jumped for joy, but his enthusiasm was short-lived as he soon fell back into melancholy. Curious, Hinata inquired, "Choji-kun, what's wrong?" He responded, "It's nothing. I'm happy that you want to treat me, but Shikamaru and the others aren't included. Perhaps it's better to forego it." He seemed to struggle with a painful decision. Hinata chuckled gently, "That's not a problem. We can invite them along. Let us all go together to celebrate our participation in the Chunin exams." Choji's spirits lifted again upon hearing her suggestion. The companions present were touched by Choji's kindness and Hinata's gentle nature. Shikamaru, bemused, remarked, "I can't believe I've been outdone by Choji." After a moment of reflection, he added, "Asuma-sensei, you were right. Let us allow Choji to retain his kindness." Asuma responded with a smile. "I merely believe that in this ninja world, finding someone so gentle is rare. It would be a shame to disrupt Choji's tender heart." As the moonlight breeze announced Hinata's victory, she and Choji exited the arena, where Naruto approached Hinata, grinning, "Congratulations, Hinata." Hinata smiled and replied, "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Naruto then turned to Choji and said, "Choji, after the match, are you hungry? Here, take this." He tossed a bag of chips to Choji. Choji caught the chips and grinned. "You really understand me, Naruto. You always bring me chips." Naruto, observing Choji's delighted expression, chuckled, "Of course. You wouldn't forget how many chips you stuffed into my space, would you? Sometimes I wonder if you treat my space as your personal chip warehouse." Choji laughed. "Don't mind me. Here, I'll give you this last chip." Naruto replied with a smile, "No need, you enjoy it. I have things to attend to with Hinata, so we'll be on our way." With that, Naruto handed Choji 2 more bags of chips. The final match pitted Kankuro against Kinomitsu. Just as in Naruto's previous life memories, Kankuro emerged victorious, bringing this match to a splendid conclusion. Moonlight Breeze announced, a total of 9 participants have advanced to the 3rd exam: Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara, Niji Hyuga, Shino Aburame, Shikamaru Nara, Temari, Sasuke Uchiha, Hinata Hyuga, and Kankuro. The 3rd match will be held in a month, with nobles from various countries in attendance. The tournament will follow a knockout format. Now, please come forward to draw lots. Naruto drew number 9. At this moment, Moonlight Breeze instructed, "Now, please hand me your drawn numbers." He recorded everyone's numbers and, once organized, declared, "I will now announce the order of the 3rd matches. In the 1st match, number 1, Hinata Hyuga, will face number 2, Niji Hyuga. The 2nd match features number 3, Kankuro, against number 4, Shino Aburame. The 3rd match will see number 5, Shikamaru Nara, competing against number 6, Temari, and the 4th match pits number 7, Sasuke Uchiha, against number 8, Gaara. Number 9, Naruto Uzumaki, will have a bye in the 1st round and advance directly to the 2nd round. I hereby declare this meeting adjourned." Once everyone had exited the venue, Hinata whispered a few words into Naruto's ear. He nodded with a smile in response. Naruto then announced loudly, "Tonight, Hinata and I are treating everyone to barbecue. So please make sure to gather at the barbecue restaurant." Choji was the first to respond enthusiastically, "I'll definitely be there. Not just me, But Shikamaru, Ino, and Asuma-sensei will join as well. Kiba chimed in, got it, Naruto. I'll bring Shino and Irika-sensei along. Sasuke replied nonchalantly, I'll come too. Naruto nodded and approached Neji, asking, Neji, you all will come, right? Just as Neji was about to respond, Tintin interjected with a smile, we're heading back, Naruto. Noticing Neji's nod, Naruto smiled. Then I'll wait for you. Naruto then approached Gaara, observing his cold demeanor, and asked, Gaara, will you be coming? As Naruto extended his invitation to Gaara, an eerie silence enveloped the room, with Temari and Kankuro visibly startled, fearing Gaara might lash out. Gaara looked at Naruto's sincere smile and inquired, why do you invite me? Naruto smiled and said, it is because you resemble me so much that I wish to befriend you. The word friend profoundly touched Gaara's soul. Gazing into Naruto's earnest eyes, Gaara felt an overwhelming desire to accept the invitation, yet he was engulfed by fear. Fear that this might be yet another deception, fear of carving another wound upon his heart. After a long moment of hesitation, Gaara finally replied, perhaps next time. If you invite me again, I might consider it. Naruto, with a hint of regret, responded, very well. Then, I shall extend another invitation when the opportunity arises. Gaara nodded slightly before shouldering his gourd and departing. Temari and Kankuro exhaled in relief, eager to follow. But at that moment, Naruto remarked, Gaara is profoundly lonely. I hope you can accompany him and help him emerge from his solitude. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances with Naruto, remaining silent as they hurried after Gaara. Naruto sighed deeply, feeling sorrow not only for Gaara but for all Jinchuriki. At that moment, Shikamaru and Sasuke approached. Shikamaru inquired, Naruto, why did you invite them? That Gaara is quite dangerous. Sasuke echoed, indeed, you fool. Naruto, with a sense of resignation, replied, because Gaara is a Jinchuriki, and he is the most sorrowful and isolated of them all. Unlike me, I encountered you, Sasuke, and Hinata at the age of 5, and Shikamaru at 7. My childhood was not steeped in sadness, but Gaara has lived in a realm of pain, solitude, and sorrow. I wish to change his fate, to prevent him from sinking further into despair. Upon hearing Naruto's description of Gaara, Shikamaru and Sasuke began to comprehend Naruto's motivation for inviting him. Sasuke remarked, another victim of the world's hatred and sorrow. Naruto nodded and said, indeed, all Jinchuriki share this plight, used as weapons due to hatred and grief. They become victims of animosity, not only the Jinchuriki themselves, but also the tailed beasts within them. Thus, we must strive for peace in this world, liberating both the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki from human hatred. Shikamaru remarked, while this has been our aspiration since childhood, I still lack confidence in our ability to achieve it. Naruto smiled. If it were easy, why would we need your intellect, Shikamaru, or Sasuke's decisiveness, or my leadership? Shikamaru, believe in yourself, and trust in me and Sasuke, we will succeed. Shikamaru chuckled, you needn't worry about me, Naruto. I was merely feeling a bit nostalgic. Now, aren't you and Hinata supposed to be treating us? Shouldn't you make arrangements? If Choji doesn't get his barbecue tonight, prepare to face his wrath. Prompted by Shikamaru's reminder, Naruto exclaimed, right, the barbecue. I must go reserve a table with Hinata. You all continue your conversation. With that, he hurried off to find Hinata. Sasuke watched Naruto's hurried demeanor and shook his head, saying, what a fool. Always so impulsive. Shikamaru chuckled, indeed. Yet it is precisely his nature that inspires us to strive for him, is it not? Sasuke pondered for a moment before replying with a smile, you are quite right. Shikamaru remarked, there exists a certain charm about Naruto, a compelling allure that incites an irresistible urge to assist him in realizing his dreams. He possesses the extraordinary ability to unite everyone around him, galvanizing them towards a common goal. Despite the seemingly elusive nature of this objective, one cannot help but believe in his potential to achieve it. Sasuke echoed this sentiment. Indeed, it is this very quality that has led me to relinquish my original intentions and place my faith in him. Shikamaru was aware that Sasuke was alluding to his brother, a matter Sasuke had confided in him, yet he sensed that Sasuke was reluctant to delve into it further. Thus, Shikamaru deftly shifted the conversation, saying, Sasuke, it appears you have simultaneously accepted the affections of both Sakura and Ino. I never would have imagined you to be such a flirt. Although Sasuke recognized Shikamaru's attempt to divert the discussion, he felt no gratitude for the change in topic, particularly one so personal. With a frosty demeanor, Sasuke retorted, what is the matter? Do you have an issue with that? Observing Sasuke's sudden chill, Shikamaru realized he had erred in his choice of subject and, in a flurry of nervousness, explained, "And no, as long as you both are happy, that's what matters. Heh, I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave." With that, Shikamaru made a hasty retreat. As Sasuke watched Shikamaru flee in distress, he was reminded of Sakura and Ino, contemplating them. He lifted his gaze to the sunset, the waning light casting a warm glow upon his face, eliciting a subtle smile at the corners of his lips. After arranging the details for the evening's gathering with Hinata at the barbecue restaurant, Naruto parted ways with her. Upon returning home, he found Kakashi and Karui waiting for him at his doorstep. Noticing Karui's woeful expression, he realized that the matter he had entrusted to Kakashi remained unresolved. With a frown, he approached and said, "Let us discuss this inside." Once he opened the door, a heavy silence enveloped him as he entered. Kakashi sighed at Naruto's grim countenance and urged Karui, "You may enter." Naruto settled onto his bed, while Kakashi casually took a chair, and Karui stood beside Naruto. With a somber expression, Naruto inquired, "What exactly is going on? Why did the third Hokage refuse to allow Karui to reside in Konoha?" Kakashi replied, "Well, that isn't entirely accurate. Initially, after I explained the situation to the third, he was in agreement. However, following the tournament, he summoned me again through the Umbu." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so it seems there were subsequent developments?" Kakashi nodded. "Yes, the people from the grass village contacted the third, claiming that Karui is a ninja from their village and requested her return." Naruto, puzzled, remarked, "Though the old man has his vices, he is not one to shy away from confrontation. Why would he acquiesce to such demands? Do not tell me he is afraid of them." Kakashi's expression darkened. As within Konoha, only Naruto dared to speak so irreverently of the third. Choosing to overlook Naruto's disrespect, Kakashi clarified, the third would certainly not concede to their unreasonable demands. However, they threatened to disseminate information portraying Konoha as unlawfully detaining their ninja if Karui were not returned. The third, considering Konoha's reputation, felt compelled to compromise. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto erupted in fury, exclaiming, "To compromise for the sake of mere reputation is utterly absurd. Surely, Danzo and the two advisors are involved in this matter." Kakashi, recognizing Naruto's anger, could only nod helplessly. Suppressing his rage, Naruto smiled and said, "Very well, Kakashi-sensei, I understand. Leave this matter to me. These old fools are regressing with age. I shall handle it myself." Kakashi, anxious, cautioned, "Naruto, do not act recklessly." Naruto replied with a grin, "Kakashi-sensei, I am not that impulsive. If those old-timers cannot reach an agreement with the grass village, then allow me to negotiate with them." He turned to Kagaya and declared, "Let's go find the third Hokage." With that, he took Kagaya's hand and headed towards the third Hokage's office. Kakashi quickly interjected, "Wait for me. I will accompany you." He hurried to catch up with Naruto, concerned that Naruto might speak indiscreetly in front of the third Hokage and the advisors. Arriving at the Hokage Tower, Naruto announced their presence and entered, holding Kagaya's hand. Seeing Naruto's imposing demeanor, Kakashi sighed in resignation and followed him inside. The third Hokage, noticing Naruto's fervent approach, sensed that trouble was brewing and sighed, "Naruto, what brings you here in such haste?" Observing the presence of the two advisors and Danzo, Naruto realized they were indeed waiting for him. He then composed himself and stated, "Lord Hokage, I wish to understand why Kagaya cannot remain in Konoha. Out of respect for you, I thought it best to inquire directly." The third Hokage sighed and replied, "It is not that I do not wish for her to stay in Konoha, but she is from the grass village. We cannot disregard their wishes. Forcibly keeping Kagaya here would tarnish Konoha's reputation." Naruto scoffed, "Old man, you would send Kagaya back to a place that is a veritable hell for her merely to preserve a so-called reputation?" At this moment, Tsunade, who had been silent, interjected, "Naruto Uzumaki, watch your tone." Kakashi quickly attempted to mediate, "Lady Tsunade, please do not be upset. Naruto is still just a child." Tsunade retorted angrily, "Kakashi, silence yourself." Naruto added, "Kakashi-sensei, this is not your concern." Kakashi felt caught in an awkward position, embarrassed by the exchange. Naruto defiantly continued, "What is wrong with my attitude? You all are solely focused on Konoha's interests, and while that is just, you must not forget the purpose of Konoha's founding, to provide a stable environment for the Forsaken. What you are doing now, what does that even represent?" The third Hokage sighed again, "Naruto, you are correct. The original intention of Konoha's establishment was indeed for the people to live in a secure environment. However, if Konoha disregards its image, it will be perceived as tyrannical and unreasonable by outsiders, which could lead to rejection by other nations and potentially spark war. Is that what you wish to see? Naruto retorted. In the end, you are simply afraid of damaging Konoha's reputation, aren't you? The third Hokage sighed. Naruto, you must understand. All of this is for the sake of Konoha. Naruto retorted with a cold smile. It's not for Konoha. It's because of your incompetence, old man. If you cannot handle the Grass Ninja Village, then allow me to take charge. I shall speak with them and ensure they relent, without tarnishing Konoha's reputation. The third Hokage inquired with curiosity, how do you intend to accomplish that? Naruto replied confidently, I will approach them as the head of the Uzumaki clan. My mother was a princess of the Uzumaki, and now I am the sole heir to the clan's leadership. I believe that presenting myself in this capacity will leave no room for opposition. Danzo and the two advisors presumed that the third Hokage had revealed to Naruto his mother's royal lineage, hence they found no surprise in Naruto knowing of his heritage. The third Hokage, however, thought that Naruto must have learned this from Kushina during their conversations, so he felt no astonishment. He responded, indeed, no one can contest that. If you wish to negotiate, then let it be so. With that, the third Hokage summoned the representatives of the Grass Ninja Village. At that moment, Kakashi leaned closer to Naruto and quietly asked, how did you come to know that you were the heir of the Uzumaki clan? Naruto whispered back, I was merely guessing. I didn't expect to be correct. To be honest, I had no idea my mother was a princess of the Uzumaki. Although Naruto spoke softly, the skilled individuals present caught his words, leading to a moment of bewilderment among them, creating an awkward atmosphere. Noticing the uncomfortable silence, Naruto, unfazed, maintained a demeanor as solid as a fortress. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door. The third Hokage cleared his throat and said, come in. A group of individuals from the Grass Ninja Village entered. The leader of the delegation, upon seeing Karui, smiled and said, Lord Hokage, we are truly grateful for your return of Karui. May I take her back now? He extended his hand towards Karui. Startled, she instinctively hid behind Naruto. Observing the approaching hand, Naruto swiftly pushed it away, saying, what do you think you're doing? Show some respect. Taken aback, the leader of the Grass Ninja Village turned to the third Hokage and asked, what does this mean, Lord Hokage? Do you intend to disrupt the peace between our villages? The third Hokage replied calmly, well, we have no reason to prevent you from taking Karui. If this young man before you disallows it, then you lack the right to take her. The leader of the delegation looked at Naruto with confusion and said, oh, what gives him the authority to intervene in our affairs? Naruto smiled and replied, I possess this authority by virtue of being the head of the Uzumaki clan. And since Karui is one of my kin, I believe I am quite justified in my stance. The leader of the Grass Ninja Village, perplexed, responded, the Uzumaki clan? I was unaware of that. Naruto chuckled, of course, you were unaware. If Karui were not of the Uzumaki lineage, how do you think she could wield such extraordinary abilities? You wretches not only caused the demise of Xianglin's mother, but also sought to further oppress her, audaciously proclaiming that she belongs to your Grass Ninja Village. Do you think my Uzumaki clan is to be trifled with? Upon uttering these words, Naruto exuded an overwhelming aura of menace. The Grass Ninja was instantaneously immobilized by Naruto's formidable presence, allowing Naruto to seize him by the throat in that fleeting moment. The other Grass Ninjas attempted to intervene, yet they too were ensnared by the chains emanating from Naruto. The third Hokage, witnessing Naruto's sudden aggression, anxiously implored, Naruto, do not act impulsively. Ignoring the third Hokage, Naruto yanked the Grass Ninja closer and declared, for the transgression of taking Xianglin's mother from her, I could annihilate your village. The fact that you dare to demand Xianglin from me after such an atrocity reveals your utter lack of shame. Do you truly wish to court demise? The Grass Ninja, gazing into Naruto's frigid eyes, felt as though he were staring into the abyss, trembling uncontrollably. Observing that Naruto seemed intent on taking a life, the third Hokage urged, Naruto, release him at once. After a brief glance at the third Hokage, Naruto relinquished his grasp, and the Grass Ninja scrambled backward in terror. Naruto coldly warned, you are not to appear before Xianglin again. Should you dare to bully my kin, you shall witness the true terror of Uzumaki Naruto. Do you comprehend? The Grass Ninja, quaking with fear, replied, I understand. We shall never appear before Xianglin again. Lord Hokage, may we take our leave? The third Hokage nodded in affirmation, retracting the chains. Naruto stated indifferently, should you contemplate any further schemes, I would not hesitate to pay a visit to your grass ninja village. Not a soul in the ninja world could utter a single reproach against me. Uzumaki Naruto. Am I clear? The leading grass ninja, trembling, responded, we dare not. We understand what must be done. Please rest assured, clan leader Uzumaki. With that, they fled in haste, fearful of Naruto's potential change of heart. After the grass ninjas retreated, Naruto turned to the third Hokage and said, now that this matter is resolved, Xianglin and I shall take our leave. With a solemn expression, Naruto departed alongside Xianglin. The third Hokage, observing Naruto's discontented demeanor, could only sigh deeply. Hearing the third Hokage's sigh, Kakashi offered words of comfort. Lord Third, Naruto is simply too young to grasp your predicament. I believe he will come to understand in time. The third Hokage chuckled softly. Ah, Kakashi, do not attempt to console me. I recognize that Naruto is genuinely disappointed in me. Allowing Xianglin to join Konoha was a commendable decision. Yet I faltered out of fear for the village's reputation. I fear I have let him down. At that moment, Mitarashi Anko remarked, Hizashi, your choice was not misguided. The third Hokage replied, is it truly not misguided? Why then did Jiraiya and Tsunade depart from Konoha? Why did Orochimaru betray us? They, like Naruto, have likely lost faith in me. Alas, it seems I have grown old. Once this examination concludes, it may well be time for me to step aside and allow the youth to assume the mantle of Hokage. Danzo expressed his astonishment, saying, what do you mean? You wish to step down? The ever-concerned Tsunade echoed his surprise. Indeed, if you resign, what will become of Konoha? Only Mito Minyan maintained a semblance of composure as he inquired, Hizashi, whom do you intend to appoint as your successor? After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage smiled and suggested, let either Jiraiya or Tsunade assume this role. Tsunade pondered briefly before responding. Both of them could indeed be suitable, but at present, they are not within the village. At that moment, Mito Minyan remarked, their absence from the village is not the main concern. The real issue lies in how you plan to persuade them to accept your position. As you are well aware, neither of them is particularly enthusiastic about becoming Hokage, especially Tsunade. Due to her past with Dan, she harbors a profound disdain for the role. The third Hokage did not respond to Mito's words, but instead turned to Danzo, asking, Danzo, what is your perspective on my decision to pass the mantle to either Jiraiya or Tsunade? Danzo replied nonchalantly, you have already made your decision. My opinion is irrelevant. With that, he departed. The third Hokage sighed as he watched Danzo leave, reflecting, Danzo, how well I understand your desire for the position of Hokage. It is merely that your views are rather radical. Moreover, we are not as young as we once were. With another sigh, the third Hokage was interrupted by Tsunade, who urged, Hizashi, you cannot afford to consider Danzo's feelings at this juncture. You must determine who will take on this role between Jiraiya and Tsunade. Mito Minyan chimed in. Indeed, Hizashi, addressing this matter should be your priority. The third Hokage, amused by their earnestness, replied, though I may be aging, I have not yet lost my clarity of thought. I am fully aware of how to manage their ascension to Hokage. There is no need for concern. Reassured by his words, the two advisors felt a sense of relief. The third Hokage then turned to Kakashi and said, very well, Kakashi, you may take your leave. There is nothing further to discuss for the time being. Kakashi nodded and responded, then I shall take my leave. Once outside the Hokage office, he wiped the sweat from his palms, exhaling deeply as he murmured, today has indeed been exhilarating. My heart can scarcely endure it. With a glance back at the Hokage building, he vanished in an instant. Upon returning home with Shikuro, Naruto sensed her unease as she timidly spoke, Naruto, did I cause you trouble? If I am a burden, perhaps I should return with them. Understanding that his demeanor had frightened her, Naruto laughed. What nonsense are you saying? I was merely upset with the third Hokage. It has nothing to do with you. Shikuro questioned, is it truly unrelated to me? With certainty, Naruto affirmed, indeed. It has nothing to do with you. You are free to live in Konoha from now on. You need not fear anymore. No one will compel you to do anything you dislike. Shikuro, still uncertain, asked, can I genuinely live in Konoha with you? Will I no longer have to live in fear? Is this truly possible? Naruto assured her, yes, it is. Upon receiving his confirmation, Shikuro burst into tears, clutching Naruto tightly. He understood well that she was overwhelmed by fear and helplessness. Suddenly finding herself in a stable home, she was overwhelmed with joy. Yet memories of her mother and the injustices she had endured surged forth, prompting her to weep uncontrollably. Naruto gently patted Sakura's shoulder and said, "If you feel the urge to cry, then let it all out. Do not bottle it up inside. Express yourself freely, and then embrace your true self." Bidding farewell to your past, Sakura sobbed for a long while before her tears subsided. Noticing her calmness, Naruto inquired with a smile, "Do you feel better now?" Sakura nodded, replying, "Yes, much better." With a warm smile, Naruto helped her to a chair and said, "Stay here for a moment while I take a shower. Afterwards, I will take you out for barbecue. My friends and I have made plans to enjoy some grilled meat today. I will introduce you to them, and soon you will have many friends." He added, "Just be good and wait for me here." With that, Naruto entered the bathroom and turned on the hot water. As the warm water cascaded over his face, he reflected on the actions of the Third Hokage that day. Though filled with frustration, Naruto understood the Third Es's burdens, realizing that his caution stemmed from a desire for peace in the village. Muttering to himself, he said, "Perhaps I should not blame him. He acts for the sake of the village." At that moment, his darker self emerged with a sly grin. "What is this? You've forgiven that lecherous old man so easily? That is unlike you." Naruto replied, "Why don't you announce your presence when you come out?" "Never mind. It's just how you are." The dark Naruto retorted angrily, "What do you mean by just how you are? Don't ignore my questions." Naruto responded, "It's nothing. I just suddenly grasped why the third acted as he did." The dark Naruto questioned, "Does understanding equate to forgiveness? If it weren't for you, that young girl would be back in the fire pit, so we cannot forgive that old lecher so easily." Just then, the benevolent Naruto chimed in. "Since when did you start caring for others? How peculiar." The dark Naruto snapped back, "Who said I care? That is absurd." The benevolent Naruto smirked. "Didn't you just express concern for that girl named Sakura entering the fire pit? Now you're contradicting yourself. How insincere." The dark Naruto was left speechless, his anger boiling over as he spat. You insidious, scheming fool." The benevolent Naruto retorted, "How am I being scheming? Just because we're familiar doesn't mean I want to accuse you of slander." The dark Naruto was so infuriated he was on the verge of exploding. At that moment, the Ninetales interrupted, "What are you two arguing about? You're disturbing my sleep. Keep it up, and I'll swallow you both." The two Narutos fell silent immediately. As the Ninetales prepared to drift off again, the benevolent Naruto timidly asked, "Kyubi, you could indeed swallow us both now. But wouldn't that cause you indigestion?" "I'm not a human, just a personality." The Ninetales, vexed, coldly replied, "Then I'll swallow you right now and see if I suffer from indigestion." Naruto interjected, "All right, enough of the bickering. I'm already quite annoyed." Instantly, the voices of the three fell silent. After a while, Shaman reappeared and remarked, "In truth, the Third Hokage is not without merit. You should forgive him. Have you forgotten your original intent in creating the seduction technique? You said you wished for the third to bleed to death. Well, I've said my piece." With that, Shaman swiftly made his exit, fearing that Naruto might devour him whole. Upon hearing Shaman words, Naruto pondered for a moment before chuckling. "Ah, bleed to death, you say? That's quite an intriguing notion. Euthanasia, indeed, very humane. I like it." Just as Naruto envisioned the third perishing under the influence of his seduction technique, Hyuga suddenly embraced him from behind. Startled, Naruto instinctively attempted to resist, but upon realizing it was Hyuga, he froze in place. Naruto gently inquired, "Hyuga, what is the matter? Has something happened?" Hyuga replied timidly, "Naruto, I'm still very frightened. I fear this is merely a dream. I dread waking up and returning to that hell. Only in your embrace do I feel real." Naruto glanced at the bite marks on Hyuga's arm, tenderly caressing the horrifying scars, and could vividly imagine the terror she had endured in Kusagakure. "It's all right, Hyuga," he reassured her. "No one will harm you ever again. I will do everything in my power to protect you, so do not be afraid. Let us have a nice bath, and then I'll take you out for a meal." After gently releasing Hyuga's grip, he hastily exited the bathroom. At that moment, the dark version of Naruto emerged with a chuckle. "Kid, you truly have a charmed life. Why the rush? You seem to be doing splendidly with that kunoichi named Kimi." Irritated, Naruto retorted, "Get lost and stay away from me." After saying this, he contemplated discussing with the Third Hokage about reclaiming his parents' house, leaving this place for Hyuga. Even if he could endure it, Hinata would eventually grow suspicious. "Yes, tomorrow it is. If he refuses, I'll make him bleed to death with my seduction technique." Speaking of which, it seemed he had only utilized his harem technique on Ebisu-sensei, never on the third. So it's settled, regardless of that lecherous old man's response. I shall give it a try. Just then, Hyuga emerged from the bathroom, clad in the bathrobe Naruto had left behind. He said to her, "Wait here a moment. I'll go buy you some clothes." With that, he leaped out of the window. Seeing Naruto escape through the window, Hyuga felt a wave of despondency wash over her. "Do I truly lack charm?" she murmured. Meanwhile, Naruto, having jumped from the window, muttered to himself, "Damn it, why is my composure so weak?" He quickly made his way to a women's clothing store, transforming into a woman before stepping inside. Resolutely, he reminded himself that he must retrieve the house from the Third Hokage the following day. When Naruto arrived at the barbecue restaurant with Hyuga, everyone else was already present. Upon seeing Naruto, Kiba called out loudly, "Naruto, over here. Why are you so late? We've all been waiting for you." The exclamation from Ya instantly captured the attention of everyone present, who turned to greet Naruto. Embarrassed, Naruto offered a smile and said, "I apologize for my tardiness. I was delayed due to some matters." After nodding in understanding, Ya noticed Karin, who was hiding behind Naruto, and inquired, "Naruto, who is this?" At that moment, all eyes shifted towards Karin, who was met with curious gazes. Naruto responded, "This is my friend, Karin. She will be residing in our village from now on. Karin, please say hello to my friends. They are all wonderful companions." Karin, albeit a bit apprehensive, greeted Naruto's friends, saying, "Hello everyone. I am Uzumaki Karin. I look forward to your guidance." Her introduction piqued Shikamaru's interest, prompting him to ask, "Naruto, could she possibly be your relative, sharing the same Uzumaki surname?" Naruto chuckled, "Shikamaru, you are quite perceptive. Just by her name, you've deduced her lineage. Karin is indeed my kin. We both belong to the Uzumaki clan." Shikamaru, puzzled, replied, "I had no idea you had family. However, I heard from my father that the Uzumaki clan was exterminated." Realizing the inappropriateness of his question, Shikamaru felt a twinge of regret, but his curiosity persisted. Seeing the apologetic look on Shikamaru's face, Naruto laughed heartily. "No worries, I don't mind. You are correct. The Uzumaki clan was indeed annihilated, but many of our kin are scattered and still alive. My aim is to reunite those who are lost and suffering." Hinata approached Naruto, taking his hand, and stated, "Naruto-kun, I will help as well." Touched, Naruto replied gratefully, "Thank you, Hinata." Subsequently, everyone expressed their willingness to assist Naruto in locating his lost relatives, to which Naruto expressed his heartfelt gratitude. While this gathering of classmates was filled with warmth and camaraderie, in the adjacent room, Kakashi wore a frown. Asuma, puzzled, asked, "Kakashi, why do you appear so glum? Has something unpleasant occurred?" Kakashi sighed, "It's nothing. I'm merely concerned for that rascal Naruto. He tends to speak without thinking, and I worry he might find himself in trouble." Kakashi recalled Naruto's confrontation with the Third Hokage and the two advisors, which deepened his sigh. Meanwhile, Kurenai, accompanied by Anko, remarked with evident frustration, "That brat doesn't need your concern. You should worry about yourself instead. If you get into trouble, he'll be just fine." The other teachers sensed the discontent in Anko's tone, prompting Kakashi to curiously ask, "Anko, has Naruto offended you?" The rest looked on with intrigue. Realizing her words had drawn attention, Anko quickly clarified, No, that brat, Naruto, could never offend me. You all know my temperament. If he dared to cross me, I would let him off. I just think he can handle anything, even Orochimaru, so nothing should be able to faze him." Hehehe. The other teachers accepted Anko's explanation, though Kurenai continued to regard her with skepticism. Red Bean felt a growing discomfort under the scrutinizing gaze of Hong, and hastily invited everyone to indulge in food to mask her inner turmoil. This action only intensified Hong's suspicions, but now was not the opportune moment to question her closest confidant. She resolved to inquire later when they returned, certain it would yield unexpected revelations. With a mischievous smile directed at Red Bean, Hong's intentions were anything but pure. Upon witnessing that smile, Red Bean's expression stiffened, realizing that Hong had picked up on her unease, which only led her to resent Naruto even more. She thought to herself, "It's all that brat's fault. If only I could catch him off guard, I'd make him pay dearly for this, that wretched little imp." Meanwhile, Naruto, blissfully enjoying barbecued meat with his friends, suddenly felt a tightening in his chest, as if foreboding trouble was on the horizon. Noticing Naruto's unusual demeanor, Hinata inquired with concern, Naruto-kun, what's wrong? He replied with a smile, it's nothing, perhaps just my imagination. The warmth of Hinata's concern enveloped him, prompting Naruto to take her hand and say, Hinata, thank you for always caring about me. I feel like the luckiest person in the world. Hinata, taken aback by Naruto's sudden confession, shyly lowered her gaze. Her cheeks flushing crimson, and Naruto found her even more endearing. At that moment, Kiba jestingly interjected, Naruto, Hinata, could you two refrain from being so mushy? Have you considered the feelings of your companions? Most of us are still single, while you and Sasuke are the only ones being so brazen. Sakura and Ino, seated beside Sasuke, followed Hinata's lead and lowered their heads, their faces similarly flushed. Observing their reaction, Sasuke remarked with indifference, Kiba, you're just jealous, considering your single status. I'll let it slide. After all, it's not my fault you lack the capability. Naruto chimed in, Sasuke's right, Kiba. You're just envious, you know? Jealousy is unseemly. You must strive for improvement, or you'll remain single forever. Girls aren't fond of jealous boys, are they, Hinata? At this, Hinata instinctively nodded. Kiba felt an overwhelming sense of despair, turning to Hinata and lamenting, Hinata, how could you say that too? At that moment, Shino, with utmost seriousness, stated, I believe Naruto and Sasuke are correct. Kiba, you are indeed jealous. Kiba, hearing Shino's affirmation, felt a crushing blow to his spirit, teetering on the brink of collapse as he slumped over the table. The group erupted in laughter at Kiba's disheartened appearance. Meanwhile, sitting beside Naruto, Ino observed the budding affection between him and Hinata. Though she had previously relinquished her feelings for Naruto, witnessing Sakura and Ino's camaraderie with Sasuke reignited her determination. She encouraged herself, Ino, you cannot give up. If Sakura and Ino can both be by Sasuke's side, you can surely be with Naruto alongside Hinata. Do not be disheartened. Just make an effort to win Naruto's heart. Had Naruto been privy to Ino's thoughts at that moment, he would have confronted Sasuke for his flirtatious ways and regretted his earlier remarks to him. As the group finished their meal, Naruto turned to Hinata and said, Hinata, let me walk you home. Hinata nodded, yes, that sounds good, Naruto-kun. Naruto, with a tone of regret, addressed everyone, I apologize, everyone. I must escort Hinata home first and shall return shortly. The crowd expressed their understanding. As Naruto walked with Hinata towards the Hyuga residence, he felt apprehensive about Hinata possibly misunderstanding him. Thus, he took the initiative to explain to Hinata the background and experiences of Kagaya. After hearing Naruto's words, Hinata inquired, so, Naruto-kun, are you planning to have Kagaya stay at your home? Naruto nodded affirmatively, indeed. Tomorrow, I will approach the Third Hokage to reclaim the house my parents left for me, allowing Kagaya to reside in my current home. Hinata smiled warmly, Naruto-kun, you truly are kind-hearted. I shall assist you tomorrow. Feeling a bit bashful, Naruto replied, it's nothing significant. I merely cannot bear to see Kagaya suffer any further. Hinata, witnessing Naruto's earnestness, couldn't help but smile as well. After escorting Hinata back to the Hyuga home, Naruto returned to the barbecue restaurant, where only Sasuke and Kagaya remained. Approaching Sasuke with a grin, Naruto expressed, thank you, Sasuke, for looking after Kagaya. Sasuke responded nonchalantly, it's no trouble. Turning to Kagaya, Naruto said, please wait a moment, Kagaya. I need to have a brief discussion with Sasuke. Kagaya nodded, sure, I'll wait here. Once outside, Sasuke joined Naruto and asked, what is it you wish to discuss? Naruto replied, Sasuke, I would like you to accompany me tomorrow at noon to seek out Lady Anko and learn the summoning technique, so you can swiftly master Sage Mode. Sasuke, puzzled, responded, wasn't this already agreed upon? Is there anything else? Naruto continued, when you arrive at the Dragon Cave, ensure you find trustworthy large snakes. As most of the serpents there are malevolent, I want to remind you to seek out those you can rely on for your training in Sage Mode. Also, be wary of the White Snake Sage. She is quite treacherous and cunning, not to be easily trusted. Sasuke nodded, understood. I will find those I can trust. You need not worry. I shall take my leave now. Seeing that Sasuke had comprehended his advice, Naruto affirmed, very well, you may go. I will fetch Kagaya. After a nod from Sasuke, he departed. Naruto returned to the barbecue restaurant, settled the bill, and brought Kagaya back to his home. After laying out a mattress from the cupboard, he retrieved a set of pajamas from the new women's clothing and handed them to Kagaya, saying, you shall sleep in the bed tonight. Please change into these pajamas in the bathroom. Kagaya, feeling shy, took the pajamas and hurried to the bathroom, her heart racing with anticipation. When Kagaya emerged in her pajamas, She found Naruto already asleep on the floor. Feeling bashful, she approached him, observing his serene sleeping face, which filled her with shyness. Tentatively, she reached out to caress Naruto's fair cheek, but he stirred slightly, causing her to retract her hand in fright. Seeing that Naruto remained asleep, she shyly lifted the blanket and nestled beside him, embracing him while running her fingers through his long hair. Gazing at Naruto's peaceful face, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and warmth envelop her. Xianglin lay upon Naruto's chest, listening to the rhythmic thumping of his heart, and in that moment, she was enveloped in an unparalleled sense of happiness, a sensation she had never experienced before. A gentle smile graced her lips as she drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Naruto awoke languidly, sensing a weight upon him. Curious, he reached out to discern the nature of this pressure, only to find it soft and squirming beneath his touch. It seemed that he had also encountered long strands of hair. Upon opening his eyes to gaze at his chest, he beheld Xianglin nestled against him, sleeping soundly, while his hand rested on her back. Naruto mused to himself, perhaps my method of rising is flawed, leading to this illusion. He closed his eyes once more, and after a brief moment, opened them again to confirm that indeed, Xianglin was still there, asleep upon him. With calm determination, Naruto gently removed his arm from around Xianglin, ensuring she remained undisturbed, and then proceeded to cover her with a blanket before retrieving his clothes and making his way to the bathroom. Thoughts swirled in his mind. I need a shower to collect my thoughts. What on earth is happening? At that moment, his darker self emerged, commenting, "What's the fuss? It's merely a woman. Why be so troubled?" Naruto erupted, "Silence. I need some peace." The darker version of himself promptly fell silent. Turning on the hot water, he let the cool streams cascade over him, reflecting on the situation until he finally concocted a rationale. He murmured, "It must be that Xianglin suffers from somnambulism. I recall hearing that those who lack a sense of security often exhibit sleepwalking tendencies. Yes, that must be it." At this juncture, his benevolent self could no longer contain himself, interjecting, "That explanation is rather flimsy." Naruto, feeling as if his tail had been stepped on, retorted sharply, "What is wrong with my reasoning?" His kind self quickly replied, "Nothing at all. I merely meant you were quite astute. Xianglin indeed has somnambulism. Both this fellow and I witnessed it last night, did we not?" The darker self affirmed, "Indeed, we did." Relief washed over Naruto as he felt a weight lift from his heart. In a brightened mood, he declared, "I should go buy breakfast. Otherwise, Xianglin will awaken soon." With that, he donned his attire and set off to procure a morning meal. Meanwhile, within Naruto's sealed space, the Ninetales curiously inquired, "How can one assert that girl was sleepwalking when she willingly sought out Naruto to sleep beside him?" The benevolent self chuckled, "Ah, you see, humans often concoct various excuses to soothe themselves, allowing them to accept truths that are otherwise difficult to bear." The Ninetales replied, "Humans truly are complex creatures." The darker self interjected, "Kyubi, your statement lacks precision. It is any sentient being that embodies complexity, yourself included, would you not agree?" The Ninetales laughed heartily. "You make a valid point." At that moment, Naruto returned home with breakfast in hand, finding Xianglin already awake. He smiled and said, "Xianglin, come eat breakfast. Afterward, we shall pay a visit to the Third Hokage." Xianglin inquired with curiosity, "Why do we need to see the Third Hokage?" Naruto replied, "I intend to reclaim the house my parents left me. Besides, you need a place to stay as well. Therefore, once I retrieve my parents' house, you can reside there." At that moment, Xianglin burst into tears, asking, "Do you not want me anymore?" Naruto, taken aback by her weeping, felt a pang of anxiety and was at a loss for how to respond. He stammered, "Please, don't cry. I never said I would abandon you. Could you please stop crying?" Yet, no matter what Naruto said to comfort her, Xianglin continued to sob. Ultimately, he resigned himself and said, "All right. How about this? I'll let you stay with me." Only then did Xianglin quiet down and inquire, "Really?" Naruto sighed in resignation and affirmed, "Yes. I will let you stay with me, but we must move to the house my parents left me. This place is simply too small for two." At this, Xianglin's tears transformed into a smile as she replied, "As long as I can be with you, I don't mind where we live." Naruto sighed deeply, expressing his helplessness. After breakfast, Naruto took Xianglin to see the Third Hokage. Upon seeing them, the third asked, "Oh, Naruto, why are you not angry with your grandfather?" Naruto retorted, "To expect me not to be angry is naive. I am here for the house my parents left me, not to forgive you." Old man, return the house to me. The third sighed and explained, Naruto, your grandfather had no choice. For the sake of Konoha, I had to act this way. Otherwise, it would cause trouble for the village. I hope you can understand my predicament. Angered by the third's words, Naruto shot back, I understand you. However, have you ever considered Xianglin's feelings? Furthermore, how could the esteemed Hokage of Konoha be led by the nose by a small village like the Grass Village? Is that dignified? If you continue to endure this, you will tarnish Konoha's reputation. We have never feared war in Konoha. Hearing Naruto's words, the third sighed, but war results in countless deaths and the destruction of families. Have you thought about that? Naruto countered, does the absence of war mean no one dies? Does it mean families do not suffer destruction? Old man, you are truly aging. You cannot even grasp this. War is not the end. It is merely a means to achieve peace. Of course, achieving peace is not solely reliant on warfare. The best strategy is to outsmart the enemy. If that fails, one must engage in diplomacy. If that fails, then military action, and if all else fails, siege. War is the last resort. If you do not comprehend this, how can you serve as Hokage and manage Konoha? The third was taken aback by Naruto's words and exclaimed, Naruto, who taught you these things? Whoever it is must be an extraordinary talent. At that moment, Naruto realized he had inadvertently revealed the ancient military strategies of his past life in a moment of anger, feeling a wave of panic wash over him. Finally, he could only say, a military expert taught me this in a dream. Now, old man, let us not digress. I want my parents' house back. The third Hokage initially intended to inquire further, but it was evident that Naruto wished to avoid the topic, so he refrained from pressing the matter. The third replied, your parents' house. Even if I wish to hand it over to you, I am unable to do so. Your parents' belongings are all safeguarded by Jiraiya. Even the sealing scrolls I intended to give you were left here by him, stating that if you possess the talent for sealing techniques, I should present them to you. Therefore, you must seek Jiraiya. Naruto, filled with excitement, exclaimed, you want me to go find that perverted sage? But where am I supposed to locate him? He is not even in the village right now. The third, with an air of indifference, chuckled, that is no concern of mine. The possessions of your parents reside with Jiraiya. I cannot assist you. You must figure it out for yourself. Frustrated, Naruto retorted, this is all your fault, you old fool. The third, puzzled, replied, how is it my fault? To which Naruto, in a fit of unreasonable anger, declared, regardless, it is your fault. If I cannot obtain the house, I will ensure you do not have it easy either. With that, Naruto swiftly created dozens of shadow clones, and, once more forming seals, invoked the harem technique. Instantly, the Hokage's office was filled with indescribable chaos. After departing with a blushing Sakura, a ninja entered with documents to find the third, only to discover him collapsed in a pool of blood. Alarmed, the ninja rushed to check, realizing that the third was not dead, but merely unconscious from excessive blood loss. Hidden in the recesses of the office, several Umbu members were also found lying in a pool of blood, murmuring, am I in heaven? Oh, how beautiful heaven is. In the aftermath, the third imposed a gag order, turning the incident into an unsolved mystery within the village of Konoha. Naruto returned home, his demeanor still heated, only to encounter Hinata waiting for him at his doorstep. He immediately approached her, asking, Hinata, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Hinata smiled, Naruto-kun. Have you forgotten? I mentioned last night that I would come to help you move today. Only then did Naruto recall her words from the previous evening as he sheepishly responded, I'm so sorry. Hinata, I completely forgot. Hinata reassured him, it's all right. Shall we begin moving now? Naruto, with reluctance, replied, no, Hinata, my parents' house is not with that lecherous old man, but rather with the perverted sage. And I cannot find him at the moment. Hinata, with a hint of disappointment, said, I see. Well, next time you move, please call me. Naruto nodded, assuring her, definitely. I will ask you for help next time. This brought a smile to Hinata's face. Hinata suggested, since there's nothing to do this morning, I'll take my leave now, Naruto-kun. Just as she prepared to depart, Naruto proposed, well, Hinata, since we have no pressing matters, shall we take a stroll in the park? It seems we haven't walked together in quite some time. Hinata smiled, yes, I would love that, Naruto-kun. Seeing her agree filled Naruto with joy, and he turned to Sakura, saying, Sakura, I'm going for a walk with Hinata. You can either stay at home or go out for a bit. Here's some money. Take it for now. All right, I'm off. With that, Naruto happily took Hinata's hand, and they set off together. As Xianglin gazed at the retreating figures of Naruto and Hinata, a profound emptiness settled in her heart, leaving her utterly despondent. While she had always known of Naruto's affections for Hinata, she could not help but yearn to draw nearer to him. With a heavy heart, Xianglin returned home and sat beside Naruto's bed, resting her head upon his pillow, inhaling his lingering scent, and reminiscing about his smile and the tenderness he had shown her. Tears inexplicably streamed down her cheeks. By midday, Sasuke arrived at Naruto's home. Upon finding Xianglin at the door, he inquired curiously, "Where's that big fool? Is he not home?" Xianglin replied, "He went out with Hinata and hasn't he returned yet?" Noticing her despondency, Sasuke remarked, "Oh, I see. Well, I'll take my leave then." As he turned to depart, Sasuke's voice lingered in the air. "If you are unwilling to accept this, then strive to grow stronger. Only by becoming strong can you remain by his side and support him, making it impossible for him to forget you." Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Xianglin abruptly lifted her head to look at him, but he had already left. In her heart, she resolved, "Indeed, I cannot simply give up. If I wallow in self-pity, Naruto will never come to love me. It is far better to follow Sasuke's advice and become powerful. If I can aid Naruto and remain by his side, surely one day he will come to love me." With newfound determination, Xianglin began her search within Naruto's home. At last, she discovered what she had been seeking beneath his bed. Gazing at the scrolls within the box, she murmured, "This is the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan that the Third Hokage spoke of. If I can master this, I will be able to help Naruto and remain by his side." Filled with excitement, she carefully retrieved a scroll and began to study it earnestly. Meanwhile, Sasuke, having left Naruto's house, found himself at Ichiraku Ramen, just in time to see Naruto and Hinata exiting the establishment. Upon spotting Sasuke, Naruto cheerfully exclaimed, "Sasuke, what brings you here? I was just about to take Hinata home and then come find you." Hinata also greeted Sasuke, saying, "Hello, Sasuke-kun." Nodding to Hinata, Sasuke replied to Naruto, "I just came from your house. Xianglin told me you were out with Hinata, so I came here to look for you." Naruto chuckled, "I'll take Hinata home first, and then we can go find Anko-sensei. I think she is at the dango shop now." Hinata interjected with a smile, "No need for that, Naruto-kun. Since you and Sasuke-kun have things to do, I can return home on my own." Concerned, Naruto asked, "Are you sure you don't need help?" Hinata reassured him, "Really, it's fine, Naruto-kun." With a nod, Naruto replied, "All right then, Hinata, take care on your way back." Hinata smiled, "It's all right. Well then, Naruto-kun. Sasuke-kun, I shall take my leave." Sasuke nodded, and Naruto said, "Be careful on your way." After Hinata acknowledged him with a nod, she turned and walked away. It was only after Hinata's figure had vanished from his sight that Naruto turned to Sasuke and said, "Now, let us go." With that, they made their way toward the dango shop. Upon arriving, Naruto and Sasuke found Anko happily indulging in several dango skewers. Naruto cheerfully greeted, "Red Bean Sensei, I knew I would find you here. We have a small favor to ask of you." Upon seeing Naruto, Red Bean was instantly irritated, especially after being relentlessly interrogated by Hong about what transpired between her and Naruto the previous night, leaving her utterly exasperated. Thus, she was in no mood to offer a pleasant demeanor. Coldly, she replied, "What is it, you brat? I don't believe we're that familiar." Naruto, sensing her tone indicated lingering resentment over the Chunin exams incident, internally lamented the dark version of himself before putting on a smile. "Oh, come on, Red Bean Sensei. Don't be so distant. After all, you are my senior. Let us not be so petty." Red Bean retorted, "Who are you calling a senior? Am I that old?" Naruto quickly corrected himself, "Of course not. Red Bean Sensei, you are so beautiful. How could one possibly say you are old?" "Right, Red Bean Nichin. I know you are the most generous person and wouldn't hold grudges against a mere genin like me." He then nuzzled against her, playfully pleading, "Sister, please help me out." Red Bean was thoroughly disgusted by Naruto's antics, shoving him away with disdain. Even the typically aloof Sasuke could not tolerate Naruto's behavior, keeping his distance and averting his gaze, clearly expressing his disapproval of the clownish antics. However, Naruto was not one to give up easily, continuing to pester Red Bean. Eventually, Red Bean, overwhelmed by Naruto's persistence, snapped, "What exactly do you want me to help you with?" Naruto straightened up, saying earnestly, "Well, Red Bean Sensei, I would like you to teach Sasuke the summoning technique." Red Bean, perplexed, asked, "Why should I teach Sasuke the summoning technique? Doesn't Kakashi Sensei know it? Why not ask him?" Naruto responded, Because I want Sasuke to learn the sage mode of the dragon cave to heal the dark wounds he bears. That's why I'm asking you, Red Bean Sensei, to teach him the summoning technique. Red Bean was taken aback, exclaiming, "You want Sasuke to learn sage mode? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to master? Even my teacher, well, Orochimaru, couldn't learn it. Only Jiraiya Sensei has mastered it in Konoha." Naruto replied, "I am aware of that, but I believe Sasuke can learn it. He has been training with me since childhood on how to absorb natural chakra to enhance his body, so I am confident he can succeed." Red Bean, startled by Naruto's mention of their training with natural chakra, exclaimed, "What did you just say? You and Sasuke have been using natural chakra to enhance your bodies? Are you out of your minds?" Noticing Red Bean's familiarity with natural chakra, Naruto inquired curiously, "Red Bean Sensei, you seem to know quite a bit about natural chakra and sage mode as well." With a hint of pride, Red Bean replied, "Of course I do. When I was training with my teacher, well, Orochimaru, he dreamed of mastering sage mode." Naruto, intrigued, asked, "Orochimaru wanted sage mode? But wait, Red Bean Sensei, isn't his greatest desire immortality? Why sage mode?" Feigning indifference at Naruto's curiosity, Red Bean provocatively responded, "Why should I tell you? Who do you think you are to me?" Naruto, unwilling to accept Hondo's silence, immediately grasped her arm and shook it, whining, "Please tell me, Sister Hondo." Once again, he succeeded in nauseating both Hondo and Sasuke. With a hint of impatience, Hondo replied, "Let go of me. If you don't, I won't tell you anything." Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly released her, feigning innocence. Hondo cast a disdainful glance at Naruto's belly and remarked, "When you seek something, you call me sister. When you don't, I'm merely a teacher. What kind of person are you?" Embarrassed, Naruto scratched his head and smiled foolishly. After another disdainful look, Hondo continued, "Utilizing natural chakra to refine one's body can extend life significantly, potentially achieving immortality." Naruto, puzzled by Hondo's words, asked, "But, Sister Hondo, how is it that when Sasuke and I used natural chakra for refinement, we encountered problems?" Recognizing Naruto's change in demeanor, Hondo decided not to tease him further, explaining, "Your training methods were flawed. To properly use natural chakra for body refinement, one must first master sage mode. Sage mode allows one to convert natural chakra into one's own chakra and then use it to refine the body, ensuring no harm comes to oneself. You and Sasuke, however, directly employed natural chakra for refinement, akin to using someone else's chakra to attack oneself, and the potency of this chakra is quite formidable." Realizing his error, Naruto likened the situation to the missteps in martial training from his past life, akin to the tales of Ouyang Feng misapplying the Nine scriptures, where the order was crucial. The thought that he and Sasuke, along with Hinata, might end up like Ouyang Feng, driven mad by their mistakes, sent a chill down his spine. Observing Naruto's expression, Hondo knew he had grasped the crux of the matter. With a cold smile, she remarked, "Now you understand the folly of your actions. Henceforth, refrain from being overly clever. Sometimes, such cleverness can lead to dire consequences." Naruto gulped and replied, "I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Sister Hondo. I will be more cautious." Noticing that Hondo had resumed her focus on eating dumplings and drinking red bean soup, Naruto hesitantly ventured, Sister Hondo, about Sasuke's summoning technique." Ignoring him, Hondo elegantly finished her red bean soup and departed, prompting Naruto to hurriedly follow Sasuke out. However, as Hondo reached the doorway, the owner stopped her, saying, "Excuse me, you haven't paid yet." Instantly, Hondo felt embarrassed. Noticing her discomfort, Naruto quickly pulled out his wallet and cheerfully declared, "Let me handle it, Sister Hondo." Hondo, repulsed by Naruto's ingratiating expression, hurried away, with Sasuke following closely behind, equally disgusted. Seeing Sasuke's expression, Naruto felt his mood plummet. He muttered, "Who did I offend? I did all this for you, truly ungrateful." As Sasuke and Hondo moved farther away, Naruto hastily settled the bill and chased after them. Hondo led Sasuke and Naruto to the training ground in the back mountains of Konoha, where she performed a series of hand signs to summon a colossal snake, which then expelled an enormous scroll before vanishing. After Hondo picked up the scroll, she tossed it in front of Sasuke and said, "Unfurl the scroll, inscribe your name, and seal it with your blood." The sequence of hand signs is Wu, Wei, Shun, Yu Shu, and Hai. Sasuke opened the scroll. The first three names were no longer legible. The fourth was Orochimaru, and the fifth was Ushirtai Hondo. After a glance, Sasuke bit his thumb and wrote Uchiha Sasuke in the sixth empty space. After marking it with blood from all 5 fingers, he returned the scroll to Hongdo. Once she had put away the scroll, Hongdo said to Sasuke, "All right, now it's your turn to give it a try." Sasuke nodded slightly, feeling a bit anxious. Naruto chuckled, "Sasuke, you got this. I believe in you." After glancing at Naruto, Sasuke made a small incision in his palm with his blood and formed the hand sign, declaring, "Summoning technique." A puff of smoke later, a little snake about a foot long appeared. Sasuke's expression was one of disbelief, while Naruto struggled to suppress laughter, and only Hongdo, unperturbed, laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. Unable to endure Hongdo's relentless laughter, Naruto said, "All right, Sister Hongdo, your laughter will only undermine Sasuke's confidence." Hongdo waved her hand apologetically. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's just too amusing. I couldn't help it." She continued to laugh uncontrollably. Sasuke's face darkened, and Naruto recognized that Sasuke's foul temper had resurfaced. Unable to tolerate Hongdo's mockery any longer, he said, "Come on, how long are you going to laugh? You should tell Sasuke how to summon a more suitable beast, not this pet." Realizing her jest may have been unkind, Hongdo cleared her throat and stifled her laughter, explaining, "This is due to his poor chakra control. To summon a useful creature, he needs to focus his chakra more and increase its volume." Encouraged by Hongdo's words, Naruto urged, "Sasuke, try again as Sister Hongdo suggested. I believe you will succeed this time. Go for it." Upon hearing Naruto's encouragement, Sasuke's expression softened slightly, and he formed the hand signs once more, declaring, "Summoning technique." After a puff of smoke, a snake approximately 3 meters long finally emerged. Hongdo nodded approvingly. "This is more like it. Keep practicing like this, and I believe you will master the summoning technique in a month." Naruto, delighted for Sasuke, chimed in, "Keep it up. Sasuke, in the Chunin exam a month from now, I hope you will become even stronger, and we can settle it then." Sasuke confidently replied, "All right, I will defeat you." Naruto laughed, "Not necessarily, for I too shall have my summoning beast." Sasuke, puzzled, asked, "Are you also going to learn the summoning technique?" Naruto replied, "Of course. I want to be left behind. I sense that the perverted sage will arrive in a few days, just in time for me to learn the summoning technique from him. We'll see whose summoning technique is superior." Sasuke responded confidently, "That's even better. I am a genius of the Uchiha clan. I will not lose to you." Naruto retorted, "Neither will I." The two exchanged smiles. Beside them, Hongdo remarked, "All right, I have taught you the art of spirit communication. I shall take my leave now." At that moment, Naruto interjected, "Wait, Sister Hongdo, I will accompany you." "Sasuke, you can practice by yourself." Sasuke replied, "If you have matters to attend to, go ahead. I can manage on my own." Naruto chuckled, "Then we shall take our leave. Sister Hongdo, let us go." After casting a deep glance at Naruto, Hongdo nodded, "Very well. Let us proceed." With that, she set off, closely followed by Naruto. Upon their arrival at the Forest of Death, Hongdo turned to Naruto and said, "All right, what is it? Speak quickly." Naruto replied with a smile, "Sister, you are truly astute, sensing that I have something to discuss." Hongdo, growing impatient, said, "Will you speak or not? If not, I will take my leave." Naruto reassured her, "No need to rush, sister. I merely wish to lift the seal placed upon you." Instantly on guard, Hongdo responded, "How do you know of the seal? What is your connection to Orochimaru?" Realizing that his words had caused her to misunderstand, Naruto clarified, "Sister Hongdo, you have misunderstood. I am not referring to the cursed seal on your body, but rather the seal on your memories." With a puzzled expression, Hongdo inquired, "The seal on my memories? Are you saying that my memories have been sealed?" Naruto affirmed, "Yes, a portion of your memories has been sealed, which is why I wish to help you restore them. Furthermore, I also intend to resolve the curse placed upon you by Orochimaru." Upon hearing Naruto's assurance of lifting her curse, Hongdo exclaimed with excitement, "You can truly remove my curse? Is that genuine?" Naruto nodded, "Indeed. I was the one who resolved the curse on Sasuke. Then what are we waiting for? Let us begin immediately," Hongdo urged, her enthusiasm palpable. After a nod and forming a series of hand seals, Naruto placed his hand upon Hongdo's forehead and stated, "Release." In an instant, Hongdo was flooded with memories of her last mission with Orochimaru, recalling how he had placed the curse upon her and asked if she wished to follow him. Observing the changes in her expression, Naruto understood that the seal had been lifted, and she had begun to remember that particular episode. However, seeing her troubled demeanor, he resolved not to pry further. As Hondo's expression settled, Naruto said, "Now, I will assist you in lifting the cursed seal. It may be somewhat painful, so bear with it, Sister Hondo." Curiously, she asked, "Why do you not inquire about what I have remembered?" Naruto chuckled. "Since these are sealed memories, I presume they are not of a pleasant nature. Hence my decision to refrain from asking." Hondo laughed softly. "You truly are a gentle soul." Naruto replied, "Now, I will proceed to dispel the evil sealing technique." Upon concluding his words, he formed the necessary hand seals and declared, "Evil sealing technique, release." As Naruto placed his hand upon Hondo's cursed seal, intricate patterns similar to Sasuke's emerged on her body. In an instant, Hondo sank to the ground in agony, a chilling and malevolent chakra enveloping her. She was overwhelmed by an onslaught of murderous intent that assailed her sanity. Naruto addressed his darker self, saying, "It is your turn. Absorb the negative emotions emanating from Sister Anko." The dark Naruto responded with a chilling laugh. "As you wish, he." The benevolent Naruto interjected, "Have you lost your mind?" Absorbing her negative emotions now could plunge you into an abyss of darkness from which you may never escape. Naruto replied calmly, "Only by doing so can I swiftly evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Can't you see? Trust me, I will overcome the adverse effects of these negative emotions." The benevolent Naruto sighed. "Do as you wish. There is nothing I can say to dissuade your decision. I will do my utmost to help you evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan as quickly as possible." The dark Naruto, growing impatient, retorted, "Are you always this bothersome? What he is doing is undoubtedly the correct course of action. Otherwise, when will he ever evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan? I am beginning to admire his decisiveness. Haha, only those who can be ruthless with themselves can achieve greatness." Disapproving of the dark Naruto's smug demeanor, Naruto urged, "Enough chatter, let us begin." With that, Naruto exchanged consciousness with his darker self. Upon emerging, the dark Naruto grinned wickedly. "Ah, the air outside feels refreshing. Once again, we meet, beautiful lady." He approached Anko, crouching beside her, and observed her pained expression. "You seem to be in distress. Do not worry, it will soon pass." Suddenly, he pressed his lips against hers, leaving Anko in a state of disbelief. Their eyes locked, and as Anko shyly closed her eyes, the dark Naruto, emboldened by her bashfulness, pulled her into his embrace. Anko was startled by the sudden closeness, but the sense of insecurity that had accompanied the kiss dissipated, replaced by a sense of comfort. The dark Naruto absorbed all the negative emotions that the cursed seal had instilled in Anko, and upon completing this task, he exchanged consciousness with Naruto once more. As the dark Naruto returned to the realm of consciousness, the benevolent Naruto regarded him with an odd expression. "So this was your plan. No wonder you were so bold in absorbing those negative emotions. Are you not concerned that she might seek revenge once she awakens?" The dark Naruto chuckled. "By the time she regains consciousness, she will have no time to trouble me. Besides, have you not noticed that her temperament has been shifting?" The benevolent Naruto replied, "I have always been aware of her increasingly aligning with your nature. However, this may prove beneficial. At least she is becoming more emotionally expressive, which aids in the evolution of the eyes, does it not?" The dark Naruto sighed. "You truly are a cunning fox. You see through everything." The benevolent Naruto responded, "Since it has come to this, let us proceed. If there are no changes, he may very well seal us away again, which would be quite troublesome." The dark Naruto nodded. "Then let us begin." With that, he spread his hands, summoning a chilling and malevolent energy into his palms. The benevolent Naruto mirrored this action, conjuring a force that contrasted sharply with the dark Naruto's. Together, they combined their energies and directed this power into Naruto's eyes. At this moment, Naruto, whose consciousness had just exchanged with the dark version of himself, was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of intense negative emotions that erupted within his mind. His rationality was instantly shattered, leaving only the most primal desires. With increasing fervor, Naruto tightened his embrace around Hinata, and their kisses grew ever more passionate. Hinata seemed to sense the shift in Naruto, yet she did not resist his escalating demands. Instead, she wholeheartedly reciprocated, engaging in a fervent kiss. At that moment, the combined power of both good and evil versions of Naruto finally erupted in his eyes. He felt his vision blur and instinctively closed his eyes. When he reopened them, 2 crimson streaks stained his gaze, and his eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Upon witnessing this transformation, both incarnations of Naruto erupted into laughter, exclaiming in unison, "It worked!" The good Naruto chuckled. At last, we have succeeded. Even if he realizes your scheme, he will remain silent. The dark Naruto sneered. You are not the only one who has plotted against him. Do not think I am unaware that you incited Hinata's desires. The good Naruto replied with a grin. I merely inferred your intentions from your actions towards Hinata and offered my assistance. The dark Naruto scoffed. Hypocrisy. You claim to help me while clearly orchestrating your own plans. How disingenuous. The good Naruto laughed. Of course, I have my own designs. Assisting you was merely incidental. Besides, Hinata likes him, does she not? My actions also serve her. The dark Naruto shrugged dismissively. Regardless, I cannot argue with you. As long as the outcome aligns with my desires, I shall take my leave. With that, he vanished. The good Naruto gazed at Hinata and Naruto, wishing, may you find happiness. He too disappeared. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the hidden leaf village, enveloping it in a serene embrace of nature, creating an atmosphere of harmony. Meanwhile, in the forest of death, Naruto, still clouded by negative emotions, slowly regained his awareness. He felt as though something soft and comforting was pressing against him. As he reached out to explore this object, he thought, it's soft, smooth, and exquisitely delicate. A most pleasant sensation. At that moment, he felt the object shift slightly, causing friction against his chest, and Naruto's blood began to race. He froze, realizing, this exhilarating sensation is so familiar. Ah, no, it's unmistakably reminiscent of those intimate encounters with that female sound ninja under Orochimaru. With this thought, he immediately opened his eyes, only to find Hinata resting atop him. Calmly, he closed his eyes again, reflecting, I've been so exhausted from exams and the complications with Sasuke and Ino lately that I must be hallucinating. I'll just rest a little longer, and all will be well. At that moment, a vivid memory surfaced in Naruto's mind. He recalled the instance when his consciousness had been disrupted, and he found himself increasingly dissatisfied with the kiss shared with Anko. He began to tug at the fabric of her clothing, and Anko showed no resistance to his advances. They were enveloped in a haze of desire, surrendering to their primal instincts. This recollection sent Naruto into a silent lament, questioning the absurdity of the situation and how he could possibly explain it to Hinata. No, he thought vehemently. He could not speak of it, for he feared the repercussions. As a reincarnated soul, how could he allow himself to falter here? Confession would lead to dire consequences, whereas silence would grant him reprieve. He steeled himself. There was no way he could reveal this. With resolve, Naruto opened his eyes once more, only to find Anko had also awakened. Their gazes met, and an awkward tension filled the air. In truth, Anko had been awake for some time, but, like Naruto, chose to bury her head in the sand. Unwilling to confront the reality, struggling to rise, she dressed and stated, let us pretend this never happened, understood? Without waiting for his response, she vanished in an instant. Naruto had intended to say something, but before he could utter a word, she was gone. With a deep sigh, he donned his clothing and submerged his consciousness into his mental space, preparing to exact revenge on those two scoundrels. Upon entering the mental realm, he found both his good and evil personas present. Just as he was about to speak, the benevolent side chuckled, hold on, there's no need to rush. We are acting in your best interest. Moreover, it was you who insisted on absorbing Anko's negative emotions, so you cannot blame us. Caught off guard by this preemptive remark, Naruto found himself at a loss for words. It was indeed his own decision to absorb her negativity. Seeing Naruto's silence, the benevolent persona continued cheerfully, and do not feel guilty. By absorbing her negative emotions, you have neutralized the curse within her, allowing her to use her powers freely without adverse effects. In fact, Anko owes you a debt of gratitude. So, cast aside any feelings of remorse. It's all well and good. If you truly cannot manage it, you could always take responsibility. While you may hesitate to marry her, being her lover is still an option. Naruto's heart raced at this suggestion. That is out of the question. I refuse to be a scoundrel. The benevolent persona laughed. I did not suggest you abandon her. That hardly makes you a scoundrel. At worst, you would be a bit unfaithful. Besides, this is not Earth. There are no strict rules governing monogamy. If you had the courage to tell Hinata, you could marry dozens without anyone batting an eye. Naruto replied, no way, I can't tell Hinata. Do you want me to meet a grisly end? Besides, I cannot bear to see Hinata hurt. As for Anko, I will do my utmost to treat her well. After all, given the circumstances, I am a selfish and possessive person. Since we have crossed that line, she is mine, and I refuse to let her leave me. The benevolent persona smiled. Then let this relationship continue as it is. As long as you and Anko find happiness, the opinions of others matter little. Naruto sighed for now. That seems to be the only option. By the way, does Anko's negative energy benefit my eyes in any way? Shan Mingren chuckled. Why not try infusing chakra into your eyes and see for yourself? Upon hearing this, Naruto channeled chakra into his eyes and instantly felt their power magnify exponentially. Within his mind, 3 ninjutsu techniques revealed themselves: the left is Tsukuyami, the right is Amaterasu, and a grand Susanoo that maximized the potential of his ocular prowess. Naruto remarked, the abilities of these eyes are strikingly similar to Sasuke's. Shan Mingren laughed. That is only natural, considering you have transplanted Sasuke's cells to acquire these eyes. It is to be expected that their powers would be alike. Naruto nodded, saying, I understand. I will take my leave now to familiarize myself with these eyes. With that, he withdrew from the realm of consciousness. Once Naruto departed, Shan Mingren mused, why are you so unusually quiet this time? This is not like you at all. The dark Naruto smirked, seeing him now as sparked a thought. Shan Mingren inquired, what thought? The dark Naruto continued with a wicked grin. It seems I have undergone a change. No, rather, it appears that all 3 of us have altered in character. Don't tell me you haven't noticed. You sly old fox, you must have realized it long ago. Shan Mingren replied, I thought it would take you longer to notice. But I am surprised at how quickly you caught on. The dark Naruto scoffed, so you were aware all along, were you? Tell me, what is the reason behind this? Shan Mingren smiled. It's quite simple, really. The 3 of us are assimilating. After all, we are facets of his personality. We can influence him, and he in turn influences us. Moreover, through him as a conduit, we are affecting one another's temperaments. The dark Naruto coldly stated, so? You're saying we might all vanish, correct? Shan Mingren responded, vanishing is unlikely, but our personalities will certainly shift. You will become less malevolent, and I will not be as benevolent, though these changes will not be overt. His transformation, however, is quite pronounced. The dark Naruto contemplated this. Indeed, he was not as domineering in the past. Now, not only is he assertive, but he has also become somewhat selfish. Shan Mingren nodded. The roots of his selfish desires have flourished. Previously, he was too selfless, hence his lack of desires. Now, it is different. His self-interest has intensified, which is beneficial as it will significantly enhance the evolution of his eyes. The dark Naruto agreed. As long as he grows stronger, the rest is inconsequential. Meanwhile, Naruto, having returned from the realm of consciousness, eagerly activated his Sharingan. He directed it toward a massive boulder and unleashed Amaterasu, dark flames erupting from his right eye, voraciously consuming the stone. Suddenly, Naruto felt discomfort in his eyes, dryness overwhelming him. He quickly retracted the Amaterasu and closed his eyes, finding some relief. Naruto murmured to himself, it seems I must swiftly adapt to the capabilities of these eyes. Mastering Sage Mode is also imperative. Only then can I fully harness my physique and attain the Sage Body. Uncertain of Sasuke's progress, Naruto contemplated that once he mastered the Sage Mode, he would entrust him with his cells, hoping that Sasuke could swiftly evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan, or even the Rinnegan. In such a case, they would be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Resolving to visit Sasuke, Naruto teleported to the location where his friend was training. Upon arrival, he found Sasuke diligently practicing. Sasuke, how goes your training? Naruto inquired with a smile. Sasuke, however, did not respond verbally. Instead, he formed hand seals and performed the summoning technique. In a puff of smoke, a colossal snake, measuring several meters in length, emerged before Naruto. At this pace, within a week, you'll be adept at using the summoning technique, Naruto remarked, impressed. With pride, Sasuke retorted, no, I shall master it within a week and then head to the Earth Dragon Cave to learn Sage Mode. By the time of the Chunin exams in a month, I will have perfected it. Naruto nodded. Once you achieve Sage Mode, I shall present you with a gift. Curious. Sasuke asked, what gift? Naruto cryptically replied, that is a secret to be revealed only after you master Sage Mode. For now, focus on your training. Sasuke responded, very well. But I won't let you off the hook once I attain Sage Mode. All right, it's getting late. I must return. Do not stay up too late yourself, Naruto advised. Sasuke acknowledged, understood. By the way, Naruto, would you like to visit my home? My mother has been mentioning you. It's been a while since you enjoyed her cooking. Recalling Sasuke's mother, Mikoto Uchiha, who treated him like her own son, Naruto smiled and said, it indeed has been a long time since I visited Aunt Mikoto. Tomorrow, I shall go see her and Uncle Fugaku. Sasuke nodded. I will inform my mother. Thank you. Then I shall take my leave, Naruto said, before utilizing the flying thunder god technique to return home. After Naruto vanished, Sasuke murmured, a gift, huh? I find myself rather intrigued. With that thought, he resumed his training. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Naruto sensed something amiss. Normally, Kaguya should be present, yet the house was eerily quiet. Puzzled, he opened the door and was taken aback by the sight before him. Kaguya lay motionless on the floor of the entrance hall. Alarmed, Naruto shouted, Kaguya, what happened? Are you all right? Rushing to her side, he discovered she was merely unconscious, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He gently lifted her and placed her on the bed, anxiously calling out, Kaguya, wake up. What transpired? Why did you faint? Please awaken. Perhaps responding to his voice. Kaguya stirred slightly, and, upon seeing Naruto, joyfully exclaimed, Naruto, you're back. Concerned, he pressed, what exactly happened? Why did you lose consciousness? Kaguya, shy and flustered, lowered her gaze and offered no response. Seeing her silence only heightened Naruto's anxiety. Just as he was about to ask again, a rumbling sound emanated from Kaguya's stomach. Xiangling's complexion suddenly flushed, resembling a ripe apple. Naruto's expression was immediately filled with disbelief as he asked, you can't possibly be faint from hunger, can you? Xiangling's face grew even redder. Naruto tentatively inquired, you haven't eaten anything since noon, have you? Xiangling nodded. Naruto, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead and remarked, I am truly at a loss for words. How old are you? And you don't know to go out and eat when you're hungry. Xiangling hurriedly defended herself. I intended to go out to eat, but as soon as I reached the entrance, I fainted. Who knew that practicing sealing techniques would deplete so much chakra? It was only after my chakra was exhausted that I realized I was starving. Upon hearing her words, Naruto was puzzled. Sealing techniques? It was then that he noticed the pile of scrolls stacked on the inner side of the bed. Realizing that this foolish girl had neglected her meals in her fervor to practice sealing techniques, ultimately exhausting her chakra and fainting after nearly a day without food. Naruto was left unsure whether to be angry or amused. With a resigned sigh, he stood up and said, Come on, I'll take you to eat. However, Xiangling lay there, her face still flushed, unmoving. Naruto questioned, What is wrong now? Get up, let's go eat. Xiangling, still blushing, replied softly, I have no strength. I can't move. With a sigh, Naruto crouched down and offered, Let me carry you. He then lifted Xiangling onto his back and made his way out of the room, heading toward Ichiraku Ramen. As Xiangling rested against him, feeling the warmth of Naruto's presence, a smile of pure happiness crept across her lips as she rested her head on his shoulder. Upon arriving at Ichiraku Ramen, they coincidentally ran into Hinata, who was also there with Hanabi. Naruto cheerfully greeted, Hinata, you and Hanabi are here for ramen too. Hello, Hanabi. Hinata, equally delighted to see Naruto, responded, Naruto-kun. You're here for ramen as well. Hanabi, however, turned her head away with a huff. Naruto, accustomed to Hanabi's demeanor, merely chuckled and said, Hanabi, you're still as spirited as ever. At that moment, Hinata asked curiously, Naruto-kun, what happened to Xiangling-chan? Naruto, with a wry smile, replied, This silly girl practiced sealing techniques until she fainted. Now she is completely drained of energy, so I have to carry her. Hinata accepted Naruto's explanation without suspicion, though Hanabi regarded Xiangling with a wary expression. As the freshly prepared ramen was served, Xiangling eagerly began to devour it. Naruto cautioned, Xiangling, eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Be careful not to choke. And remember to eat next time you practice. Don't forget everything when you're training. How will you take care of yourself in the future? Xiangling was too ravenous to heed his words, focusing solely on the delicious ramen before her, while Naruto, like a doting mother, continued to fuss over her. Hinata, witnessing Naruto's nurturing side, smiled and said, Naruto-kun, you are so gentle. You truly know how to take care of others. It's very considerate of you. Blushing at Hinata's compliment, Naruto scratched his head and replied, Oh, it's nothing. I've just been living alone for a while, so I've picked up on some life skills. Beside them, Hanabi retorted, You're rambling like an old woman. Only my sister can tolerate you. Who would actually like someone as tedious, foolish, and emotionally inept as you? I can't fathom how my sister could possibly be interested in you. Naruto chuckled and replied, Ah, Hanabi, you don't understand. As long as your sister likes me, that's what matters. I couldn't care less about anyone else's opinion. Besides, my heart belongs solely to Hinata. Hanabi huffed and turned her head away. while Shino stiffened slightly before resuming her meal. Once they had eaten their fill, Naruto turned to Hinata and said, "By the way, Hinata, tomorrow I plan to visit Sasuke's house. It's been a while since I last saw Aunt Mikoto and Uncle Fugaku. Would you like to join me?" Hinata hesitated. She had promised Hanabi to practice the 8 trigrams palm with her the following day. Just as she was about to decline, Hanabi interjected, "Sure. There's nothing else on your schedule for tomorrow, sister. It would be nice to visit Aunt Mikoto again. You haven't been there in quite some time." Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement. "Really?" Seeing the eager expression on Naruto's face, and with Hanabi's encouragement, Hinata replied, "All right, I will accompany Naruto-kun tomorrow." Naruto beamed, "That's wonderful. I will come find you tomorrow, but for now, let me escort you home." Hinata nodded in agreement. Turning to Shino, Naruto said, "Shino, you should head home now. I'll return after taking Hinata back." Shino felt a bit downcast, but quickly perked up and replied, "Okay, I'll head back first." With that, she elegantly turned and walked away. Naruto called out, "Be careful." But Shino didn't respond, merely quickening her pace. Shaking his head, Naruto escorted Hinata and Hanabi back to the Hyuga residence, saying, "I'll visit you tomorrow, Hinata. Goodbye, and take care, Hanabi." Hinata nodded. "All right, Naruto-kun. Please be careful on your way." Hanabi added, "If you're leaving, then hurry up. You're so talkative, you big fool." With a smile, Naruto turned and departed. Once Naruto was out of sight, Hinata turned to Hanabi and asked, "Hanabi, you've been acting strangely today. Why did you agree for me to go with Naruto-kun tomorrow to visit Aunt Mikoto?" Hanabi responded, "It's nothing. Don't you want to go? I just spoke on your behalf." Hinata, sensing Hanabi's evasiveness, grew serious. "Hanabi, while I may not be the brightest, I am not foolish either. Please, tell me why." Seeing Hinata's stern expression, Hanabi felt a twinge of fear. In Hanabi's eyes, her sister had always been a gentle soul, kind to everyone. And so Hanabi had diligently trained, fiercely competitive, striving to protect her gentle sister from harm. Yet, when Hinata was angry, she could be quite intimidating, reminiscent of their father. Thus, Hanabi had always been cautious not to provoke her sister's ire. Noticing Hanabi's silence, Hinata became slightly irritated. "Hanabi, tell me why?" Hanabi quickly explained. "It's because I worry about you." Hinata, puzzled, asked, "Worry about me?" Hanabi affirmed, "Yes. I'm concerned about that big fool and the girl who is always by his side." Hinata, even more confused, inquired, "You mean Shino? What is wrong with Shino?" Hana, with a knowing expression, remarked, "Sister, you are far too naive. Can't you see that woman has feelings for that big fool Naruto? Although she conceals it well, her actions are unmistakable to my keen eye. Just moments ago, while we were enjoying ramen, she revealed 2 glaring flaws that confirmed my suspicions." With that, Hana recounted the unusual behavior of Cheyenne at the Ichiraku ramen shop to Hinata. Hana continued, "Thus, that woman undoubtedly harbors feelings for that big fool. Sister, you must not remain indifferent, or else he may be taken away. Although I hesitate to admit it, that big fool is exceedingly gentle with people, much like you. And he is not unappealing in appearance. Such a young man is certainly attractive to girls." Upon hearing Hana's words and reflecting on Cheyenne's peculiar conduct at the ramen shop, Hinata acknowledged, "Could it be that you are mistaken? Furthermore, I have not observed anything unusual about Naruto-kun." Hana scoffed, with his 0 emotional intelligence and negative IQ. What could that fool possibly know? It must be that woman who secretly harbors a crush on him. He likely remains oblivious, as, in his eyes, aside from you, sister, everyone else is the same, an utter fool. Hinata couldn't help but laugh at Hana's exasperation. Seeing her sister still able to smile, Hana grew concerned, exclaiming, "Sister, how can you still laugh? That big fool is about to be taken away." Hinata replied with a smile, "Hana, perhaps you are overreacting. You yourself said that Naruto-kun would not be swayed by any other woman besides me. So what is there to worry about? Besides, it is only natural for an exceptional young man like Naruto-kun to attract admiration from girls. There is nothing to concern ourselves with." Hana fretted, "But what if that woman entices that big fool? He is so foolish. How could he possibly stand a chance against her?" Hinata responded with a chuckle, "Hana, your thoughts are far too pessimistic. I believe in Cheyenne. She is not a bad person." Hana, exasperated, retorted, "Sister, you are simply too naive. If that woman were to truly do something inappropriate with that fool, you would have no time to cry. Therefore, we must eliminate any opportunity for that woman to lay her hands on him." Seeing Hana's deep concern for her and Naruto, Hinata gently patted her sister's head, saying, Hannah, I am truly grateful for your worries on my behalf. However, I trust in Naruto-kun and believe that Cheyenne is not the person you claim her to be. If what you fear were to happen, I would have faith that Naruto-kun had his reasons, as I believe that is not what he desires. Hannah, growing impatient with Hinata's response, declared, "Do as you please. I can no longer concern myself with the two of you big fools. Do whatever you wish. I am going to bed now." Hinata watched as Hannah stormed off in frustration. Gazing at the moon above, she murmured, "Fireworks, you see. My sister is already aware of everything. Yet, she also knows that Naruto's heart belongs solely to me. Thus, she harbors no worries, for she understands that in the end, it is only I who will be by Naruto's side. What truly concerns her is you." After uttering these words, Hinata lowered her head and sighed deeply before retreating inside, leaving only the solitary moon to cast its serene glow over the tranquility of Konoha. After Naruto's departure, Sasuke consumed a soldier pill to recalibrate his mindset, restoring himself to peak condition before he resumed his training in summoning techniques. This time, he resolved to exert his utmost effort to discover the extent of his capabilities and the nature of the summoning beast he could invoke. With his hands forming the necessary seals, he proclaimed, "Summoning technique." In a swirling mist, a colossal purple serpent over 20 meters in length materialized before Sasuke, startling him momentarily. However, soon after, a wave of elation surged within him. He had not anticipated summoning such a magnificent creature. As he regarded the serpent, a subtle smile graced his lips. The great serpent turned its gaze towards Sasuke and inquired, "Did you summon me?" "Greetings, I am Ko. May I ask your name, esteemed one?" This was Sasuke's first encounter with a speaking summoning beast, leaving him somewhat astonished as he asked, "You can speak?" Ko replied, "Indeed, esteemed one. Most summoning beasts possess the ability to converse. However, our kind, the serpents, tend to be shrouded in darkness. Additionally, humans often harbor a natural aversion to serpents, which discourages most of us from engaging in conversation with them." Sasuke, intrigued, asked, "Then why do you converse with me? Are you not like the others?" Ko responded, "I too was once steeped in darkness, but I gradually grew weary of such a disposition. I seek a trustworthy companion, as I believe that serpents can indeed forge friendships with humans." Sasuke empathized with Ko's sentiments, for he too had experienced similar struggles. His pride rendered him reluctant to associate with the weak, as many sought his companionship solely due to his strength. However, he recognized their insincerity and despised their hypocrisy, which led to his aloofness and disdain for their proximity. Yet, deep within, he yearned for companionship and genuine friendship. Fortunately, he had Naruto and Hinata as true friends during his formative years, and later, he met Shikamaru and others through Naruto. Thus, Sasuke understood Ko's feelings, for he was a kindred spirit. "Hello, I am Uchiha Sasuke. You may call me Sasuke. It is a pleasure to become your friend," he said. Ko courteously replied, "I am equally delighted to meet you, esteemed Sasuke. I hope we will become the best of partners." Sasuke nodded. "I too aspire for our friendship." Ko then inquired, "Do you have any tasks for me, esteemed Sasuke?" Sasuke answered, "I wish to train in sage mode. I wonder if you could assist me." Ko replied, "Esteemed Sasuke, to cultivate sage techniques, you must journey to the Dragon's Cave, where a sacred ground dedicated to sage mode training exists. There, an oil is available that can expedite your mastery of sage mode." Sasuke inquired, "How may I reach the sacred land you mentioned?" To which Xiaoqing responded, "That is quite simple. I shall employ the reverse summoning technique to bring you there, Lord Sasuke. The sacred land is accessible to all those from the Earth Dragon Cave, so there is no need for concern." Sasuke nodded, saying, "Very well, once I am prepared, please summon me using the reverse summoning." Xiaoqing replied, "Certainly, Lord Sasuke. I will first assess your condition so that I may devise the steps for you to cultivate the sage mode." Sasuke indicated his agreement with a nod. Xiaoqing extended her sensory abilities to examine Sasuke's physique, and the more she scrutinized, the more astonishing her findings became. Finally, she exclaimed, "Lord Sasuke, you have refined your body with natural chakra, and within you resides sage chakra, transformed from natural chakra." Sasuke, puzzled, responded, "Indeed, I have refined my body with natural chakra and possess sage chakra, but how does this relate to my cultivation of sage mode?" Xiaoqing, in disbelief, remarked, "Lord Sasuke, your ability to refine your body with natural chakra indicates that you can absorb it, and with sage chakra within you, you can effortlessly transform natural chakra." She continued with admiration, May I ask whether this chakra within you is a permanent fixture or one that fades? Sasuke pondered for a moment before answering. It should be permanent, as it was transformed from a cursed seal. I have heard Naruto mention that once he dispelled my cursed seal, this sage chakra completely became mine. Xiao Qing expressed her awe. Your friend has bestowed upon you something remarkable, Lord Sasuke. With this sage chakra, you can instantly enter sage mode, and it will continually replenish, preventing any withdrawal. Sasuke questioned, is it possible for sage mode to automatically exit? Xiao Qing affirmed, indeed, if sage chakra is not replenished in a timely manner, sage mode will automatically revert. However, given your current state, should you cultivate sage mode, you would truly become a sage. Grateful for Xiao Qing's explanation, Sasuke silently thanked Naruto in his heart. He then addressed Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing, you may return for now. Once I have arranged everything, I will summon you back, and we shall cultivate sage mode together. Xiao Qing replied, understood, Lord Sasuke. I shall take my leave now. After a puff of smoke, Xiao Qing vanished. Having made the arrangement with Xiao Qing, Sasuke returned home, weary. Upon seeing his fatigued form, Mikoto expressed her displeasure. Sasuke, you're back. How many times must I tell you not to push yourself so hard? You always end up utterly exhausted. Sasuke smiled and replied, Mother, I'm fine. The Chunin exams are approaching. I must intensify my training. At that moment, Fuchio chimed in, Mikoto, it's commendable that Sasuke is dedicated to his training. You shouldn't always hold him back. Moreover, as the child of Uchiha Fuku, can I not endure even this slight hardship? Mikoto said helplessly. I cannot argue with the two of you. I shall go prepare dinner. With that, she made her way to the kitchen. At that moment, Sasuke recalled Naruto's words and addressed Mikoto. Mother, Naruto intends to visit our home daily, as he wishes to see you and father. I believe he will come with Hinata, and perhaps a friend he has recently met will join as well. Mikoto's face brightened instantly. Naruto? That rascal. Ever since he became a ninja, he seldom comes to visit me and your father. Just wait until tomorrow to see what I say to him. And to that girl Hinata as well. Fuku interjected. All right, Mikoto, Naruto is no longer a child. As kids grow up, they must carve out their own space. You cannot always keep them tethered to you. Mikoto retorted. It is precisely your method of raising children that has led my Itachi down such a painful path. I detest you. With that, she entered the kitchen to prepare dinner, ignoring Fuku. Fuku felt an awkwardness wash over him, but more than that, he felt helpless. Sasuke, noticing his father's dejection, reassured him, Father, do not worry. I will surely bring my brother back. Fuku smiled. Sasuke, you need not fret. I am not so weak. In my heart, you and Itachi have always been my pride. I, Uchiha Fuku, am immensely proud to have two such remarkable sons. It is merely your mother who is somewhat troubled. Seeing his father speak in this manner, Sasuke felt a surge of happiness and declared, I will strive to make you and mother proud, father. Fuku replied, I believe you will not disappoint us. Now, go change your clothes, and then come to dinner. After nodding, Sasuke returned to his room to change. After dinner, the Uchiha family gathered to enjoy tea together. Sasuke, sitting opposite Fuku and Mikoto, suddenly said, Father, Mother, I plan to train in the Dragon Cave for a period. Fuku and Mikoto exchanged glances, and Fuku inquired, the Dragon Cave? I recall that it belongs to the snake clan of the Sage White Snake. Have you mastered the summoning technique? Sasuke replied, Yes, I just learned it this afternoon. I summoned a large snake named Ao, who can use reverse summoning to bring me to the Dragon Cave. I intend to train in Sage Mode there for about a month. Fuku exclaimed in surprise, You intend to train in Sage Mode? What prompted you to pursue that? Sasuke recounted his childhood experiences with Naruto and Hinata, explaining how he had sustained injuries due to natural chakra and must cultivate Sage Mode to heal them, along with the recent events. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Fuku remarked, So you aim to master Sage Mode within this month? Sasuke affirmed, Yes. And with the Chunin exam approaching in a month, I wish to compete with Naruto. However, given my current strength, I might not stand a chance against him. Thus my desire to train in the Dragon Cave. Mikoto interjected, Why must you be so competitive, my child? Naruto is your brother, not your enemy. Can't you simply coexist harmoniously? Fuku added, Mikoto, since Sasuke has made up his mind, let us support him. Sasuke is no longer a child. We must trust his choices. Mikoto replied, But dear, I still worry about the dangers Sasuke might face. I fear he may encounter trouble. Fugaku interjected, Mikoto, you are overly indulgent towards Sasuke. We should have faith in him. He has always been the pride of our family. I believe he will not disappoint us. So please rest assured. At that moment, Sasuke also chimed in. Yes, Mom. I promise I will return safely. Besides, the hidden wounds I carry can only be resolved in sage mode. So, will you please trust me? Mikoto hesitated for quite some time before saying, Sasuke, you must promise me that you will return safely, do you understand? Upon hearing Mikoto finally concede, both Sasuke and Fugaku broke into smiles. Fugaku joyfully remarked to Mikoto, now that's more like it. Mikoto, you have never been the kind of mother to hold your child back. How could you prevent Sasuke from growing stronger, huh? Seeing Fugaku and Sasuke so happy, Mikoto couldn't help but smile, saying, anyway, I can't argue with the two of you. With the approval of his parents. Sasuke laughed with delight, thinking to himself, wait for me, Naruto. When we meet again in a month, I shall astonish you. Just then, Mikoto playfully asked, by the way, Sasuke, do you have a girlfriend? If so, bring her home for Mom to meet tomorrow. That Naruto has been all sweet with Hinata since childhood. Our Sasuke shouldn't fall behind. After a moment's thought, Sasuke realized it was indeed a good opportunity to introduce Sakura and Ino to his mother. He had been pondering how to broach the subject with Mikoto and Fugaku, so since his mother brought it up first, he decided to take the chance to introduce them. Even if Mikoto was just joking. With that in mind, he replied, sure, I will bring them tomorrow. Mikoto initially thought it would be amusing to tease her usually stoic son, but little did she expect Sasuke's straightforward response would leave her and Fugaku momentarily stunned. After saying this, Sasuke stood up and remarked, I'll be heading back to my room now, and walked away, seemingly oblivious to the emotions of Fugaku and Mikoto. Once Sasuke left, Mikoto regained her composure and looked at Fugaku with disbelief, saying, dear, did you hear that? Sasuke said he is bringing a girlfriend home tomorrow. Did I mishear? Fugaku, though taken aback by Sasuke's sudden announcement, quickly composed himself, as the head of the Uchiha clan had long learned to remain unfazed. Responding calmly to his wife's question, Fugaku said, you did not mishear. Sasuke is indeed bringing a girlfriend home tomorrow for you to meet. He must have been planning this for some time, but simply lacked the opportunity. Now that you have given him a chance, he will surely seize it to introduce his girlfriend to you. What a clever boy he is, truly the son of Uchiha Fugaku, haha. Upon hearing Fujo's words, Mikoto expressed her delight. Very well, tomorrow I shall thoroughly observe what kind of daughter-in-law my son has chosen for me. But let me make one thing clear. You mustn't wear a stern expression, as it might frighten the children. Do you understand? Fujo immediately felt embarrassed and replied, Mikoto, I have always been this way. Do I truly appear frightening? Besides, did you not hear Sasuke mention them? This implies that there is more than one girlfriend accompanying him tomorrow. Mikoto was genuinely astonished and nervously inquired, are you saying Sasuke has not just one girlfriend, but two? Or perhaps even more? Fujo chuckled, how would I know? You will find out tomorrow. I simply did not expect that this usually aloof boy possesses such charm when it comes to courting girls. Mikoto beamed with pride, declaring, of course. Just look at whose son he is. However, she soon expressed her concern. But won't this hurt Mei Hui? She adores Sasuke. And if she finds out he has a girlfriend, she will surely be heartbroken. Fujo laughed. If Sasuke already has multiple girlfriends, would he really be concerned about one more? Tomorrow, why don't you invite Mei Hui as well as Shizune? At the mention of Uchiha Shizune, both Fujo and Mikoto's expressions fell. Mikoto lamented, it is all Itachi's fault. She must despise him now. Fujo sighed. This is an unavoidable circumstance. All of this is for the sake of our clan and the peace of the village. Itachi had no choice but to bear such a burden. It was his decision, and all we can do is support him. Mikoto replied, I genuinely hope that this world can achieve true peace, so that Itachi can finally release his burdens, and Shizune can find happiness as well. Fujo gently embraced Mikoto, reassuring her, it will come, that day will surely arrive. The following day, after breakfast, Sasuke made his way to Ino's flower shop. Upon seeing Sasuke, Ino joyfully rushed over and hugged him, exclaiming, Sasuke, what a pleasant surprise. Sasuke smiled and replied, I came to see you and to discuss a few matters. Ino, intrigued, asked what matters. Sasuke responded with a grin, I would like to invite you to my home and introduce you and Sakura to my mother. After all, we are now in a relationship, and I also need to pay a visit to Uncle Yameka. Hearing that Sasuke wanted to introduce her to his mother and visit her father, Ino's face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly lowered her gaze. Feeling a sweet warmth in her heart, observing Ino's bashful demeanor, Sasuke chuckled, what is there to be shy about? By the way, is your father at home? Ino shyly replied, yes, he is home today and hasn't he gone out? Sasuke smiled and said, then let us go inside. With that, he took Ino's hand and led her into her home. Yamenka and Oichi, having remained at home to accompany his daughter rather than executing missions, was leisurely seated in the courtyard, sipping tea and admiring the beautiful scenery. At that moment, Sasuke, holding the blushing Ino's hand, approached Yamenka and Oichi. Sasuke politely greeted him, good day, Uncle Inoichi. My name is Uchiha Sasuke, and I am Ino's boyfriend. I have come to pay my respects since I heard you were at home. As Yamanaka and Inoichi entered with Sasuke holding Ino's hand, he had already formed some conjectures and was not surprised by Sasuke's words. After casting a glance at Sasuke and then at his daughter, he noticed Ino's flushed cheeks and bashful demeanor, instantly comprehending her feelings. Yamanaka and Inoichi chuckled, saying, there is no need for such formalities. Let us sit down and converse. Sasuke and Ino took their seats opposite him, and Yamanaka and Inoichi poured a cup of tea for Sasuke, who promptly expressed his gratitude. With a smile, Yamanaka and Inoichi continued, my daughter can be quite headstrong. Yet her heart is kind and her beauty radiates. I hope you will treat her well, cherish her, and ensure she is never brought to tears. A man who cannot bring happiness to his woman is destined to be a failure. Sasuke solemnly replied, rest assured, I, Uchiha Sasuke, will protect Ino with my very life, ensuring she suffers not the slightest harm. Yamanaka and Inoichi nodded with a smile. Good, I believe that the son of Mikoto and Fugaku will not disappoint me. I now entrust Ino to you, confident that you will bring her happiness. Sasuke responded, I will, thank you for your trust, I shall not let you down. At that moment, Ino, upon hearing Sasuke's promise to her father, felt a wave of shyness and joy wash over her. After a brief conversation with Yamanaka and Inoichi, Sasuke took Ino to find Sakura. After offering the same assurances to Sakura's parents as he had to Yamanaka and Inoichi, he received their blessings and trust. Following a pleasant discussion with Sakura's parents, he returned home with Sakura and Ino, intending to introduce them to his parents. Upon arriving home, they found Naruto already seated with Hinata and Karen, engaged in tea with Mikoto and Fugaku. Seeing Sasuke, Naruto rushed over, exclaiming, Sasuke, you're back. Uncle Fugaku and Aunt Mikoto have been waiting for you forever. Why are you so slow? After venting his complaint, Naruto cheerfully addressed Sakura and Ino. Sakura, Ino, you're here. Come in and take a seat. Sasuke, feeling displeased with Naruto's presumptuousness, retorted, hey, you fool, this is my house. I am the master here, not you. Why do you act as if you are the host while I am merely a guest? Naruto laughed. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Your house is my house. It's all the same. We are closer than brothers. Would you really hold that against me? Now come on in. Aunt Mikoto and Uncle Fugaku are eager to meet the future daughters-in-law and see how they've grown. At Naruto's antics, both Ino and Sakura blushed, feeling bashful. Sasuke, holding Ino and Sakura's hands, urged, ignore this fool. He has always been like this. Just disregard him. Come, I'll take you to meet my parents. With that, Sasuke led Ino and Sakura past Naruto towards the hall. Naruto hurriedly followed, complaining, Sasuke, how can you say that about me? You've truly hurt my feelings. You're so heartless when it comes to the opposite sex. Sasuke chose to ignore him, knowing Naruto's playful nature would never cease. Sakura and Ino were well aware of Naruto's character and chose to disregard him. Naruto, feeling ignored, lamented, Sasuke is truly too aloof. How dull this is. Sasuke, holding Ino and Sakura's hands, approached Fugaku and Mikoto, stating, Father, Mother, this is Sakura, and this is Ino. These two will be your future daughters-in-law. He then encouraged Sakura and Ino, greet my parents, would you? Sakura, slightly bashful, greeted Fugaku and Mikoto with, hello, uncle and aunt, I am Haruno Sakura. Fugaku responded, a child of the Haruno family. Your father and I were old classmates. It has been a while since I last saw him. How is he faring? Sakura replied, my father is well, just as he always has been. Mikoto interjected, enough with the questions, you might frighten the children. Sakura, is it? Such a lovely girl. Come, sit beside me. Sakura glanced at Sasuke, who nodded encouragingly, prompting her to shyly take a seat beside Mikoto. In contrast to Sakura's shyness, Ino exuded confidence. Cheerfully addressing Fugaku and Mikoto, hello, uncle and aunt, I am Yamanaka Ino, Sasuke's girlfriend. Fugaku remarked, from the prestigious Yamanaka clan. I have known your father since childhood. How is he doing? I hear he has been away from the village lately. I have been occupied with family matters and have not had the chance to speak with him. Ino replied, Thank you for your concern, uncle. My father has been on missions and just returned home a few days ago. He often speaks fondly of you. Mikoto smiled. Ino, come and sit beside me as well. After joining Mikoto, Ino expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Mikoto observed both Sakura and Ino, appreciating both Sasuke's bashful companion and the poised Ino immensely. Just as the atmosphere was filled with warmth and camaraderie, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Sasuke opened the door to find Uchiha Shizune and her cousin Uchiha Miho. Taken aback, Sasuke clearly had not anticipated their visit. Miho exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him, Sasuke and my sister, and I came to see you. Aren't you happy? Sasuke, roused from his surprise, responded, Shizune, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Shizune replied with a smile. Aunt Mikoto invited Miho and me to come along. Sasuke said, Oh please, come in. Miho, feeling neglected due to Sasuke's lack of attention, pouted, Sasuke and why aren't you paying attention to me? It's not easy for me to come out and see you, yet you ignore me. Do you dislike me? Tears welled in her eyes. Sasuke, feeling helpless, reassured her. No, of course not. I am delighted that you came to see me. How could I ever ignore our dear Miho? Besides, Shizune is here too. Now please, come inside. Instantly brightening, Miho joyfully clung to Sasuke's arm, exclaiming, I knew Sasuke and I wouldn't ignore me. You're my favorite. Sasuke found himself entirely at a loss when faced with his younger sister, merely 2 years his junior, and could only sigh as he allowed her to take hold of his arm and lead him into the house. Upon entering the grand hall, Mikoto greeted them with a smile, saying, Shizune, Mihue, it's wonderful to see you both. Uchiha Shizune politely replied, Greetings, clan leader Fuku, Aunt Mikoto. My sister and I have come to visit. Uchiha Mihue, releasing Sasuke's arm, also followed suit with her courteous salutation. Mikoto, with a warm smile, reassured Shizune. You needn't be so formal. It brings me great joy to have you here with your uncle and aunt. There's no need for such decorum. Just consider it home. Fuku echoed her sentiment. Indeed, we are not in a clan meeting. Simply call me uncle. Uchiha Mihue joyfully exclaimed, Uncle Fuku, witnessing Mihue's lively and delightful demeanor. Fuku couldn't help but break into a rare smile. As the family engaged in cheerful conversation, Sasuke seized a moment to beckon Naruto to the tree in the backyard. Curious, Naruto asked, Sasuke, why did you suddenly call me out here? Sasuke responded, Naruto, I would like to ask for your assistance in looking after Shizune. Although she has emerged from the shadow of our brother's betrayal over the years, I still harbor some concerns for her well-being. During my absence, I hope you can visit her frequently. Naruto, intrigued, replied, That's no problem, but where are you planning to go? Sasuke nodded. I intend to train in Sage Mode at the Dragon Cave, which may take about a month. Thus, I hope you can take my place in caring for Shizune during that time. Naruto, astonished, exclaimed, You're really going to train in Sage Mode? Is it true? Have you found a trustworthy summoning beast? Sasuke confirmed, Yes, I have. Just yesterday, after you left, I unexpectedly summoned a great serpent named Ko, who is willing to assist me in mastering Sage Mode. My instincts tell me he is reliable. Naruto felt a sense of familiarity with the name Ko and, after a moment of contemplation, recalled that this was the very serpent Sasuke had summoned during the Fourth Shinobi World War in his past life. He marveled at how, in this life, their paths had crossed so early due to his involvement. With a grin, Naruto said, All right, during your absence, I will take good care of Shizune. And when you train at the Dragon Cave, give it your all. We shall compete later to see who has grown stronger. Sasuke smiled in return. That is precisely what I look forward to. I shall surely defeat you then. Naruto laughed. Well, that is not a certainty. I too will strive to grow stronger this month and won't let you surpass me. Sasuke replied, That is what I hope for. Otherwise, it would lose its thrill. Their eyes locked. Each could see the fierce determination and fiery spirit reflected in the other's gaze. Suddenly, a startled cry from Uchiha Mihue echoed from the living room, prompting Sasuke and Naruto to rush back, concerned about what might have transpired. They found Uchiha Mihue, wide-eyed and pointing in astonishment at Ino and Sakura, exclaiming, Aunt Mikoto, are you telling me that these two are both Sasuke's girlfriends? How can this be? With a heavy heart, I lament that I was the first to aspire to be Sasuke's wife. How could they dare to seize that dream ahead of me? It is utterly unjust. Misaki, attempting to console me, remarked, Mihue, there is no need for such distress. Since Ino and Sakura can both be Sasuke's girlfriends simultaneously, so can you. Worry not. Upon hearing Misaki's assertion that Uchiha Mihue could also be Sasuke's girlfriend, Ino and Sakura gasped in unison. What? She wishes to be Sasuke's girlfriend too? How can this be? Misaki chuckled, why not? If both Sakura and Ino can be Sasuke's girlfriends, adding Mihue to the mix is hardly an issue. Let it be settled thus. Instantly, Uchiha Mihue transformed her frown into joy, asking, is it truly permissible, auntie? Misaki affectionately ruffled Mihue's hair and replied, of course. I believe Sasuke would not object. He has always cared for you deeply, and he would never refuse your request. I am confident he shall not oppose this matter. With that, Misaki's decision left Ino and Sakura wearing expressions of dismay, yet neither dared to contest her ruling. At that moment, Sasuke arrived from the backyard. Having overheard the conversation between Misaki and Uchiha Mihue, he interjected, I do not concur with your decision, mother. Misaki's face contorted in surprise. While Uchiha Mihue gazed at Sasuke with sorrow, and Ino and Sakura wore expressions of delight, Misaki inquired, why, Sasuke? Mihue is so charming, kind, and beautiful, and she adores you. Why do you oppose this? Sasuke responded, Mihue is indeed charming, kind, and beautiful, but I have always cherished her as a sister. I view her solely as a sibling, and I believe she perceives me in the same light. She simply does not realize it yet. Thus, I cannot agree with your decision. Misaki wished to continue the discussion, but at that moment, Fuchu interjected, enough, Misaki. Sasuke is unwilling, and no amount of persuasion will alter that. Moreover, Mihue is still young. Let us revisit this matter in a couple of years. If, at that time, Mihue still harbors feelings for Sasuke, I doubt he will resist any longer. Don't you agree, Sasuke? Sasuke replied, as my father said. If Mihue still loves me in a few years, I shall have no objections. When that time comes, I will heed your guidance, but for now, I absolutely cannot accept your suggestion, mother. Upon hearing Sasuke and Fuchu's words, Misaki relented, saying, very well, I shall defer to you both. However, should Mihue grow up and still hold affection for Sasuke, I hope you will not hurt her, understood? Sasuke replied, if Mihue still loves me then, I will endeavor to accept her. Misaki nodded in satisfaction at Sasuke's words. Uchiha Mihue, determined, declared that she would prove to Sasuke her genuine affection, beyond mere sibling regard. As noon approached, the group enjoyed a sumptuous lunch at Sasuke's home. Afterward, Naruto arranged to accompany Sasuke to the Dragon Cave, bidding farewell to Hinata, Sarada, Fuchu, Misaki, and Sasuke. As they walked home, Naruto could not contain his laughter. Hinata, filled with curiosity, inquired, Naruto, what has brought you such joy? Naruto chuckled, oh, it's nothing. I simply find it amusing that Sasuke, of all people, is being compelled by his parents to accept a girl's affection. It's utterly hilarious. After sharing this with Hinata, Naruto erupted into laughter once more. Reflecting on his words, Hinata joined in the laughter. Indeed, it is quite funny. I never expected the aloof Sasuke to find himself in such a predicament. However, that girl, Mikoto Uchiha, is truly delightful. I rather like her. Naruto pondered his impression of Mikoto and replied, yes, she is indeed an endearing girl. It's hard not to like her. And just look at the determination in her eyes. She won't give up on Sasuke. I can't help but feel pleased at the thought of Sasuke facing some challenges in the future. Suddenly, Hinata turned to Naruto with a probing question. If you were to encounter a situation akin to Sasuke's, what would you choose? If a girl you've always seen as a sister confessed her feelings for you, how would you respond? Hinata's question startled the nearby Karen, who feared her own feelings for Naruto had been exposed. She fell into a deeper silence, striving to diminish her presence, yet she remained keenly attentive to Naruto's response, as it mattered greatly to her. Naruto, upon hearing Hinata's inquiry, laughed. Me? Such a thing could never happen. You're overthinking it, Hinata. It's simply impossible. Hinata pressed. I mean, if it were to happen, what would you choose? After a moment of contemplation, Naruto replied, if that were the case, I honestly wouldn't know how to handle it, but I believe there would be a way to resolve it. Nonetheless, I still think it's improbable that such a situation would ever arise for me. Hinata, unimpressed, retorted. Naruto, what kind of answer is that? It's as good as no answer at all. Naruto, feeling apologetic, responded, I'm sorry, Hinata. I truly don't know how to answer that, and I genuinely don't believe such a scenario would occur for me. Who would fall for a man whose heart only holds you, Hinata? Hinata was touched and exclaimed, Naruto, how can you be so cunning? At that moment, Karen interrupted, Look, someone is spying on us. Naruto and Hinata turned to where Karen was pointing and, indeed, spotted a man with long white hair, clad in a red top, crouched outside the women's bath, peering in. Naruto recognized him immediately as his mentor, Jiraiya, and calculated that Jiraiya had indeed returned to the hidden leaf. With a grin, Naruto addressed Hinata and Karen. You both should head back. I'll take care of this. This lecherous sage will remember this lesson well. Karen, puzzled, asked, Lecherous sage? Naruto, do you know this peeping uncle? Hinata pondered for a moment and remarked, Lecherous sage? Naruto, could he be the mentor you mentioned? Naruto smirked darkly, indeed. That's him, the lecherous sage, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, my esteemed mentor. To think you have come to Konoha yet have not sought a word with your disciple, instead hiding here to spy on young maidens bathing. Hinata, with concern etched upon her face, gazed at Naruto and remarked, Naruto-kun, your resentment weighs heavily upon you. Is there some misunderstanding between you and Jiraiya-sama? Naruto retorted with a cold chuckle, misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding could there be between him and me? That damned lecherous old man, departing without so much as a note, living so carefree, and he has yet to pass down my parents' home to me. He vanished for 7 years, living his life while I was left to fend for myself. How could I possibly have a misunderstanding with him? The mere thought of that irresponsible mentor ignited a fire of anger within Naruto, as he thought, that cursed Jiraiya, just wait until I have a word with you. You left me to survive in Konoha alone for 7 years before deigning to return. If I don't deal with you, I'll write my name backward. With this resolve, Naruto turned to Hinata and said, Hinata, could you please escort Shine back? I need to have a serious conversation about life with my teacher, Jiraiya. Understanding her presence here was futile, Hinata replied, Naruto-kun, be sure to speak with Jiraiya-sama calmly. Don't let your temper get the best of you. I shall return with Cheyenne. Naruto reassured her, fear not. I shall engage him in a proper discussion about life. Please be careful on your way. Hinata nodded and said, then we shall take our leave. Come along, Cheyenne. With that, she took Cheyenne's hand and departed. Once Hinata and Cheyenne had left, Naruto swiftly appeared beside Jiraiya, marking his clothing with the flying thunder god technique. The moment Naruto materialized next to him, Jiraiya caught sight of him and was about to showcase the might of the great sage of Mount Myaboku to the audacious intruder behind him. However, before he could turn, he heard the scoundrel shout, someone's spying. Instantly, the bathhouse fell silent, only to erupt into a cacophony of startled screams, followed by a thunderous stampede of footsteps. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Jiraiya abandoned his intention to confront the intruder and instantly leaped to the rooftop of the bathhouse to hide. A throng of women and security personnel rushed out, wielding sticks, but finding no voyeur, assumed it was merely a prank and ceased their search. Observing this, Jiraiya exhaled a sigh of relief. That was close. I nearly got caught. But who is this fool playing tricks on me? If I ever catch them, they will know the true power of Jiraiya, the great sage. At that moment, 2 hands suddenly clasped Jiraiya's shoulders, accompanied by a voice dripping with allure. Oh, come now. Jiraiya-sama, don't take it so seriously. I was merely jesting. At the sound of her voice, Jiraiya felt his bones weaken. Who is this enchanting little sprite toying with me? Let me see, he chuckled wickedly. Just as he turned, a blue-white chakra sphere materialized before him, accompanied by Naruto's mischievous grin. As Naruto instantaneously vanished alongside Jiraiya, he transformed into a semblance of Naruto, subsequently employing the flying thunder god technique to materialize behind Jiraiya. With a hint of mischief, he sought to assuage Jiraiya's wariness. At the very moment Jiraiya turned around, Naruto unleashed a rather feeble Rasengan. With a cold demeanor, Naruto pressed the lackluster Rasengan against Jiraiya's face, declaring, Rasengan, perverted sage, enjoy this to the fullest, ha ha ha. In an instant, Naruto propelled Jiraiya into the bathhouse's pool, eliciting a thunderous scream that echoed through the air. However, this time Jiraiya was unable to evade in time, finding himself pursued for 9 entire streets before finally shaking off his assailants. Exhausted, Jiraiya lay on the grass of the Hokage's rear mountain, panting heavily. At that moment, Naruto approached, a mischievous glimmer in his eye, and taunted, so, perverted sage, how does it feel? Care for another round? Upon seeing Naruto's impish visage before him, Jiraiya's ire flared. Naruto, you insufferable brat. Is this how you treat your master? Just wait until I teach you a lesson for your insolence. Naruto, equally incensed, retorted. With a master as wretched as you, It's no wonder I'm a troublesome disciple. You vanished without a word, not even a farewell note, and left for 7 years. I've shown you more leniency than you deserve." Hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya perhaps felt a pang of guilt for his absence, and his anger swiftly dissipated. "Ah, Naruto, it's not that I didn't wish to remain in Konoha with you. I had pressing and perilous matters to attend to, ones that made it impossible to bring you along. Thus, I had no choice but to leave you here." Naruto replied, "I understand you have your obligations, but at the very least, you could have left me a note. Do you not realize how much I worry for you? I have no family left in this world. If something were to happen to you, I fear I would lose my sanity." Upon hearing Naruto's heartfelt expression, Jiraiya reflected, "Naruto, in this world, my concerns are few, but you are paramount among them. I wish to witness your growth, yet some tasks must be undertaken regardless of the risks involved." Naruto comprehended Jiraiya's sentiments and empathized with his struggles, yet he could not pardon the silence with which Jiraiya departed. At the very least, he felt it necessary to impart crucial information regarding the Ōtsutsuki members and their abilities to ensure Jiraiya's safety. The thought of Jiraiya falling prey to their schemes without adequate preparation was unbearable. With renewed frustration, Naruto insisted, "Even so, you must allow me to inform you about the Ōtsutsuki's members and their abilities before you leave. What if you unknowingly fall into their trap? Heaven knows what calamity might befall you." Jiraiya, taken aback, exclaimed, "Naruto, how did you come to know of my investigation into the Ōtsutsuki? It seems improbable that you would be aware. And how do you claim to know their characteristics and abilities?" Naruto, exasperated, retorted, "Now you choose to inquire? You should have asked me earlier. I am not only aware of the Ōtsutsuki organization, but I also comprehend its origins and the identity of its current leader. I know who the true mastermind is." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya immediately adopted a serious demeanor and addressed him, "Naruto, I am uncertain how you came by this information. However, I implore you to share everything you know, for it pertains to the peace of the entire shinobi world and is not a matter to be trifled with." In a fit of frustration, Naruto retorted, "Why should I divulge anything to you? What do you mean to me? You, who claim to be so carefree, now come seeking my knowledge? I would rather you meet your end out there, so I need not worry about you." Naruto's concern for Jiraiya was genuine. In his previous life, Jiraiya had perished at the hands of pain, and his demise was due to a lack of information. Had Jiraiya possessed the necessary intelligence about pain, he might have survived. This time around, Naruto's presence had already altered many events. Heaven knows whether Jiraiya would confront pain sooner because of this. Naruto truly regarded Jiraiya as family. In truth, although Jiraiya had been away for several years, he remained deeply invested in Naruto's affairs. Reports from the Third Hokage portrayed Naruto as a calm, intelligent, gentle individual, an epitome of perfection, quite unlike the temperamental and unreasonable Naruto before him. Jiraiya understood that Naruto's behavior stemmed from genuine concern for him. With this understanding, Jiraiya chose not to take offense at Naruto's attitude. Instead, he responded with a smile, saying, all right, do not be angry. How about this? I shall endeavor to share my matters with you in the future. Would that be acceptable?" Naruto, though still irked, softened at Jiraiya's words. He knew the older man's promise was unlikely to be fulfilled, yet he hoped to at least receive some information. Wishing for Jiraiya not to meet the same fate as in his previous memories, Naruto replied, "Remember your words. In the future, if you encounter any challenging issues, do consult me more. I am aware of your convictions, and I cannot dissuade you, but I wish to provide you with intelligence. I am not boasting. I possess more information than anyone else. So, share with me what you wish to know, and I shall tell you. For I can provide answers to most of your inquiries." Curiosity piqued, Jiraiya inquired, "Naruto, can you reveal how you acquire your intelligence?" "I am quite curious," Naruto responded. "I cannot share that. It is your punishment for causing me 7 years of worry. Let your curiosity linger, you rascal." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya thought to himself, what a stubborn little brat, so petty. Nevertheless, I should first gather information about Ōtsutsuki. As for how Naruto came to know these things, I shall extract that information gradually. I refuse to believe I cannot handle a temperamental child. Seeing Jiraiya at a loss brought a smile to Naruto's face, and he teased, "Hehe, I shall now divulge the information regarding Ōtsutsuki to you, lest you perish and I be tasked with retrieving your remains." With that, Naruto proceeded to share all he knew about the members of the Ōtsutsuki organization and their abilities, as well as their ultimate objectives. After listening to Naruto's intelligence, Jiraiya remarked. So, Akatsuki was indeed formed by Yahiko, with the intention of achieving peace. However, after Yahiko's demise, this organization fell under the control of that masked man who caused your parents' death. Moreover, Konan and Nagato continue to assist him, correct? Naruto replied, indeed. I will deal with that masked man. As for Nagato and Konan, I am aware that you, Master Jiraiya, would not abandon them, which is what troubles me. Jiraiya chuckled. You fear that upon discovering the leader of Akatsuki is Nagato, I would seek him out, worried that I might perish at his hands. Am I right? Naruto nodded, precisely. Engaging with Nagato without knowledge of the Rinnegan's abilities could lead to your demise. Thus, I wish for you to refrain from confronting him, though I understand that is unlikely. So I can only provide you with information. Jiraiya laughed heartily, huh? It seems I have a child worrying about my well-being. But it brings me joy, huh? Once Jiraiya finished laughing, he asked with seriousness, do you know the identity of that masked man? I believe you do. Tell me, who is he? Naruto hesitated before saying, I do know who he is, but I cannot disclose his identity, as it is a matter I must resolve myself. Furthermore, he owes my parents an apology. Seeing Naruto's expression, Jiraiya understood that Naruto would not share, but he had gleaned much information nonetheless and decided not to press further. He simply smiled, very well. Since you say so, I shall not inquire further. At that moment, Naruto addressed Jiraiya. By the way, perverted sage, shouldn't you teach me some ninjutsu? You've been my master for quite some time now, yet you haven't taught me a single technique. Isn't that rather unreasonable? Jiraiya, puzzled, responded, you wish to learn ninjutsu. But don't you already possess quite a few? The Rasengan, the Flying Thunder God technique, and even the unique sealing technique exclusive to the Uzumaki clan. Shouldn't you focus on perfecting and developing these techniques instead of learning new ones? Naruto replied, I understand that. But developing and perfecting these techniques consumes a considerable amount of my time. However, the Chunin exams are approaching, and I wish to grow stronger. Jiraiya responded, I see. As it happens, I have a technique I intended to teach you 7 years ago, but due to circumstances, it has been postponed until now. Intrigued, Naruto asked, what technique? Jiraiya proudly declared, I, your master Jiraiya, am the sage of Mount Myaboku, so of course, what I shall teach you pertains to toads. Naruto replied, pertaining to toads? It cannot be the summoning technique, can it? Jiraiya inquired, how did you know? Naruto responded, is that so strange? Just yesterday, I had Anko-sen teach Sasuke the summoning technique. Of course I would know. Jiraiya clarified, but what I will teach you is the summoning of toads, not those revolting cold-blooded creatures, so it is quite different. Naruto retorted, I understand, as snakes typically prey on toads. Therefore, I can comprehend why the perverted sage may not have an affinity for snakes. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya's anger flared, and he retorted, what did you say? That revolting creature wishes to consume toads? I shall transform them all into leather wallets. Unfazed, Naruto waved his hand dismissively, saying, I understand. Just hand me the scroll. I need to sign it and continue my training. I have no time for your nonsense. Seeing Naruto's lack of enthusiasm, Jiraiya felt a similar disinterest. He retrieved the scroll from behind him and handed it to Naruto, saying, since you are aware of how to train, proceed on your own. Naruto opened the scroll and inscribed his name, Uzumaki Naruto, in blood on the 6th empty space, sealing it with a hand sign. He then gazed at the characters Namikaze Minato in a daze. Realizing that Naruto was reminiscing about his parents, Jiraiya sighed and said, Naruto, though your parents have passed, they bestowed upon you the invaluable gift of life and the will of fire. Therefore, they have not truly died. Their spirit continues to live on within you. In response to Jiraiya's comforting words, Naruto smiled and replied, perverted sage, I merely feel a sense of nostalgia. I am not disheartened, so there is no need for you to worry. With that, Naruto rolled up the scroll and returned it to Jiraiya. Now, I shall begin. Wu Wei Shun Yu Su Hai. Ninja Art, Summoning Technique. As Naruto formed the hand seals, a plume of smoke enveloped the area, revealing a small, crimson toad before him, who cheerfully exclaimed, hello? I am Toad G, pleased to meet you. Naruto stared in disbelief at Toad G, his face darkening with disappointment, while Jiraiya laughed heartily, clutching his belly. The sound of Jiraiya's laughter only deepened Naruto's gloom. Jiraiya guffawed, ha ha ha. Naruto, what on earth did you summon? A pet? Ha ha ha. Observing Toad G's endearing expression, Naruto began to question his reality. Internally, he lamented, What on earth is happening? How did I summon Toad G? This Toad G is not the same as the one from the Fourth Great Ninja War. This one is merely a pet. While establishing a rapport is important, surely this is due to Sasuke's influence. Yes, it must be. Determined to defy fate, Naruto formed the seals once more, declaring, I refuse to accept this. Ninja art, summoning technique. Another puff of smoke materialized, revealing a yellow toad that grinned and said, Hello, I am Toad Long, pleased to make your acquaintance. Jiraiya was now on the ground, laughing uncontrollably, while Naruto grappled with disbelief. I cannot believe I summoned this. Naruto exclaimed in despair. Jiraiya chuckled. Naruto, are you here to perform a comedy act with me? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. In utter despair, Naruto protested. This cannot be. How could I possibly be this inept? This is impossible. I must be dreaming. Yes, that's it. I am surely dreaming. Toad G, having spotted Toad Long, remarked, Toad Long, how did you also appear? Toad Long replied, Brother, you are here too. At present, Mount Myobokuzan is engaged in battle with the Earth Dragon Cave, causing all the toads to venture forth. Seeing that there was no pressing matter at hand and coincidentally being summoned, I made my appearance. Upon hearing the words of the Toad Dragon, Naruto approached him and inquired, You mentioned that Mount Myobokuzan is at war with the Earth Dragon Cave, and all the toads have left, is that correct? The Toad Dragon replied affirmatively. Indeed, they should have returned by now. Naruto, filled with joy, exclaimed. So it was not a matter of my summoning technique being inadequate, but rather that Mount Myobokuzan was devoid of toads at that moment. The Toad Dragon nodded, adding, Yes. Although I believe I saw my father returning with a group just as I was summoned. Upon hearing this, Naruto erupted into laughter. I knew it wasn't my fault. There must be a reason I was able to summon Toad Gamma and Toad Dragon. Jiraiya chimed in, No wonder. I thought you were truly lacking in talent. Well then, let us try again. After nodding, Naruto formed the necessary hand seals and declared, Ninjutsu, summoning technique. This time, a much larger cloud of smoke enveloped the area. And as it cleared, a massive red toad, towering over 10 meters, appeared before Naruto. Satisfied, Naruto nodded and remarked, Now this is the proper way to summon. The previous attempts were mere nightmares. The Toadzo looked down at Naruto and asked, Did you summon me? I am Toadzo. It is a pleasure to meet you. Naruto replied with a smile, Greetings, Toadzo. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I look forward to working with you. Toadzo acknowledged Naruto with a nod, saying, Uzumaki Naruto. I shall remember your name. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Toad Gamma and Toad Dragon, join me as well. One Tai is looking for you. Toad Gamma responded, Oh, very well, Toadzo. At that moment, Naruto added with a grin, Toad Gamma, Toad Dragon, here are some human snacks for you. He produced a large assortment of treats and presented them to Toad Dragon and Toad Gamma. Toad Gamma remarked, So it is Naruto, huh? I hereby acknowledge you as my brother. Rest assured, I will greet the other toads of Mount Myobokuzan on your behalf. With that, he departed with Toadzo. Jiraiya then approached Naruto, saying, Naruto, why not try using the chakra of the Nine Tails to see if you can summon an even more formidable spirit beast? Naruto, puzzled, asked, Why should I use the power of Kurama? Jiraiya explained, It is essential to establish a rapport with those powerful summoning beasts. Remember, just because you can summon them doesn't mean they will assist you. You must build a relationship in advance. Naruto responded, I see, I understand now. He turned to the Nine Tails and said, Kurama, I would like to borrow your power for a moment. The Nine Tails casually replied, Go ahead. After communicating with Kurama, Naruto formed the seals once more and declared, Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Instantly, a massive cloud of smoke enveloped the area. Upon looking down, Naruto realized he was standing atop an enormous creature. As he gazed at the gigantic pipe before him, he recognized that he had summoned the great toad One Tai. One Tai bellowed, Jiraiya, what have you summoned me to this place for? Looking down, Naruto saw no sign of Jiraiya. Internally, he cursed, What an ungrateful fellow. Abandoning his beloved apprentice and disappearing just like that. Truly a disloyal companion. However, this little scheme of mine has alleviated my burden significantly. I wonder what will become of him when he encounters the third. Will he meet his demise? I am truly curious. At that moment, Wenta called out, Jiraiya, where are you? Show yourself. Hey, kid, tell me where Jiraiya has gone. Naruto replied, Wenta, he is not here. It was I who summoned you. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Wenta burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, I am the great Wenta, the Toad King. Do you truly believe a little brat like you could summon me? Stop jesting and bring Jiraiya forth. Jiraiya, come out. Naruto, frustrated by Winta's disbelief, retorted, Boss, please stop shouting. I already told you it was me who summoned you. Why won't you believe me? It's infuriating. What must I do for you to trust my words? Yet Winta remained unconvinced, insisting, Kid, cease your prattling and get off my head. Only those I acknowledge, the fourth Hokage Minato and Jiraiya, are permitted to stand upon it. Someone like you does not have the qualification. Get down. I still have to confront that rascal Jiraiya for leaving me here while he vanishes without a trace. Winta shook his head vigorously, attempting to dislodge Naruto. Initially, Naruto almost lost his balance, but thankfully he quickly utilized his chakra to grip Winta's skin and avoid falling. When Winta realized he could not shake Naruto off, he said, Fine, if you can remain atop my head until dusk, I will acknowledge that you summoned me and accept you as my subordinate. From now on, I shall assist you in your endeavors. Naruto chuckled, Boss, you said it. Don't backtrack on your word later. Winta scoffed, You little brat, I am the great Winta. I am not one to break my promises. What do you take me for, you insufferable child? Naruto laughed, Don't be angry. After all, I believe in being forthright. It's essential to clarify everything so we can coexist harmoniously, right? So don't hold grudges. I can apologize if needed. Do you not trust me? Winta huffed, Humph. I suppose you have a way with words. Now let us begin. Hold on tight, kid. Naruto nonchalantly replied, All right, let us go. I won't let you throw me off. Winta began to shake his head, sprint, and leap, frequently altering his movements. Yet Naruto remained steadfast atop Winta's head. From noon until the sun nearly set, Naruto maintained his position without faltering. Winta was astonished, thinking he never anticipated Jiraiya's apprentice to be so formidable, able to stand firmly on his head for such an extended period and with such ease. Quite impressive, indeed, a promising talent. Not only was Winta amazed, but even Jiraiya, who had been lurking in the shadows, was taken aback by Naruto's performance. Although he was already aware of Naruto's exceptional talent, having injured the fourth Hokage at the mere age of 5, albeit with the aid of the Nine Tails power, this time, Naruto achieved it solely through his own strength, a feat of entirely different significance. Though Jiraiya was taken aback, his heart swelled with pride. At that moment, Winta paused and declared, Kid, you've won. I acknowledge you as my subordinate. Pray, tell me your name. Naruto responded with a confident smile, I am Uzumaki Naruto. I look forward to your guidance, Boss Toad. Winta also smiled, and just then, Jiraiya stepped proudly before Winta and remarked, So, what do you think of my disciple? Not bad, right? Ha. Naruto and Winta were not surprised by Jiraiya's sudden appearance. Winta nodded and said, Indeed, he is quite promising. Well then, I shall take my leave. By the way, thank you for looking after Gamakichi and Gamakuro, kid. Naruto replied with a grin, No need for thanks. They are both delightful companions. And I truly enjoy their friendship, especially Gamakichi. He is a loyal and righteous lad. I believe they will aspire to be great toads, just like you. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Winta laughed heartily. While your words may flatter me, I relish hearing them. Farewell. With that, he returned to Mount Myaboku. At that moment, Naruto addressed Jiraiya. Pervy sage, you seemed to enjoy the show from the sidelines, didn't you? You irresponsible scoundrel. If I hadn't possessed some skill, I would have been utterly humiliated by Boss Winta. Jiraiya defended himself. Naruto, that isn't fair. I wasn't being irresponsible. I trusted you to earn Bunta's recognition. Only by gaining his approval can he truly assist you. Naruto retorted, I trust you? Not in the slightest. No wonder my mother warned me to be cautious of you. You heartless rogue. Jiraiya chuckled sheepishly, Don't be angry. You've earned Bunta's recognition, so what's the fuss about? Why so petty? With a look of disdain, Naruto replied, I can't be bothered to banter with you. I'm heading home. By the way, the third Hokage is looking for you. If you have nothing pressing, go see that old man. I'm off. With that, he used the flying thunder god technique to return home. Jiraiya pondered, what could the old man want? He didn't clarify anything before I left. I suppose it's time to see him. He should be fine. Despite his age, he still pushes himself hard. Sighing, Jiraiya vanished in an instant to find the third Hokage. Shortly after Jiraiya departed, Naruto reappeared, confirming that Jiraiya had indeed gone to see the third. Naruto gazed mischievously toward the Hokage's office and chuckled. This time, it'll be your turn to face the music. Let us see how you like being played with, you rascal. With that, he vanished as well. Upon arriving at the third's office, Jiraiya flashed in through the window and said, "Old man, I heard Naruto say you were looking for me. What is it about?" The third, initially puzzled by Jiraiya's return, quickly realized that Naruto had tricked him into coming. However, the third indeed had matters to discuss with Jiraiya, so he went along with it, saying, "Yes, I do have something to discuss with you." Jiraiya, curious, inquired, "What is it, old man? I'm quite busy, so please be quick." The third Hokage chuckled. "Are you busy peeping at girls while they bathe?" I remarked on how, after all these years, he still bore such a carefree demeanor. "Haven't you had enough of being thrashed by Tsunade in the past?" Jiraiya, digging in his ear, replied, "If you have nothing of importance to discuss, I shall take my leave. I am not particularly fond of your lectures." The third responded, "It's nothing much. Just two matters I wish to discuss with you." Jiraiya inquired, "What is it? Speak on." With a calm demeanor, the third stated, "The first matter is that after this Chunin exam, I intend to pass on the position of Hokage to you. As you are aware, I have grown old. It is time to hand the mantle to the youth. You shall become the fifth Hokage. I have already conferred with the two advisors." In an instant, Jiraiya reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, exclaiming, "I refuse. I have many matters to attend to, and I am ill-suited for the role of Hokage." The third, with a touch of resignation, replied, "However, apart from you and Tsunade, there are no other suitable candidates for the position. Fujo and Hisashi, being clan leaders, are not appropriate choices and would invite controversy. Only you and Tsunade are truly fit for this role. Do you wish to witness chaos in the village?" Jiraiya, feeling overwhelmed by the third's words, pondered before finally suggesting, "It doesn't have to be me. Tsunade could take on the role. She is the granddaughter of the first Hokage and more suitable than I." The third sighed, "But Tsunade is not in the village at present. After much consideration, I still believe you are the most suitable." Jiraiya firmly declared, "Regardless, I will not assume the role of Hokage. You must find another solution. I cannot assist you." The third sighed in resignation, "Since you are so opposed, I shall not force the issue. Let us discuss the second matter." Hearing that the third would no longer insist on him becoming Hokage, Jiraiya felt a sense of relief and asked, "What else is there?" "As long as it does not involve me becoming Hokage, I am open to discussion." The third spoke with a measured tone. "You are aware of Naruto's situation, are you not? He is the hope for our village's future, along with Sasuke from the Uchiha clan and Hinata from the Hyuga clan. These three children are the pillars of our village's future. You understand this well." Jiraiya, curious, responded, "You have been telling me about their importance since Naruto was 5 years old. Of course, I recognize that they have the potential to bring our village to heights beyond those of the first Hokage's era. But why bring this up now?" The third glanced at Jiraiya and continued, "Since you acknowledge their significance to Konoha's future, are you aware that they have begun cultivating their bodies using natural chakra without mastering sage mode? They started this training at the age of 5. The third's revelation left Jiraiya astounded. What? They dare to use natural chakra to refine their bodies without even mastering sage mode? Have they lost their minds? Who is the fool that taught them this? The third gazed at Jiraiya with profound significance. Indeed, who could that fool be? Jiraiya gazed at the expression of the third Hokage and was instantly struck by a foreboding sense of dread. He inquired with a hint of confusion, "Hey, old man, you don't actually think it was me who taught them, do you?" The third Hokage replied calmly, "Is it not so? I have already asked Naruto, and he claimed it was you who instructed them. Furthermore, I also inquired with Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata, both of whom stated that it was Naruto who taught them when he was 5 years old. At that time, you happened to be in Konoha, and you alone possessed the ability to wield sage techniques. Who else could it possibly be?" Upon hearing the third's words, Jiraiya immediately realized that Naruto had set him up, leaving him without a counterargument. He hung his head in defeat, resembling a vanquished rooster. With a sigh of resignation, Jiraiya said, "Just tell me, old man. What do you want? Spare me the details." Meanwhile, he thought to himself how cunning Naruto was, having been ensnared by the boy's trickery. The third Hokage, observing Jiraiya's demeanor, chuckled and said, "It's quite simple. You will become the Hokage, and I shall overlook this matter." Jiraiya quickly replied, "I refuse. I am not suited for such a role. Old man, how about this? I will help you locate Tsunade and have her take on the position of Hokage instead." The third responded nonchalantly, "That works. It matters not to me who takes the position, as long as it is settled after the Chunin exams. I have received intelligence indicating that Orochimaru may have plans during this examination, so you must remain in the village for a while." Upon hearing that Orochimaru intended to return to Konoha and had some schemes in mind. Jiraiya's expression turned serious as he replied, "Understood." Once the serious matters were concluded, Jiraiya relaxed and said, "Old man, since I will be staying in Konoha, I will take charge of Naruto for this month. It provides me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my duties as a mentor and properly train the boy." The third Hokage replied indifferently, "As for your own disciple, how you choose to teach him is your business. You may arrange it as you see fit." Jiraiya felt a surge of delight upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "You little rascal, daring to trick me? Just wait and see how I will teach you the true meaning of respect for one's teacher, and what the consequences of crossing me will be." With a grin, Jiraiya declared, "Well then, I shall take my leave, old man." The third waved him off, saying, "Go on." In an instant, Jiraiya vanished, and after his departure, the third Hokage murmured to himself, "Ah, Jiraiya, it may not be so easy for you to deal with Naruto. If you don't give your all, you might find yourself at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha." The following morning, as Naruto awoke, he carefully shifted the sleeping Cheyenne off him before rising to cover her with a blanket. Just before stepping out, he remarked, "Why is Cheyenne's sleepwalking getting worse?" This statement elicited hearty laughter from the dual personas of good and evil within him, as well as from the Nine Tails. They understood Cheyenne's feelings, yet no one was willing to enlighten him. The good side of Naruto curiously asked the Nine Tails, "Kyubi, we simply want to see that foolish expression on his face, but what about you?" The Nine Tails replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I find it amusing. How can someone so clever be so foolish in this regard? I truly cannot comprehend it. Which is why I wish to see how long it takes for him to realize. For such reasons, it is trivial. Moreover, seeing his foolish demeanor brings me great joy." Ha ha ha. The dark Naruto smirked, echoing the sentiments of heroes. Hehe. After uttering these words, the three exchanged knowing glances before bursting into laughter once more. Unbeknownst to Naruto, both his benevolent and malevolent personas, as well as the Nine Tails, were eagerly awaiting to witness his folly. Even if he were aware, he would have no time to heed them, for upon stepping outside, he encountered Jiraiya, who promptly took him to the training ground. Upon their arrival, Jiraiya, with a gentle demeanor, remarked, "Naruto, don't you owe me an explanation?" He chuckled, noticing Jiraiya's atypical expression. Naruto deduced that he must have faced considerable trouble from the third Hokage the previous day and was now seeking retribution. Pretending ignorance, Naruto replied, "Pervy sage. What do you mean? I can't quite grasp your words." Jiraiya continued to smile. "You don't understand, do you?" With that, a Rasengan materialized behind him. Upon seeing the swirling sphere, Naruto instinctively utilized the flying thunder god technique to escape, leaving a large crater where he once stood. Heart racing, he exclaimed, "Pervy sage, have you lost your mind? Such antics could lead to casualties." Jiraiya, with a sinister grin, retorted, "Casualties? When you tricked me, did you consider the consequences? Don't shift the blame onto me. You've thrown a hefty burden my way and now dare to argue. Just wait until I make you regret it." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Naruto understood he had truly ensnared Jiraiya in a dire predicament. Yet, he felt helpless. Who could have anticipated such a colossal blunder from his own reckless experiments? Jiraiya, sensing Naruto's trepidation, sternly asserted, "Ultimately, who instructed you to refine your body with natural chakra?" Naruto countered, "It was you. Who else could it have been?" Jiraiya, infuriated by Naruto's accusations, exclaimed, "When did I ever teach you to refine your body with natural chakra? You little rascal, speaking such nonsense with your eyes wide open. Just wait until I make you pay?" Naruto interjected, "Hold on. While you may not have explicitly taught me, this is still your fault. It's because of you that I began refining my body with natural chakra. Thus, I am not slandering you." Jiraiya was on the verge of losing his temper and, upon hearing Naruto's continued defense, said, "Fine. You claim it's my fault that you and those other two brats are using natural chakra to refine your bodies. Now tell me, what did I do to incite such actions? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, prepare to meet your end here. After all, your existence serves little purpose." Naruto grinned. "Pervy sage, let us make a deal. If my reasoning is sound, you shall not bring this matter up again, nor seek retribution." Jiraiya replied, "Agreed. If you can articulate how this is my responsibility, leading you to refine your bodies with natural chakra, I shall let the matter rest and refrain from discussing it further." Naruto smiled. "You agreed to this, so let me ask, was it not you who taught my father the sage mode? Did you not inform him that refining the body with natural chakra would enhance his strength?" Jiraiya, reflecting on the process of teaching Minato the sage mode, replied, Indeed. That is how I conveyed it to Minato. But how does this pertain to your situation? Naruto responded, it is directly relevant. You are aware that I have inherited all the ninjutsu from my parents. In the memories imparted by my father, there exists knowledge that utilizing natural chakra to refine the body can enhance one's strength. Jiraiya countered, I did mention this to Minato, but at that time, he had already mastered Sage Mode, allowing him to harness natural chakra to augment his physical prowess. Naruto retorted, but I was unaware of that, so I, along with Sasuke and Hinata, followed your guidance to refine our bodies with natural chakra. Ultimately, this oversight arose from your failure to communicate clearly with my father. Thus you must bear full responsibility. Jiraiya, incensed, exclaimed, how can you blame me? Minato had already learned Sage Mode. There was no one else to inform him. Naruto stubbornly insisted, it is precisely because you, as a master, did not clarify everything with your disciple that this predicament occurred. Therefore, the fault lies with you. Does it not? Dare you claim otherwise? Struck speechless by Naruto's illogical reasoning, Jiraiya acknowledged that there was some merit to Naruto's argument. However, it was inconceivable for him to let Naruto off the hook so easily. Resolved to push back, Jiraiya said, enough of this nonsense. I have already arranged with the Third Hokage that for the next month, you shall receive my practical training, so further discussion is futile. Accept your fate. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto's demeanor sank as he protested, how can you do this? You are being untrustworthy. However, Jiraiya's response was a Rasengan. With a swift gathering of chakra, he manifested a Rasengan and appeared before Naruto, aiming it at his face. Naruto, sensing the urgency, quickly dodged but found himself ensnared by Jiraiya's hair, unable to escape. With no other option, Naruto unleashed a diamond shield to block Jiraiya's Rasengan. Yet still found himself sent flying by the impact, his body aching from the force. As Naruto rose, he exclaimed, Pervy Sage, are you serious? This is so violent. Do you wish to kill me? Jiraiya chuckled. Had I been your enemy, the outcome would have been far more severe than mere discomfort. Realizing he needed to exert his full strength, Naruto declared, this is no jest. I must give it my all. Otherwise, I could end up in the hospital for a month. He then communicated with the Nine Tails. Kurama, I need to tap into our full power. This is Pervy Sage we are dealing with. If I don't, I might truly find myself in a hospital bed. The Nine Tails responded with a chuckle. Your master is indeed strict. Understood, let us merge our chakra. Jiraiya formed hand seals and proclaimed, fire release, toad, oil fireball. From his mouth, he expelled a barrage of enormous fireballs, each engulfed in burning toad oil, soaring towards Naruto, their temperatures exceedingly high. In response, Naruto immediately activated Amaterasu, clashing with Jiraiya's fireballs. The black flames swiftly engulfed the fireball, and Jiraiya was taken aback upon witnessing this ominous blaze. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto intensified his ocular prowess, causing the black flames to surge toward Jiraiya. With hands forming seals, Jiraiya declared, sealing fire technique. In an instant, the flames of Amaterasu were effortlessly bound by Jiraiya. At that moment, Naruto also transitioned into the Nine Tails mode. Observing Naruto's transformation, Jiraiya chuckled. Ah, Naruto, I had no idea your Sharingan had evolved into the Mangekyo. It seems you have made substantial progress over the years. However, your eyes must have recently undergone this evolution. Wiping away the blood tears that flowed from his eyes due to overexertion, Naruto replied, nothing escapes the gaze of the perverted sage, does it? It seems I must unleash my full power to contend with you. Jiraiya laughed. Indeed, I will not hold back. Show me your true strength. With hands forming seals, Naruto gathered chakra and proclaimed, as you wish, perverted sage. Susanoo. Instantly, Susanoo enveloped the Nine Tails mode, showcasing Naruto's dominant Nine Tails form. Jiraiya, witnessing this formidable transformation, remarked, Naruto, you truly possess a creative mind, wrapping Susanoo around the Nine Tails. Naruto formed seals once more and declared, this is not the end. 8 trigrams sealing technique. Enormous chains erupted from the dominant Nine Tails form, prompting Jiraiya to swiftly retreat. Once he found a safe distance and turned to face Naruto, he saw the chains converging around Naruto's form, creating a colossal 8 trigrams formation. Sighing, Jiraiya mused, this is indeed terrifying. It is hard to fathom that you are only 12 years old, Naruto. Internally, he lamented the gravity of the situation, realizing that holding back was no longer an option. Naruto, with a grin, urged, come on, perverted sage. He launched his attack as countless chains surged toward Jiraiya. After evading Naruto's chains, Jiraiya retrieved a scroll and performed seals. Stating, "Release the seal." A surge of overwhelming natural chakra erupted from the scroll and entered Jiraiya's body, resulting in a dramatic transformation. His form visibly morphed into that of a toad. Astounded by Jiraiya's metamorphosis, Naruto exclaimed, "Whoa, perverted sage, you had this up your sleeve. Truly astonishing." Jiraiya laughed heartily. "Oh, there's more. Summoning technique." With that, Jiraiya summoned 2 toads. Naruto, upon seeing these 2 toads, became cautious, recognizing them as Fukasaku and Shima, the esteemed elders of the Toad clan and Jiraiya's formidable allies in Sage mode. Their strength was not to be underestimated. After their summoning, Shima addressed Jiraiya, "Jiraiya, is this the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? I've heard from Fukasaku that he is your disciple. What's with this grand spectacle?" Fukasaku added, "It appears Naruto has fully mastered the Nine-Tails. What a genius! But what exactly are you 2 up to?" Jiraiya, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Let us not get into it. This is merely a straightforward practical exercise. Now, Shima and Fukasaku, let us coordinate." Shinsaku leapt onto Jiraiya's shoulder and remarked, "This is practical training. Your actions might very well lead to the destruction of Konoha." Shima, feeling exasperated, added, "Little Jiraiya, perhaps you should tone down such practical exercises." Jiraiya retorted, "There's no time for idle chatter. Here they come." Naruto, seizing the initiative, launched an assault on Jiraiya, unleashing a multitude of chains that surged towards him. After evading Naruto's chains, Jiraiya swiftly appeared behind him, declaring, "Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan." A colossal Rasengan formed in Jiraiya's hands, hurtling towards Naruto's back, only to be intercepted by Naruto's tails. After blocking the Rasengan, Naruto wielded his remaining tails to strike at Jiraiya. In response, Jiraiya quickly conjured another massive Rasengan to counter Naruto's tails, pushing them aside with a surge of power. Jiraiya then formed a series of hand seals, proclaiming, "Sage Art, Super Giant Netherworld Marsh." Instantly, Naruto found himself ensnared in a swamp, slowly sinking, with a formidable suction pulling him down. Realizing the peril, Naruto hurled a kunai and used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the swamp's grip. At that moment, the Nine-Tails cautioned Naruto, "Naruto, your current state won't last much longer, maximum 10 minutes. Conclude this battle swiftly, or you shall be defeated." Naruto replied, "I understand, but my opponent is the lecherous sage. Hastening the end seems impossible. I can only give it a half-hearted attempt." Just then, Jiraiya struck Naruto from behind with a great Rasengan. Although it did not breach Naruto's defenses, the impact was significant. Jiraiya chuckled, "Naruto, while I may not wield the Flying Thunder God, I am well acquainted with it. The moment you threw that kunai, I locked onto it. Hehe. Thus escape is futile." Jiraiya formed more hand seals, declaring, "Sage Art, Toad Mouth Binding Technique." In an instant, Naruto was ensnared within the belly of a toad, its fleshy walls attempting to bind him. Struggling against the constricting flesh proved futile. Realizing he could not break free, Naruto intensified the output from his right eye. Channeling Amaterasu into the chains, he simultaneously formed seals, exclaiming, "Ninjutsu, 8 trigrams transformation lock dragon heaven formation." Instantly, Naruto's chains morphed into a black fire dragon imbued with Amaterasu, charging at Jiraiya. Jiraiya retaliated with a great Rasengan, striking the fire dragon's head, causing it to dissipate, while simultaneously retreating from Naruto's attack range. Jiraiya laughed, "Using such techniques cannot defeat me. It merely drains your chakra." Naruto, maintaining his composure, replied with a smirk, "Is that so? We shall see." Explode, lock heaven formation. Suddenly, the fire dragon transformed into countless black chains that shot outwards, piercing the fleshy walls. Seizing the moment, Naruto swiftly threw a kunai and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the Toad Mouth Binding technique. Jiraiya chuckled, "You've been outmaneuvered." Shima inquired, "Shinsaku, are you ready?" Shinsaku responded with a smile, "Ready as ever." "And you, dear child's father?" Shima laughed, "Of course, dear child's mother." Jiraiya grinned, "Then let us begin. This time, we must breach Naruto's defenses." After nodding in agreement, Shima and Shinsaku leapt into action, forming the hand seals for Sage Art, Toad Song technique. As Naruto emerged from the wall of flesh, poised to launch an attack, a sudden croak resonated within his mind. Instantly, He fell victim to the Jinjutsu cast by Shima and Fukasaku, leaving his thoughts in disarray. The nine tails within Naruto recognized the enchantment and swiftly roused him from his stupor. However, just as he regained consciousness, he found Jiraiya alongside Shima and Fukasaku, forming the hand seals for the technique. Sage Art, 5 Right Gate. By the time Naruto comprehended the situation, it was too late to evade. He could only conjure a wall of chains to shield himself. With a resounding explosion, the formidable Nine Tails mode surrounding him was shattered, and Jiraiya appeared behind him. Kunai poised against Naruto's temple, declaring, "You have lost, Naruto." In disbelief, Naruto gazed at Jiraiya and exclaimed, "I can't believe it, pervy sage. You are far stronger than I imagined. I had no means to counterattack. Though I anticipated the possibility of defeat, I never expected to be so thoroughly vanquished. I thought I could endure a bit longer." Simultaneously, he pondered how it could be that the legendary sage had grown so formidable, for in his previous life, Jiraiya did not seem so powerful. What could be the explanation? Jiraiya, stowing away the kunai, chuckled, "Naruto, your abilities are commendable, yet your combat experience is severely lacking. Had you fought me with all your might from the outset, the outcome would not have been so disastrous. Did you not notice that throughout our battle, the rhythm was consistently dictated by me? You were merely on the defensive." He continued, "Thus, for the next month, I shall engage you in combat to swiftly enhance your battle experience and reflexes." Reflecting on the battle, Naruto recognized the flaws in his approach from the beginning. He had minimal opportunities to attack, spending the entirety of the confrontation on the defensive against Jiraiya's relentless onslaught. He acknowledged to himself that his lack of combat experience was indeed evident. At that moment, the Nine Tails spoke, "Naruto, though it pains me to admit, Jiraiya's words ring true. Your combat experience is woefully insufficient. The adversaries you've encountered thus far have been significantly weaker than you. The only one who posed a genuine threat, Orochimaru, was defeated due to his carelessness. Should these opponents treat you with seriousness, you would stand no chance against them." Naruto replied, "I see it now, Kurama. I will dedicate myself to learning from Jiraiya." The Nine Tails nodded. "Indeed, for the forthcoming month, you shall train diligently with Jiraiya and refrain from relying on my chakra." Naruto affirmed, "Understood." After concluding his communication